Frosty won back-to-back Halo World Championships and went on to be named Halo 5's best sniper and overall most valuable player.
For a lot of people in life, that would be a lot of boxes that have been ticked, but that just made Frosty hungrier.
He was voted Halo 5's most valuable player because he was Halo 5's most valuable player. He's the best player in the game, hands down. I don't think I've seen him play a bad game of Halo.
When the light shined brightest, you took over and you earned that trophy. I'm sure all three of your teammates voted for you, and for good reason.
Frosty was the playmaker. Frosty was the guy who changed movement in Halo 5. How did he manage to almost, it felt like, break the game?
Look at this spot.
Wow, I haven't even seen this spot.
Dude, Frosty is always showing us just the sneakiest spots.
For Frosty to be surrounded by three of the greatest players of all time, and for him to be the least experienced, arguably, out of all of those players as far as Halo history is concerned, and still be considered by a lot of people to be the standout player on that team, says everything about his desire to win and his ability as a player.
I think Frosty's early success is exciting because it feels like his career is just getting started. He's already achieved everything there is to achieve as an individual in the scene. He's got his MVPs, he's got his world championships. What's next for this kid?
The most consistent BR across a lot of, probably all of the games. It's got to be Roy.
I think Roy had the best BR of all time.
Roy is most known for his BR.
There is no one better. You don't need rockets. You don't need a sniper if you're Roy. All you need is 4 shots.
One shot lobby. I got him. No man. One shot lobby. Oh my god.
Scratch that. I'm going back open side, waiting for the 2 guys, 3 guys coming up, going for finishing off my triple kill. Sorry, Greg. Thank you.
Roy would hit 4 shots religiously. If you met him in pit at Rocket Hallway, just expect 1, 2, 3, jump, and you're gunned. And so if you miss 1 bullet, you're punished.
I can confidently say he had the best BR shot in Halo 3. Literally forward me every single time. It wasn't like metaphorically, like literally like 4 shots, I was dead every time. And I was just like, is anyone seeing this?
Don't get in front of Roy. He's going to 4-shot you every time.
Roy is a very passionate player. He is fueled off energy. When you think of like warriors in wartime, he's that guy. He's like Troy running out.
I died. I got
That'll be Maniac. Another one right in front. That's going to be a double kill there. Oh!
Absolutely. Now Roy with
Roy with a 4. Roy with a 4. We're looking for
oh!
Roy's machine-like accuracy with the battle rifle was unmatched, making him one of the most feared players in the league and earning him a fitting nickname.
I think they started this thing where like, all right, I'm a machine or I'm a robot, I do not miss. And then Roy turned his gamertag into Roy Borg. He very well might be a robot, but no, I didn't do any of those tests, so I can't say 100% that he's human.
What do you got here? Tell us what you got.
This is a Roy Borg.
His shot was literally like robotic. The highest level, like you can't miss. Like you just can't. And he just never did.
He was so consistent. At that point, people were like arguing like who's the best player in the game, and he was always right there. Like, is he the best? He might be the best. Is he the best? He might be the best.
One of the most solid, from top to bottom, Halo players that have ever played the game.
His shot was insane. He didn't miss snipe shots. You thought his DMR was good. His sniper was insane.
Let's go, dude!
Roy is looking to do something as well.
Oh my!
He takes him down. 1 kill to go. Roy in a 1v1 with Tuscan. How many times have we seen it over the years? Roy wins a 1v1 BR fight. Optic Gaming.
I wanted to avoid any team Roy was on, which was mostly Instinct. I wanted to avoid that team probably more than anything.
Came to the conclusion, you want to play against these guys or with them? That was an obvious answer.
They were so good and he's so consistent, and you always knew like it was going to be probably the toughest match that you'd ever come up against.
And we win like what 42-1 in 2 tournaments in a row, which has never been done before that or after that. It's unheard of. That's why we got called the God Squad.
While Roy is often remembered for his incredible skill in the game, it was his positive attitude and integrity that left a lasting impression on teammates and opponents alike.
He's the guy, he was going to walk up, he's going to shake your hand, look you in the eyes, and just introduce himself.
Roy's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
As a caster, I try to remain unbiased, but I can be biased in many times cheering for Roy. It's hard not to root for the guy.
Roy will be remembered for obviously his great shot, but what I think he should be remembered for is his passion, how much his emotions fueled him in game. His legacy is cemented and he will be remembered for years and years and years.
I died. I got an tail light. Last two.
Before Snake might have something to say about it.
Oh, what a snake bite up the ledge.
We're here to win.
Nice double kill there from Snakebite. Looking for the triple. There you got it. On the corner. Oh, even bother.
Snakebite picks up a clutch kill on Contra to even the playing field and one off right. Going for the triple. Yes, Snakebite does it. It's the triple kill. 3 down for denial. Gets the overkill. Snakebite just on fire right now.
I don't think anybody wants to win more than Snakebite. The way he goes about every situation, it's almost like it's picture perfect.
As everything's unfolding, I know that he is like thinking 50 steps ahead. And it doesn't matter the game, H5, H3, the dude is unreal.
He's not afraid, like at any point in the game. He's that guy to just walk at you.
Onto these mentality esports guys. Fantastic shots coming in from Snakebite as well. Should get another easy double here. Last player's on the pyramid, sorry. Smartly backs down though, doesn't give that away, but now returns DJ! Put him on his back.
20 seconds on the clock here. Counting one a headshot there.
Oh,
Hey!
nicely.
Whoa! That's going to be the killing spree. Double kill. Looking for another nastiness from the captain.
Not only is he one of the most disgusting players in the game, but you know your team is going to be prepared.
The leadership, that was always the thing that stood out for Snakebite for me. It was about how he managed to always rally the troops. He always had a plan.
Every day we get on to practice, it's just being committed to winning, and winning is everything.
Just from watching him on stage, listening in on their team communications, post and pre-game interviews, it's not hard to tell what he brings to the table.
He's always getting the guys ready for practice. He's always going over strategies, reviewing film with them, going over what could have been improved on. He's a great leader.
When you're able to do that as a captain, it adds so much more pressure on your back, and he somehow shoulders it brilliantly every single time.
No one's been an in-game leader like Snakebite. He's really good at making the best of a worse situation.
He really has that mindset where the game is never over. If they go up 2-0, like, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as we extend the game out and we play the game 10, 12 minutes, like, we're going to be able to come back and we're going to be able to win it.
Fourth vengeance, obviously last time at the Halo World Championship 2016, he got slapped around when he was on Evil Geniuses.
God, this guy is so, just loose. He's always just fighting back. I remember playing him in Constellation. And there's Snakebite going hard as shit, just stomping me into the ground. Snakebite does not like losing, and it shows.
Into the distance, takes down Reliable, hits the double there for the killing spree. 2 BRs locate themselves onto him. Ares gets taken down again, and a running riot for Snakebite. 15 in a row. This man is unstoppable.
I'm very appreciative to have him on my team. I know there's a lot of players that don't take it how he does as serious, and just it's nice to be able to trust the commitment.
He doesn't break character. It's not something that he just pretends to be. It's a consistent 24/7 job to him.
The creator and leader of a modern-day dynasty, Snakebite and his team have claimed their spot among the Halo greats. With back-to-back World Championship victories in 2016 and 2017, and an unmatched dominance that continues to this day.
It's just impressive. It truly is. At that point, CLG, Optic, Tox, now Sentinels, they he could do whatever they want and they would find success. It was ridiculous.
You have the great players in Frosty, Roll 2, Lethal, I mean, absolute legends of the game. But consistency, that comes with the mindset and the tone that Snakebite set from day one. He's seen these situations hundreds of times, and he's able to make the calls that'll win his team the game. He's the most crucial piece to me.
Snakebite and Royal 2 have been doing the same exact thing. Like, they're easily the best duo of all time, like the best players for a while now. And so, like, they've been doing this consistently. They're going to consistently be at the top.
For Snakebite to become the greatest of all time, he just has to continue what he's doing. Putting in the hard work and dominating.
About this Ogre practice noob squad. I was like, what is OPN? What is that? Found out pretty quickly that there were these two brothers who were ridiculous at the game, like untouchable. So good that they basically had a squad of semi-pros or aspiring pros that they would just demolish as practice. It's like hearing about a pitcher who can throw 105 miles per hour. It's just like this legendary. Is it real is the first question. Turned out it was real.
And there is Ogre 2, final boss going with all kinds of momentum. And Scott, Ogre 2 just played that perfectly.
I mean, this kid is basically the definition of an all-star.
It's Ogre 2 once again. This time, it's just nasty. Final boss trapped in blue base. Ogre 2 getting charged. He wins that battle against his lunch buckets. And there we go, Ogre 2 gets it.
Ogre 2 is the greatest console esports player to ever play any game, period. You're talking about the epitome of a true legend.
When you look at the body of work, every scenario you would want, he's got it.
Alive here, but here comes Ogre 2 on a perfect flank behind both players. And there is Ogre 2, the veteran, stepping up, the crowd going crazy.
I would stack his career and achievements against pretty much anybody's.
The guy placed top 2 at 40 events in a row. An absolutely insane streak. And I think that is the best way to describe just how dominant Ogre 2 was.
There had never felt like there was a year that Ogre 2 lost his step. The man continued playing deeper than almost everyone else in Halo history. This guy was just a monster.
I'm a god! Holy sh**!
Ogre 2 is the winningest player in Halo history, with 5 national championship victories across 4 Halo titles and multiple season MVP awards. Ogre 2 stands atop the pack as the greatest of all time.
You know, the story of Halo 1 ultimately was about how incredible the Ogre twins are.
You didn't have Xbox Live, but you heard all these whispers about these titans known as the Ogres. And you're just like, wait, what? How good are they? I haven't really seen footage. Like, I can't go on YouTube and watch them play.
Was immediately made aware of the fact that they were on a different plane. So much so that there was speculation, wow, these guys have ESP. They can communicate without talking. They can read each other's minds.
They ran the circuit at all of our local events. They heard about an event in Texas, flew out, dominated the 2v2. Not only were they better than everyone in Pickerington, Ohio, they were better than everyone else in the United States.
They had mastered the game at a very early level. They were playing the game in 2006 as we were still trying to figure out what Halo 2 was.
Sword and sniper, and Gandhi goes down, trying to jump up.
You come up learning about these legends, final boss. That's an intimidating name to go against because you know that these guys are the final boss of every single tournament.
Final boss is your 2007 MLG Pro Circuit champion.
The period of time where Ogre 2 was a dominant force is just incredible. To transition through all 3 of those games and to be just a world beater, we didn't see it a lot.
He was dominant in Halo 1. His Halo 2 career was even better, and he went on to continue winning in future Halos after.
Instinct takes home Columbus.
It's just unheard of. It's something you can't even wrap your mind around, right? You're talking about a decade of winning.
time and time again. It was the familiarity with the maps. It was movement. It was vision.
Up the double as Pistola's going for a third kill in the sword, and it's going to Ogre 2. There's his triple.
Every single pro player on the planet thought this was the best player in the game.
And then he cleans up his own kill on SK, Extermination, returning his flag.
He didn't need the power-ups to shine, but if you ever gave him a power-up, he wouldn't miss a bullet.
You're going against Ogre 2 on the main stage, and you hear 4 down. It would pierce me. I'd be like, damn.
Once Tom starts yelling, you know he is at the top of his game, and there's almost nothing you can do to stop him.
I've seen really good players in lots of games, but that level, that gap, I haven't seen it again.
And it is officially over. Final boss here, 2010 MLG National Champions. Ogre 2 doesn't even realize what he just did. Final boss going down as the only Halo 3 dynasty. And there you see the sportsmanship.
Ogre 2's unprecedented 14-year career and 40 LAN victories set the bar for future pros. A true pioneer of gaming and a master of the fundamentals of Halo, Ogre 2 has left a lasting impact on esports forever.
The term legendary, you know, we throw it around a bunch. Godlike, we throw it around. Ogre 2 is that word.
How much he inspired people, how much he dominated. I think he was a trailblazer.
Ogre 2 will be remembered as the greatest Halo player that ever lived.
You just won 4 national championships. You're the winningest player in Halo 3 and the winningest player in Halo. You are the man here. You're the best.
Their legend had grown so much over the years. Some of the biggest creators and influencers out there today idolized Ogre 2. They aspired to be on a team with him or just to have interactions with him.
When I was growing up, it's sort of like, all right, like there's a boxer or a fatality. And, you know, I think to a generation there was an Ogre 2.
There are kids who grew up idolizing him who play Valorant professionally. Kids who grew up idolizing him who play Call of Duty professionally. The impact, it's like throwing a pebble in the middle of a pond. That ring is still expanding and growing, still impacting esports, and that's timeless. That's not going to go away.
I think the Ogres were some of the first to pave the way and prove that that route would become something that was not only very real, but something that would become very special for a lot of people.
You know, if you're going to tell the story of professional Halo, he's got a big chunk of that story that he owns that everybody should know. He's on the Mount Rushmore. He's one of the 4 faces I'd put up there.
I think he's going to go down in history as the greatest console player of all time. If you look at his tournaments that he attended and the success that he was able to accomplish in that time period, there's no one who is ever going to have a career like his.
Yeah, that's a scary Ogre 2. I've gone against an Ogre 2 like that in the 2007 championship. We both have. We didn't take a game from him. He is terrifying when he is
confident. My name's Matthew Barker. I'm also known with my online alias as Voltage, and I've been competing in Halo since 2009, so coming up on 13 years now. So initially I first got into competitive Halo back in Halo 3 days. Halo 3 was actually my first Halo game that I played, and after playing that for a significant amount of hours, I finally ran into, funnily enough, TE back at the time, which had Benno on it, and I looked at his profile and I saw that he said it was the second best in Australia, and I was like, oh, I wonder how that's measured. And then I sort of went through the link, which back at the time was ACL, and I saw there was this whole competitive scene. And then from there, that's sort of where it kicked off for me. I got very lucky, I guess, in terms of the people that I was playing with, along with Slayer, Hef, and Ripped at the time, which we then ultimately picked up Benno. Once we just started playing and everything over and over again, we all played a lot back then, probably at least like 12 hours a day. So we very quickly became quite skilled and talented, and we understood each other's play styles probably better than anyone else very quickly, just because of the amount of hours we were putting in together as a group. With the first event at Brisbane, I'll never forget that LAN. and knocking off TE in the finals. You know, that were great moments for our whole team. I remember we were all super pumped, just all young kids sort of going into our first event, and gave us all motivation to do well overseas. Travel to America, you know, it opened up all these avenues that we could take this game so much further. It was very early on in the Halo 3 days. On our first ever trip to Columbus, we went over there for 2 weeks prior to the event, and we got to practice and play for the first time against the top US teams. And once we sort of started analysing our own game from that pre-land that we had, we were very lucky to verse some of the best teams at the time. We learned so much that we started developing and understanding the mentality behind what it takes to be a professional gamer. No one really had that experience of playing against the best in the world. And once we sort of, I guess, unlocked our own brains to understand how you need to play Halo as a competitive game, it definitely assisted us to carry that along, because once you have that knowledge, you can never lose it. So that allowed us to always stay at the top. We all still understood what it took and how you have to picture the map from a bird's eye perspective and exactly what was important on every map to win the game. We just kept on learning and accelerating on top of that. And that's probably the largest contributing factor into why we were able to stay at the top for such a long period of time. It's very hard for me to distinguish between my actual favorite moment in Halo, because there's been so many great memorable moments I've had across the 12 years. Probably what may just take the cake would be our first trip to Columbus. You know, there was a lot of hype and talk about us. We just released a trailer for our montage, which ended up being a great success. And so there was a lot of hype and talk about us, you know, whether we can hold it with the top US teams for Halo 3. And I remember the bracket came out when we were over in our Columbus motel, and we matched up against the #1 AM seeded team in the first round on split screen, which was the Yellow Dragons. And everyone was like, oh, you know, they're going home, they're packing their bags after the first round. Given the fact we've never played on split screen as well, we were all shitting ourselves, not sure what was going to happen, how we would go, how we would perform on split screen. And Hef ended up getting a code violation after that first game. We won the first game, getting up yelling him. I think he just had a huge amount of adrenaline running through him that he didn't even know what to say. He just wanted to abuse them and sort of get under their skin. And it was a hard-fought first win, that's for sure, against them. And we were obviously very nervous the first time we played there. And after we won the second game as well, we turned around and there was this just huge crowd behind us. They were all just chanting like Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. And I just remember turning around, everyone was going crazy. The Yellow Dragons were pissed, they cracked it. We were good friends with them prior to the event, and they just hated us after that. And we just completely sort of destroyed the open bracket, which was a great feeling because we sort of actually played probably the best we've ever played before. Probably one of the best memorable moments that I've had through Halo. I've always been that guy that my teammates will go, how the hell did you get away with that? Or how did that work? And that's sort of, it's not necessarily that I go looking for those plays. I think it's just sort of my play style that I'm always living life on the edge to a degree in terms of what I'm playing, especially in objective game types. I will always go for some sort of wizardry objective plays when, you know, most people analysing a game would believe it's not the greatest play, but somehow it manages to pull off. I'm not afraid to try new things mid-game, mid-scrims or mid-tournaments. And sometimes it doesn't, and people look at me and go, you're an idiot, why would you make that play? But that's just the way I play, and that's sort of what works with our whole team chemistry. And, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's the beauty of life. It's difficult for me for what I want to accomplish out of Halo, just doing so much already for the ANZ region. But ultimately, you know, very early on with everyone on our team as well, it wasn't about being the best in ANZ, and it never really was. And that's no disrespect to ANZ. You know, we're all fierce competitors, and the true accomplishment that would be wanting to be achieved would be, you know, doing really well overseas in the US and really making a name for yourselves. I think to be able to push, everyone says top 8, but realistically, being such a competitive person, I'd love to be able to push for top 4 to achieve and accomplish that in my Halo career. So it's not just you known as being the best in ANZ for, you know, 10 plus years. To me, that doesn't really ring a big bell. I always want to go to the top and be the best at everything I do. And until, you know, you start pushing that top 4 over in the States, that I'll feel like there was always that hole in my Halo career that I wasn't able to achieve. So based on my actions and everything I'm going to do now, if I do decide to sort of jump into Infinite 100 miles an hour, 100%. It's my goals and what I want to accomplish have nothing to do with ANZ. It's purely, eyes on the prize and doing extremely well overseas in the NA region and, coming out with at least the top 4. And that would ultimately be for me, the cherry on the cake for my Halo career.
Chain of events there, we'll say, and Zay putting some nice shots there. Gets the assist coming in, desperately trying to stay alive. You use your cover, duck deep and wide. Here it comes, 1v1, and Fraser going down in that situation.
Good position to take this. That's a massive kill there on Jackson there. And we have Zave, he's the last man alive, pushing through. 3 seconds to go. Can he get him down? He does. Balls down there.
Not able to get any connections, but that last rocket there, wow, 2 for 1. That's how you use it, Hoots. Maybe go back and watch the broadcast. Triple, baby! And a killing spree for Hypnotize. Time to push in and get a flag moving, and a little bit of hesitation there about getting the flag moving, and the fumble! You hate to see it, as the kids say. Now on, Junior coming in with the sword, not able to find some plays, gets a nice clean up in there. Killing spree for him, doubles there as well, double kill. And now they're starting to put some points on the board.
Putting all that experience to good use, but I love Ace hiding in this corner here. He's going to be able to move in. Unfortunately, slides and gets back whack. That kills you, and the teabags there as well. That's crushing for him. I mean,
yeah. And now Samuel pushing over the other side of the map. Look at that super slide coming through. Shotty coming through like he's playing a game of Infection. And now the flag is on the move. Rotating through to apply pressure to this B stronghold. A lot of next players there. Triple kill is there if he can connect things together. One more behind you. Time for that no scope we've been wanting. Fraser applying some pressure, but there the other. He did! What? No way!
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello Halo fans, welcome to the greatest region on the planet. It is time for the ANZ HCS Super. It is a full 3-day tournament. We're able to, without a reasonable doubt, figure out who is going to be the best in our region here for Halo Infinite. It has been a long time for us to get here, and I'm super excited to see what our wonderful players are able to put on display for you guys here. We've got a wonderful brand new studio for you guys to enjoy for the next 3 days. We've got insane content, we've got insane games, we've got some insane stuff for you guys to enjoy throughout this 3-day extravaganza of Halo Infinite. It is not just going to be me here in this wonderful studio. I'm going to have 2 handsome gentlemen going to be joining me by my side today. I've got Inmaniac and Bluey here. Lads, we're here, we're together in a studio, and we get 3 full days of wonderful Halo.
Luke, I'm absolutely stoked. The blood's pumping, and I'm not sure if it was the handsome comment or the studio that we're in, or being in a studio for the first time in nearly 3 years for yours truly, or some of us for the first time, Bluey. We're pumped to be here.
This is for me, yeah. And of course, like as Luke put it, I'm joined by such handsome gentlemen, so it can only do so much to give me the utmost confidence necessary to give my best performance for you guys at home.
Hell yeah, I'm super excited for us to dive into this entire weekend of Halo. I'm excited for everybody else that's going to be joining us here on the desk as well. We've got 2 boys who are waiting in the wings, eagerly awaiting everybody at home to be able to show their beautiful faces as well. But for us to get here to the ANZ Super, it has been a bit of a long road for us. Our teams all across our wonderful lands of Australia and New Zealand have been competing for the past 3 weeks to be able to come here on the big stage and see who's got what it takes to get #1 here in ANZ. We started out with the Super Qualifier, it was 2 weeks ago, and then we jumped into the Super Open. This is where we get to start to see a lot of these teams come together, because 6 of these teams had to fight for their slots. 4 of them were auto-invited to this Super, where we've got 3 full days of competition to figure out who is going to get the lion's share of $50,000 American dollars, the biggest prize pool we've had here in ANZ history. Not only that, they also do get a slot in the Kansas City Major. And Josh, just looking at these big old numbers that are floating around, that's more zeros than I've ever seen.
Yeah, I remember when there were no zeros, and back in the day we were playing for about $2 and you might get a nice lunch if you were lucky. But this is absolutely huge. Of course, the largest prize pool we've seen in the ANZ region. I'm stoked that we're playing for it here. It's going to be a massive weekend.
Yeah, I know. This is an absolutely landmark moment down here for ANZ. Like, this is the biggest event that we've had so far for Halo, you know, ever. And these players today really have something to fight for. You know, this is historic for everyone here. And of course, for the old heads in the room who have been with Halo since the beginning. So
yeah, I remember, you know, back in the day, Josh would just be handing out the pineapples at the end of the stage. But this time around, has to be a big old fresh check for the guys that come out on top today.
Yeah. I wonder what the tax department would say about that. It looked a bit sketch when just reach into the jacket. You had the old Van Zeddy handing out the pineapples. There'll only be a couple.
Out the back. Yeah, I'll give you the
Might be a few too many this time with 50 grand though, and there'd be those greenbacks I think this time.
Yeah. Either way, these lads are playing for something. We've got 10 teams who are going to be joining us here for the entire weekend. So let's jump into our first auto-qualified teams, and it is none other than the Chiefs who are going to be joining us here for the entire weekend. And I mean, Josh, just looking at these guys have been completely untouched for the entirety of Halo Infinite. They have only lost one series since this game began.
Yeah, we haven't seen a dynasty like this since Team Immunity back in the Halo 3 days. The Chiefs, they're basically untouchable. I mean, every time they go up against someone, unless you're already in that top 2 or 3, I mean, they don't even break a sweat. If you go into Barcode Stream, Bluey, we've talked about it a bit, it looks like he's not even trying half the time. It's just so far away how far ahead the Chiefs are.
It's absolutely ridiculous. You can go back and actually look at like all their scrim data on board, and these guys basically never drop a map. You know, they'll play against a team for an entire night, playing 50-something matches back to back to back, and they won't drop anything. They're just an absolute machine. All 4 of them are just like robots on the sticks.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting thing for us to touch on, right? It's not just the barcode show when we look at this Chiefs roster. These guys have slaying power all across every single one of their members, and the way that they can chop and change their playstyle to determine whether or not Barcode's going to have, you know, a 15k damage game, or, you know, one of these other guys want to try and step up. But a team that has been really kind of on the heels of the Chiefs has been Divine Mind, and I think these guys are really looking to try and make that gap between them and the Chiefs a whole lot smaller in the Super.
Yeah, and I mean, they're well on the path to doing that. These guys have been absolutely outstanding, and Blue, one of the people that I wanted to call out in the squad is Beast. And, you know, I casted over this guy for many years in Call of Duty, and now here he is. Halo Infinite's his new stomping ground, and stomping he is against most of the competition.
He's also stomping like 24/7. I don't think I ever see this dude not playing like Infinite ranked or in scrims. I don't understand how he does it. I think he just somehow has managed to filter feed food and water through his PC through just purely playing. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. But it certainly shows too, because when we see him on deck, like, he's an absolute monster whenever he's playing.
And I think when he made that, you know, first appearance onto the scene, people were really having whispers about this guy being cracked on the sticks, and he came in and now he's on the second best team that we have here in the best region in the world. And the fact that he's been able to put up these big numbers is super exciting to see what Beeson can do in the future. But a team that has a little bit of an air around them coming into this Super, reunited, came in together off the back of their Raleigh qualification under the old flag of Mindfreak. They've come into this Super. Now, unfortunately, due to some of the issues that we have here in Northern Queensland in Australia, Wrath City isn't able to play for this Super, and they've got the Super sub in Lift to come in and try and get them something here for today.
Yeah, it's really disappointing that Wrath couldn't play, but, you know, I mean, the poor guy's going through a flood at the moment, so I'm just hoping he's all okay. But, yeah, I mean, stepping in for him is going to be Liff, who is, you know, an outstanding player in his own right. Now, this squad, there is a lot of talk in the ANZ scene about them, about earning their place here. But no matter how you feel, they've got the old auto qualification spot from Raleigh, and here they are going to be trying to prove they've got something against these other teams.
Well, that's the thing, is they have something to prove here with the amount of banter that I think we've all seen going back and forth on Twitter with, you know, do these guys deserve to be here? And this is what matters right now, is it's game day. So yes, they need to show off and show out.
And I think it's a big thing is about them stepping up and really kind of proving that they are here to party in ANZ, because it is going to be a stacked day for us here in pool play. But another team that I'm super excited for us to look at is BBR. These guys have been on the up and up ever since they came into the scene. And the fact that they've got this sick new logo and they've got this red hot form, I'm just excited to see what they can do for 3 days.
Oh, it's not just the logo that does the work. You've got this entire squad here with the latest edition of Shrekman as well. It is an outstanding squad. And for me, these guys are like the dark horse of the entire tournament. Out of the 10 teams we've got, the way they've been playing, you've got Ads here with his 17 years of competitive Halo experience. They've been really, really impressing me, and I'm not just saying that. Az has been playing some of the best Halo I think I've seen for a very, very long time, Bluey.
Yeah, this is a squad that I think we've all seen here on the desk, like consistently improving.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it really exciting now, because there's so much to play for, so much in their hands. They're looking into the crystal ball, seeing their future. They know what they need to do in order to like grasp it. It's right there in front of them. So now with this weekend, they need to perform at their utmost, and I'm hoping all the scrims and all the research that they've done on the other teams is really going to pay off.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing for us to touch on for those auto-qualified teams. It's been a long time since we've seen a lot of these guys play. Obviously, we know what the Chiefs can do, we know what Divine Mind can do, but I think the big question mark for me is, what does practice look like for BBR? How has these guys improved across? Has this gap closed between the top two and these other teams that are floating around? But teams that we have seen a little bit have been the teams that went through our Super qualifier. So let's go and have a quick look back to see how that did pan out, because this was a weekend coming into this Super, we knew that we were going to have a very strong fight for this top 6, because we've seen that so far. But I think coming into this qualifier for me, Josh, there was a few names that were floating around that really could have fought for this top 2 slot. I'm looking at teams like Demons, 1620 Kings, Dial's Team Immunity. That was a race for these top 2.
Yeah, Demons we'll have to talk about a little bit. You know, that 2-0 start, they had the 3-1 over 1620 Kings, which we thought that was going to be a lot closer. And just below that, of course, that crazy Game 5, Direwolves versus Team Immunity. I was backing Team Immunity in that one because of the inconsistency we've seen out of Direwolves. It went all the way to the Game 5, 50-49. Direwolves just clutched it. But this entire bracket was just absolutely insane to watch.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, and especially looking at this elimination bracket, it was kind of like a fire got lit out of the bums of the Team Immunity guys. They were like, this is our time for us to qualify. We want to try and get a good seed going into pool play, and they turned one on here, Bluey. They put 3-0 almost across the entire board, and they looked like they were not skipping a beat.
Oh yeah, Fire is right, Luke. I think they were probably just a little bit disappointed in themselves being knocked down into that elimination bracket. Like, I think for a lot of people watching, especially in the ANZ region, it's not really what we expected to see. But throughout their whole run into the elimination bracket, it's like they had an internal talk of themselves and said, we're not losing. We're not dropping anything. And that's exactly what they did. They went on an absolute spree throughout this whole bracket. It was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, and I think those guys being able to come off of a little bit of red hot form, they cooled down a little bit here from the previous week, and now being able to come into this and really starting to tear it up in the Super. But a team that I want to talk about a little bit before we get into Team Immunity is the Direwolves here, and these have been guys that have stayed together for the entirety of Halo Infinite. This 4-stack has stayed together through the entirety of ANZ roster mania, but these guys have been a little bit inconsistent for me, Blue. I think, we've seen them be able to reach their high highs of a top 2, but sometimes they even do drop down into 7th, 8th.
Yeah, it's been a little bit unusual to watch with the Direwolves squad, because I think when we were first playing, the first Infinite competitions that we had, watching the Direwolves, we're all like looking at them with bright eyes, being like, oh wow, these guys are really a force to be reckoned with. But they have had a lot of inconsistencies. They have been able to maintain a fundamental squad, which is really good to see. We've had way too much roster mania, but I think they're just one of those teams that really have a lot of minor things to iron out, a few speed bumps to get over, and they can easily be number 2 in the ANZ region. I personally think anyway.
Yeah, I certainly feel like they've got enough in their toolbox to be able to get towards the top, but it's about whether or not all those tools start to come together on the day. And I think that is the story we're going to tell through the entirety of the Super, is about who really turns up for these 3 days and who really has that mentality to get towards the top. But a team that certainly does have the dynasty in and of themselves here, Josh, is Team Immunity. They brought in Dante. Unfortunately, Ogre 1 wasn't able to compete with them any longer, but now Dante's come in and really started to fit into the squad.
Yeah, well, you're talking about a toolbox to work with. Without Ogre 1, I wonder if they're missing the 10 mil socket, because it might be the case, but with Dante in there, who is a beast in his own right, I think this squad, they've got something. And I tell you what, we talked about dynasties previous. You cannot talk about ANZ Halo and not give respect to Immunity.
Yep.
They played for years without being touched at all, and here they are, still giving it a red-hot go here in Halo Infinite. I think it needs to be said, in my opinion, Bluey, I think they're still finding their feet, and yet they are still playing out of their minds.
I think it speaks volumes. We've even had players like Barcode in his interviews talk about kind of not how much he feared Team Immunity, but they were wary of them, right? They knew that they have the ability to come into this new game, make adaptations themselves personally as individual players, and then take their playstyle into this game full force. I think we're still seeing that come to fruition, but it's ultimately something that we can get to. And at the end of the day, these guys have been playing for decades, right? Cumulatively. So Yeah, it's something that they just have to mold a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think, even the first showing that we saw of Team Immunity when they came into a Pro Series, they got a top 3. So I think these guys certainly have exactly what they need to try and get towards the top. And with the amount of practice that they've had here coming to the Super, I'm sure these guys are really going to perform for this Super, and I'm excited to see what they can do. But there was one last qualifier we had to get to give away these final 4 slots to come into the Super, and this is where we were able to shine the spotlight on some of these teams we haven't really seen all too much. So coming into this Super, we had 4 slots to give away. Top 2 were able to get into pool play, and then 3rd and 4th were ejected directly into this championship bracket who don't get this first day of practice. But there was still so many names that floated around in this, Josh. Obviously, we look at teams like Demons, 1620 Kings, even 1620 King Gold, Lolly DeGeneres, like all these guys, Nebula, New Era, Next, all these guys that were in the upper bracket, there were some names that we certainly could have given these slots to.
Yeah, definitely. And I just wanted to point out as well that here in the Open is where we saw some of the best games that I've seen. I called out earlier Deathruptor Fans versus 1620 Kings. That series there that went the distance was some of the best competitive Halo I've seen. Don't worry about the Chiefs. Yeah, they're going to stomp everyone. That's boring. Watch these games, because these are the ones, they're the hungry guys. These are the ones who really, really want it. And this is where you'll see some great competitive Halo action.
These are the teams that have nothing to lose. So they're willing to pull everything out of the bag, every strat that you haven't seen before, that you're thinking like, where did this come from? Like, they don't care. If they can pull it out to make themselves win, they're going to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And, having a look here at this elimination bracket, this is where it really came down to tooth and nail for a lot of these teams. Even when we're looking at this final series between Lola DeGeneres as well as Nebula, that went all the way to Game 5, albeit it might not have been as close as the entire series did say, but Nebula could have made a run for that. New Era could have made a run. Even Next could have made a run for these 3rd and 4th slots that we were giving away. And I think it's just crazy the depth that we have in this scene, the fact that we're looking all the way from 10th down to 16th, and these teams are still competing, albeit it might have been a mud wrestle in the trenches for a lot of these teams, but it was exciting for us to watch.
Yeah, indeed it was. I love a good mud wrestle, and I think that's an apt description of some of the games that we saw there, Bluey, but they were absolutely fantastic to watch. And as I said, they may not make it to the top. They may not be your top 2, top 3 teams, but this is where you see some of those best series that you'll watch.
Yeah, these players start to solidify themselves in like their play styles, and even just simple stuff as making a crazy montage clip for themselves is fantastic, and it just gets them, more and more into the Halo region.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see what these guys can do, especially with the experience they're going to be getting here throughout the Super Bowl. Let's jump into a team that's going to be joining us here for pool play. Let's have a look at the Demons. This is a team, I know you touched on a little bit earlier on about BBR being your dark horse for this tournament, Josh, but I really think that the Demons, these guys are here to party. These guys are going to come in. They've got some big slaying power, and they've got some insane members on this squad.
Yeah, I've already called it out, and I don't like to focus just on one player in a team, but I'm going to do it, and that's going to be Plasma. I've said many times, this guy just absolutely out of nowhere is just dominating with an individual performance every series I play. Plasma, I'm gonna ask him out on a date. I'm gonna, see if we can get a nice dinner. I just want to get to know him, Luke, because I just think he's an outstanding player.
Well, I mean, across the entirety of this weekend, Josh, you might be able to have an interview with Mr. Plasma, and we might be able to set up that nice little hot date for you. So, who knows? Cute. That would be pretty cute, especially if these Demon boys are able to perform throughout this Super and even have a good showing in their pool play and go a bit deeper in the championship bracket. I really, really do think that these guys can make a play for the title, and if not, worst case, I think a top 3 for the Demons will be apt for this Super. But Deathruptor Fans were the other team that were able to get into pool play here. So the final team going to be rounding out our pools here, and these guys, they've had a little bit of a storied history as an organization, but they've been able to kind of roster around Apollo as well as Ryu, make this solid too. They've brought in Junior as their old head to really kind of give them that extra to go forward, Bluey.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think we've highlighted on broadcast before, but Junior being added to this roster, kind of like the dad of these 3 surrogate children, being able to really rally them around. And you can see just in how their gameplay and game styles have developed since Junior's been on the roster, you can definitely tell that his influence has permeated all 3 of these players and the team as a whole.
I just can't believe that Junior hasn't got, his locked-in roster yet. Where's the ring on the finger? He's still dating, still seeing what's out there. But I must be said, in all seriousness, every roster that Junior goes on, he makes them better. Like, you've only had to see his streams and see what he's like in person.
Yeah.
He's constantly coaching, constantly giving advice. That really strong. We talk about an overused term in especially FPS titles is in-game leader.
Yeah.
He is the definition of an in-game leader. Junior just makes every team he touches better and elevates them.
Yeah, exactly. And those guys have got a really big old head to try and work around here. But a team that's not going to be joining us here for pool play is going to be the 1620 20 Kings. There's a few members that are floating around here. Obviously, they've got the dedicated KBM player in Rice coming into the 16-20 Kings roster. Maybe they were hoping to get towards pool play, but they're able to at least get themselves into the Super, and this is another team that has a lot to prove here.
Yeah, Rice, tough. You know, there's a lot of controversy around these players in the ANZ scene, particularly around, you know, people that think there's some questionable gameplay coming out of them. But I think it's in on KBM, and to be honest, my message to everyone is get good, because these guys certainly are, and I think that what we're seeing is just what the true potential is of a KBM player on Halo Infinite.
Yeah, KBM and crossplay, you know, being introduced into Infinite has given us a lot of these sneak peeks into these sort of individual star players playing on KBM, right? And as you said before, Luke, it's really cool to touch on the fact that they are coming in here with a lot to prove. There has been some controversy for them in the ANZ region, so if they come out swinging, then I think that's just going to set the pace for their team for the rest of who knows when.
Exactly, and I think these guys certainly have, you know, as we said, a lot to prove, but they can also really kind of step up when they need to, and I'm excited to see what they can do there in that elimination bracket. But our final team that's going to be joining us for the Super is Authority Pink, and those of you who may have been a little bit privy to our previous graphic, like, where's Lolly Degeners? This is Lolly Degeners. These guys have been picked up by a nice little small org here in Australia. They're going to be representing Authority Pink throughout today, and Bluey, these guys, again, have a dedicated KBM player.
Yeah, dedicated KBM player, and Jackson KB. He's a player that I've had a lot of experience sort of like chatting with and playing with every now and then, and I've got a personal call out for him. Jackson, I know you got a bit of an ego coming into this competition, mate, so you've got something to prove. Make it happen, buddy. We are capturing you in 4K. This is where you need to develop your resume as a Halo player, and this is where you can make a stand, buddy, so you got to do the work.
Helping to hold up the ego of Jackson. Divinity and Zave are fantastic players, but I also need to make a call out with Biz. He's been around competing since, you know, back in Halo 3 when we were casting over games, you know, a decade ago. And, you know, we had a conversation off stream about how he's always been considered, you know, this kind of high mid player. Now here he is competing for the biggest prize pool we've ever seen in this region. And I think he wants to get rid of that kind of typecast that he's in, Luke, as that mid-tier player. And maybe between him and Jackson and the rest of the squad, they might be able to cause an upset.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got an elimination bracket to try and run through, so the road is going to be long for these guys, 16-20 Kings and Authority Pink, but they can certainly do it. There is going to be, you know, potential for them to watch the entire pool play today, see what they can try and work at. They've got those little bit of extra scrims, and who knows, even the guys in pool play today, at the end of the day, maybe we see some more scrim blocks going out and they might be able to level it up. But it is going to be exciting for us to see what these 10 teams can pull out through this entire weekend. And it is exciting for you guys at home as well, because you guys can be a part of the broadcast here on the HCS Super. You guys can use the hashtag HCS Super out on Twitter. Make sure you follow us as well at ESL Halo, and you guys can be a part of the broadcast. You want to send in some sick clips. You want to guys just show us how you're watching the stream. You just want to show us your sick Halo montage. Anything you guys throw out there onto the Twitter sphere, we'll bring it in onto the broadcast. We'll have a chat about it. We'll talk about it. You guys want to say that Bluey's got 2 rounds ahead. Hey, maybe Twitch chat might be able to get that out there, but if you tweet it, I'll at least see it, and then you guys can do it. I'm also going to be using hashtag HCS Super for a lot of this weekend, trying to give you guys a bit of the behind the scenes stuff and try and figure out what we're doing here in Sydney, Australia. But I mean, Josh, the fact that we're going to be able to bring everybody from the audience inside of the studio here and into the broadcast is super exciting, because I know everybody at home just loves being, you know, a part of the broadcast and being homey here, especially in ANZ, because we're all about being, you know, homey and together.
Yeah, it could be dangerous. I know what the producers are like behind the scenes here. They might bring some questionable content and ask where the boot polish is for him, or perhaps where the lipo is for me. But I look forward to the comments, but I'm looking forward to the clips as well, because I think it'd be a bit of fun getting them on the broadcast.
Hell yeah, maybe we might be able to like guess the rank or something like that for some of these Halo players, see if we can figure out whether or not we've got controller boys and maybe some KBM. I'd love to see some sick KBM plays. I think that's a big thing. So maybe, you know, I'll call out to everybody out there on the Twitter sphere. Show us your KBM plays here on Halo
Scoob, I know
Infinite.
you're watching.
Scoob, I know. I mean, throw it out there. Even if you just give us a meow or a meow, I'll be happy with that. But either way, time for us to start talking about the meat and potatoes of the show, and that is going to be the pool play for today. Through the entirety of today, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we've got. These 2 pools are going to be going through a full round robin. Everything's a best of 5 as well for those of you playing along at home. So we've got a whole lot of Halo for us to look at today, and these are how we are going to determine this championship bracket as well. But I think looking across both these pools, Chiefs, Reunited, Direwolves, Disruptor Fans in Pool A, then Divine Mind, BBR, Team Immunity, and Demons for Pool B. I want us to start looking towards Pool A, because this is, I'm not going to beat around the bush here, lads. This is the weaker pool that we've got going into this. So I think looking at Pool A here for me, Josh, is really going to kind of be a fight for second and a fight for third, because that 4 slot means you're going to go straight into the elimination bracket.
Yeah, I mean, look, not beating around the bush, you've got the Chiefs in there, and none of the teams that are in Pool A have been able to touch them. You've got Reunited, who I think are firmly holding to the wooden spoon, which is just about that second spot with Direwolves and Disruptor Fans. So I'm keen to see what they can do. Maybe there's an upset in here, but I don't see it coming.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit rough for some of these other teams to try and compete against the Chiefs. But let's have a look at Pool B. This is the pool of death for everybody that's playing along at home. All 4 of these teams have been able to take series off each other, maps off each other, and I think it is going to be insane for us to look at this. And Blue, I think you're going to have to be a mind reader or a fortune teller, something to try and figure out who's going to come out on top of this pool.
Yeah, this is where the good Halo is going to be. Inman was talking about it before. Like, these are the games that you want to watch because these teams are really vying to just climb that ladder, right? So they're going to be using strategies that we probably haven't been able to see before or them even perfect. It's going to be rusty. It's going to be nasty. I'm so excited to see Pool B.
Well, I mean, speaking of Pool B, before we start getting into our first match of today, I want to get you guys to have your predictions here. So, Blue, we're going to start with you. Who do you think is going to come out of Pool B? I think Pool A, we'll leave that one to the wayside a little bit now, but Pool B, who do you feel like is going to come out on top? 1 to 4, actually.
1 to 4. Okay, so Divine Mind.
Pressure.
Yes.
There's a countdown. Let's get beep.
Divine Mind number 1. Yep. I want to put Team Immunity number 2.
Oh, okay.
BBR 3, and then Demons 4.
Okay. All right. So
my mind has changed a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. All right. What about you, Josh?
I don't know if it's just because I'm a fanboy or if I'm really riding the hype wave right now. I'm going to say, not to be controversial, I'm going to put BBR number 1, Divine Mind 2nd, Immunity 3rd, which I can't believe I'm saying that, and I can't believe I'm saying Demons 4th, but it's the pool of death, but that's what I'm going for.
I'm so excited to see who's going to be right or wrong. I personally feel like it's going to be Demons, Divine Mind, BBR than Immunity. I don't know. I think I'm being a bit mean with Immunity. I feel like a lot of the reason why they're going to get in 4th is I feel like it's going to be a very, very tight series for their final series.
Demons won.
Don't at me, Immunity boys, please. I love you guys. I love watching you guys play.
HCS Super.
please, Immunity, please don't hate me for this. But I think it is going to be a big trial for a lot of these teams, and I think it's going to be exciting for us to talk about these pools as we get towards the end of today. But lads, it is time. It's time for us to jump into our first series here. We're going to be jumping into Pool A, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be getting into our first series of pool play. It is going to be the Direwolves and Deathruptor fans going head-to-head here in a full best-of-5. Josh, this Direwolves team, these guys, again, a little bit inconsistent, but they can certainly start to show up today.
Yeah, we've already talked. I mean, it's obviously a global thing that's talked about when it comes to roster changes and stuff. But Direwolves, since the beginning of Halo Infinite, they've got this same squad: Dino, Zirkle, Vamped, and Bald. So much experience here. The consistency, though, just hasn't been there, Bluey. I mean, I know that we've missed a couple of weeks, but given that they've remained together, I would have thought that it would be a bit more consistent, but no matter what I say, they're here today, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, at the end of the day, they've earned their top spot, but it is something that I think we're going to be talking about a lot with the Direwolves, unless they prove us wrong, is just that inconsistency that they tend to have in their team. We all love the players. Don't get us wrong. They're a fantastic squad, but there's just something that isn't working quite right within them then. And hey, maybe the 50 grand that's on the line might be able to change that.
Yeah, hey, maybe that's what the motivator that they need here, but there's a team that is certainly fighting for their life here in this pool. If they get a win across Direwolves here, that sets them up for the rest of the pool as well, and it is the Deathruptor fans. And we talked about them a little bit when we saw their replay package, the fact that they've got Junior at the head this time around to really start to corral a lot of these young little Slayers and really start to hone them into that competitive setting, right? Really trying to make these guys competitive Halo players.
Yeah, I mean, Junior has been a fantastic addition to this squad. You know, you just have to watch his stream or see him in person to know what he can bring to his squad. As an in-game leader, I said this earlier, I don't think there's... Come to think of it, I don't think that I can think of an Australian player who acts as more of an amplifier than Junior. I think he's fantastic when you add him to any squad. He just elevates them. But you got to give respect to the entire team. They've made it this far. And again, Bluey, this is one of those teams that I love to watch. It doesn't matter if they're not in the top 3. They can bring some really good Halo action.
Yeah, I wanted another individual highlight for the team is Apollo. Like, he's a fantastic individual player in his own right, but I think it's that kind of thing where you need someone like a Junior, like at the head of the team, to sort of ring him in when necessary, so he's not going off like solo dolo, just doing whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes those players can really make those play works, but it really does go to show that sometimes when we see these teams come together and really get around their big Slayers, that's when they are able to get on top of each other. But let's have a look at a head-to-head of some of these players, and I think, you know, we talked across a lot of these rosters so far, and I want us to start highlighting Dino and Rio here. These guys have been big Slayers for both of their teams. These are the stats from the Pro Series number 4 as well, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have more stats coming through from the Super as we get a little bit further into this. But Josh, the fact that we talk about this Direwolves roster, we look at Vamped as being one of their main Slayers, but when Vamped isn't wasn't able to get those big kind of slay games in, Dino certainly picks up the slack.
Quick shout out to Halo Data High for bringing us these stats, by the way. Dino is a beast. I mean, he won a recent community comp run by yours truly in Maniac on Twitch, guys. But he's actually been really popping off lately, and that's really, really cool because Dino is, you know, to use your expression, Luke, he's been like the meat and potatoes of squads that he's been on, and now he seems to be like the Wagyu fillet that really has just been the fantastic standout player, which is surprising to me as someone who's been watching him play for 10 years plus.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly when we see these players specifically be able to change their kind of identities, especially as we go through Halo Infinite and how they're able to develop as players themselves, whether they be team players, whether they be main slayers or anything like that. And, you know, I think on the other side of things, Ryu has certainly been one of those players to me as well that has been kind of stepping up for the Deathruptor fans and really being able to kind of make those big clutch plays for them to try and get them over the line.
Yeah, big clutch plays, and overall, I think just like a good all-rounder. It's something that I don't think gets like a lot of highlight on these teams, but you need like an all-rounder, a jack of all trades, someone who's able to go from slaying to be more objective-based, or then even fall back and fill more of a support role and just anchoring for your team time and time again. And I think that's what Ryu is like very well like able to excel at within his team, within his spot. So hopefully today he might put on more of that that slay aspect, and he puts on a bit of a show for us.
Yeah, I hope that we see some big numbers coming out from a lot of the main slayers that we're going to see throughout today. And I think it's kind of wonderful for us because we've got a whole lot of these pool play matches to get through. We've got a whole lot of Halo Infinite for us to get through today. We're going to have some insane stuff going through it. I'm super excited to see how it all does pan out. But I think this is a good time for us to start to talk about kind of this series holistically, right? Because we talked about the fact that Pool A is a little bit of a weaker one for a lot of these teams, but coming into this, it really is super important for one of these teams to come out on top, because if you get closer towards the top part of your pool, you might have an easier bracket, Josh.
Yeah, indeed you might. And, you know, you obviously want to get that top spot because we talked about the bracket.
Yeah.
If you get that #1 spot in the pool, you're already into round number 2, and you've already got that the extra bit of dollary dues up your sleeve as well if you get that far. So obviously you want to get as high a placing as you can in pools.
Yeah, it's just exciting to see these guys be able to play for a little bit more money and mean that every single one of these series is super important, because as we start getting deeper into that bracket, each one of those series is going to be upwards of maybe even $2,000, $4,000 increase for those guys to win. But let's have a look at our maps here for our first series of the ANZ Super. I'm so excited for us to get into this series and see how it does pan out. We're going to start here on Oddball Live Fire Bluey. I know a lot of the time we saw a whole lot of Oddball across the previous 2 weekends that we had, and it's good to see that these teams are starting to kind of find a bit more of identity on these objective maps rather than, you know, just trying to be relying on their slays a lot.
Yeah, straight up though, Oddball I feel like is the game type that a lot of these teams have struggled with, right? Like this is a game type where you really start to differentiate, who your higher seeded team is between your lower, because you've got so much to worry about, so much map space that you have to take control of, and a whole team to wrangle around you.
Yeah, well, Oddball is that one that really separates good from great when it comes to these teams. Slayer can be, you know, hey, who's shooting hot on the day, you know? And there's a lot of inconsistency with it. We always talk about these kind of game types, these objective game types. Oddball, particularly on live fire, I think that's where you're going to really be able to separate these teams and show who's firing on all cylinders on the day.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a good barometer for us for this entire series as well. Right? Like as you guys said, Oddball as well as live fire are two very good, you know, maps and game modes to be able to differentiate how these teams are playing. And I think as we look a little bit deeper into that series, it starts to get a little bit more murky, a little bit more even. You know, we've got a Slayer as map number 2. We've even got Streets as map number 3. And I think Streets has been a kind of great equalizer for a lot of these teams. We've even seen Chiefs struggling on that map, and it just feels like so many of these teams have just gotten so good at playing on Streets.
Yeah, there's a lot of like very small things that need to be ironed out from map to map. And it takes, you know, again, we're mentioning the Chiefs once again, but they're one of the teams who, you know, within our region have been able to come together as a 4 and really look at where they struggle and iron out those points and pretty much get rid of them. That's why they're so consistent in their gameplay all throughout.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be exciting for us to see if this story is going to develop throughout. Like, I'm just so excited for us to start jumping into a few more of these Chiefs games. I know we're gushing about them a little bit. I just want to see how these guys have panned out. I want to see how everybody else has improved across these last weeks as well, because Direwolves, they got this extra week off. They've had a little bit more time to prepare rather than the Deathruptor fans who came from the Super Open, Josh. And I think that's probably a pretty big thing, considering, you know, when we're talking about this Deathruptor fan squad, might be a little bit harder for them to get these top tier screams against, you know, teams like Divine Mind and the Chiefs, whereas the Direwolves, I feel like, are probably in that upper echelon where they're able to get a bit more of this high tier practice.
It is a really interesting conversation to talk about it, because no matter the reasoning, and I don't want to get into all the drama that comes with the scene, but
hashtag HCS Super.
not having that kind of practice with the top tier teams, obviously it can only be a detriment, I feel. you either, even if you're getting smashed, at least you know what's coming and you know how they're playing against you. You're not getting that practice to see how a better team moves across the map and all of the things that come with playing competitive Halo. It's kind of sad and disappointing. So what I'm interested to see, and maybe we'll get an interview later, is just what they've been doing to prepare for the Super. What have they been doing to prepare for the largest prize pool we've ever seen?
Yeah, and I think that's a real kind of interesting story for us to tell, is about how these guys have developed across the last couple of days that we've had in between this Super and the qualifier. But ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time for us to jump into map number 1 of the ANZ Super. It's Direwolves and Death the Fans going head-to-head.
I cannot wait to get started. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 1 is finally here, and we've got 2 of the best teams in the region to get it started. Direwolves versus Death Fans. It's Oddball on Livefire. I'm absolutely pumped. We're here. We're in the studio. It's pouring rain outside, but I tell you what, I cannot be feeling anything but hot here on the seat next to you,
the
Bluey.
rain, it's a flood of emotions, Josh. There's not just real life floods, but it's a flood of emotions right now. So as these boys get into that, we're seeing a really quick convergence just down bottom mid. I think they're probably prioritizing Heatwave more so over the ball. Dino dropping immediately 2 shots, but he has the sniper instead of a BR. It's going to be interesting to see if he can land this shot, and he absolutely does not. So now that is 2 essential power weapons in the hands of Direwolves, and they have the ball as well, making a rotation just to brute ramp, probably heading for that tower, Inman.
No montage clips with the first use of that sniper. We'll see who picks it up into the tower. Great setup here for Direwolves off the break. The overshield's now up. We can see here 3 players from the Death Fans over there. They should be able to get away with that. You do see a battle taking place. Vamped up here is able to get some shots out. It's going to be Junior up close and personal as our first few points on the board go to Direwolves, as both teams just try to establish themselves here on this map.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed that, Inman, but that was OS already gone. Like, immediately shredded within seconds of it being popped. Challenge down at the back tower here. Absolutely eviscerated Dino with that Heatwave taking down Strafe Noble. We're seeing the ball rotated by Vamp in that back tower. It looks like a play here. If he doesn't fumble it, and he does. He gets that play off the map. So a good little setup there. A couple of seconds in the bag. Unfortunately, Death Fans haven't been able to touch the ball yet.
They might be able to, though, with 4 players down from Direwolves. You're going to see that ball moving. It's going to be Apollo down low, just trying to get some kind of control here. It's going to be Junior that runs away the ball. They've got 1 second, so they've got the breadstick. Obviously, very early days here as they just try and get control out of pillars here. With 1 player up on Nest, you've got Vamp pushing pillars. This is going to be a tough pass here from Apollo. He does have the snipe, but he's not going to be able to connect, and that's going to be 2 players here dropping down from Death Fans. Make that 3. Junior, the only one left alive, as Direwolves once again just trying to secure themselves on the map.
Yeah, a lot of shots ringing out, but I wouldn't say a lot of confirmed kills. You can look at Death Fans, they've all got 2 across the board. Direwolves, both Balds and Vamped have 4 kills, but even then it's 2 for Dino and Zirkle. So there is a lot of fire exchange, but no one's really been able to get like a dominant presence on the map yet. We haven't seen a full tower hold. We are going to see a double kill come out from Zirkle. Good stuff for him, and he is going to be able to secure OS with that ground being taken. Looks like I spoke too soon.
That was fantastic positioning on the map. He wrapped through the middle of the map, straight over on Sandbags, got the double, he's got the overshield. Fantastic setup here for Zirkle and Direwolves, and he's still taking names. He's going to be working his way through. He's got the support of his team here. Now they're going to be working their way over to Factory. There is going to be 1 player we can see over there. Will they be able to challenge this? He's still got a little bit of his overshield left. There's a player running in. He's going to be forced to back up. That ball now making its way towards scoreboard here. Just trying to decide where they're going to be setting up. No matter where they go, I think they're in a fantastic position. Only Dino's down at the moment, but you've got the whole squad of Death up. I say that as 1 is dropped. They are slowly moving towards Factory. 2 down now for Direwolves, and Death Fans try and make their play.
They make a good little collapse there, and I do want to point out, we haven't seen a solid hold from Direwolves. They do go 4 down just momentarily, and that could be one of the things that sort of casts the doom on them. But overall, they've been able to do really well with not making like a full hold. They haven't been sitting in A, they haven't been sitting in tower, typically 2 spots that we see them, but they've sort of just been juggling the ball around Brutes and OS, and look at the score with them just doing that. It's 51-4, even with them just making a mad dash for the ball constantly.
This is a fantastic start from Direwolves, a 51-4 lead. I want to get into their minds and see what they're thinking and what they're coming. So let's go to a listen-in with the Direwolves to see how they're dominating so much at the start of this game.
What's that guy at tower did?
I don't know. He's not oval. Nice, good milking.
I got snipe. Keegan, watch me. Yeah, they might be coming dummies.
Go, overshield.
Oh, sure, yep.
One's already scoreboard. One scoreboard as well, Hayden. I'm again. Another one screen going scoreboards, 1 shot.
Skinny Junior.
Skinny, one's on the oval.
Skinny Junior.
2 on ball.
Get ready to play it
2 on ball, 1 shot.
Oh.
Play that.
Oh,
Unlucky. Yeah, but you can shoot ball. You can shoot ball.
Yes,
One's in nest already. Pillars as well. Pillars as well. Pillars. He's weak on B. One's on nest.
I'm gonna come to Dean. Hold up, bro.
On B, weak as.
Yeah, hang on.
Good lead, boys. Alright, we got a lead.
Yeah, I'm going.
I've got cave. That's
Already C boxes sniping. C boxes sniping. One shot. He should be one shot.
Nice. We've got a number.
He's off bottom tower. On top tower.
He's got
top tower weak. Top tower weak.
C player to us. C player, care.
He's in skinny. He's in skinny, guys. He's in skinny.
Stray's weak.
We have numbers.
C boxes. C boxes as well.
3 guys. Nice.
Yeah, he's still C block.
I just want to. Yeah, I just want
One
to.
shot C boxes. Another one nest.
I'll keep play it.
Oh, we won't be able to. Oh, Hayden got it. Hayden got it.
Another one back tower.
Two bottom tower. I got shot on him.
They went bottom.
One's on dummies. Dummy door. 2 dummy door.
Yeah.
Looking
I
bottom.
got an 8 on them all. I got an 8 on them. They're weak.
Oh my god.
Sandbags as well, guys. Sandbags as well. Another one top middle.
Oh, bro. I got shit killed with sandbags.
Lucky.
We still have heaps of time.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
And then you're first up.
Oh, wait, there's one dummy now.
C-plot already. C-plot already.
I think he's in bottom mid.
C boxes.
Dummy door really weak. We can get him maybe in bottom mid.
He's in bottom middle. I think he went pillars.
You can see the communication coming out from Direwolves there. Super strong for them. Obviously, those Kiwi accents ringing out in full force for them. And I think it's really telling the amount of positioning that they were calling during all of those engagements. They had data on Deathruptor fans the entire time. Another thing that they brought up too was good milking of the ball, which means that they were just able to wrangle up a couple of seconds here and there, which is obviously making the score differential blow out as much as it has, right, Inman?
Yeah, this is the Direwolves that I wanted to see. They've come with their game faces on, nothing but serious, up against the Deathruptor fans as well. And the reason I call this out and the team that they're up against, yes, Deathruptor fans can cause some upsets. They're a very good team, but, it shows that even against, not the top teams, that Direwolves are still taking it so seriously. And I tell you what, so they should. 3 players down at the moment, a little bit of a comeback here set up by Deathruptor fans. They're only about 25 points behind. They are a true danger to this squad.
Yeah, Deathruptor fans proving that they're definitely not down and out, right yet. They do have a little bit of time to make up for them, but this is essentially like one good hold that they need to put in. As I'm saying that though, 3 members of Deathruptor fans go down. Dino with the OS charging down bottom mid, and he takes down Junior, the head of the pack, and the rest of them will follow. It's probably going to be a full reset from Deathruptor fans here. I don't see any of them trying to play a little bit of a solo game, but Strafe was making a really risky play running out for Catwalk.
Round number 1's going to be over. Direwolves, they're taking that one, and I would say just cementing their place here and looking very, very strong off the start.
Yeah, exactly. Direwolves, they played a little bit of a sloppy game, sort of juggling the ball, milking, as they were saying in that team listening, but it worked out fantastically for them during that whole thing. It's going to be interesting to see if Deathruptor fans take that information of how they played from the first round and try to adapt it a little bit to their own play style.
Speaking of listen-ins, we've heard from Direwolves. I want to know how Deathruptor fans are going to react to being 1 round down here in this oddball. So let's go to a listen-in with Deathruptor fans.
Just catch on.
Oh yeah. He's still on OB. I'm dead. I'm dead.
I'm just gonna look bottom mid.
Up. Oh, we can numbers here.
I'm trying to get numbers. OB's pushing bottom mid. I'm low as fuck here. I killed one. Hey, one's B. Pills, yeah. I got a punch.
Keydles one shot, guys, with the ball.
Bottom mid. Two dead. Where are they taking the ball?
One shot bottom mid, circle.
Alright. Yeah, nice.
dead.
Two dead. I spawned. Guys, can we bring...
There's another one on dummies.
I'm flanking dummies though.
Wait, I need advance weak.
They're too low on dummies, guys. I'm gonna rotate it into garage, right? Oh no, guys. Hey, I'm going towards B, alright? We're too dead. Try and move it towards B if you can.
I'm just gonna go for kills.
Oh, yeah, I tried. There's 2 on B.
And bottom in.
Try and trap him in there, Apollo. Play live.
Keep pressure on the map, guys. Keep pressure on the map together.
Yeah, I'm Nest, Josh.
I got shot on Dino, he's on dice.
I'm going to mid.
Play high pressure on these guys.
One A flat, really low. Another one A flat on me.
Yeah, I'm flying.
Mega low time in, guys. I'm blocking these spawns.
Alright, I'm pushing B then.
3 dead. Spawn back tower, they spawn back tower.
I've got the ball, I'm pushing A. Anyone watching story side? Anyone watch story side?
Yeah, I can maybe
push it out. Two guys on me. Yeah, I'm looking.
One's weak as fuck, man.
I got
There's
one.
another one playing.
Nice.
Can't see. They might have switched one.
Yeah, they spawned up.
We got numbers, guys.
Yeah, I'm going in A. I'm going into A.
He just picked up overshield. He's gonna go back to C skinny.
I'm grabbing ball.
Yeah, there's
One shot top mid.
Throw ball.
Sorry. Yeah.
Nothing.
so guys, there's one nest bridge still.
Top mid low. Yeah.
Pills.
He's weak as fuck. Mind you.
Pills one shot, guys.
I died from. He's flying.
Pushing you.
Throw
Throw
it.
it. There's two
I'm
garage
good.
door.
Yeah.
Two garage door.
Okay.
Sorry. Ball's played. Get eyes on the new ball. Sprint to it. Keep him off it, and don't die averagely. What do we one shot?
Good on.
I'm getting shot from the C plat. Look at me, C plat.
Yeah, I'm going left. He's one.
A plat board.
One more C plat.
Okay.
A plat board.
Two dead, guys.
Yeah, I'm one.
Push with me in a second.
Yeah.
A plat.
He's weak. Nice.
Nice kill, guys.
Alright, I'm going through garage, guys. They're going to be around nest.
I'm shooting nest.
Auto shot.
Okay, go new ball.
Bridge. There's a guy C plat. You might go top mid. For new sniper, guys.
Get right now.
And to absolutely no one's surprise, or at least not my surprise, Junior, the most vocal in the squad, ordering the team around. But look, I think there's a few insights that we can get from that listening book.
Yeah, comparatively to Direwolves, it seems like there's information being thrown out, especially from Junior, but it never seems like he's got his team being able to follow up on those call-outs at all. You know, there was a call-out there. It was like 2 weak at Brutes or 2 one-shot at Brutes. There was no positioning for that team to have. There was no follow-up from it. Even just with that, fundamental mistakes being made, they had numbers up at one point. It was called in the comms, but then they had no collapse on the OS and they lost it to a member of Direwolves. These are mistakes that you can't be making, especially this deep in the competition.
I totally agree. There is great potential here, though, to make some kind of comeback and potentially take this round. They've got control now. They've got Ryu over at B. With the snipe in hand, he's going to be Noble. They need to watch this pick from Nest, though. Connecting with one, though. Pressure over on Nest. Does get that as well. Circle drops. That's the killing spree here for Noble. This is what they need to set up. That was almost magic. Dino, though, with the killjoy and almost gets a second one. This back and forth exchange. There's still plenty of life here in Deathruptor fans, only behind by a few measly points. Vamp, though, he's got the heat wave, he's got the OS, he's set up for victory right here, gets the preemptive shot out, moves that ball out until he can get the numbers, which I love to see. Smart plays, and now that he's got the support, they're going to set up for the ball. Direwolves, they still seem to be in front here. They've got the setup here, and they might be able to walk away with it. We're about halfway through this round, but with the heat wave here and the reversals coming out of Vamp, it's an uphill battle for the Deathruptor fans.
Smart rotation that they made just coming out from like keyhole doors, a lot of players like to call it, just down in the bottom mid there. But ball did get picked off while he was trying to travel the ball into garage, so that really stopped a lot of the momentum that they had from that bottom in rotation. Yes, they got the numbers up. You had some fantastic kills coming out, but when your main objective player sort of trips, fumbles, gets picked that early on, that you can't really do anything with even the small setup that you had initially.
Deathruptor fans about to tie things up in this round and now get the lead. Nades flying in through the window. There's going to be a player pushing him just here. Doesn't see it coming. It's going to be an explosive death for him. 2 players there from Direwolves pushing in aggressively. There's going to be one down low. The shots from Noble. That would have been the 4th shot coming out on Vamp right there. So you're going to have the numbers right here. They should be able to have the positioning. He's actually Zirkle that still has the ball. They're going to be dropped. Great use of the repulsor to get top mid, and he's going to be rewarded with the kill on Bald, and now they're going to be collapsing on to the garage over here. Noble still on top mid. He's going to be getting naded out. Backs up here, but just holding on to his life, which is important. You can see that Mangler is going to be up in a moment. We'll see who grabs that. For now, though, Deathruptor fans still in front and still in control of the ball here.
Huge flanks coming out from Deathruptor fans there. They absolutely collapsed on that garage setup. Nice little fly in, but he does get back smacked. Unfortunately, that was such a clean repulsor play, but it was dirty right into the end where he got a taste of his own medicine getting smacked in the back. I'm sure he expected otherwise. But we do see a bit of a reverse here coming out from Direwolves. You know, this back and forth between the garage. And honestly, Iman, I'm surprised that we haven't seen any of the teams really try to set up for tower. It seems like no teams have had an opportunity, and it's been back and forth just denying that time and time again.
There was some very half moments that just took place before. What I do know, though, for sure, is that Junior got away with that overshield, and he was able to get a touch on the ball, but wasn't really able to set anything up. None of the team were in position. We're on Zirkle's point of view now, and it's Direwolves once again in control over in this garage area and just looking for that support. Now, we do have the snipe in the hands of Noble, and he was connecting before. He hit 3 out of 4 no-scopes. He's got the cankle shot. He's going for another one now, but the pressure too high. He's got support of Junior. doesn't get a hit on Vamp, but with Junior pushing in, he had that heat wave. There's 2 players over there. He's just going to be wrapping around and looking for these spawners that are going to be pushing down either low or past pillars. He does spot one, and at the very least, he's going to be a distraction. Unfortunately, he does get dropped, but throughout this exchange, Bluey, it's Deathruptor fans racking up the points. So that whole exchange was worthwhile, at least in the scheme of things, and they're still in front here by 13 points.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they were able to sort of just be pests on the map long enough where Direwolves just have to prioritize taking them down instead of any of the ball time that they could have gotten. But it looks like Deathruptor fans most likely going to be able to take this map just sort of piggying around the ball in order to make sure that Direwolves don't take it. We are now 1-1 in this series.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what we're talking about. Don't underestimate these kind of teams. Household name in Direwolves, but Deathruptor fans have proven time and time again throughout this season why they are forced to be reckoned with, and one of those teams that you really have to watch out for. We're now 1-1, and there's a very real chance they could take the first map. You've got this initial exchange happening top mid, trying to get that snipe control. Great shots here ringing out from Apollo, but despite those shots, still with the numbers, it's going to be Direwolves. We saw Ball just drop those, so it was 2-2 there for a moment. Ball is out, and it looks like the blue team here, Deathruptor fans, should be able to get control.
It looks like they should be able to. They should at least be able to get a small tower set up, even be able to hold a little drop shield coming out. A good beatdown for the exchange. I'm not sure, a bit of a harm moment there, I know, but maybe it was the drop shield at the end of the day that was the differential. People like to call that equipment completely worthless, but I think we saw a turn of events there, Edmund. I know you love equipment.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still rubbing the chin after that one, but Heatwave's going to be in the hands of Ball. He does get dropped. Junior picks up the kill. Ryu with the ball. He's very likely going to play it. I think the ball was played with Apollo being the only one left. Ball coming up. 3 players left up for Direwolves. We're on with Zirkle. He's going to be moving down bottom mid to try and get some control. He might run into Junior here. He does get a shot in the back, but he's able to run it out. And I think this pillar's positioning isn't going to be too bad because they do have tower control. You've got Vamp with the snipe. Doesn't connect with Junior. That was going to be a real game changer. You saw him just wasting some ammo before he was dropped. Now just playing on the edge. He's going to be Zirkle so they can play the ball. Deathruptor fans did really well because that was an almost dangerous setup there for Direwolves. They had the snipe in hand. They had position on the map. If those snipes connected, this would have been Direwolves getting at least 20-30 seconds on the board.
Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised that Deathruptor fans was actually able to break that as quickly as they did. You know, I would have expected Direwolves to be able to sit in that position for a very, very long time. But unfortunately, a lot of things that ride on a hold like that is Vamps having the sniper in hand, getting those picks, making space for himself, but he doesn't.
We talk about the difference that Junior's bringing to this squad. He's got 8 kills in this round. The closest to him is 2 for Apollo and Ryu. He's shutting down everyone. Even on the entire scoreboard, the closest to him is Dino, who was our highlighted player. Look at this. All 4 players from Direwolves were down for a second. Junior's been really kicking ass. He and the rest of the squad have been picking it up. Noble's got the overshield, and they've got a real chance here to run away with a lead. You can see Apollo's going to be in there in the garage. You've got the cavalry coming in here with Strafe Noble. Now, it must be said, 3 players down for Deathruptor fans. So as I'm saying this, it was shut down by Direwolves, but all things fairly even here as we try and get some semblance of control for one of these teams.
Yeah, look at the amount of time that's ticked down in the game, and there's only 14 seconds for both sides on the ball. I think that just speaks volume as to how heavy both of these teams are prioritizing just trying to slay in order to make enough space for them to get a setup, right? Because that's so crucial, especially on live fire. You have these pivotal positions that make for it. But within all those games, these rounds so far, it's been so scrappy that both teams have to opted for this like milking juggle style. And I think that's what we're going to see permeate more and more throughout this last round. Direwolves doing a really good job right now to actually get somewhat of a hold, so hopefully they can blow this out enough in their favor where they can secure themselves this round 3.
I must have jinxed Junior because he hasn't got another kill and he's died about 4 or 5 times, so sorry about putting that caster on you, Junior, but Direwolves, it should be pointed out, as you said, with that juggling style and just trying to run down some time, has been working. You've got Noble with that snipe as well. Just watching towards dummies and Bruce over there, and he does. I think he connected with that one. Junior cleans up, misses on that one. But look, they've still got control here bottom mid, and that's going to be vital. They do need to pick up the ball and get some points. 2 minutes 20 left on that clock. And I think what you were talking about is probably going to come to fruition. This is probably going to end by the clock, but we'll see how that goes. Connecting with the headshot there is going to be Vamp being drop tagged from behind. I thought that was going to be a connect. Would have been sick. He's able to stay alive here, and we just need to keep an eye on Noble because he's been connecting with shots. There is going to be one player just at the window there. He does spot him there with his spidey senses. It's going to be Vamp down low. Oh, they're pushing him. He's out of snipe anyway. I don't care anymore. He's going to be a problem. Now going to be moving over to Bald, who tries to put the pressure on. Your score right now, 27-42. Direwolves in front.
Dino with OS right now is probably going to be able to challenge both of these players pretty easily, but they're giving him a hard enough fight. His OS now completely gone, and you did have another member of Deathruptor fans spawn on that tower side as well. So Dino right then had to take on 3 people. Yes, he had OS, but that doesn't mean anything, especially in this game. It gets evaporated very quickly. Deathruptor fans go 3 down, and now it just means that Direwolves are going to be able to stack up even more time. 55 seconds going to come to them, Inman.
Yeah, I really feel like this is going to be one of the last pushes, potentially, if from Deathruptor fans. All 4 down, and they were coming out of B. Now you're going to have here a push from Ryu. He's got Nest. He does take down 1. You can see a very aggressive push. You got Junior pushing forward as well, but Dino with the flank. He came around the back of B, and he does clean up Ryu. That was a big flank from him. Now, 3 players up from either side. Ball's been reset, so I'm not too sure what Deathruptor fans were able to make of that. Direwolves reset. They're quite happy to let the timer tick down. It should be said, though, 27-64, holding onto that ball for 30 seconds. If you've got a good setup, you've got Sniper OS, you can get that 30 seconds very easily. It just takes one of these teams to slip, but I think they're just at each other neck and neck.
Yeah, you talk about it, though, Edmund, as if it's so easy, but Deathruptor fans have really been struggling with making any hold at all. You know, I think that's where Direwolves have actually been able to excel within this map, because if they're not making a setup, they're just adapting like this juggling playstyle, getting a few seconds here and there, but then getting those small crucial holes of like 10 to 15 seconds, and they add up very, very quickly, especially when both teams are as neck and neck as they are in the Slays department right now. I mean, that being said, I'm looking at Junior with 15 kills, and then his second most has 9 with Ryu, so maybe that's where it's coming down to, just a fundamental difference in the slaying department.
I stopped talking about Junior, and he's popping off again. 16 kills and 9. He's got the assists, a few assists as well. He's got some objective time. He's been going big. We're watching him right now. We'll see what makes him so special. And as I'm calling him out, he's in a 1v1 here with Zirkle, just trying to do the do-si-do with each other. This is how you've got courtship with Halo players, and it's going to be Junior coming out on top here. He's going to lead. He's got the support of his team here as well. Bad position. He's going to be tough. They're caught in a pinch. He does manage to stay alive, though, and the ball is still there. Finally, I believe he was cleaned up. No, he wasn't. He was actually the only one that stayed alive.
Yeah.
Able to throw the ball out, puts it out in the field, which is going to be fantastic. You want to be able to get some shots out on the player going for it, which is going to be Zirkle. He does manage to throw it over to the tower, and this is going to be great. Keep an eye on the clock down there, the bottom middle of your screen, folks. 16 seconds and counting it down. They're just playing defensive. Direwolves could wrap up map number 1 here. The first game of the ANZ Super. Unless Deathruptor fans can get a hold of it, they have to move in. We're on with Dino. He's playing defensive. Will they be able to stop it? It looks like the last couple of seconds are going to go down, and it is going to be Direwolves wrapping up map number 1 here in this series against the Deathruptor fans.
Yeah, very convincingly, I would say. There are a few shaky moments with the Direwolves there, but I feel like overall, them playing against a team right now like Deathruptor fans, we expect to see Direwolves kind of play, not at their peak, but in a very comfortable position, per se. And I think that's exactly what we experienced, even in those moments where it was a little bit stressful for them having to, you know, adapt to a more hectic playstyle. They did that phenomenally.
I didn't expect this first game to be so close. I would have thought, one of these teams are going to be a bit rusty or a bit cold, or Direwolves being, you know, such an experienced squad might have been able to get the jump on Deathruptor fans. But no, I mean, anything but. It went 1 round apiece. I think towards the end there, we saw Direwolves hit a bit of a groove, but we talked about some of the insights from that listen-in as we're about to talk about some of these stats, where I feel that it was Deathruptor fans that weren't able to capitalize on a few advantages they had. There was one particular time, Blue, when we talked about it, was literally in the listen-in. They talked about they had the numbers.
Yeah.
They had a player at Sandbags just staring at OS pop up and then just wave goodbye.
Literally watched the player from Direwolves take OS and then communicated after, oh, they have OS. In those kind of moments, you need to start making those quick, snappy rotations in order to get yourself those power weapons, and I feel like that's where Deathruptor fans were really falling off in the department, because obviously within map and ground control, you need the power weapons to back that up, right? And they just weren't able to secure them as often as what they probably would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, I totally think so. And I think there was also a difference in the communication style. Now, as I said, we talked about Junior communicating a whole lot, and he was. But, I mean, even for him, even for a veteran, I think at times it sounded a little bit frantic, right? And I think that what we saw from, at least from the Direwolves listening, is that they were a lot more calm, a lot more composed, or at least that's what me as an observer kind of gathered from that anyway.
Yeah, exactly. They were able to keep the comms, relatively clean. The call-outs were coming really well. I was actually, kind of in awe about how they were just always calling the positions like right down to the T of like where they are, like top catwalk, like right on OS or just at the bottom needle aside. Like they were making those calls, and it's that kind of information that you need when you are communicating frantically as a 4 to make sure that you have all the positions on the enemy team.
What it seemed to be is that there was no wasted communication.
Yeah, that's actually that's a really good way to put it.
Very straight to the point. There wasn't wasted words, and I think that that's where on Deathruptor fans things were very, very frantic. I'm trying to do this. We're doing this, blah, 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 rather than just the facts of, here's this player, they're down, I'm this, etc., etc. But we'll see how it goes. There's going to be more listen-ins as we go. That was, of course, only map number 1 here of this best of 5 series. I'm curious what you guys at home were thinking and what you might have predicted. Don't forget to use that hashtag HCS Super. Let us know. We can see the Twitch chat, and we'll maybe make a conversation out of you guys. But I'm keen to know what you think. The next game, of course, is going to be Slayer on Aquarius. Bluey, from what we saw, I mean, I think it was about halfway through the game, I called out to you that although it was at that stage, Direwolves had a very handy lead, the kills seemed fairly even on both sides.
Yeah, there wasn't really, I mean, like, I think, we pointed out very early on, there was kind of a point in the board where every player had like 2 kills. And then it was 2 extra kills for Direwolves. So it's going to be interesting actually going into a Slayer, because we typically see this game mode slow down a lot, especially in the final moments of those games. But if Direwolves can actually maintain, I mean, last game we saw Vamps drop 41 kills, and I think he was like 41 for 35 or something, which is fantastic for an oddball game, dropping 11k damage as well. If he can manage to perform on that level in a Slayer game, obviously not 41 kills, I think that's a bit ridiculous to say, but if he can actually manage to, perform at that slaying power on a Slayer game, we've seen Vamped pop off before in this environment. Like, this is what the Direwolves need to push them into getting that map 2, and then they're only 1 map away from taking it from the Deathruptor fans.
Yeah, well, Dino was our highlighted player, but Vamp would talk about being, that kind of raw Slayer. I mean, just rewind the clock a little bit a couple of years ago, and he was always known as that kind of key Slayer for the squad, and I think that the way he's played that oddball, I think it's probably a sign of things to come. Now, that said, I am a little bit surprised that Deathruptor fans were able to keep toe-to-toe the whole game. And now that they don't have that objective to worry about, do Deathruptor fans now cause... Well, I'm not even going to... It's not an upset. They seem to be fairly even right now. So is this... Instead, I'll say, is this the map and game type where Deathruptor fans can get the edge?
Yeah. Actually, really good point to mention, though. But I do want to harken back to round 3, just as that oddball then. Even you called it out. How hard Junior was carrying.
Yeah.
You can't have that in a Slayer game. If you essentially are funneling all your kills into the one player and the rest of the team isn't performing, then you're going to have a really tough time managing to bloat your score out or catch up to the enemy team score, who by that point is probably so far bloated out there's not a lot that you can do.
Getting the first blood, or spilling the first blood in this game, is going to be Dino, his teammate Vamp following suit as we get into map number 2. It is Junior who's away with this camo, and if anyone's going to put it to use, it is going to be him. His teammates Ryu and Apollo picking up those first couple of kills, and now he's got the camo Heatwave combo. That's a nice couple of toys to have in the toy box. He misses though! He possibly choked! He does! That's not the trade that you want.
Oh, that's so bad. I feel like that the Heatwave camo combo on Aquarius especially is the thing that really turns the tides of the matches, and you could see he was right on the doorstep of Direwolves. He pretty much had a triple kill right in front of his face, but he just couldn't manage to make it happen. He missed that first shot, whiffs the melee as well, and then he has to go for it again frantically to get that kill. That's just wasted time, that's wasted space, and now you've just given Direwolves the Heatwave.
Very unlike Junior to get those kind of whiffs, and if you just saw there, Junior, he did recover though, because we didn't see it from Junior's point of view, but that was actually a very nice reversal before he was dropped. Guys, a score at the start here, 8-7, as we were kind of discussing right at the beginning. We thought this was going to be close, and it looks like it's going to be that way. We'll just see which team's going to kind of find their stride, because I'm not too sure which it's going to be. Regardless, we are on with Dino, our highlighted player for the Direwolves, and as I've said, he's been able to pop off where it counts as well. He's only 3-3, but note, he's got the 4 assists, so he's been getting the shots out helping the squad, and they do have a nice little lead here to kick things off.
About 3 kills all around for Direwolves right now. Yep, 3 kills all around. I was about to say it was only 2 on the board for Zirkle, but he did switch that up right quick. Good assist coming out from them as well. Good that you pointed out. For Dino, now 3, 6, and 3. So he's certainly ringing out the team shots where they need to be. Unfortunately, let's look over at the Deathruptors fan scoreboard. It's Junior. 5 kills on top of his board. Strafe with 1, Ryu with 1, and Apollo with 2. Not even the assists are matching, you know, what they need to be right now. Them as a team sort of just not working together as well as what they should be.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, you can't just all jump into Junior's backpack. I mean, it's nice, it's comfy, they've been in there for a little while, but it's starting to get a little bit ming now. Then they need to get out and start on their own. Like, hopefully they'll be able to do that. Right now, it's the Junior show, 7 and 4 with 3 assists, and we're going to keep following here. He's going to get some shots in the back. Look, he's so popping off, he's just shooting at thin air. He's going to be supporting the teammates here. That player does get cleaned up. Now with the Heat Wave, round 2 with the Heat Wave Junior. Let's see if we can do a little bit better. Hopefully that shield can recover. Great movement around this map. He knows that there's a player there. Will he keep chasing it? He does. He finds Zirkle. Zirkle falls. Great stuff there. He does the drop, picks up that Heat Wave once again, turns around and gets a double for the trouble as well. There's going to be a third coming for him, potential for the triple. That player runs away. Now, they are going to be spawning right behind him. This is a great time to have that Heat Wave wisely backing up. See, this is where Bluey, a more inexperienced player, would have rushed in. Because, yes, they might have been expecting spawns, but with a Heat Wave in your hands, excitement would have got the better of you. But Junior backed up, wrapped around, and got 1 more kill for his trouble.
Yeah, I'm guessing that there was probably a little bit of communication from the other members there, because he could see that member on fridge side, sort of top fridge side stairs, but he wouldn't have been able to see the other 2 members of the Direwolves sort of being more back yellow side, but the rest of the team would have. So obviously that communication of, hey, you know, don't rush in, there are 3 players there coming out from Deathruptor fans is what I can only assume, because that's what made Junior's back down so snappy.
Dino and Zirkle picked up a couple of kills here for the Direwolves. All things are tied up, 22 apiece. And we can see here what's going to be Junior getting a better advantage. Unfortunate time for that Heat Wave to run out of ammo. Junior still up here, 11 and 5. Superstar for the squad right now. He's going to get tagged up cross map. He's going to be trying to get potentially the top mid. Decides to get that thruster instead before he goes up. Now we're over with Ryu. Gets the back smack there on board. And he's got the camo. Let's see if we can put it to work. He's 6 and 5, positive for the squad, got 4 assists as well. And this is where the tide could change. Deathruptor fans are in fact in front here, only by 1, but a lead is a lead. See him here getting out a couple of nades, trying to get some damage down on 2 players. He might have been getting a little too greedy. You can see there, getting the call out. It's going to be Apollo calling out Yellow Fridge. It's going to be a player over there. It is going to be Zirkle. Ryu responding to that. Move it on over there. A little bit of a dance around each other. He's actually going to be going down. Zirkle comes out on top. 26 all on Bluey. I mean, again, just inch by inch. There's no mile by mile here.
No.
It's just both of these teams at each other's necks.
I do want to give a little bit of praise to Ryu there with the camo. He played it very smart, around about up until the end, a bit questionable, but you could see that he was just pinging. He was just giving communication to the rest of his team, which is so vital. He was basically behind enemy lines just saying, hey, they're here, they're rotating here, and that is so crucial when you're in those positions of just trying to dance around this map, especially Aquarius, it being so symmetrical. But unfortunately, it just didn't really work out in the end. I don't think any kills actually managed to connect that whole time that Ryu had camo.
And I tell you what, what we said for the Direwolves to succeed here is for Vamped to pop off, and he is. He is leading the entire lobby, 13 kills. He's 13 and 8 with 4 assists, but he's been going huge. And as you can see here as we follow him, he's getting shots off on everyone that he can. He's got the support of his team top mid as well. Now just trying to keep an eye over on this opposing util. He did spot 1. He's going to have his teammate Zirkle who dropped over there, so he knows what to face. 1v1! Vamped! That would have been questionable. He does have the sidekick in his back pocket as well. And look, it doesn't matter where he moves. He's shooting at someone, and he's still alive here. Zirkle gets a double kill in the background as well, which should be important to note. Junior's going to be forced to back. I want to see the battle of the Titans here. Vamp versus Junior. Oh, it's 2v1. Ryu picks up the kill on Vamp. Junior is going to be dropped, so there's a nice little trade here, and Bald's got the camo in hand.
Balls is just throwing grenades, giving his way his position where there's not even enemy players. I don't know if that's something that was communicated to him before, but that could have been very risky for him, but it doesn't matter. He turns it around and picks up that double kill very well, but also very questionable grenade placement. Maybe we might get an interview with him later to pick his brain on that one a little bit, but overall, he's got the heat wave now, which is a fantastic power weapon. Fantastic position for him to be in. He's going to swap it out. I really like that play. Instead of just throwing that projectile across map, he switches to the BR, makes sure to connect the kill as fast as possible, and he's just moving on.
Vamp has set up this kind of momentum that Direwolves have got, and now you've got Zirkle right in the wave that he created. Bald,
what?
I have no idea how Bald didn't win that. That's embarrassing. As I say it and talk about it, momentum, Bald started the death momentum for the Direwolves squad. All 4 go down. 36 kills here for Deathruptor fans. They're only behind by 5. Ryu trying to do what he can. He does get the kill on Vamp. Those Dynamo nades. Absolutely dynamite.
No!
And there you go. He should have dropped there, but Ryu staying alive just by the skin of his teeth. All shield gone. He had 1 health and managed to stay alive. That's a huge momentum shift. And now it was an 8-point deficit there. An 8-point deficit. And now it is only 1 kill separating these teams once again.
They've brought it back completely. And Iman, I just can't believe that he managed to stay alive on, like, what was that, 5 pixels of health for that whole time. He had 2 players beaming down on him, but his teammates came in the clutch, gave him that assistance and kept him alive. And this is what keeps their team alive in this position right now. A beautiful 4-shot coming out from Yu as well, making sure to tie up that score. Zirkle is going to chase him here. Unfortunately, Ryu does go down. Did have a little bit of a questionable positioning because the rest of his teammates were located over in yellow Frid's side. This could be the switch right now. Camo has come up at such a miraculous point in the game. 2 players for Direwolves collapsing on it, making sure to absolutely deny it for Deathruptor fans. Vamped with the camo. He's going to play a little bit sneaky right now. He's going to make sure to actually give himself and his team some solid communication right now, or at least a few kills, because that's what you want to make from this camo at this point in the game.
Yeah, Deathruptor fans, I'll tell you what, they hit Direwolves with the reverse card. Direwolves answers back with a draw 4. Let's see who's going to be wrapping this one up. You've still got Vamp with his camo play. 2 kills to go. 48-46. Dynamo nades out. He knows there's no one top mid, so he's going to be trying to push around. Watch one in the back. There's going to be a kill there. Nade coming out. Vital kill. 49-47. It comes down to the wire. Bolt gets the final kill, and it's going to be Direwolves taking the Slayer. 50-47. Ladies and gentlemen, Halo fans around the world, what a game we've got, and what a series to kick off the ANZ Super.
There was a point there that I was looking at the scoreboard and I was thinking, are they really about to just throw an 8-point lead away? They were just letting Deathruptor fans creep up on them so well, but, you know, Direwolves managed to hold well in the end. And I think this is one of the things that you see with a more experienced roster come out in the end of the game when things are so hectic and the information is just flooding at you. You have to decide where to pick your shots. Experienced players and experienced rosters are going to be the ones that come out on top in those positions because they're not going to try to ego at any point.
Yeah, what we saw there was a huge momentum that was driven there by Vamp. He got a whole lot of kills. He was able to stop Junior, who was just giving them an onslaught off the start. And then Zirkle was able to step up. The entire Direwolves roster brought it together. Now, there was a few unfortunate plays, or unfortunate Direwolves anyway, that Deathruptor fans were able to capitalize on. But look, let's actually talk about Deathruptor fans. 8-kill deficit, and they actually got in front by 1 there. They came back, got in front, which was amazing that they were able to regain that composure in the face of what was looking to be, you know, utter defeat there for a stage.
Yeah, do you, at those points though, do you want to say, is that a team differential in the fact that at that point in time, Deathruptor was just playing better Halo than what Direwolves were? Or do you want to say that Direwolves just found themselves slipping a little bit? So what they had to do was bring it back in the end and make sure and say, hey guys, we were playing really well in the beginning of the game, but we've started to slip off and it's just not doing us any favors.
I mean, it's kind of the cheap way out to say it's a bit of both, but I think when we saw that, I'm about to not be, when we saw that deficit come down, I think it was Direwolves letting it slip. I think it's, you know, what was making them so good, those standout players that were just being able to slay. Vamp got out of position. We switched to his point of view a few times when we saw that Deathruptor fans come back. We just saw him dying. He was double positive there for a bit and he didn't end up that way. And then Zirkle wasn't getting kills. And we saw a heat wave in the hands of Deathruptor fans. They were able to get top mid control. They were getting those long range shots out, those pot shots. And that's where they came back. But then at the end, the heat wave went into the hands of Direwolves. They had the camo, and they utilized it better.
Yeah, that two-man push at the very end, I can't really remember who the two players were, but they immediately just bolted top mid. As soon as I was calling, camos come up at a miraculous point in the game, it's like they were reading that as well, and they were like, okay, we need to commit to this just to deny it from Deathruptor fans because the score is way too close to let them have it, at all.
Yeah, and look, I think now that we've seen this this objective with the oddball, now we've seen the Slayer, we're going to be going up to Stronghold Streets, where we've seen some crazy stuff. It was a Slayer though, but it was on Streets that we saw Direwolves in the qualifier knock Immunity down into the lower bracket.
Actually.
And through an interview, we've talked about how Streets has been a favoured map from Direwolves. Deathruptor fans, I got to be honest, I can't recall where they sit for Streets, and now that they're down 2-0 in this best of 5, and it's the opening game here in pool play, where do they kind of sit? Are they going to be able to come back from this?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be tough to see because, you and I, we aren't walking encyclopedias. We've seen a few games, but overall, especially now with Deathruptor fans, roster changing around a little bit, it's a bit tricky to say, who exactly is going to come out on top. And again, Strongholds, I think, is one of those objective game types that we see a lot of players struggle with. But that being said, we are going to go to a listen-in with the Deathruptor fans to see if they are struggling at all off the break.
He's back up, he's back up. He's on ATM, Going to Rockets, guys, I'm coming B. He's one shot, dead.
That's right. I'm just living, there's one in top A, there's one in top A.
Okay, we're scoring, Let's one B side,
one with P. Look, Rockets, guys.
Yeah, they're fighting for Rockets, guys. I was on my spike.
They're trying to run for it. I died bad. He killed me.
He's one shot on AC. One near box. He's like. Yeah, that's the one. Jacob, just push it. He's on B. Nice.
On AC with rockets.
Wait, he's tired. Live. I'm coming A.
Yeah, he's trying to rocket me. He's shot one.
Eagle.
Yes, Live Junior. I'm coming to you.
I shot on Vamps. Vamps weak as fuck, bro. You can challenge him.
Yeah, he's
traded.
Tell me. Yeah. I'm getting shot from cones. One shot A. Just work together.
Leave it. We don't need to die.
I'm trying.
One was face three.
I'm just...
ATM one shot Vamps. He's gonna fight mid.
I'm just trying to live, bro.
We're both here, one shot. Love us.
Alright, I'm gonna work out face
three. Everybody. Strafe, live. We're gonna all go B. We're all gonna B.
On AC jump. AC. And I'm weak from balcony as well.
Yeah, red room. I can help you. Ice cream, guys.
Yeah, on.
I got a pick.
We got 4 seconds.
Alright, I can help you. Let's go. He's in B, guys. He's in red room now. He's weak. Red room. Nice.
Yeah,
I just tried to live. There's another one on right.
And just so we can compare the comms, enough from us, let's dive straight into a listening with Direwolves.
Pretty big.
Nice, dude. There's your rockets on.
Top left, NPCs.
Tickets.
And top left. Top left, shots. Yeah, that's yours.
Against rockets.
Yep. Keeping that shots, I'm watching.
You want to look front C?
Yeah.
BC's weak.
Oh, there's one shot, I got him.
Be still.
Still here.
They're gonna spawn calf.
There's a rocket my X. Can anyone get it?
In B on, behind you.
Damn.
There's a rocket pillars down, they might have it. You got stuck.
You stuck me?
Can we just get the...
We got B stairs.
I'll get the B as quick as you can here.
Got nades on there.
Yeah, I'm rushing as well. Keegan, I'm coming behind you.
These 2 pillars though, 2 pillars as well.
I got 2 shots on them both, they're both weak.
Yeah, one shot pit rail. Another one shot, 2 absolutes on the map right now.
In the corner, on, in the corner.
Nice.
Another one in B, 1 shot.
Are you in B?
Pillars as well. Another one, pillars in heaven. Last guy.
Alright.
I can push heaven.
He's pushing his music, guys.
He must have pushed cones or something. Just live on.
You just got a blank.
They're
gonna be your driveway.
Playing a lot. I'm gonna camp A.
One's already B stairs.
Wait. I'm gonna try to get to you, DM, okay? Hold on.
Doesn't see.
One shot B.
Are you B?
One shot red as well. 2 in B.
Brick jump.
Brick jump.
On a box now, wait. On a box, wait.
Good one.
That's 2.
Two dead.
Let's B street. He's going into fake tower.
Cones as well, fuck.
Unlucky.
I'm literally being fucking decent. A weak, nice, good kill. Cap C. Try and watch over A maybe.
One's your pink. Tickets, pink.
We push out driveway while they go for that fucking A.
And I wake up and piece rate.
Nice kill.
One shot Gen.
I noticed a lot more excuses from Direwolves this time around when they're down by 30 points or so, but still a good juxtaposition between the two teams anyway. I would still say, despite them being behind a little bit, it still seemed to be a bit more frantic comms from Deathruptor fans. But look, frantic or not, it seems to be working for them at this stage, Blue.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit chaotic in their comms channel. But what I will say, noticing from Direwolves, is they seem just a little bit like frustrated, not particularly with the game, but how they're coordinating as a team. They're making calls and they know that they're not reacting to them as fast enough as what they could be. You could see that there was one particular moment where Balds got snuck up on in the arcade. Vamp with a triple, massive for him.
Overkill! There we go!
What are you doing, Vamp? Yeah, there you go, exactly. Whatever I was saying, thrown it out the window. We finally have Vamp just absolutely playing to what we were hyping up to be before. Like, he is that main slayer, and I think he just put it on a showcase there.
Yeah, Vamp, here we go. This is the slaying ability where we were talking about. To be fair, there are a few cleanups there, and the entire squad were helping to get down the health of the opposing team. But that's what you need, because not only, let's face it, Bluey, not only have you just got the practical advantage of having 4 players down, there's a bit of motivation that comes when you've got one of your teammates getting the overkill. When that symbol comes up, that's what's going to be the game changer. And now they're walking away with it. Now they're about a minute ahead. Direwolves looking pretty right now.
Vamped is currently 16-7 right now. Doesn't appear to be dying just yet. He has 3 players collapsing on him, but they back down for some reason as Zirkle picks up a double, giving him that assistance. Zirkle picks up a triple there, I believe. Zirkle with an overkill just at the end there. Oh my god, so that's 2 overkills coming out from Direwolves. Back-to-back insanity coming out from this squad right now. Stronghold Streets appearing to be their stomping grounds.
Oprah just walked in the door. Everyone's getting overkills here for Direwolves, handing them out. Let's see if the rest of the squad can get them at this stage. 185-105 is your score. Direwolves looking to wrap this up in a 3-0 fashion. And if you tell you what, Zirkle's on the killing spree as well. They might be able to do just that. Rockets in the hands of Dino as well. He's still got 2. You can see there they're trying to capture B here, and it looks like they might be able to. That's Deathruptor fans trying to capture B. They will, but Dino with the Rockets, he's going to be able to stop any assault. Gets 1, gets 2. He's got the Bulldog for the trouble as well. He's going to have that and the Commando. This is going to be a dominating finish here for the Direwolves.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the Direwolves right in that halfway point of the game. Things were looking a little bit shaky for them. Deathruptor fans seem to have them on the back foot very early on, but how can you even be put on the back foot when 2 of your players get overkills back-to-back, and now you're just pushing in the heads of the Deathruptor fans? They're just bullying them. Heads into locker over and over and over again. It's just absolutely disgusting from the Direwolves, but good stuff for the boys.
Yeah, Deathruptor fans are doing what they can to hang in there. They're challenging A, they're challenging C, but the points are still going to be racking up for Direwolves, and I think it's going to be wrapped up right here, ladies and gentlemen, with the triple cap. It's Direwolves taking out game number 3 and the series 3-0 to wrap up our first series of the HCS ANZ Super.
It's been insane to see these guys work it with a 3-0 here against the Deathruptor fans. And what a good way for them to start their ANZ Super. Coming out hot with a 3-0 up against, I would probably say, their main competition for this second slot here in Pool A. And I think one big thing that I want to touch on as we look back at this series, boys, is the fact that every time, especially in that first map when we jumped into those listen-ins, you can kind of feel the nerves that were coming in from those Deathruptor fans, boys. You could see that they were maybe a little bit nervous for their first stage game here for the ANZ Super. But the Direwolves, cool, calm, collected. Those guys have got the experience and they came here to party.
Yeah, those shaky comms from Deathruptor fans, and you know, we saw it in Game 1 and then we saw it in Game 3 as well, so it's pretty safe to say that would have been a running factor all throughout their games, and that's absolutely what's going to kill you, especially on such an objective-heavy rotation mode like Strongholds. And then to top it all off, you had 2 back-to-back scenarios where all 4 of your players die to the 1 player on Direwolves. What are you meant to do?
It's pretty gnarly, the fact that we were able to see a pretty good start coming out on this map from the Deathruptor fans. You know, they were coming to a point where they were a decent amount of points ahead, and then they got to that 105 stage, and they never moved from there, Josh. They weren't able to get any more points on the board. It was overkill after overkill for the Direwolves lads, and they made it look clean for the final moments here on Stronghold.
Yeah, Deathruptor fans looked like they had a hope, and then, you know, you had Vamp, who went 18-9, rip out an overkill, which we're about to see, and Disruptor fans, oh, sorry, sir, my mistake. And we'll just sit down there
There you
as
go.
you saw 2 overkills. So, look, yeah, it was kind of nuts to see that. And Direwolves, look, this is what we mean by inconsistency. Now, obviously, you got ebbs and flows in the middle of a game.
Yeah.
But we saw with the listening, it
Yeah.
was so frustrating. Bluey called out the frustration in the voice. But then they just whip out 2 overkills. It's like, oh, okay, we'll just deal with that. And then they just walked away with the victory. So, hoping they can like maintain that pressure on their opposition moving forward.
And I think it's a good way for them to start out their Super as well, right? Getting this one out of the way, albeit maybe a few frustrations in that Stronghold game, but they're able to iron it out and be able to come back from, you know, being a few points down in a series that they would probably call themselves the favorites in, and be able to make it a dominant run from that 105 point for them. And it just really goes to show that these guys are here to party for pool play and you know, making a good shot for second.
Yeah, what a dominant way to come back as well. I mean, like, it took them 2 games, but 2 overkills. It's a bit of a rarity here. I don't think we really get to see that until sort of Chiefs are on the board every now and then, right? But it just goes to show, we were talking about the Direwolves very early on and how they have such star power on their team. That's exactly what they need to bring in the table going forward. So hopefully, if the boys are listening or paying attention right now, you know, you've got the momentum. Keep going with it. This is your run.
I'm sure one of them is paying attention to us right now because we've got him here for the interview. So let's bring in Dino to the desk here and let's have a chat to the man who was able to get the 3-0 here. So Dino, what a good start for you guys here in the ANZ Super. I just want to touch on you know, things before the Super. How was the practice coming into this, and you know, how are you guys feeling coming into the Super today?
The practice was good leading up to, unfortunately, COVID. Owen has COVID. So he's like peak COVID right now, 2 days in. So man's struggling hard. So we haven't played for the last 2 days, but boys still showed up today and did a great job. And we got a 3-0, so pretty happy with that.
Well, hopefully we'll see him recover. That is sad to hear, but I mean, you guys still walked away with a 3-0. I have to ask, Dino, how did you feel, or how does your team feel going into the series, particularly around, you know, let's say after you dropped a round in the oddball, did Disruptor fans put up more of a fight in that game and in the series than maybe what you expected?
No, we scrimmed them the other night and we went 4-4 in scrims. Granted, Owen had COVID, but they're a solid team. So, I mean, we knew that series was going to be kind of hard, but if we showed up, we knew we were going to get the 3-0. So I think we did enough to take the 3-0, and then we're looking all right going forward.
Dino, I want to touch on a point that I said during the cast when we were actually in your listen-in. Like, very early on in that 3rd game on Streets, there seemed to be a lot of frustration in how things were going. Like, particularly in your comms, it seemed like you guys weren't reacting fast enough to some of the comms you were making, but then all of a sudden, after that call, you guys had 2 overkills back-to-back. What changed, sort of like in, you know, we weren't listening in the whole time, so what changed sort of background for you guys after that? You know, was there just a huge momentum and a victory push?
Yeah, I think we pulled our heads in and we started small talking a lot better, and then you saw that we were actually getting a lot of the power weapons, so I had shotgun quite a bit. We were also getting a lot of the rockets. And I think that they were just making some really bad rotations, and then we were just capitalizing on that. We had them in a trip cap for a while, so I think it was a few of their mistakes, and then we just started to actually play a lot better towards the end of that map as well.
All right, well, it's good to hear that you guys have been able to at least tighten a few of the screws in your first series here. So obviously with the first one out of the way here, Dino, before I let you go, going into your next couple of series, how are the boys feeling for the rest of the Super here? You know, are you guys feeling like top 4 is on the cards, or maybe even a top 2?
Ultimately, we think we can push for that top 2. We think we're a really solid team, and if we get everything rolling, I think that we can definitely get that top 2. So keep watching, boys. It'll be a good show.
Hell yeah. I'm super excited to see what you guys can do here in the server, and I'm super excited to see what you guys can do just for the rest of the pool play as well. So Dino, congrats on the victory once again, and I'm sure we'll see you a bit deeper in the tournament as well.
Good luck, mate.
boys.
Thanks, Dino. It's always good to get the personality from the boys. Dino's always a great interviewer as well. He's always wonderful to have here on the desk. And the fact that they got a 3-0 here, Josh, is just dominance from them.
Yeah, I mean, Dino was saying that they went 4-4 in scrims, which again is a surprise to me. And I guess, you know, I got to give a little bit more respect to Disruptor fans. That's something that I want to call out. And you can see there what I took from that interview, Luke, is just how much respect that Dino gives Disruptor fans, and how they were saying that, you know, they take them very, very seriously. And I guess that's what we were hearing in these comms. You know, I think it was game 1, Bluey. I was talking about that. It's great to see that they're taking it so seriously. Well, now we know why. They went 4-4 in scrims.
Yeah, exactly. And it's super exciting to see what these guys can do for the rest of the pools. But ladies and gentlemen, that is our first series out of the way. We've got to jump to a quick break so we can get into Pool B. But before we get there, we're able to chat with the lads here from Pool A about their whole pool. So we'll see you guys after this short break.
So first up, we're versing Reunited. I think one of their players couldn't play, they got a fill, but either way, regardless, that's quite an easy matchup. And then, I'm not sure, I think we're versing Direwolves next on stream. That should be a good matchup, they're a solid team. And then we're versing Tryptophans, which is another solid matchup, but I think we'll definitely come out on top, for sure.
Well, it's probably the pool that I would have preferred, to be honest. I mean, Chiefs are obviously the best team, and you know, sometimes you end up versing the best team as well as 2 other teams that you're a little more confident against. So, I mean, Direwolves we've scrimmed, and they are a good team. They've been aggressive from way back, and they bring the hype every time they play. Chiefs, we're going to have to give a best go. If we could take an upset of Chiefs, that would be absolutely insane. I don't know if anybody would be expecting that, so we'll do our best and see how we go.
I'll be honest, it's probably a bit of a whitewash. The Pool B is the pool of death. But like, for sure there'll be some good matches in there. We'll put a match on for all the fans.
I think this pool's got a lot of good matches coming up in it. I think Chiefs are going to obviously bring it every single time they play. We're going to be bringing it. Everyone's been practicing so much. I think the New Zealand guys have been practicing every other night as well. I haven't heard as much of Reunited, so between the other 3, I know more about what's going to go on there, and then with Reunited, we'll see how they turn up. That other pool does look probably a little bit more tight across the board, so I'm expecting probably that to be kind of the pool that everyone is probably more following as far as upsets go and kind of interesting factor comes out of. But yeah, both pools are going to be lit, so it'll be a good weekend.
Nice play. Woo! I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Welcome back, Halo fans. We've got one series under our belts, and now we're looking towards the next one here at the ANZ Super, where we've got 3 full days of competition for you guys to devour. Also, we've got a whole brand new boatload of content for you guys to devour as well. Being able to hear from the boys in Pool A was always good to get the insights here. And you guys might see a fresh new face. You know, Bluey didn't grow hair in the last 5 minutes. We're actually able to get a brand new caster to join us on the desk here. We're going to have SSJ4, who's going to be sitting by the side of InManiac for this entire series as well. I'm excited to get your insights onto this, Justin. How you feeling?
Oh, well, mate, I'm sitting in that other room and I was just like gagging to get in. It's like the games are just so intense right off the bat, right? And it was a 3-0, but it was super tight, all 3 games, and it was really competitive, and it's getting me jazzed for what else we have on for the rest of tonight.
Yeah, no, I think that's a super exciting thing. Is our first series is a good barometer for us about how the rest of these pools are going to go, and the fact that the Direwolves and Death Raptor fans were so tight means that I feel like there is going to be a bit of a race here, and I still have a few of those question marks for Pool A about where it is really going to end up. But let's go and have a look to see how our pools are standing right now. Obviously, it has only been Pool A who have played their matches right now. We are going to be jumping into Pool B in just a moment, but obviously, Josh, Chiefs get themselves a 3-0 up against Reunited, and this is how we're standing right now.
Yeah, that was $1 odds on that one. That was probably not even. I think
Surprise,
there was going to be no market on that one. And, you know, with respect to Reunited, I mean, you've got this throw-together squad who then have lost a player, which was, from unfortunate reasons, up against, like, the #1 team. That was always going to happen. And, of course, we saw that really exciting series. And I'm sorry to use a cliche, but you know, I have to say that the scoreboard doesn't tell the story of that series. Like,
yeah, exactly.
3-0, it definitely doesn't. Like, we obviously saw how close that was at times.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the rest of that goes. But now we're going to be jumping into the Pool of Death, ladies and gentlemen. It is Pool B for us to set our sights on here, and this is where we're going to have these matches going on. We're going to have our streamed match here, and there is going to be a match that goes off stream as well. But for us, it is time for us to start jumping into the juicy part of Pool B, because I feel like every single one of these series is going to be oh so important, and I'm really going to be keeping my eye on a lot of those off-stream matches kind of as they go throughout about whether or not we're going to get full 5 matches, and I think throughout today it's going to be exciting. But before we start diving into this series, Justin, with the brand new man on the desk, I need your predictions here for Pool B. Everybody else has had them.
I mean, you're saying the Pool of Death. The floor is lava in this one. One misstep and you're going to get burned. It's just so stacked, and predictions, it's impossible to predict this pool because there's so many juggernaut teams. You go, you know, Immunity's there, Demons, BBR. It's just unbelievable. I don't want to even try and put a bet on that one. Maybe with someone else's money, but not my own.
Unfortunate, Justin. I thought you were a man of your word here, and unfortunately, he isn't able to put his money where his
Dirty
mouth is.
fence sitters.
Dirty
I'm
fence
trying to
sitters.
be frugal.
You might be able to come to a decision after this series, because we're going to be jumping into Team Immunity and the Demons. Exactly. You want to try and get a bit of that data underneath your belt. But the fact that we're jumping into this Pool B match with probably one of my big dark horses in the Demons going up against Immunity is going to be an insane series for us to talk about here, lads, because I feel like this Demon squad, Josh, is probably going to prove a whole lot of people wrong. The fact that they were coming in from the Super Open, they are still able to compete with these big boys.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so much experience on here. I mean, Sways has been a champion in multiple FPS games, and Plasma, enough said about him. I've already talked about me starting his fan club and fanboying over him, and of course Wally and Jordan's joining him as well. I mean, I kind of question myself because I've put them, you know, 4th out of 4 in this pool, but I mean, Pool of Death, that's where I had put them. That said, you know, I mean, this is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think those guys are going to be kind of a lot to prove for this series, and if they're able to take maps off Team Immunity here, Justin, I think this is where it really parts for them going up, about whether or not these guys are actually able to, fight with the big boys.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about it before jumping back into the show, and it's kind of interesting to see whether or not Immunity is going to be able to rise to how they've played before, now that Voltage has finished filming the Jurassic World movie and he's be able to commit his time to this game. And then the Demons, they're just up-and-comers, and the more time they have in Halo, they're just strength to strength. But Team Immunity, you cannot count them out. They could take this whole thing and surprise everyone, because they've got it in them.
Yeah, and I think something we were talking about a little bit off air is the fact that I feel like this Team Immunity squad have a very, very high ceiling. These guys can certainly make a crack in the top 2, but it's about what kind of Team Immunity we get today, Josh. And that's a kind of question mark for a lot of these teams that we're having here in the Super, is about what kind of version of these teams do show up for today.
I think a good analogy is they're like marathon runners. They've got so much in the tank. Now, they're going to be teams that can sprint faster, but when it comes to the pressure of late stage in the bracket, the pressure of 3 days competition, the pressure of $50,000 on the line, this is where Immunity have a real chance to shine.
Exactly. Well, let's have a look at a few players here from both these squads. I want us to start highlighting Plasma and Benno here between both these two teams, because obviously, Josh, you're the president of the Plasma fan club right now, so I guess I'll throw this one over to Justin. These guys have been able to put up some big numbers, and even these stats from Pro Series number 4, these guys are putting up some good averages, going into a lot of these series, and I think these two are going to be two big members for both these squads to show up today.
Listen, Benno, in my opinion, is the GOAT of ANZ. He's good in every Halo game, and he just takes control of everything he's doing, and his decision making with those years of experience. It's just, that's why you just can't count Immunity out, even if they've been out of the game for a little while. Someone like Benno is such a great anchor for that squad, and that experience, as Josh was saying, you can't discount it. It's very, very important. The Demon guys, they've got a lot of star power, but consistency, the marathon runners, Immunity with Benno on their side, he's got it on lock.
Yeah, this experience is invaluable for the Immunity guys. But let's have a look at our 5 maps we're going to be having here for this series. We're going to be jumping in to the same 5 maps that we had in our previous series. Obviously, this is how the rounds go in these pools, so I'm super excited for us to see if we're going to get anything different coming out of this, Josh. Obviously we saw Oddball go 2-1 between the Direwolves and Disruptor fans. This is a whole different kettle of fish as we're looking at this one between the Demons and Team Immunity, because when we first started talking about Team Immunity, Livefire was one of those maps they really enjoyed and really kind of gravitated towards.
Yes, they do, and I think that's this one I'm actually fairly confident, but we'll see. I've been wrong many a time, and generally it goes the other way. So look, if I'm saying something, maybe hedge your bets on the other, but Team Immunity, I think, should be able to really have a strong start here on Oddball Livefire. But as we saw in the previous series, when these teams are relatively close, we can see how close the games can be. Demons, though, for me, I would agree with you, Luke, that they're kind of like the dark horse, and you put them as number 1. You think they've got a lot of potential. I do as well. It's really just about, for me, it's not so much about how Demons are playing, it's about how Immunity is playing, because are they going to step up to their number 1 status that they've been in the past and they held for such a long time, or will they not? I can't really call it. I am expecting, though, Immunity to start strong on Livefire Oddball.
Yeah, and I think something for us to talk about as well is the fact that we saw in our previous series that there was a bit of nerves from some of these teams who haven't really been able to have a lot of the moment in the spotlight. And I think, maybe Demons might be, kind of falling to the same kind of sword here, because obviously Immunity, they've been around the block a couple of times here, Justin, and these guys going into a tournament like this is another day of the week for them, whereas Demons, this is their first real time, especially with maybe a few whispers from the community about these guys being able to do well. Maybe there's a little bit of pressure on these guys.
Yeah, and pressure situations, Immunity's got so much experience on that. They're probably sitting there looking at their watches going, oh, let's get started, boys, we're ready. And maybe, Demons are a little bit more nervous than what Immunity is. And I agree with Josh. It's kind of, what kind of Immunity are we going to get? Are they going to be firing on all cylinders? Because when they play their Halo game, they'll run over everyone. So we just have to roll the dice and see what Immunity gets.
Yeah, I'm super excited for us to see if we do kind of have the kind of big step up from both these teams, right? I feel like it is not just going to be a conversation about which Immunity do we get, which Demons do we get. I feel like both these guys, if they do level up, albeit they might be in the pool of death, but if everyone comes out of this pool B, 1 to 2 levels above than what we've previously seen in a lot of these qualifiers, then, hey, we might have an insane championship bracket for us to look at when we start getting deeper, and then maybe the Chiefs having an easy run in their pool A might come in a little bit cold in the championship bracket.
Potentially. And, we're talking about the pool play going into the bracket. I just want to highlight once again that it's really, really important for these guys to get as high as they can in pool play. I mean, there's a real chance. I mean, there's a couple of us maybe putting one of these teams, like let's say, for example, I put Demons last. You know, they need to be winning these kinds of games and these series because you don't want to be starting down in the lower bracket of the elimination bracket.
Yeah, that lower bracket really is going to be a tussle for a lot of these guys as well. You know, obviously, the fact that going into the elimination bracket is going to be where your back is up against the wall. But ladies and gentlemen, enough talk. It is time for us to jump into this series. We've got Oddball, we've got Livefire, we've got Demons, we've got Team Immunity. So let's jump into it.
Team Immunity was one of the first teams that I cast over in 2009, and here they are playing for $50,000 in the biggest Halo Infinite tournament we've seen in our region. Demons, made up of a bunch of players relatively to Team Immunity, unknown, and now they are going head-to-head. Justin, I'm absolutely psyched for the start of this series.
Yeah, and we have Sways here, grabs that sniper rifle right off the rip, opting not to grab that old ball, maybe bait a little bit, making sure to secure that sniper. But look how many flashing shields there are from the Demons boys there. All three of them, no shields, and he's just a ringer out of the rosy, making sure he doesn't hand over that sniper rifle. Lifts the first one, and Hef's going to grab that one, Josh.
Hef's going to have that sniper in his back pocket. He's got BR, of course, and he's going to be able to lock this down with his squad over here in the garage to start things off. First points on the board are going to go to Immunity. Now, Hef, of the squad, he's not the first person you think of when you think of snipers. We may just see something special come out of him yet. Fantastic control from the squad so far, and he's going to take that snipe down low just to make sure there was no one coming through for the flank. He was going to be tagged in the back, but he does have the Dino there for support. Voltage picks up the kill, looking up top as well. You did see that ball drop for a little bit, but Hef, patient play to not get that smackdown straight away, and for that, he was rewarded with the kill. Early days here, but with Snipe still in hand, and with the first 11 points on the board and climbing, 2 players down for Demons, Immunity have a fantastic start on this map.
Yeah, man, I just love watching an old school player like Hef play. It's all about positioning and his angles and utilizing damage onto the map. He's not trying to do anything flashy. Goes down there, 2v1 situation, and Benno's in a little bit of trouble, but just doing the right things on the map for Hef. But here comes Sways with that heat wave, trying to find that player and just milking all that time. It has been played. Sorry, everyone watching from home. Benno on screen now, putting some angles down onto the tower. Moving through that old ball, we see a lot of teams gravitate to the tower. It's a really easy play ball when that pressure's applied to you, Josh.
Yeah, we saw there that Demons were able to put a bit of pressure on, have a little bit of tickle of the ball, and then they were able to get 5 points, but it wasn't going to be many before Immunity were able to get control of the map once again. We're on with Benno. He's got that heat wave, and you know what? You said earlier that he's in, I wouldn't even say in consideration. I'd probably agree with you, Justin, that he's the GOAT of ANZ, playing every Halo and just being a beast at every Halo he touches. We'll see what he can do here for the squad. He does get the assist. He's going to be picking up the pink mist, or what I thought it was going to be. Unfortunately, you can see he tied there throughout that exchange. We're going to be jumping over to Voltage now. Score check, 37-5, and Immunity, as I kind of called, I'm glad I can get a call right for once, seem to be dominating at the start of this game.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that Demons would come out really hot, use that Call of Duty aggression and just go really after Immunity. But Immunity, they're just cool as cucumbers right now. They're just playing their Halo game and getting points on the board. Now Dante, with that camo, there was a bit of a delay putting that one on. And that's a bit of a segue to not have to pop that camo until well after it's spawned up, Josh. And he's able to utilize that and really surprise the Demon guys.
Yeah, he is. Dante and the rest of Team Immunity doing work. I want to know what's going on in their heads. So let's go to a listen in with Immunity and see why and how they are so dominant.
Next to you, Hen.
A plat. Yeah.
Get ready to play.
A plat as well.
I'm with you, man. I'm coming storage.
I got it. Nice. Just keep on the new ball.
2B.
New ball. One's about to drop 2 by.
I want B. Can't see where he's going.
One shot oval. Sways.
Yep.
He's going keto. Sorry. Bottom mid.
There.
One shot there. Give me one bottom mid.
I can't see bottom. He might have went pillars.
Yeah,
Looking pillars, I can check.
It was Sways.
Ball's half shields as well.
Only 2 back there, I think.
I'm
One
one.
back there. Jordan's weak. There's 2 there, 2 there.
Right. One's at A. Top tower.
Both one shot back there.
Yeah. One's gonna be Nest. Yeah, Nest right now.
Camo's coming up soonish.
Yeah,
I'm just run. I'm watching bottom mid for you.
I'm coming corridor with it. There's one at 2.
Bottom mid, weak, lowing.
I can pinch pillars.
Sniping top tower, back tower, and C plat.
Sniping top tower weak. Sways.
Trying to look.
Top
tower's one shot.
Top tower, one shot. One shot, top tower still going out the side. On me, C boxes as well, one shot. Nice.
But there's one at
Is there one
tower.
more here?
Yeah, top tower, he's weak.
Nice, shoot it. Last go, lolly.
Yeah, he's at a C. Bring it tower, bring it tower. I mean B, he's at a B.
I spawned over.
Nest already, maybe?
Yeah, 2 mud, 2 mud.
I'm watching you, pill it off.
I'm gonna rotate this, should I?
Yeah, rotated her. I'm pushing
Yeah, go.
Yeah, already top tower, already top tower.
Oh, fuck.
You're gonna have to stay. Just drop it.
Top mid, dropping shaft, weak.
Yeah,
one shot in connector, one shot connector as well, he's coming over.
Keto and A
I
plat.
spawned here.
Keto too.
Weak Keto.
Another one at
And weak on
oval.
oval. Yeah, weak on oval.
Nice,
Dead scoreboard. He's
They're gonna be
dead.
back tower spawn, they're gonna be back tower spawn.
2, I think might be one more.
Keto. Weak Keto. He's
I'm hitting the flank guys as well. I can push him.
There's 2 there, I think.
There's one in... Yeah, going rat tunnel with a key wave.
Yeah, 2 here.
Yeah.
And one on over, one shot.
Both one hit red tunnel to A.
Shadow one.
That's
One's
the
gonna be
one
A
more
plat. One's gonna be A plat. Just watch that.
Give him a full. It's Lorry and Plasma.
Ball's weak.
I'm looking. Ball's weak.
I spawned out at B.
Yeah, I spawned.
One spawn B, going concrete,
Eight
one hit top
flat,
mid, one hit top mid.
One already back tower.
Keto, one shot, and flanking.
Can't see Keto. Ball's
Yeah,
one.
I'm looking for ball.
I got one. On me, an A. An A.
I'm gonna die. Plasma's half shield's going for ball.
There's 2 dead. I'm going quick
It
with
looks
you,
all
Luke.
ball.
Ball's one,
one.
Luke,
Nice.
and scoreboard weak.
No one there.
One shot.
Watch the ball.
Cameron,
I
10.
use scoreboard.
I spawned out at Nest.
Top 8 to you guys, top 8 to you guys.
Yeah, top A and Nest Bridge. Nest Bridge going back to C plat weak.
Weak, Nestbridge.
Cameron's up as well.
Next, weak at corridor.
Oh, you have.
Yeah, just live
Hey,
that towards.
Here, corridor.
Bottom tower, weak.
I tell you what, if Halo doesn't work out for Team Immunity, Hef and Benno can probably start an ASMR channel with those smooth, dulcet tones coming out. But Justin, it's such a crazy comparison between the comms coming out of Team Immunity and these other kind of teams that you would hear. You know, there's nothing frantic, no craziness, even with a bit of a comeback from Demons. They are still behind, but just still completely calm and collected, and it's all business for the Team Immunity.
They're just so composed, aren't they? It's just business as usual. It's like, oh yeah, I got the ball, I'm gonna rotate it through, and they're just so casual and just like, yeah, bro, like we can do this. You know, play a one shot here, and they clean them up. And that's just what Immunity does so well. And as you say, it's a very tight map, and they didn't even raise their voice. But Demons, what a little bit of a comeback. They had a little bit of a deficit that they had to bring back, and they've tied things up, Josh.
Yeah, indeed they have. You know, it was quite a surprise. Team Immunity, they might be caught out here. We'll see what they can do to kind of cement their victory here in round 1 if they can. Keep an eye on the timer, guys, because it might come down to that. 30 seconds left. 75-59. You can see there, Team Immunity deliberately chose to drop the ball. 3 players down, all 4 down now. They can just drop the ball if they want. You can see Dante's just going to hold on to it. They want to win by points and really show they're one of the best. You saw there for a moment, Benno had the heat wave in hand. He does get killed, but it looks like it may not matter. Dante holding onto the ball with dear life. He's got the support of his team. No one from Demons. They're not even in the same postcode. They're going to be cleaning this one up. Team Immunity take round 1 very, very comfortably.
Yeah, Dante just setting up shop there. He was very, very comfortable, probably taking the time to have a little bit of a snack because his teammates are just holding back the Demons from him. But now on board with Sways, putting some shots down. Good nade placement off the spawn here. A lot of pressure from Immunity, though. He was doing so well to put damage down on the map, but then 3 Immunity players just reacted to that call out and put him straight in the respawn screen.
Now the Demons are down by a round. I'd love to get into their heads and see what they're thinking as they are trying to form a comeback versus Immunity. So now let's go to window listen in with Demons.
I spawned C. Camera's up. Camera's up. Camera. Shoot him. He's one shot.
Short of me.
Nice.
One short still.
Nice, camera's down.
Camo. Yeah. Play ball, guys. Go C, maybe? Let's clear it out together, though.
I got map here, boys, by the way, but...
Yeah. Could be going back town, maybe?
They might have spawned A, fellas.
B. One spawn B.
AGB.
Actually.
No one's shot.
Wait.
It's my dummies.
Vintage. Oh, 2 OS, guys. One behind tower. Bottom tower, flanking.
Jordan has camo.
Wait, bottom tower. He's one shot bottom tower.
I played it.
Yeah. I spawned it A. I spawned a garage. Can I come to you guys see? Yeah, I can get him.
OS.
Wait, ball's weak. Go, one more outside.
One more. Kido.
Just
hold it, just hold it. Don't juggle it. It's 3 down.
They might go dummies.
Yeah, 100%. I'm playing with you, Lola.
I'm netting this. I'm top tower, guys.
I'm going top tower.
I'm watching front A. They're going dummies.
2B, 2 nest. Jordan, I'm with you.
I killed one. I'm looking
nest
now.
Netted nest.
Yeah, keep talking to each other.
Dummies.
Stay back, guys.
Double door, double boxes under nest.
I'm weak here.
Bridge weak. He dropped down.
Yeah, I go back tower, guys.
Now there's
I'm playing tower with you, I got snipe.
I spawn B, they're going to be dummies.
Hey, middle as well.
I'm going to fight middle behind them.
Dummies on me.
One shot middle.
On me, C player.
I think I played it.
No, you gotta do it.
Nades. Do it as you can.
Nice, just stay alive, Jordan. Run away.
Nade ball, guys. Nade ball hard.
Nice.
Good pick, Jordan.
I'm gonna
go big door. I'm going. Sandbags. I'm one shot. I'm just wait for me.
Jordan, I'm coming. Wait.
Ready?
This guy top A. Top A, one shot. Dead.
Let's go, boys.
One speed, Jordan, let's go.
Let's go.
Weak window. I can't slow behind you.
Both one shot. Cameras up.
Sandbags weak going to top A now. There's two.
Okay, we gotta wet up the sways off the break, yeah?
Absolute.
Alright, we got plenty of time, boys.
Yeah. I spawn a bit.
I have it.
They push that big door usually here, Plasma.
I'm top middle, guys.
I'm going big door. This guy,
middle weak.
Middle dead. Right, it's still big door, man. You need to keep big door next time. Nice, sit down. There's only 2 up. He might have mangled Plasma. Watch out.
Not with you, Plas. Breakfast, Plas.
Kill me, A.
Hey, there's one C flat. They're going middle, I think.
On me, A flat. Weak. Underground. 3 down, guys. 3. Hold ball, Lolly.
Let's go top mid. Okay,
I have it. I'm watching sandbags.
It's not me. I'm living.
Yeah, I'm living too.
Alright, guys, I'm coming to top middle.
Alright,
come with me.
Big door.
Killed one.
I'm coming.
I got one.
Coming top middle.
I'm bringing it unders. Do you see?
Yeah.
Top A and one's big door.
I'm bringing
it.
C.
Jordan.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna go to sways.
They're gonna be B. They spawn B.
You guys didn't push out C for me. They're on C.
One should C part.
I think one unders as well.
Hey man, I was kind of expecting to see some contrast with Immunity, but the Demons, they're just as composed. Their small talk seems to be really purposeful. There's not a lot of clutter in the comms. They're just cool, calm cucumbers, just like Immunity.
Yeah, I have no idea what's turned around for the Demons. Something magical has happened, and they had a fantastic start to round number 2 here. I think it was like 50 to almost nothing. Demons just really popping off. They had a fantastic start. Immunity, they were coming back a little bit, but once again, you're going to have Lolly with the ball. You've got Jordan in the top of the tower. Their camo is going to be coming up, so it's going to be important for one of these guys to get control here for the Demons. Team Immunity get it. They might be able to break the setup, but with Jordan shooting like that, maybe not. We'll see what happens. 83 points and climbing. Dante, though, with the camo. Let's see if they can make a play out of it. This might be the final play of this round.
It could be, and this camo key to victory for Immunity right now. Easy back smack there, and the ball has been played. Dante, the man to watch right now. He really needs to make a play to get Immunity back in this game, because Demons, they're only a few seconds away from being able to take this round away. Dante trying to find angles and listening to his teammates' communication, and Immunity, now they've got their palms on that ball, Josh. Are they going to be able to make a run? No room for errors.
This is going to be one of the most insane comebacks if they can. Remember the scoreline, it was 94 to I think high 30s. We'll see what Immunity can do. 3 players down for Demons. It might be possible. You've got Voltage with the heat wave in hand as well. Misses the critical second shot. He knows Plasma's one shield. He's going to be challenging. Jordan picks up the kill. Trading right here back and forth. And I think we might have had a drop. We'll see what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. That was a critical time to do that. No, I think we've actually swapped. So that would have been an observer bug. Carrying on, we've got 94 points here to the 60 points, I believe, of Team Immunity. Voltage and co trying to do what they can. 3 players down for Demons, so real possibility here of Immunity comeback. It was 94 to 30. We're going to be seeing points racking up here, hitting the 70-point barrier right now. And you've got Benno here to support Voltage. If Voltage keeps pushing now, Voltage has left it out in the open just so he can defend. I love this play. There is going to be one player over on the camo spawn. That's Jordan. He's in a tough position. You can see he's got the support. But Voltage, he's going to be able to not get one. It's going to be Jordan on top. Hef, the last one alive to try and do what he can coming off spawn. But the final points are going to rack up. And that's going to be Demons taking round number 2. And to my surprise, after round 1, we've actually got a game on our hands here, Justin.
Oh, you love to see it, boys. 1-1 in the first game, Demons versus Immunity. Looks like we might have a little bit of a technical hiccup, but we'll get back in, and I'm sure the players are ready to get back into it. But what a game we have on our hands.
Yeah, indeed we do. I mean, 1 round apiece. You know, it's going to be really interesting to see how this ends up for these two teams, because absolutely insane start. It was wild. And we're going to be seeing, you know, I think we're going to be straight into the game, I believe, now. So we're going to be getting into the game. There we go, guys. Sorry for the little bit of a hiccup. We will be carrying on where we left off. As a reminder, it was 1 round apiece. So 1 round apiece, and it's going to be Immunity, you know, after a fantastic start in round 1. Demons, I think it could be argued that Demons had just as dominant of a game in game 2 as in round 2 as Immunity did in round 1.
Yeah, it was a complete 180, wasn't it, Josh? And we see Immunity, they've come hot out of the gates and racked up about 20 points for themselves out of the gate here, and another couple of kills. They could go on a little bit of a run here if they can grab themselves the ball, but they seem to be very patient with each other, each team, giving a lot of respect about the plays and not trying to do anything too flashy, waiting for their picks before they even think about racking up some points.
Plasma here was holding onto the ball for a little bit. He was dropped, leaving Lolly and Jordan. Jordan falls as well, so it's all on Lolly to try and stop this push. And you see here, Demons have done enough. Team Immunity well held off. Now trying to go through Big Door. You're going to have Lolly. He's the cavalry coming in. It was a pretty decent trade. Hef picked up 1 there, and Hef's going to be able to get his hands on the ball and try and keep that moving. It was going to be a good start for Immunity at the start of round number 3. Both teams obviously wanting to get this first map to try and, you know, set the tone for the rest of the series. We're on here with Plasma, who, to be honest, and, you know, as the guy who's running his fan club, not performing as well as I've seen him in past competitions, both in round 1 and 2, lagging behind a little bit in the kills department. Jordan, however, he's been going all right. Round number 3 is down a little bit. It's actually going to be Lolly with 6 kills and 3. Benno here from Team Immunity does have that camo when they're in front by 52 points and climbing to the 8 points of Demons in round number 3. It's exactly what you want. And now he's got the camo, he's got the Mangler. Camo puts it to use. He's got 1, and now he's going to be collecting scalps here as he goes around with this combo.
He is just on the hunt, isn't he? You can just see that he's trying to find it. It's like, where are they? Where are they? He finds one. Maybe a little bit of a choke there, unfortunately. Now on board with Sways with that heat wave. Manages to grab himself 1. Picks up the ball instantly, putting some points onto the board. Another player there to help him out as they rotate to the ball over to the B side. Not able to get it over there. The pressure's already on the way. And that ball right there, that's going to be difficult to play if more players keep collapsing on them. Lolly doing everything he can to hold down these areas, just watching the ball roll a little bit further, and he's able to grab that 1 and start putting some more points onto the board for his Demon squad.
I found it interesting that they pushed out a Big Door when they had a 4 down on Team Immunity. I'm not really sure. They obviously knew something I didn't. Perhaps it was a scoreboard spawn or somewhere over near dummies, and they decided to push out. Regardless, Immunity were able to pick up a couple of kills, but Demons still seem to be in relative control, and you're going to have Sways here with the snipe, and he does put it to use. He cleans up 1. That's going to be Dante going down. Lolly picks up Benno as well. So good positioning here. They're well set up and should be able to form a bit of a comeback here, but just trying to get set up in a certain position. The ball was moved out towards scoreboard, so it's going to be up to Sways here to try and get some kind of map control. Missing a vital shot, and now he's fairly vulnerable here. He needs the support. He does have Dante there in front of him that he needs to take down, and you see, I don't think he was, because Dante picked up a kill on Jordan there. So throughout all of this, Sway's able to stay alive, and he does connect with that body shot up top. So he did a lot of damage, a bit of a distraction play, but no team able to really get points throughout that exchange. So we're going to be sitting here 61 to 39, still closer than I expected. It seems to be that oddball live fire seems to be where all teams, it seems to be what's evening the playing field between everyone.
Yeah, everyone's stepping up to the plate, rising to the challenge. Dante with yet another camo in, man. The Immunity just seems to scoop that one up every single time. And I don't know if they're winning those exchanges or if it's Demons just slacking in the power-up department. But we do have Sways now rotating that ball through, racking up the points. They do have a fragile lead. Immunity over Demons, currently about 20 points. But that just whittles away so quickly. And Demons, they're going to start evening up the playing field a little bit here, Josh. And that repulsor up to top mid by Jordan there, the heat wave. And look at this flank that he's been able to get. Double kills there if he wants it. Racks up a couple of kills onto the board and killing spree for him.
Of course, he wants it. He was looking hungry. Jordan still able to possibly do some work here. He does have shots out, and he does pick up the kill. That's 3 that we've seen just in the time we're following him. That ball's going to be reset, so holding bottom mid. He's doing everything. He's picking up the kills. He's moving the ball. He's got the support of the team. They're going to be pushing out towards tower, and this should be, after a couple more kills, Demons getting the lead. Here in round number 3, oddball live fire, pinch me, because I did not see this coming.
No, and Demons have taken the lead, Josh, but there's Voltage holding down the fort, applying that pressure to the ball, and it does look like it... Oh, it just didn't make it over the edge. It hasn't been played just yet. It's going to get really scrappy over the ledge there. The ball has been played, though, and it is bedlam down bottom mid right now. Voltage doing everything that he can to stop that rotation, but 2 more Demons players are going to be waiting for him. Voltage in a lot of trouble right now. Community boys need to help him out quickly.
This is where both teams need to be very careful. It's so easy to panic at this stage of the game. It's round 3. Things are tied up. They can both panic, and we saw there both of them trying to rush towards the small door, but it was Immunity that came out on top. Benno able to get that camo basically uncontested. And I think that this is where Immunity might be able to walk away with it. They do have control, and they've got that camo, as we've pointed out, but Demons, maybe it's just their pure ferocity that might be able to stop Immunity. It's all going to be about how this camo is played and what Benno can do here to stay alive while he's waiting for the cavalry to come in.
Yeah, you see the patience from Benno as well there, Joshy. He was just sitting there with the camo, watching the ball, kind of baiting it out, just waiting to see if he could grab himself a pick. And now he's rotated through, and they are going to try and grab onto that ball. But here comes the Demon, plays the repulsor, holding that player back. The double kills there, he gets the trade. Benno just doing so much work for his team. But Lolly, he managed to pick that one off the ground. He's rotating it through, and the score is completely tied up. This could go either way, Josh.
Benno did the work, but as Lolly just going in a rat, running away with the cheese, they might be able to wrap it up here, but he does get shot in the back. If he got to top tower, that was a possibility that was game, because Jordan was waiting there for him. But Jordan, he's had to try and fend off the assault from Team Immunity, and you can see here they might wrap things up. 88 points and climbing. Sways has nest control. He does see a play coming down the back. Surely the comms are going to be coming out here. Sways picking up the kills. The points still racking up. This might be a Demons game here, ladies and gentlemen. No. It's Demons taking game number 1 off Team Immunity. It went to the 3rd round, but it was Demons in front. Lolly, Plasma, Sways, and Jordan. Wow, you just took the first game off one of the most historic, the most seasoned teams in this region, and what a way to do it.
Mate, that was sweaty. I think I'm going to need to take my jacket off because it is really heating up in here. Demons rising to the challenge and taking down Immunity, having a look over the stats here, and it just, every player seemed to be performing so well on both sides, and Demons coming out on top. But Immunity, they look strong as well. I think we could have a series on our hands.
I think we really could. Your total points scored 259 to 249. It was so close. And it was going to be Demons coming out on front. Jordan there, even KD, 35-35, 16 assists. We're going to be checking out some of the replays here. And again, as we saw it unfold, round number 1, it went all Immunity's way. And I tell you what, I think I recall saying, this is what I had predicted. But again, Curse of the Caster coming out. It's going to be Demons coming out on front. And before you know it, Luke's prediction is looking good. Off screen, off camera, I can see him looking fairly smug. Luke, yeah, walk away. We'll see what happens at the end of the series. But look, I mean, credit where credit is due. In the face of Immunity, in the face of overwhelming pressure, the pressure of that first round loss, Demons came back, and not only did they come back, they were able to win round number 3 and take the map. Massive surprise to me anyway.
Yeah, listen, we were talking about the fact that what Immunity are we going to get, but we saw from the listening and how they were playing good Halo. And Demons, they just rose to the challenge, and David versus Goliath, and able to take out that first map. Yes, it's just one map within the series, but Demons really impressing me, Josh.
again, it sets the tone. We know what they're about. Demons are able to take a map off Team Immunity. They're able to do it in the biggest competition that we've had so far. And what I learnt from that is they're not afraid to be able to come back. They're not a team that's going to be kind of broken up by a lack of composure. Because let's face it, round number 1, it was a bit of a spanking. And then they were able to come up and just return the volley, able to give them a spanking back. So I am very, very impressed by Demons. And I tell you what, it kind of makes me wonder where I stand for Slayer on Aquarius. I really don't know.
It is a tough one. And I agree completely that they're on the back foot and they were able to bring things back, and that's a real test of a good Halo team. And so Halo's easy when everything's gone for you get all the power weapons and you get all the power ups and that kind of thing. But it's when you're on the back foot that you need to play your best Halo. And Demons were able to bring it back and then take away the map.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you guys thought. Let us know. Don't forget to use that hashtag as well, HCS Super, and we'll see what you're thinking. Go through your clips as well if you've got any you'd like to share, and just your thoughts on this series and in fact the entire tournament. Let us know what you think when we check in with Twitch chat as well. But Slayer Aquarius is up next. We do have a best of 5 series, and it's got me wondering if we're going to be seeing more than just these first 3 maps. Because Justin, I tell you what, I may have been wrong about this first map, but surely we're not going to see anything insane like a 3-0.
I've been a little bit shy about making predictions, but I think there could be a game 5 coming.
Now you're seeing some results. You got to make some predictions. All right, we'll see how it goes. I'm still backing Immunity here. I'm still backing them. My official prediction, I had Immunity third. I had third in this pool, so I had BBR first, I believe. So I had BBR, Divine Mind, Immunity, Demons. We'll see how that goes. Probably completely wrong, as I typically am. I'm going to be getting into action regardless. Guys, if you are just tuning in, map number 2 in this best of 5 series, Demons versus Team Immunity. Team Immunity fall in the first map. We're going to be on with Jordan, and we'll see what he and the rest of the Demon squad can do up against Team Immunity, who are going to be fighting from the back foot.
Yeah, and the camo's just up there waiting for someone to scoop it up, and Demons didn't have a lot of camo time, but still managed to take away that first map. And look, Immunity, yet another camo. That's got to be 5 or 6 in a row at this point. But Demons, they proved that they don't even need it. But Voltage, the sneaky little beaver, being very patient and waiting for players. But look at that, a couple have come in to collapse. You've got to shut down that camo player. You can't let them get away, Josh.
Yeah, I was hoping Voltage was going to be doing a little bit more of that camo. He took an unnecessary risk the way he was challenging bottom mid, and he was called out, and they shut that down very, very quick. And now, because of that and their control of the power weapon, you're going to be seeing Demons get an early lead here. They're actually playing really, really well. Lolly here, he's going to be getting away from that, plays his life and does it well. And now you're going to be seeing a 9-4 scoreline here as a great start to this map for Demons coming out.
Yeah, they're just going at each other at this point, on board with Jordan from the Demon. Couple of Team Immunity players coming off spawn, grabs himself one and just scurries away. Got that heat wave in his back pocket, ready to shoot that vertical beam of death at his enemies. Now rotating up, and that camo, time flies. It's just about to pop again, Josh. And it does look like Demons have maybe heard me a little bit and setting up for that power up that is just about to pop. Jordan getting a lot of pressure applied to him and just valuing his life so much, really giving respect to the Team Immunity guys.
I'm super impressed by Demons and the way they've been able to start this map off. And it's not just the start. The momentum has not shifted. It is just Demons map right now. And Jordan, he's playing like a man possessed. He's got the heat wave. He's on a killing spree. He almost cleans that one up there. And it would have been a triple if he was able to collect it. The heat wave still doing work. Finally, that was a killing spree of, I think, 7 or 8. And Voltage, he once again has that camo. Let's see if he can try and help turn this around for the Immunity squad.
Yeah, Voltage, you greedy bugger, grabbing the nut, yet another camo, nabbing himself 1 kill, double kills there if he wants it. That thrust, not enough to stop Voltage, and still plenty of camo to use. He's got the heat wave in his back pocket as well, and rotating through the map, applying some pressure to these spawners, Josh. And look at that, 4 red dots on the screen. All of Demons is in there. Voltage, can he take them all out? I mean, maybe he could.
Let's see what he does. He spots one, patiently plays, shots out. Oh, I think he could have played for the back smack more, but regardless, he does pick up the kill on Plasma. He's got the support there. There's going to be Jordan pushing out. Jordan should fall here because Benno, he's going to do that. And look, patience from Voltage being shown there and just relying on the teammates. The call-outs were down pat, and now they've been able to form a bit of a comeback. He scores 21-18. It was there for a moment, I think, a 10-point deficit with Team Immunity behind, they're able to come back, and this is what I mean about just that experience shining through. We'll see, though, if the energy from Demons and just that's pure, I guess, just in strength in their BR shots is going to be coming through. You got Dante, though. He's going to do what he can. He's got that heat wave, and now Immunity doing what they can to reposition themselves and just kind of, I guess, regain here in this map. They're already down 1. It's a best of 5 series here in full play. They need to be able to take this map. They may just form a comeback yet. Dante pushing out with this heat wave. He knows Sways is right below him. He took down Hef. Plasma around the corner. He's going to be picking up the kill. There's one. Double kill not going to be taken as his teammate cleans it up. Benno gets another. That's 3 players down from Demons, and now it's only 1 kill between these teams.
I was just having a look at the scoreboard, Josh, and there's a lot of assists on the side of Team Immunity. So much trust between those 4 guys, and we saw it before with Voltage. Didn't even challenge the one shot. He just waited for his bro to come in and take that one out for him so he could value his life. And Dante doing really well to stay alive throughout this and apply pressure from a different flank than his teammates and coming through. And look at that, Immunity with yet another camo. Is anyone from Demons going to put eyes on that and try and scoop it up from themselves? And, oh, Benno grabbed himself a double kill, but he does lose that camo. But points on the board. This is a Slay game, so kills are the aim of the game. Now Voltage moving through with his teammates. Shots across map. Wisely backs down, doesn't want to challenge a 2v1 situation there, Josh.
Every camo been in control of Team Immunity so far, yet they're still behind by 2 kills. Demons just showing off here and doing great work and good communication here. Voltage, oh, I thought he was going to be able to stay alive. Unfortunately not, he does go down. The communication has been great, but again, Demons throughout all of this, despite never having a camo, they don't need it, son. 33 to 30, still in front. Sway's caught in a 1v1. He's actually got the support of Plasma, who cleans up the kills. So, as he says, players Plasma might get another. Wisely backs off from the GOAT of the scene, Benno. He's going to be staying alive himself. Score check 34-33. And it's going to possibly come down to the wires. Both teams reset. All players up on the map at the moment. That new camo should be coming up soon. We'll see if Voltage can get it once again. Jordan from Team Demons gets the call out. Lolly picks up a kill. Traded out by Hef there. He's going to get the smackdown. He himself gets dropped. And Plasma picks up 2, actually. Sways gets another. 3 players down there from Team Immunity. It was up to Benno to stay alive. 35 to 38 your score.
Yeah, and things seemed to calm down a little bit. It was, got a little bit slow. Maybe both teams going, listen, things are tied up. We're halfway through the game, and we're just going to get a little bit, bring down the pace a little bit so they can get composed. Now on board with Dante as he's jumping up into the top mid area. That camo has popped once again. Will Immunity get another one? But there's that pressure from the Demons. And Voltage, yet he's going to grab another one. Is he going to be able to scamper away? But no, it looks like that one may have been burnt. No, Sways has scooped that one up. First camo on the board for Demons, and that heat wave in his mitts now, and he's the player to watch right now. Picks up 1 already. 45 to 41. Demons taking control of this game. Double kill for Sways, jumping up top mid once again. Look at this. Demons putting on a clinic right now, Josh.
Yeah, Sways, I love this use of the camo. What I noticed different for him versus the Team New squad when they had camo is that he's stuck to the edges of the map. He got that double kill, and now he's not doing anything too crazy. He's waiting for the right time, and he's rewarded with a killing spree. He's still doing work. That player that he was pushing is very likely going to be one shot. That's Dante, and things might be wrapped up here. 47-44, make that 48. Demons looking to wrap this up right now. Only 2 more kills required. You can see there's only 1 player hiding in the corner. It's Dante. Dante picks up 1. There's a second. Benno, he picks up 1. 48-46. There's still a game on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. There is hope. Hef picks up another. Sways. He's going to be getting 1 of the final kills down to the wire. Benno, it's going to be another one here. He gets Sways. 49-48. Immunity trying to come back from the brink of death. Demons looking to wrap it up. Can they do it here? 49, it's going to come down to the wire. Benno gets another one. Can this miracle happen? Dante and Team Immunity, they come back against the impossible. They fight the uphill battle. Immunity takes the Slayer here on Aquarius. Guys, what a game. What a series, Justin.
This is the Immunity we wanted to see, Josh. And what a comeback that they had. I felt it in my gut and I was like, Demons, they're looking really good. And Immunity, they just brought things back. So much composure and valued their lives so much. And now it's 1-1 in the series. 50-49, we're getting treated early on in tonight.
Yeah, this is a treat indeed. I didn't see that coming. I tell you what, I'm on a roller coaster here. It's a roller coaster of emotions as I'm trying to figure out where these teams stand with each other. Where do they contrast with each other? We knew that Pool B was the pool of death, but did I see a Immunity losing the oddball on live fire? No. Did I see them being down by 10 and then coming back right at the buzzer? 50-49 against Demons? Hell no. So all I need to know is I'm certainly retiring from predictions. I know I'm on record. I'm just going to let that sit there. We'll see how that festers. I'm just excited to call that Halo action ahead of us. We're checking out some of the replays and what replays they were. We were just treated to an insane game there, Justin. And these are the kind of games that, you know, you go back and review a tournament. These are the kind of games that get lost to history, you know. Game
early
number one,
night,
Series 1 for Pool B, but what a game it was.
And something else, Immunity, they brought it back twice. They were down 10 or so kills right out of the gate, and then they brought things back, and then Demons started pulling away again, and then Immunity, they just hit the NOS button, and it's like too soon, Junior, and they took it away.
I don't know why. As soon as you say NOS, I just go from the window to the wall. Oh my god, horrible. I'm too old. Immunity get that win, guys, and we are going to be seeing map number 4 at least 1-1 to start this series off. Tell us, did you predict this? Did you see it coming? Hashtag HCS Super on Twitter. Let us know your thoughts. But look, we're going to be seeing Stronghold Streets up next, and we will be going to CTF Bazaar. Maybe we go to game number 5. We shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 3 of Demons versus Team Immunity. Have Immunity found their stride, or did they just get lucky? We're going to be seeing as we start things off. Obviously, we're going to be seeing contesting right off the start for those rockets. It's going to be mid-map. I don't know who's going to take it. Are you confident throwing out a prediction yet, Justin?
I'm feeling a little bit more confident. We do have an objective game type coming up in Strongholds, and when you have such experienced players like Immunity, I kind of back them a little bit more than the new young guns to the scene. And Sway's trying to get that rocket straight off the bat, but Plasma, he managed to grab that one for himself to the play with, unable to connect, but does get the cleanup onto Dante, not putting that rocket to waste too much. Double kill for him. That must be right on the split second of the multi-kill timer, and they're starting to grab some strongholds for themselves. Demons really hot out of the gate. They must be angry.
Resaletic in the chat reckons 2 out of 2 predictions. Tell you what, I couldn't have predicted that one coming. We'll see how it goes. Hef here for Team Immunity. They did well to get 3 players down from Demons, and they're just contesting B point right here. First points on the board, though, did go to Demons, as we know, after a great start and rocket control. Hef now capturing B himself, hoping to get some points on the board for Team Immunity. They do have B and C, and Hef gets a handy little double. We'll see if they can come back as they actually go for A as well. They're getting greedy out here as they have a triple cap, maybe only for a moment, but actually, I believe you're going to have Benno over there flying in to defend C so that they do have a triple cap, and that is a great way to come back off a bit of a rough start for Team Immunity.
I like the trajectory changes that Voltage was making there. You could see the communication and, you know, the cogs were turning in their head, and it's like, where am I going? You know, his teammates are communicating that, no, we've got this one locked down, rotate somewhere else, and Voltage moving to a different area of the map, and this pressure he's applying to the A stronghold, not able to secure it. Now on board with Sways, finds himself another double kill. A lot of double kill, triple kills there if he wants it. He does manage to land it. We're going for that overkill. Will he get it? No, the assist. Someone just stole that from him. They're going to have words after this game, Josh.
Plasma, there's words I can't use on broadcast to say, but it's a certain type of block, and you just did that to your teammate. That's rough. That would have been an overkill regardless, no matter what you call it. Demons with a very handy set of kills there to get control. They had a triple cap. A was just captured, though, by Team Immunity, and Dante has rockets. He's able to pick up another kill and now should be able to capture B, but there is a couple of players pushing up C Street. We'll see in just a moment if they will be contested. There's going to be one on B stairs. Jordan picks up the kill. Voltage here now. It's up to him to defend B. Player just there on the balcony. The thruster too good. It was 2v1 though. Sway is going to be dropped. You can see here B hotly contested, but still, importantly, in control of Immunity. And they are going to be racking up the points here. About to hit 70 points against the 30 of the Demons.
Inman, have a look at that scoreboard. Hef stepping up. for his team, already in the double digits. No one's even in the same stratosphere as him right now. Benno with that slide in, and the assist comes in. Hef on 13 now. Triple kill for Hef. He's looking for that over. He's like, boys, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? But he'd already killed everyone, Josh, and he's really showing up for his squad. Having a look at the Stronghold score and Immunity. They've got a tight little lead right now, about 50 points. Another double killing and killing spree for Hef. He is just showing up big time. He's almost on 20 kills.
Triple the kills of anyone else on his team, more than double anyone else in the lobby. Hef, you know, he's always been the in-game leader. I've always thought of Hef as like that calm, smart, composed leader. He was never really, in my experience throughout the years, the biggest superstar when it comes to individual play, but here he is, where it counts, popping off and trying to help his team secure a victory after what has been a surprising series so far. They do hit triple digits, but it's a triple cap to Demons right now, and Jordan, the rest of the squad, doing what they can. Jordan's got the Bulldog, puts it to work. That Bulldog bites, and you just saw that it was going to be a couple of players here from Immunity finding out and just hanging on. But skin of his teeth is going to be Benno. He's got 3 shots to play with that Bulldog, and that Rockets are about to come up. Keep an eye on that. Lolly's challenging. Hef charges in. You can see there that Lolly does go down. Hef picks up the kill, which should mean Immunity should get the Rockets there. I saw Sway swooping in, trying to get it. I'm not too sure who got away with it. Regardless, as we see this, as we wait and see who gets that, keep an eye on your kill feed. It's going to be 2 points, A and B, in the hands of Demons, and they have formed a great comeback and have the lead after all of that. Jordan also has the Rockets, which has got to be important. He drops one with 1 in the tube, and you're going to have now Benno with that, and they need to come back here because Demons, despite being behind by, what, 50, 60 points, they've actually come back and have the lead.
That they do, but Immunity's starting to look pretty comfortable here. Benno whipping that first rocket. He picks up 1 kill anyway, and they're starting to collapse onto these players. They've got 2 strongholds, but it looks like they're hungry for the 3. It looks like both teams have been trading trip caps on all the time. Hef losing a 1v1 there, pretty uncharacteristic, but he has just ticked over to that 20 bomb as well. You're talking about the, you know, the composed player that Hef is, you know, kind of that reliable Labrador, but he's a rabid dog. He's got rabies just going after everyone this game. Scoreline is very tight, basically all tied up at the moment. Plasma using some height advantage, the high ground, not able to secure the kill, but valuing his life very much so. You cannot afford to misstep at all because these teams are so evenly matched right now. Demons flipping things around, starting to put some points on the board themselves, eking out a small, fragile lead of about 30 points.
Demons have come back and are still racking up the points. What are Team Immunity thinking right now after that such a commanding lead? Let's find out as we go to a listen-in with Team Immunity.
And PD, going back PD.
One shot, Sways.
Nice one, Dad.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
there's one in Cubby now.
Looking Cubby.
Rockets.
There's one top C player.
One B stairs too.
2 shots on Rockets.
It's weak as, bro.
C played as well, and front C.
C stairs weak.
I'm coming to you,
Top
Hef.
C.
Everybody's stopping here.
Yeah, top C weak.
On me, Cubby.
Rockets are me as well.
One shot, Cubby, bro.
Alright, we gotta make sure we're slaying, boys.
2 MC, I think I got one.
1 heaven and 1 back A as well, probably.
Absolute heaven. And yeah, he's in A. He's got Rockets in A.
Nice one, C, yeah. Is there a guy in C somewhere?
I traded with one. I don't know where the other one is.
Yeah, back C.
Yeah, he's in Commando. Kill this guy, Commando. I'm gonna push it.
I spawn PD. There's
on Rockets too,
I'm flanking B stairs.
One shot Commando.
Looking for him.
I'm looking Commando. He's still absolute.
Nice, alright, let's go.
He's still driveway, and top B stairs.
Driveway.
Yeah, and I mean, as we get down to the final point, let's see what's going through the minds of Demons.
Later one.
One more. He's front C.
I'm flying at it.
Someone go A.
Let's go! Oh, yeah, I need to go taller. I'm rushing taller.
I didn't tap a flash.
And we got the little bit of victory. We wanted to get the winning cry there of Demons at the end, and I just, again, I'm so all over the place. the roller coaster ride, I thought it was ending, but really, you know, just if you've seen those roller coasters where it's got 2 of the lifts, I thought I was at the end, and no, there's still a mountain to climb as we're about to go over the edge for the second time.
I'm having flashbacks for the first time my dad took me on a roller coaster. He's like, yeah, this ride's definitely flat, Justin. And I saw the slope, and I said, Dad, you said it was flat, and then, you know, a bit of a smirk on his face, and that's what we've been getting. You think that, you know, things are cool, calm, and collected, and then it just accelerates out of control. And Demons, we heard them with that big let's go at the end. These guys are hyped, and they're playing out of their minds.
Indeed, they are. I'm extremely shocked to just see how they're going to be able, how they were able to come back. It was like 100+ points to 50 at some stage. Immunity looked great. They had rocket control, but Demons surprising me time and time again, and that's why I said halfway through that game, I'm just not even making predictions anymore. I genuinely do not know where this is going to go. You know, Dante, Hef, Benno, Voltage, household names, and, you know, in the space of competitive Halo history, and with respect, you know, you look at these names, Jordan, Plasma, who, Slays, Lolly, what are these players who are given it and taken the fight to Team Immunity? Some of the most experienced players in the region. You've had people, okay, let's say if you don't think he's the GOAT, Benno's GOAT material, Hef and Voltage GOAT material, Dante's been around, I think, competitive Halo too, and yet you've got the Demons in here just, and sometimes throwing them around like ragdolls.
Yeah, I wonder if that's playing into their momentum at all. They're seeing these names that, you know, they may have looked up to in the past, and it's like, boys, like, you know, we used to idolize these guys and we're just destroying them, let's go, and all that, you know, that speed and momentum just builds up in them, hyping them up, and maybe that's why, you know, it was such a spanking at the end of that game. They really just took off and took control.
Yeah, I don't really know how to call what's going to happen, especially as we head to CTF Bazaar next. I guess we'll find out, and if Immunity can form a comeback and take this map, we will be going to a Game 5 in just our second series of the entire tournament here for the HCS ANZ Super. Just as a bit of a recap, Oddball Live Fire, we went to that round number 3, as we know, and of course it was Demons who took that out. The Slayer, the 50-49, Immunity with an insane comeback. Then Demons, a comeback of their own there in the strongholds on the streets. I just don't know which way it's going to go. Can Demons cause an upset? An upset to everyone, maybe, but Fluke. Have them placed as number 1 in Pool B. We shall see. But guys at home, also let us know in the Twitch chat what you think, and end on Twitter with that hashtag HCS Super. We'd like to know what you think about this series and the entire tournament as Justin and I get ready for map number 4, CTF. Let's dive in, and we're kicking things off with Hef.
Yeah, Hef gone straight for those double doors. So aggressive. He's eager to get into it and challenging Jordan off the rip. Now, not able to get the better of him that time, but Jordan is very weak in that fight for that spanker off the rip there, looking for that play. A little bit of a prediction, but there is his teammates trying to help him out. Connects on the second one, putting him into the respawn screen, but there's that Bulldog waiting for him down in the sewers. Benno able to grab himself one, and, you know, I predicted it. I'm feeling this Game 5 already. I want to see it. I don't want this series to be over, Josh.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about predictions anymore. I think our predictions are going to be about as accurate as those, you know, TV gypsies that, you know, they advertise after midnight on TV, those television psychics. That's probably about as accurate as I'm going to be throughout this series based on what we've seen so far. There is a flag moving at the moment. Benno there is going to be cleaning up a couple of players bottom mid. That flag won't be going anywhere too fast. And Benno back on the attack. Oh, he could have been away there. He could have been away there if that grapple hit. But as we know, it's notoriously hard to hit the flag with that grapple at times, especially when you're trying to move fast and under pressure.
Yeah, such a small target. Benno unable to connect on that one, but he's gone aggressive on the flag anyway. Perfect shot, but 2v1 situation, not a lot that you can do. Sway's held back for a minute. He's waiting for his shields, and now moving up to the bar area, not stopping off for a drink. He's got a game to win. Voltage in the corner there. A couple of players applying some pressure to him. The assist comes in. Plasma sorting out Voltage, and Sway's getting shot in the side. And you could see he didn't even give that player respect. He's like, my boy is on the other side of the map. I've got to put some extra shots to help him out.
Player comes swinging on in. It's going to be Dante, who's taken down. No Tarzan victory today, as Lolly's just going to be locking down tree here. Teammate pushing out through doubles. Keep an eye on that OS coming out in 3 seconds. Nice dynamo nade placed there by Immunity, but it's not going to be enough to stop Lolly, who cleans up Hef. OS is out. I think Lolly's going to pull out to his teammate that's going to be down low while he distracts by taking and absorbing these nades. It is still up, but I saw 2 players down there, and Voltage is actually going to be making a run for the flag. One player is going to be stuck here in locker, and that flag should be still moving. Not too sure who got OS. Doesn't matter too much at this stage, as Voltage is going to be popping out shots onto the player who's going to be over on top tower. It was going to be Benno who got the OS. He's going to be keeping this flag going as well. And as one player's down, that's going to be Sways, and a couple players coming off spawn. We might be able to see our first flag cap. He's got the support. The team's there. Hef's closing down the alley. You've got Dante as well, and that's going to be Immunity getting our first cap on the board.
I love that buddy system there. You could see the player outlines and the bros are making sure that he got that flag onto the podium and putting one on the board for Team Immunity. Now with Hef, that Spanker is just about to pop as well, but he's more preoccupied on putting pressure to these spawners. He's got the mangler. He don't need no rockets, and they're setting up for a push on the flag. They just got one in, and they're already thinking about their second one, Josh. And Hef applying pressure to all different angles, just fluidly moving through the map. And there's Voltage with that rocket launcher and the discipline of not shooting off that second one, using the melee to finish off. Does Chal very weak there and went down. But Hef, he's still alive. He's doing work for his team and staying alive.
Just before this most recent push, Immunity was able to get Demons 4 down. So it's actually a big credit to Demons who have been able to fend this off, because look at that. 3 players down for Team Immunity, despite Immunity having rockets and Mangler and being in Demon's base. Off the rip, Demons were able to fend them off. That is super impressive.
It's very impressive. Speaking of impressive, Dante, first one to hit the double digit with 10 kills. Lolly doing his best Spider-Man impression, sliding in and able to clean up that player. Second one's there if he wants it. The teammate does come in to help him out there. Now on board with Benno. And look at that. That overshield just got grappled away. Plasma slapping that one onto his chest and taking out Benno. Double kills there. And he's already putting so much pressure onto those spawners. Hef just got up and he's already copping some BR bullets to the face. And he's still got plenty of overshield to work with. Couple of Immunity players below him, unable to secure those kills, but the amount of pressure that Plasma was just applying there, Josh, was incredible.
Yeah, it was great movement from Plasma, but unfortunately he wasn't in position to get support from his teammates. He should have done enough, though, to be able to get this flag out potentially. It may happen. You've got Sways here able to make the pull, but I'm just looking for where his teammates are, because Benno's coming out of tree. I don't think anyone's around. You do have Plasma now pushing in through tree, so we still might be able to keep this moving. 2 players down for each team at the moment. So you can see here, great dash there by Voltage, who actually picks up one, and that flag pull was going to be stopped. So a lot of things took place for both sides there. I like the aggression from Demons. I think they were a little bit out of place there.
A little bit frantic.
Plasma was a little frantic when he had that grapple. He was able to swing in instead of extending past tree. If he just hung around in there, he might have had a chance to set something up. But look, you know, we could have done a million things. Hef, though, he could have and does have a killing spree as he's trying to shut this down and potentially set up another run of their own.
Yeah, and you know what? Bizarre CTF. It's one of those games that you really need to be disciplined about getting your picks before you start moving the flag. And Demons, they seem to just like, hey, I'm in the base, I'm going to grab the flag and start running it, not giving Immunity the respect that they deserve, getting those kills before they even think about moving out that flag. But we are on board with Lolly, putting some tasty shots onto Voltage, puts him into the respawn screen, but it's Nade City on his position, doing his best to stay alive. Plasma there helping him out. Lolly's shields recharging there, waiting for those rockets to spawn up. Very patient there, and he's jumping out. Already finds himself one, but no, he gets taken down. But those rockets are going to be sitting there to be scooped up. Sways using that grapple to get some height advantage. And look at this, getting so aggressive onto that flag. Picks himself up, one, flushing shields. And here he's trying to use his cover. Hef trying to put him down. And here comes Demons coordinating their push to get a flag moving.
Yeah, I mean, this was a nice little push. I think it was just a little errors there. You know, we saw Sways, he jumped up when he didn't need to. He was dropped, and I think there was just an exchange that didn't need to happen. Look, regardless, you've got Lolly in here, still putting pressure on. He just needs his team to come in and help support him, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's very, very scrappy, and I think it's definitely the words to use. 3 players down there for Demons. Jordan does get smacked, but you got Immunity. They've got mid-map control. Dante with the grapple. He's going to be able to get up into the cafe, and he's going to be looking for these spawners. Shots out a little over-aggressive, but he is going to be able to fall back. Hopefully, gets away with his life, and he does. So, nice moves here. And you can see he is finally cleaned up by, I think that might have been Voltage got him. Regardless, back and forth here, and 4 players down for Team Immunity. So that's quite lucky because Immunity were looking like they're in a nice spot there to set something up. Let's see now how Immunity go on the back foot.
Yeah, it is always interesting to see whether or not a team can respond when they've got so much pressure being applied to them. I mean, look at this. Hef is just spawned up, and he has to hide behind the pole because he's eating bullets to the face. And look at that. He just waits for his teammate. The trust comes in, and Voltage is like, I got you, bro, and sorts out that player. Now he's already moving up on the map, moving things across. He's waiting for that grapple to spawn up for him. But he's got that Mangler, which is a power weapon in its own right. And he's going up to the bar. A bit of a bartender. He's going to serve up some cocktails. First player's there. He grabs one, and the player does turn around to challenge him. But Hef able to get another kill, banking that nade off the wall, banking out and repositioning. And Hef, he's just turning up this series.
They were some fantastic defensive nades there. I was worried when he pushed in with the Mangler, but the nades did the work. And yes, he might have fallen, but throughout this whole exchange, it's allowed Immunity and Benno to get control of this overshoot. You see Benno desperately trying to get this kill. He helped Voltage clean that one up. 1 player down for Demons at the moment. Make it 2 as they're collecting scouts. Let's go for 3, guys. It's the double kill for Benno. Now they're looking for the spawners. They're expecting them to be in the corner, and they should be. 1 player just spawned up. Benno does have the support coming out of tree, though. That's going to be Sways. He's fully tagged up. That flag's going to keep moving. Baiting Sways out. Gets the kill. Fantastic stuff. Now looking for the other players, which he knows is going to be either at doubles or coming from the alley. He picks up another double kill. Hopefully that's enough for that flag to still keep moving. You're going to have Dante here. He pushes in, trying to desperately get it past the tree. Now you're going to see those rockets come up in a second. Look out for that, because throughout this mayhem of this flag going, don't forget about the power weapons. Rockets are up now. I see a blue nameplate. That should be Immunity in control of that. Voltage gets dropped. 2 players from Team Immunity go down, and now the rockets are in the hands of Plasma. Plasma gets a double. He's stopped the push. He gets the triple. Overkill potential if he can find that last player, and he might just get it. Overkill there for Plasma. Going to work. Gets the kill tack as well on stream here. Plasma, we called him out, and this is why he stops the push, and those rockets were so vital. Justin, I talked about the mayhem of the push. Immunity, they just had laser vision on the flag. They allowed the rockets to be captured by Demons, and they allowed Plasma to get a kill tack on one of the most seasoned teams in the region.
Yeah, and he was so disciplined about what they were trying to do on the map too. He blocked that spawn. His teammate got the flag on the move. It is sitting there on the podium. Demons should be able to put this one on the board. And with 2 minutes to go, it is now 1-1, all off the back of that amazing kill-tacular. Jordan struggling a little bit here on the flag and able to get the trade. Such a good trade there. You cannot let that player get away from you. But now Voltage with that overshield, ready to push into the base, trying to find himself one. And he's right there on the flag. He does need some help from his boys, and he's pushed back a little bit. Double kill for Voltage. Maybe an opportunity to run the flag, but Jordan with the cleanup.
3 players down, though, make that 4 for Demons. There's a real opportunity for Immunity. I tell you what, after giving away a kill tack, they wouldn't have wanted to give that away. Not to Demons, not to anyone, not at this stage here of the tournament. They need to shut this down, and they're going to be trying. Benno, he's going to be overextending. I love this. I love this. He's dropped the flag. He knew the players would have been coming from the alley. He's allowing his team to spawn up and get control here. He overextended. I love what I saw. Fantastic composure. Great communication. He knows there's a player there. He's able to get the call out. Spawns are there. Fantastic play, and this is why Benno's the GOAT, and he's going to get another cap on the board.
A patient GOAT at that, Josh, and 2-1 on the board for Immunity with less than a minute to go. Benno now with that Mangler. I mean, Demons, they mounted that massive comeback, but Immunity went, nah, boys, this is our game to win, and instantly ran a flag of their own. And it does look like Demons are trying to respond by getting a flag moving, but Benno's turned around, and here he is to hold down the fort. And I like this position down here. Just such a sneaky play, but no, he gets the back whack, and that flag's on the move. Demons, 2 players there, buddy system, moving that flag across the map. Is he going to be able to get it over the line? 20 seconds to go, Josh. A little bit of a fumble. Is he going to be able to slam it in? 2-2. Are we going to overtime? Looks like we might be.
No way. Benno was the hero that Immunity needed, and now Benno alone could have stopped that if he just dropped a second sooner or a second later. Instead, he dropped straight down to a back smack, and we're going to be going to overtime. What a way to do it for Demons to hang in there. This is insane stuff. It's sudden death, though. The flag's been pulled. Let's see what happens here. You've got Benno here trying to make that flag happen. It's not going to happen. Immunity's not there. Oh, I said that too soon. Voltage, the dinosaurs rushing in. We're going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. 2-2. Demons versus Team Immunity. Oh my gosh. Demons, they won the battle with that kill tack, but the war rages on. Let's see what they can do to respond. We're on with Sways. He's got the Mangler. Justin, what can he do with it?
Oh, mate, hopefully he does a little bit better than Benno did, and you're right. Half a second later, and Benno could have won that game for them and able to take out that rocket play before he shooters up. But no, he drops as well, so those rockets, 2 in the tube, waiting there on the ground, and Voltage wasting no time, getting annoying, getting up in their base. And, you know, you've got to get Voltage out if they're going to be able to pull a flag on their own. And look at that, already picking up one. An Immunity flag on the move, and they've got that overshield as well. Benno and Voltage leading the charge. Dante with that overshield, he's going to be able to take so much damage. Where's Demons? There's no pressure being applied to him. They can't just let Immunity get this flag in right away.
Bit hard to defend when you're all dead. Demons and Voltage with the rockets as well. This cap should be away. Dante's running the flag. Where is it? Show us the flag. It's going in, and Team Immunity are gonna get the victory. Ladies and gentlemen, guys and girls, we're going to map number 5 in this series. What a way to do it. Pool B, the pool of death, also the pool of insane gameplay as we had expected. You know what? I may not have called Demons to take this win, but I'm damn glad I was wrong, because there's no way an Immunity 3-0 or 3-1 would have been as anywhere near as entertaining as we've seen this series so far.
No, and we manifested it, put it out there, that prediction. I thought we were going to a game 5, and there it is. The universe heard us, and they're giving us such a great series. Immunity able to get that one over the line, but Demons, they didn't let them have it. They put up a fight right down to the wire. It could have gone either way.
It could have gone either way. This is the battle of the oldies versus the freshies. Who's going to be coming out? All I know is Plasma, my man, with the kill tack there on stream. I'm so glad we caught it. We're going to be checking out some of these replays, and I tell you what, through all of that excitement, we can't overlook what won the game. It was that overshield right at the end in overtime, and then not only that, because the pressure was on with the flag running, we saw Demons that didn't focus on the rockets, and Voltage was able to get in a position. He got the rockets, and he just absolutely cleaned up. He tore them apart, middle of the map. It was the final chance for Demons to respond, and they couldn't. And Immunity had forced a game 5. And look, here's his overkill. Goes for the kill tack. Plasma. Bananas.
Bananas. A tip of the fedora to you, Plasma. Amazing to see. And Benno slapping that flag in there in the highlights. And it really did just go right down to the wire the last 15 seconds or so, tying things up to go into that tiebreaker round, and then Immunity coming out on top. And now we go to a game 5. I mean, my heart's already pounding, Josh. I'm not sure I can handle this game 5.
No, I don't think I can either. I'm about to rise out of this seat or slip off it or something, because I did not expect this level of gameplay so soon. I mean, we're talking about with series number 2 of this tournament, first series of Pool B, and we're already up to a game 5. Immunity up against Demons, and I mean, credit to both teams for what they've been able to do, and both teams have been able to show that despite having their backs against the wall, being pushed into a corner, they're able to fire back swinging. Like, I feel like I'm seeing 2 heavyweight champs going the distance.
One thing I was worried about with that Slayer that was 50-49 was whether or not Demons was going to be able to bounce back from that, such a heartbreaking loss. But they responded right away and were dominant in that Strongholds game. And then Immunity, they went, they brushed that one off, and they were able to keep composed and able to get that last game over the line. And now we're in a game 5 situation. It's just both teams so composed and able to respond to the other. This is a coin flip, 50-50.
But are they composed? That's the question. Immunity are known for their composure and how calm they are in their comms. Let's go straight to a listening with Team Immunity to see how they're feeling, what they're comming like in game number 5 of this series.
Bottom A, I think. 2 bottom A, 1 in Mangle Pit.
Yeah, one on Mangle Pit
as well.
Mangle stairs, weak.
I'm looking.
I'm watching you. If you can get camo, get camo.
Orange door. Go camo.
Yep, 2 dead right now.
Mangle.
4 dead.
4 dead still. 4 dead still. Prizes up. Alright, that's 1C. That's 1C. It's gonna be A.
Yeah, I'm coming long, trying to get.
Yeah, I'm walking long.
I'm trying to pick up pipes.
Anyone watching cat?
We're all spread out.
There's one at triangle. Like
top triangle, one shot. Sways.
Yeah, I'm weak.
One shot. Another one there.
Yeah, lolly one.
Live.
Yeah, bottom A.
Yeah, I'm pushing in.
Shoppy's
1 second.
Weak.
Shoppy's
One
down
shot
in
coming
there.
out.
I'm dropping.
One shot. No. One more on the ramp. Jordan, one shot.
I'll finish him.
Yep, they're gonna spawn C. I'm already trapping them. They're gonna spawn C to tower, I think.
Yeah, one here. One back silo, one shot Sways.
Yeah. 1 second.
Two back silo. I'm living. I'm weak.
That's one day.
I'm gonna walk one of me.
I got one's weak back there. I'm getting shot. There's 2 back silo still.
Yeah, one's one hit. I got splits.
And
run back silo. Nice. Last one was around that ledge somewhere.
I'm gonna try to block A.
Yeah. Trap them in pipes.
I spawned back.
They're shooting me from gold. Yeah, I'm weak. Yeah, I'm staying up, bro.
I'm
In pipes should be weak. One's top gold weak.
Oh, caution, 2 shots.
Yeah.
One shot long, Luke.
I'm 1-2. I might get pushed from that.
Another one long, 2 more long.
Yeah,
They're trying to kill Luke. They're trying to kill Luke. There's 2 there. I'm looking over you. I got you. 2 there. I'm nading above you.
One's on me in A, going back to turbine.
Absolutely.
Needles, one shot. Yeah, here.
Killed
One
needles.
needles.
That ledge, last guy. I shot him
push
once, Plasma. He's going into pipes.
They
They might spawn A as well.
I'm shot dead. Got him hit.
I'm getting out of A, 1 sec.
Yep, they're gonna spawn A.
Shot. Jordan,
I can
I'm
sort
trying to stay up.
Yeah, camera in a second.
Two over past that tower.
Camo.
I'm pinching.
2 weak tower.
I'm behind 2.
There's one in an elevator as well.
Behind 3.
Elevator's one shot.
Come on.
Elevator's going at Mangle.
I'll
Finish him. Mangle, I can...
One shot bottom A.
Yeah, I'm going for him.
Nice, I spawned gold. They're gonna be C.
Yeah.
I can trap.
I'm living.
I got him trapped here.
Touch your boy self.
Yeah, I got camera. I'm making a play.
Yeah, I'm trying to get aggressive with you.
I'm here.
I think they're all... one's
getting
back ledge. Weak back ledge.
I hear you back ledge. There's one still on me. One shot.
Coming down 2 seconds.
Top gold.
Shoot on him.
Nice. Have
Living.
See that? They're gonna spawn A after this. Let's keep them
There
split
was
here.
one back ledge.
There's one in gold. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be attic. I'm not sure. Getting shot from A.
I'm gonna shot like gold.
Attic, one shot.
Yeah, he's gonna kill me. Nice.
Another one here.
There's one top tower. One shot.
He's got a sword. Sword attic.
Live up there, Touch. Live. I can look after you. 1 sec.
He's top gold with a sword. Watch out, Luke.
Pushing. One shot. Dead.
Nice, huge kill, right? That C plat.
I spawned A.
Yeah, they're pushing Touch. Touching Touch.
Behind me. Pipes.
Where's he gone?
He's walking. Bat ledge.
Oh, fuck, bro.
There's one on me.
One shot at bottom A.
I'll spawn gold on you.
Yeah, I'm just hiding.
Yeah, they're going to you for sure.
Slow it down. We don't need to. I spawned C.
Nice. Back up.
I just got a shot.
I'm top gold.
2 and A. Kill this guy, gold. I'm one. Nice kill.
I'm going needles. 1 sec.
Of the early pipes, fuck. I died. There's a sword down at batteries.
Yeah.
Top 8. He's absolutely in top tower.
One shot. Top gold. Nice.
Take me as well.
Well, we were wondering whether or not they were composed, and they were just cool, calm, and collected immunity, the boys that we're used to. And the small talk's so great. It's just, calling out a player, and it's like, yeah, I hear you, and it's like, I'm moving here. I'm waiting for these players. Like, yeah, I'm getting in position. It's just amazing comms to see. It's, really a clinic of how you should be communicating with your team.
I saw in the Twitch chat that someone said, the comms are good when you can understand what's happening and what's being communicated. I totally agree. And with immunity, you almost always can, and it's always so calm. I think it's like the special ability of Team Immunity that you've got those kind of dulcet voices of Benno and Hef in there that are able to keep you calm in these high pressure situations. And then you've got the likes of Dante, who's I think he's comparatively the Energizer Bunny of the squad, who's able to keep the energy flowing. And then it's like they keep each other in check. He keeps the energy going while the others make sure it keeps calm. Sways, though, speaking of keeping calm, he's calm with his camo and Mangler, able to get an easy double kill and a killing spree as well. But look, it's very insightful getting those listen-ins, and it's fantastic to hear what's coming out of Team Immunity. Now, throughout all of that, they were able to get a very healthy lead, but before you know it, things are relatively close again. You do see Dante hiding around the corner, Sneaky Beaver with that sword, cleaning up the kill. The score right now, 29 and 26. Immunity just in front, and Dante into the double kills.
Yeah, he's been such a pest with this sword. Just waiting for him. And there he goes into the pounds, but that player, the help comes through. He drops before he even gets a chance to slice him in half. And the scoreline 32-27. We've just crossed that halfway mark in this game 5, and they are neck and neck. Dante with the double-digit kills, Benno with a couple more as well. And Dante's he's been such a star player, 10 kills, 7 assists, and putting so much damage on the map. And such an annoying player for Demons as well. He just seems to be right there, waiting for them. Marksman medal coming up on screen, double kills there if he wants it. Goes in the pounce, slice and dice, double kill for Dante.
Fantastic work. Dante's been going hero mode. I think he was up to 6 or 7 kills before he finally had his first death. Now he's 12-3 with 7 assists. He's carrying the team on his back through this game. He's still got maybe 1 strike of this sword left. He's only charging in. He does pick up the kill. He's got the killing spree. That's a fantastic trade. There's nothing left in the sword anyway. So I love that. He's got the information to call out to his teammates. They clean up the kill. This is exactly what we need out of Team Immunity. 40-33 is score. Demons really need to pull something out of the hat if they want to be able to come back in this one.
They really do. With a 7-kill lead, Immunity is sitting pretty and applying pressure, and that camo has just popped up. We'll have to see which player managed to get their mitts onto that one. Benno has, and he's got that repulsor in hand as well. Plenty of goodies on the utility belt. There's one, but there's another player around the corner there. Benno blocking off that push with a couple of well-placed grenades. Fresh shields coming up. You've got to get aggressive on that camo player. He's just been such a nuisance right now, and they're really starting to sandwich those Demon players together. Will Benno be able to get another pick? 43-35. Demons in a little bit of trouble. Benno managing to grab Sways, and that camo is now gone, and he didn't get a lot of kills, but boy, did he apply a lot of pressure.
Look at this collapse, though. Benno, fantastic work. He gets another double, but what he did mostly there was get the call-outs to the team. You saw Voltage there coming on in. You saw Dante as well. The cavalry came. They're able to pick up a couple of kills. Sways does answer back with 1. Your scoreline's 46-38. Sways gets a nice little double, and he's supporting his teammate there that was no shot. Plasma with the call-outs to storage. He actually gets a 3rd kill while we were watching him here, or gets the assist at least. There might be another crazy comeback. It's possible. 47-40 with Voltage with the nade. It's coming down to the final kills here, ladies and gentlemen. Team Immunity only need 2 more kills to wrap up this game and the series. You've got 3 players here over at doubles. They're just slowing things down, finding where these players are. Plasma's going to be over there in whirlies. And Benno, I love this movement. He wraps around, finds one. The second last kill. They're pushing in. They smell blood. It's in the water. Final kill's going to be there. No, it's not. Plasma's actually able to stay alive, but here they come. The team's collapsing. Sways gets another hep.
There it is.
Finally gets that nail in the coffin there for Demons. 50-44, Team Immunity. They win the Slayer. They win Game 5. They win the series. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all over there. And look, I tell you what, I'm glad you're back, Luke, because I can't handle this anymore. We're running up to series number 2.
I can't believe we started out a day like we have here. The fact that we jumped directly into the pool of death, and Team Immunity and the Demons did not disappoint us here, lads. The fact that we went through Game 5, we had a 49-50 Slayer. This was a 50-44, and I mean the fact that these boys on Immunity just are able to wrangle together and be able to come back and get this series under their hat. Man, the rest of Pool B is going to be so dope.
Yeah, that's just that experience in the juggernaut roster of Team Immunity. Demons, they were playing so well and really pushing Team Immunity to the edge, and it really did come down to the wire. And even that last Slayer game, it went all the way down to 50-44. Demons were just really holding on. It's like, we can still do it, we can still do it. They never gave up. And, you know, I was starting to get a little bit of butterflies. I was worried. I was like, oh my God, Immunity's not going to choke this, are they? But no, they stayed composed and they got those final couple of kills. But Demons, they didn't make it easy.
Yeah, just the fact that these guys were able to contest through the entirety of every single one of these maps just goes to show that how tight this entire pool is going to be. And albeit, Josh, yes, I know that unfortunately I did lose this series, but there still is potential somewhere down the track, and maybe some potential where they can take down teams like Divine Mind as well as BBR. They can still top this group, and if we just get more of this, yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even care about predictions at this stage. I'm so lost. I've just got the endorphins after the high that was that series, and as you can see there, just look at that for a summary. 2-1, 50-49, 251-20, yeah, okay, we'll leave that one. 2-3 CTF Azar, we ended up overtime, then a 50-44. I fail to remember a series as close as that in tournament play.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely neither. The fact that we dive into Pool B straight away, we called it the group of death for a reason. We weren't really sure where everyone was going to land, and the fact that this has to go all the way towards a Slayer to figure out who actually gets on top of this series, I mean, it's just going to be an insane, kind of next couple of days for us to look at, because as soon as we start to mesh these pools together, like, we're going to go up to the next level here.
Pool play is meant to be the warm-up. Just like you get the appetizers out. Like, we haven't even hit the main course yet, but I feel like we're getting our desserts in this series as well. It's just been anarchy, and I wonder how the bracket's going to play out as well. And I think Demons, they've got something to prove. They played out of their minds, and they didn't give up. So watch out for the bracket. I reckon they're going to be coming back for a vengeance.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be insane to see what these guys can do across the entirety of pool play. And the fact that I think Demons came out of the gate with a whole lot of kind of momentum. They started out this a little bit hot, getting the 2-1 opener up against Immunity, and then Immunity were able to pull it back. There's been insane stats across the entirety of the board. The fact that we got a Killtacular as well, insane that we're able to actually catch that. So shout out to our observers in the back being able to get that. And the fact that Benno has 543 damage per minute through the entire series, by the way. This is through the entire series that they just had with full 5 maps. These guys have been putting up insane stats, and I'm just keen to see what they do for the rest of the day.
Benno is dad. He's the GOAT. And, those stats show that he's still got it after all this time. And after we talked about the new blood, we talked about what Demons have been able to do. But of course it's Benno with the highest damage per minute in that series. I don't think we would have had it any other way.
Yeah, it's just crazy the fact that we came into this series with Demons as being, my dark horse. A lot of people talked about these guys as being, young guns that can really come in and tear apart something like the Super. And then we looked at Immunity saying, these guys have a very, very high ceiling. What can they reach? And I think this goes to show that these guys are starting to get towards that next level. They're getting that next step here in Halo Infinite. And the fact that they've got full day of pool play to go even beyond that, I mean, they're going to be a terror in that championship bracket.
Well, those keen-eyed observers might have noticed that the games that Immunity managed to take out, it was a clutch-up situation, or lose. They right down to the wire. And yes, they had good control of that last Slayer game, but even still starting to slip through their fingers a little bit. They still clutched it together, and that's the experience of Team Immunity. They just step up to the plate when everything's on the line.
Exactly. We might be able to get a dive into the experience of Team Immunity, because we've got Voltage on the line once again here to have a chat to us after that insane series. Voltage, mate. How do we even start this interview? The fact that series was probably one of the best we've seen here in ANZ for a long time. Like, how are the boys feeling after a series like that?
Yeah, to be honest, it was a really exciting series to be a part of. I think everyone's just sort of trying to brush out the cobwebs, and I think there's no better way of doing it than a nice, tight sort of series like that, just to get the sort of confidence underway. And although, there's things we can look at that we want to play better, I think overall, just in general, it's good to get that first sort of win out the way and just brush off the cobwebs that we've been carrying around a little bit.
It was a fantastic series to observe and cast over. I think I was losing my mind, Voltage. So thank you for giving us a series like that. But my question I have for you is, can you give us some insight to your experience with Demons up until the tournament? Because I didn't expect such a close series. Have they been close in scrims? Did you expect it to be so close?
To be honest, it was it was unknown for myself. We haven't actually had much scrims. Unfortunately, had some things going on for the last 2 weeks, so we haven't scrimmed against them at all. I think we played them last week. Testing my memory in terms of the tournament was the last time we matched up with them. It was unknown for us, but I definitely think they're good up-and-coming players, 100%. I think once they sort of stick with their four together for a bit longer, you'll start to see better results, just because at certain times they sort of just went off a bit on their own. So I think that's something. I think they'll be a really exciting team moving forward.
Now, Taj, you're just saying that you hadn't had much of a chance to practice, but tournament situation with big money on the line, is it just a switch that you flick and it's like game time, boys, and you just lock in?
Yeah, we've been trying to do that a lot of the time. I'm not sure if you guys would have noticed over the series we've played so far, is we've been very slow to start, and that's just disconnected from communications, energy levels. Everyone's been a bit thrashed out lately. So we just really put a focus onto trying to ensure that our energy levels are up, because when we're coming good, we can at least give ourselves the best opportunity to do as well as we can at the moment. So yeah, that's been a main focus for us, just keeping the energy up and then sort of firing into these rounds, which hopefully will continue to pick up as we go forward in the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting so far from what we've seen from you guys here in Pool B, and even from the Demons as well. So I'd just like to say congratulations to the series dub here, Voltage, and good luck for the rest of Pool Play as well.
Thanks very much, guys, and great job.
Thank you. Hearing from one of the greatest here in our region is always good because we get the insight here of a team that we are super excited to see what they can do for the rest of Pool Play. And I'm just excited to see what the rest of Pool B is bloody going to look like, because I think at this point, nobody really knows where anybody is going to land. And it is just going to be a tale that we're going to have to tell towards the end of today. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go to a break here, catch our breath, and get ourselves reset as we jump back over into Pool A. This time around, it's going to be the Chiefs and Direwolves who are going to be going head-to-head. But before we get to that break, we've got a nice little video here from the boys of Pool B.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most exciting pool out of the two. You know, all the teams in here are very, very closely contested, to be honest. I think Divine Mind's probably being the biggest challenge, but, you know, it would be so hard to pick a winner out of any of the matches in this pool. Like, it's a super talented pool and definitely the pool to watch out for.
In regards to our pool, to be honest, I'd like to think we're going to be the top dog out of it, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't be surprised if any of the teams win the pool. I think people lean towards DM as thinking they're sort of the next dominant team, but we'll definitely be able to prove something today. And I think, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see some upsets from Demons or from BBR. It's just a few games, so yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised to see anyone win this pool. But ideally, I hope that we can get everything together and we can play the way we want to play and hopefully end up 3-0 in the pool and take out the top spot. But we'll see how we go and how we click during the day.
Yeah, so I think Divine Mind is the standout team in this pool. You know, they've been performing well over the last, month or so as a team, getting second, every now and then. But, we are coming into this tournament without ever having played with Jim in a tournament. He's a new fourth for us, and I'm keen to show everyone what we can do. We're a super, super talented, strong team, and I think we're definitely the team to watch out for in this pool.
Yeah, I think spectating and watching this pool play out, it's going to be extremely entertaining due to the fact that all teams can upset all teams in this pool. And I think from a spectator's point of view, it leaves everything so open. I think we might see some full series go the distance in the series. So I think from a spectator's point of view, that's definitely the games to watch will be in Pool B, because we just don't know which way it's going to go and what upsets will come from this pool, because every team's definitely capable of beating every team, which is always a great thing from a spectator's point of view. So I'm looking forward to being a part of that.
Because Mazzy's about to go off, apparently. Forward he does!
I'm Madison Madzy Stone. I've been competing for about, been nearly 10 years now, actually. Yeah, I'm a country boy. I grew up in a little town called Thierry. Been living there for way too long. I worked in the mines for a few years, and yeah, now just gaming full time. Well, I first got an Xbox for my 4th or 5th birthday. It was Halo 1 on the original Xbox, and yeah, just ever since I've loved it. Probably off the top of my head is my triple kill against Divine Mind on recharge. So I was pushing Tower 1 and I seen a guy in front of me. I beat him in a gun battle, and then I seen another player going for sword. So I shot him, he fell off the map, and then one came up behind me and I outbeat him as well. So I got a triple kill. I think a good reasonable goal is top 8. Yeah, ANZ's never broken into the top 8, which yeah, would be incredible to just get ANZ into that top 8. And me individually, just just grinding as much as I possibly can, honing my individual skill, just make sure I'm up to par. Oh, obviously nothing beats a win. It feels pretty good. Compared to a loss, it's more of a learning curve, you know, like what can we do better next time to get that win. Yeah, we just want to do the best we possibly can and try and put ANZ on the map. Shout out to all the ANZ community for cheering us on and supporting us, really appreciate it.
Hope you guys are all rested and ready here because that was an insane series for us to go off the back of Pool B. And now we're back here for even more wonderful Halo. The fact that we've still got 4 series for us to dive through for the entirety of today is insane for us to think about, that we've started out on such a high, and I'm excited to see what the rest of today is going to bring us here. We've got a change in the casting desk as well, so let's bring back Bluey here onto the desk. This time around, we've got the 2 greenhorns who are going to be going head-to-head. I don't want to say head-to-head together. 2 heads better than one.
I can headbutt him right now.
Please don't.
I don't know, mate. Look at the size of my head. Are you sure?
That could be a little bit of an awkward kind of cast-to-couch moment there for you guys headbutting each other. But the fact that we had an insane series there and Immunity were able to come out on top, I think this really goes to show that Pool B is going to be a bit of a burger flip for us here, Bluey. The fact that all these teams are going to be so close to each other.
Dude, we had a kill tack.
I know.
Like, court. I think that's the first time we've gotten something like that, right? That's incredible. That's so good. And it was such a hype moment. Like, so happy that Justin and Inman got to be on the couch. I was in the back room screaming as well.
Yeah, we all got wild in the green room, dude.
I had to go give myself a timeout. I just went, boys, I need a minute. And I just walked away and didn't talk to anyone.
We have an ice bath out the back, so...
Unbelievable.
Just got purely zen for it. But this is where we really get to start to see some of these pools start to develop, right? Because obviously that was the first round of Pool B. So let's go and have a look at it and see how it does pan out. Unfortunately, BBR did go down to Divine Mind 3-0. One interesting tidbit from that as well. On the third map of the Strongholds, it was 250-3. So that was a big domination coming in from the boys of Divine Mind. We talked about this pool being close. But yeah, exactly what you said, right, Bluey? You don't want to see that coming into it because BBR are a team to me that I feel like really need a whole lot of momentum to really find their stride.
Yeah, exactly. And seeing like how bloated that score is, I mean, we only have like that scoreboard, but what went wrong in that game? Like what happened in that game for it to be as bad as it was? And you know, if that's the kind of gameplay they're going to take on into this series going forward, then that's going to be really rough for them because we're about to capture it all.
Yeah, exactly, and it's exciting for us to look at that, but we're starting to set our sights here on a Pool A, boys. This is where we're getting into round 2 here. We're actually able to separate some of these teams from each other. Obviously, it's only 1 and O's right now, and this is where we really get to see where these teams are going to be ending up, because this time around, it's going to be the Chiefs and the Dials are going up against each other, and Reunited and Death Raptor fans are going to be going head-to-head. So that Reunited versus Death Raptor fans series is going to be super exciting for me to see how that goes out. You know, I really want to see how those map scores go forward, and you know, whether or not we're going to be seeing the top tier Direwolves for us today.
Well, top tier Direwolves, I really hope so, because if you've had a look onto Twitter, all the Chiefs guys, they're old school like gaming house right now. All 4 of them hanging out in one location, and that just does so much for your team morale and your communication and the vibe that you get. They're putting everything on the line and setting themselves up to win, take out this entire thing. And these Direwolves, as prepared as they might be, are they going to be able to challenge Chiefs when, you know, they're the most prepared? Their scrim results have been through the roof, and now they're just vibing together in the gaming house. Like, I don't know, man.
It's going to be a bit of a land buff here for the Chiefs, but we're actually able to catch up with both of these teams ahead of their series here in Pool A.
Yeah, the boys are feeling pretty good. Obviously, it's good to get a 3-0 under your belt off the rip. So, obviously, vibes are going to be going good for the Chief series.
Yeah, so we got Direwolves next up. You know, they're a solid team. They looked pretty good in that series we just watched before as well. So, we're expecting him to come out pretty hot. But, you know, we are expecting a 3-0 again. We've, you know, beaten them pretty convincingly last time we played them. So, should be a 3-0 for sure.
If you want to win, you've got to be able to beat every team in the comp. So even though Chiefs are a powerhouse team, we're going to go in, give it our ball, and just try and put a good show on for the stream. Yeah, we feel pretty good going into the series. Not too worried about how it pans out, because we've already, you know, got that 3-0 under our belt, and we're looking to probably take that 2nd seed, because obviously Chiefs are a very good team. So if we can take a game or 2, we'll be happy. But yeah, we're just looking forward to playing again on stream.
Yeah, you know, they should definitely get top 2 coming out of our pool. Yeah, we definitely got the easiest pool. But yeah, Direwolves should convincingly beat the other 2 teams for sure.
Beautiful to hear from the players there. We're also able to see the land buff that comes in from the Chiefs as well, lads. The fact that Pips just was kind of a bodyguard in the back there for Slays. He's just like, yeah, everything you're saying is exactly correct.
He's just there. It's like,
man. I mean, I'm hyped to see what these guys can pump out, especially with the fact that they are all playing together. So let's start talking about the Chiefs. I mean, Bluey, what else? What haven't we said about the Chiefs over these last, 4 months of Halo Infinite? The fact that they have only lost a total of 5 maps, ladies and gentlemen. They have lost 5 maps out of 100. 5.
And even in scrims, like, what have they lost? Like, almost nothing. Like, if you want to go over and look at the data, it's there. They've lost almost nothing. And I'm trying to think of what haven't we said about them before. They're all handsome? I don't know.
I think they're all pretty attractive lads that's going in through there. You know, obviously you've got the shark that's floating around.
Yeah, the jawline of the shark, mate. You could cut up your dinner with that thing. It's just unbelievable, right? But the boys, they're vibing, they're feeling good in the scrim. That 95-5 win rate for the last 100 games. I mean, who has a record like that except maybe myself or Matthew?
True.
Not really. There's a reason why that Justin
Not really. That's why I'm a caster. Don't compete
everybody
anymore.
else.
Don't look up my stats.
But either way, the fact that they have a 95% win rate is absolutely disgusting. But I think a team that has proven in the past that they can challenge them has been the Direwolves. And I think from what we've seen today, a 3-0 to start off their pools is always a good start. Because, Justin, when we look at this Direwolves roster, we talk about inconsistency about them. But today, it seems like they might be on the right foot.
Yeah, I think so. And, yes, the juggernauts of the Chiefs. But this could be a great warm-up for them, a great challenge to get things going and then go on a bit of a run throughout the bracket. They've been putting in a lot of work, and we say lots of lovely things about the Chiefs because the proof's in the pudding. But Direwolves, they're starting to rise up the challenge. They've stuck together all throughout the season so far, and it's time to put all that extra hard work and dedication to your teammates to work and, maybe push Chiefs into a couple of games.
Yeah, and I think that's something that they really kind of talked about in that interview was the fact that Dina was saying that they're looking to try and get some maps here. Obviously, we've seen so far the fact that they've only dropped 5 maps in their entire careers so far in Halo Infinite, the fact that it is all about just trying to get that little bit of extra confidence going going a little bit deeper here for Pool A. But this is our 5 maps that we've got going ahead here, Bluey. We're going to be starting out on Strongholds. I'm super excited the fact that we are guaranteed a CTF because Chiefs have proven to us and everybody, even in a global kind of standpoint, these guys know how to play CTF.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely dominant on like any CTF. It doesn't matter what map that they're put on. They know how to read the map and the spawns, everything about running the flag so well. It's as if they have just like a crystal cut, clear path each and every time. And it's insane watching their CTF runs as well because they seem to prioritize like power weapons while they're running the flag. You don't see any other team do that. But going into a Strongholds for the first game, I can only imagine these boys have been warming up all morning, and it's going to be absolutely disgusting to see what they can do.
Especially the fact that they are all playing together as well, and just being able to, kind of just talk about the games. Obviously, these guys have been jumping in and out of the stream as well. We've been seeing them all floating around here at, in the Halo Twitch chat. And it's just exciting to see what they can do when they are all together. But let's go and have a highlight of the main slayers of both these squads right now. Barcode has the most disgusting stats I've ever seen on a human being. He averages 23 kills a game and has a KD of 2.8.
That's just ridiculous.
That was from today.
What can you say about that? The results just speak for themselves, really.
It's gross.
2.84. Just stop it, young man.
And I mean, also on the other side of things, Vamp does have a pretty high average kills per game as well. These are from their first series as well, ladies and gentlemen, from the HCS Super. So this is where we're going to get a lot of our stats throughout today. And just the fact that man is 2.8 on KD is disgusting. But I think Vamped is also showing up today as well here, Blue. And I'm super excited to see what he can do, especially if Dino steps up to help him out.
Even with a high assist, like kill participation as well, like that's fantastic because it means he's just putting damage down the map at all times, helping out his teammates as much as possible, and then being the one to pick up those kills as well. Like that's exactly what you need within a Star Slayer.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, we were just gushing over Barcode, but, Vamp's KD was right up there. We've seen from the other teams that it was very high-quality stuff. And, I wouldn't discount Direwolves just yet. And if Dino said himself in some of the interviews that when Vamp gets going, you need to watch out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to jump into our first map here. We thought we'd take you on a trip to the bazaar, but in fact, we're actually going to recharge here. So let's jump into our first map between the Chiefs and the Direwolves.
That's right, Luke. You were absolutely tricked, debated, as they say. And we're going to see, actually, Pips on the Chiefs just get completely obliterated from the start. But that being said, Chiefs are going to secure camo pretty much straight off the bat here. 2 players going down. If Barcodes can survive, that's going to be absolutely crucial for them as he does have that camo in hand. Taking down Vamped as well. And this is a very strong start for them, Justin.
It is. And you can see Barcode's just going through the motions. He's like, yeah, I'm going to get that camo. Then I'm going to get the grapple. And then I'm going to bring the shock rifle. I mean, tune into his streams. He does it off the rip every single time. But he does manage to pull it off every time. So why not? Trying to find Zirkle does whiff a little bit there, but instantly changing angles. He's got a little bit of camo time left, and he's got that shock rifle. Almost gets a 2-for-1 and already changing angles. And look at this. Direwolf's doing really well to not allow Barcode to get any picks so far. And here comes that grapple. Spider-Man doing what Spider-Man can. And Barcode, he's moving around the maps, and his teammates are just clearing a map. He's not able to do anything.
Really good rotations from them there. Obviously, they cleared out A side, elevator side, and then immediately pulled back to C long as they knew what that's what going to do. And exactly, the noise speaks for itself. Justin Barcode hitting that shot. You can see this cheeky little play here. He's just shooting that B podium, trying to get information as to who exactly is capping it there, how many players could potentially be on that point. Him getting that information, even if it's just damage in the back pocket too, is absolutely crucial.
I mean, information on the map is, it's a pretty strong currency to have, and his teammates are feeding plenty to them. Manages to find himself one. And has Barcode even died yet? No, he hasn't. And he's got 6 kills to his name with that shock rifle. A lot of pressure being applied to him in that B stronghold. Somehow alive.
Oh my God.
How does he get away with it, Bluey?
There's no way that man should survive for so long. He's obviously got his team backing him up. And for us to get a read on that, we're going to go to a listen-in to see how these boys are feeling right now.
In B, guys, in B, right side.
I'm dead, I got naded.
Did you? He's weak and long. Nice, Pip.
Nice, Pip.
And mid-bridge.
There's guys you long call as well.
Yeah,
there's one on me as well.
2B2.
Can you place C, maybe?
Place C, I can hold A.
I played A. I spawned A.
This
guy's weak in clear one as well. He's weak, he's weak on the jumper.
Guys. We can see you.
Yeah. Oh, are we? Okay. I'm coming. Wait, there's guys on main cart.
Bottom tower.
Two tower.
Yeah, sure.
I can help you. There's no one bottom tower. He's got shot rifles. Yeah, there's got one shot on my main goal.
I need to jump it up.
Yeah, he's one shot.
Let me go, guys.
3 dead, guys.
Look at Angus,
Yeah, top gold. He's weak.
He's gonna go backwards.
Yeah, they're gonna be spawning gold on you, Angus. Watch your pipes, alright?
He's dropping.
Weak bats,
One shot.
Nice.
I didn't get him.
Yeah, that's fine. Let him get in. He's weak. Easy kills. Let him funnel in. Nice.
One shot me.
Nice. 2 dead. Alright, push this gold.
On PP.
Yeah.
I spawned long shot. You guys good on that?
Yeah, I can get him.
Watch Matt ledge.
He's top gold, guys. He's top gold.
Didn't see. On me, guys. On me.
Helping C.
I got him.
Nice.
Absolute, dude. He's going gold stairs. One shot.
Wait, I'm here. See.
He's one.
Can't see
All stairs, 2 shots still.
Fuck it. He's on MC ball. Wait.
You guys can both fight. Nice. 3 dead. Last guy.
3. Very decent. Top A.
Yeah.
You sure all the 2?
He's weak. He's one shot in turbine. Nice.
I can pressure A.
Oh, watch out, Angus. I'm pushing with you. Watch out in that corner, bro. He's one here, bro. He got a blank piece down. I'm living now. I'm going turbine. I left you, Angus.
Top goal, boys.
Here's top gold.
Top gold.
He's dropped down. There's no one on my top gold.
Circle. Weak.
Yeah, dude.
Weak top gold.
I'm pushing.
One's bottom mid. He's going tower 1 right now.
I can shoot B. Yeah. One shot it.
He's 2 and deep. Nice. There's no one bottom main gold. Bottom main gold. Go bottom main.
Nice.
I've got Shocky.
Angus, let's push A.
Yeah, he's weak. Weak.
Yeah, let him up. Live.
He's weak in C. He's 1 in C, guys.
You got that? Yeah, I'm going camera.
Yeah.
Bottom tower.
Yeah, bottom tower. There's 2 on my turn. C as well.
Another guy C flat.
Shoot him.
Yeah, top tower, guys.
Yeah, I got camera.
He's one shot.
I want to say flat.
Yeah,
he's long off side.
He's challenging, dude. This guy's a fucking idiot. He's weak.
Nice.
Yeah, swords up, guys. Madsy, play for it.
Hey, boys.
Well.
I spawn in gold though.
Live up.
I can walk turbine.
Yeah, there's a guy going at turbine. One shot on A, guys.
Triangle, go to you, Pit. We're gonna top A, go on.
Wait.
Bottom Acon, bro. Bottom Acon.
2 shots.
Main guy. What? Nice. 3 dead.
I can get this.
Going
B. 2 shots.
You know what, Justin? I would say overall that's some pretty frantic communication, but I do want to highlight, you know, we always give so many props to Barco, but it appears that he is the main shot caller within the team, keeping everyone together and sort of leading the charge on the plays that they need to make and the rotations that they need to make too.
Yeah, I mean, they're just setting things up for him, and it's probably why his stat lines are so strong. The other 3 guys are just like, move around what Barco wants to do on the map. You know, he's just a wrecking ball that comes in, and very frantic communication compared to what we're hearing with Immunity and Demon, but they make it work. They play their own game, how they want to secure the win, and it seems to be panning out pretty well for them so far with that 200-point scoreline to 39.
It's one of those like connection things that they have as a 4, right? We've talked about this so many times before, but because all these players are so dedicated, they've played with each other for so long across like multiple games and sort of like switching up teams here and there, but then coming back to each other as well, they just have the communication so down pat because it comes down to them just knowing what they can do from a personal level, you know, person to person, how they're able to perform each time, and they put so much confidence into each other, and that's why they're so dominant in their performances, especially on a Strongholds game right now. They are just all over the map at all times.
They are, and I'm just having a little peek at the stats right now, Bluey. And Dino, he's got 10 kills to his name. He's keeping up with these Chiefs guys and trying to keep them in this game, but Chiefs are just really, really strong. And look at this, double capping that B stronghold so they can get themselves out of harm's way as quickly as possible. And Pips, he grabs that camo, but the pressure's there. Direwolves wanting to deny them, but now Madsy with that sword, not able to get that double kill. A little bit of a fumble. He had the sword, but he didn't use it.
Yeah, I know. He was just able to only secure that 1 kill. Misses out on the second. Unfortunately, Shark Week can't come soon enough for Madsy, but I'm sure we'll see it later on down the series as that man always performs. Barcode right now, top gold with this shock rifle, trying to get a few picks. I'm actually kind of surprised right now because Barcode is usually the one to make all these incredible shots with the shock rifle, but it seems like every time he has it in hand, the Direwolves know exactly where he is and what he's doing, and they're just not giving him the space to be able to make those headshots.
Yeah, you've got to respect the players on the other team. Like, you can't peak a star player when he's got a power weapon like that shock rifle. But the Chiefs, they are counting down that scoreline. They're about to take it away in this first game. 244 to 82 with points racking up on the board. Direwolves hanging on just by a thread, and it could be game 1 to the Chiefs. Bluey already got one in the bag.
Absolutely. You know, I think that's pretty clinical for the Chiefs. They were so strong on that map overall. Their presence was so dominant. You know, we heard in the listen-in how much that they were communicating with each other and responding to those comms really well. Very unfortunate situation for the Direwolves right now, because we can tell from our side, obviously listening to them, how strong the Chiefs are right now. And for the Direwolves to have to match that, I think that's going to be a really tough task.
Yeah, the Chiefs, they weren't relaxing. They were going really, really
Pressure
hard.
on at all times.
Exactly. And, you know, I think that your point is really interesting. And it's like, if the Direwolves could hear how hard Chiefs is trying to put them down into that game, would that lift up their spirit? It's like, boys, we've got them scared. Like, their communication is frantic. Yeah, they're spanking us a little bit, but, you know, it's a little bit of a morale boost, surely. But running through the highlights, I think it's going to be all Chiefs.
Yeah, the score differential there was obviously very, very blown out in favour of the Chiefs. I don't think it's any surprise. You know, I would have said, you know, if I was a betting man coming into this, that, yeah, I thought the Chiefs would take this game 1 pretty comfortably. But I'm also hoping, you know, I said at the opening of the show that Direwolves is a team that we need to keep looking out for, because they do have a lot of potential underneath their wings, but it just takes them for now to be able them to adapt. They've had 1 game against the Chiefs. Hopefully they can sort of identify where some of their problems were playing against them and can take them into the next few games. Yeah, I mean, I think I said it before, having to go up against the Chiefs in your pool, what a warm-up. Oh, yeah.
Like,
it's
everyone's going to... Everyone else is going to be child's play compared to the Chiefs if their scrim results are anything to go by. So, you know, Direwolves struggling a little bit, but what happens if, you know, Direwolves goes up against one of the lower tier teams after facing the Chiefs? Are they going to be ready for them? But still, this series ain't over, Blue.
No,
it's not over by a long shot. Yes, Chiefs has one on the board already, but the Direwolves, boys, there's lots of experience on that squad, and Vams, you've just got to wind him up and let him go and let him do his thing.
We have seen in the past the Direwolves sort of struggle to get into the groove. And then as the series has progressed a little bit more, they've done better and better. I think we saw that a little bit today, but obviously they also felt very comfortable playing against Deathruptor fans in their first match. Now they have to go into Slayer on Bazaar. And we did see them play very convincing Slayer game before, although it was very close, but they did manage to slow the pace of the game down a lot, and then they took that into their game 3. So here's hoping, now that they have less to focus on, simply slaying, you know, playing for their life, sort of prioritizing more of the power weapons instead of objectives as well, they can sort of bring the focus back to their team a little bit more and, you know, stay more grounded and well maintained.
Yeah, the Halo groove. I love the way that you put that. And, you know, when you've got those things going in a Halo game, it just feels so much more comfortable. And Direwolves, they've got to find their groove. And, you know, Chiefs cramping their style a little bit at the moment. But Direwolves, because they have so much star power on their team, if they do find that groove, as you say, Blue, they could challenge them. I believe they're able to do it. But Chiefs is just so well practiced that it's hard to see that Direwolves are doing everything that they can, and a few things that go their way, a few power weapons, power ups, and taking advantage of the opportunities. Maybe they can take them out, as you say.
Yeah, Chiefs are incredibly well practiced, and also what did they say? What did Luke say before? They have the land buff as well. There's no price. There's no price that you can put on being a 4-man group, playing together for so long, knowing each other really well, and then actually being able to come together in the house as one and all play Halo together. Like, it's an insane, like, power creep buff. You can't put price on it.
We're getting that right now. You can look over it. I'm looking into your eyes, Bluey, and it's just lifting my spirits. And they're getting that same thing. So the land buff is real, 100%. But Chiefs, they're only up 1 in the series so far, and Direwolves, maybe they're going to be able to bring things back.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't want to put money on it, Justin.
No.
Obviously, you know, our wonderful Twitch chat right now, they get to put their points on every game that goes up. But at the moment, you know, I couldn't say, especially going into a Slayer game next, I couldn't say who's going to be the definitive team to take this, because it's one of those things where if Chiefs get a lead very early on in the game, I feel like it's kind of done and dusted.
Yeah, you can't let them get any momentum.
It's too hard to catch up in a Slayer, and we're on Bazaar as well. Very, very difficult to catch up within the constraints of that map too.
Yeah, Chiefs, they've always got speed. They've always got violence. If you let them have that momentum, it's all over. You really need Direwolves to come out hot out of the gate and put some pressure on them. Otherwise, Chiefs will just run away with it.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen the Chiefs run away so many times before. And I'm sure another person that we have who's seen those Chiefs runaways is Luke. Luke, looking at that first game, what did you make of it? What kind of things were you seeing within the Direwolves that could inspire a little bit of hope or potential in you?
I mean, these guys certainly have been able to show us that they are pretty dominant on most of these maps, and I think so far the Chiefs really kind of have control of all these power weapons. The fact that this was the first time I've ever seen a disruption kill has been pretty insane for me. The fact they're using the electric pistol is kind of crazy to me, seeing these
I
Chiefs
didn't even
guys
think
do it.
that gun did damage. Maybe I'm just garbage in the game, and every time I pick up, I'm just like, this thing even on? And there he goes, he gets a double kill with it,
Pips is just that good that he's able to actually, pull out kills with damage, pull out kills with guns that don't actually do any damage. It's all a placebo effect here, and he just
I'm going to tell myself
down.
that they don't do any damage, just make myself feel better.
Just tell yourself that you're Pips next time you play matchmaking.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's that easy, then I'll be able to get to Onyx this season. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the lobby is ready. Seems like map 2 is ready. So I'm going to take my leave and leave these guys with the rest of the series.
Absolutely. Let's see where we go. Opening up on Bazaar Slayer. Justin, I did mention before, I think this is a really tough game overall for the Direwolves, because if the Chiefs start to get that snowball rolling, it's dead end for the Direwolves. And a place that the Chiefs always get that rolling is immediately those power weapons.
They really do, and one thing that Direwolves can do is, because they know how aggressive the Chiefs are, and Barcode, he likes to swing around the map like he's Andrew Garfield, they can take advantage of that, so they can wait and pounce on them. But look at that, Madzi already with those rockets. Their starting strats are just so on lock. They have the overshield as well. Look at that, not getting that 360 medal, but I'm going to pay it anyway, Bluey. And so much aggression from the Chiefs right off the rip, all working together. Dino in a little bit of a predicament off the spawn there. A few Chiefs players sniffing him out, and Dino does go down. It took 3 players. He was being a little bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, Dino sort of forced into a very tough situation there. There was no way that he was going to get out of that base unscathed. What I do want to highlight just there is Madzi. Obviously, he had the speed and aggression of the grapple hook there mixed with the rockets going to that base, but even when he cleared out that player from Blue Side Bar, he turned around. He still had 2 of his teammates there instantaneously, providing him with backup if he needed it. And that's the kind of team differential that makes the Chiefs so great and so dominant, especially in our region.
Yeah, they're sitting next to each other in real life and in the game. Just that buddy system, holding hands like they're crossing the road as little kids. And but the scoreline right now, 10-4, hasn't blown out just yet. Direwolves hanging on currently. Slay's going down now on board with Barcode, and he's got that bulldog woof woof down bottom mid. Manages to get himself a kill onto Dino. Fresh mag in, double kills there if he wants it. And Barcode on a tear already, but he cops a grenade into the respawn screen for him.
Gets taken down, and look, it's that kind of aggressive play that you need to start shutting down really, really early, because if Direwolves keeps letting that happen, this scoreboard is only going to inflate more and more. Direwolves have been able to get some kills here and there. It's actually 2 across the board right now. If you can see, every player on their team has 2, which is really good for them, because it means that they're working together in sync just enough. They're playing a very passive game, though, and I just don't think against Chiefs that's what's going to work out, because they don't have enough power to slow down this game against the Chiefs. The Chiefs can match whatever they do, but then they know how to put on the gas when needed.
They do, and speaking of gas, got that overshield and pushing in. Barco grabs himself 1. That overshield is gone, but he's got full shield. The player behind him, Zirkle, and it managing to take Barco down a little bit off guard there. But Direwolves, they're only a small amount of kills behind. Currently haven't passed that halfway mark when Slayers really start to heat up. Now Zirkle with that Mangler, you need every advantage that you can get. Pips down there with the bulldog, and now that Mangler, which is going to be the battle of the 2 little handheld shotties.
Oh my god, Zirkle is just not connecting these shots right now with the Mangler, and even if he's only connecting 1 or 2, that gives him enough space, because Pip has to back down in that situation. He can't challenge that after taking 2 shots from a Mangler. Fortunately, though, it's worked out very, very well for Zirkle, being able to make enough space for himself to push up on rockets, grab them, and connect a kill as well. Will he push up into Red Bar? It looks like that's what he's doing, but he's currently watching the alley side now. Obviously, the call has come out that Barcode is on his own in that position, but I don't think he's going to have enough speed in him to chase that kill.
Yeah, he didn't respond to that call out quickly enough, but he still has that rocket in his back pocket and those 3 thrusts as well, so you might see some Halo 5 thrusting action. Zirkle, a little bit of pressure there, but he's giving Chiefs the respect that they deserve before pushing up. I love those cross-map shots. Really backing down Pip. Will he win that? No, but Pip's backs off, deciding to stay alive. And Zirkle, he's just hanging out here at the moment, waiting for his opportunity. And that's what you got to do. We're talking about being composed and slowing things down. He's just being patient. He doesn't want to force opportunities. He's waiting for things to come to him, and Bald with that Bulldog ready to go. Woof, woof.
Yeah, Bald holding the Bulldog right now. Bottom mid. This is really good, what I'm seeing from Direwolves right now. They're slowing it down, but they're not doing it in a way that they're kind of like admitting defeat and letting Chiefs put them in enough. Push them in enough, as I was mentioning before. They're slowing it down in a way that they're waiting for the Chiefs to make some more mistakes and then playing off of them. I'm not sure if it's enough, though, because, again, there is 6 kills the difference. Bald making a really bad misplay with the grapple right there. He had Bulldog in hand as well, so he would have been able to make for those really aggressive CQC plays, which would have given them a little bit more in the scoreline department. But right now, they're just not acting in a manner that is playing well for them. In fact, they're playing right into the Chiefs' hands, it seems.
Yeah, you can't let things like that happen. You're going up against the Chiefs. You're going to make sure your shoelaces are tied so you don't trip over like Balds just did. And that scoreline is starting to bloat out a little bit. 11 kills the difference, but Madzi caught unaware. Zirkle doing really well to catch Chiefs players unawares and grabbing some easy kills. Now rotating through the sewers. No, Bulldog there misses that back whack. He does manage to get it. Pip, sit down, son. I'll take that, Mangala. Thank you very much. Well placed grenade onto Barcode. He goes down. Another one for Madzi. You can have one too.
Clean.
Double kill for Zirkle.
Good stuff from Zirkle. Overall, his positioning this match has been really, really good. I just don't think he has the team backup from the rest of the Direwolves members in order to really capitalize on the pushes, on the positioning that he's been making. You know, it was thanks to him that they actually managed to get a hold of those rockets. Last rocket spawn rotation, we are going to see them up again in about 15 seconds. We do have Bald sitting up on blue side rockets waiting for them, and it's going to take a lot of teamwork in order to get them. But as I do say that, Curse of the Caster, Bald does go down. Dino goes down as well. Zirkle secures himself a kill, but I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Zirkle, he's really showing up. I mean, the scoreline is really starting to blow out in favor of the Chiefs, but Zirkle doing everything that he can. He's got 11 kills. He's keeping up with them right now, but Chiefs with another overshield sways with a sliver of that power up, and he's got the Bulldog, and it's all stocks pointing towards a Chiefs victory at this point.
Yeah, at this point, Justin, I think it's pretty safe to say that the Chiefs are going to have this in the bag. Pips with the double kill there, putting good damage down on Zirkle, almost securing himself a triple, but there is only 4 kills left for the Chiefs. And just take a look at the Chiefs scoreboard right now. I mean, 13 for Bucko, 12 for Madzi, 11 for Slays, 8 for Pips, but Pips has 10 assists as well. It just shows that how on point and coordinated this 4-man roster is right now.
Yeah, Pips filling in his role perfectly, right? He's one of those support players that and objective players getting in there and doing the dirty work, and he's doing his job perfectly in that double-digit assist. But we are on board with Slays. You can see that he's just waiting for those players to pop out and collapsing on top of them. And 47-30, and it's not quite a steak dinner just yet. Barco going down. Then there's Madzi sniffing out that last player. The Shark smells blood in the water. Here he comes, chomp chomp. Vamp's running, tail between his legs. Boys, get in. Where's he going? 49-32. The Chiefs looking to put this game down.
It's just going to take one pick left for the Chiefs to be able to get this. You can see Direwolves positioning right now. They're playing so close together, all sitting bar side, all sitting tree side on red part of the map. We're going to see Pip probably pick up the last kill there, a beatdown. No, it was Barcode taking the headshot out on Dino from what it seems. Fantastic stuff for the Chiefs. Again, a very clinical game.
It was a clinical game, but you know what? There's some slivers of greatness from Direwolves there. We saw Zirkle doing so many intelligent things on the map, you know, making sure that he took battles on his terms.
Yep.
He made sure he had first shot.
Yep.
So when those players turned around to challenge him, he was already 2 shots up by the time they turned around.
Zirkle's positioning again, was absolutely fantastic. I was really, it was just interesting watching what he was doing around the map there. I think he could really tell and was dialed into how the Chiefs were playing and was trying to react to that as best as possible. But it also takes, you know, the rest of your team to be doing that same thing in that circumstance. And unfortunately, you know, the rest of the Direwolves really weren't, you know, as in tune to what the game was as Zirkle was in that particular instance.
no, not this time, but maybe some, signs of greatness for things to come. But looking at the highlight reels, it really was all Chiefs once again. Just a clinic. There's that tasty little double kill from Barcode there. And Chiefs pretty much playing how we were expected, right?
Yeah.
Is anyone surprised, really?
Yeah, I don't think there's been anything extravagant from the Chiefs yet. Obviously they're all in the house together, and that for us as casters and, observers, and for the audience as well, might put a little bit more pressure on. We're thinking Barcode's going to drop, overkills here, there, and everywhere. But at the moment, I think they're really just getting into the groove of things, really just finding their footing. And, I think Direwolves is also kind of doing the same thing here. But again, you mentioned it before, it is tough having to go up against the Chiefs for this particular game as well. And this is the Chiefs' first game, but you can tell that they've been warming up all morning. First game on main stage, I should say. And it's like two kind of a Titan going up against someone that we want to back, 100%. We love the boys from Direwolves, but when you are up against the wall in this particular instance, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, Chiefs are the best team in the region.
Yeah.
We all know it. And Direwolves, they know it too. You saw from their interviews that they gave them all the props that they've rightly earned. And they're trying to focus on their own game and not really thinking about it. And it's like, that's what you've got to do. You got to go, we're going to play the game how we want to play, and we're going to put in the work, and maybe we'll be able to challenge them, maybe not. And Die will still have their eyes set on that win, but they're realistic about how the series could potentially go with how strong Chiefs are. But when you have those expectations of yourself and you surprise yourself, does that momentum start to build up? And you're like, boys, we're starting to get control. Like, oh, we're pushing in. We've just got a flag moving. Hey, we just got the overshield. We got the camo, boys. We've got them on the back foot. And that Halo groove, they find it. Suddenly they're tap dancing themselves to a map win.
Yeah, fantastic points you're making there, and saying that, the experience that you get from playing against a team like the Chiefs in this setting is absolutely invaluable, because you can start to see what kind of cracks the Chiefs might have in their armor, and then go forward from there. Maybe you don't win this one. It's fine. You can put that one in the backlog. You can look at the VOD, see where you did wrong, and develop from the point, from that point onwards, because that's what starts to develop these great teams as being, exceptional, especially within our region. And that's something that, a lot of other people I don't think hone in on well enough.
Yeah, I agree. But just cutting into the game we're about to load into, Aquarius CTF. Is this Chiefs' best map?
Is it the Chiefs' best map? It's certainly one that they
got to be up there.
Very strongly on. Yeah, it's actually.
But they perform strongly on every map.
Oh yeah, I know. But this seems to be one of the maps and one of the game types that they just show like absolute dominance in, where they are full throttle throughout the whole 10 minutes of the match, and there's no letting go on it whatsoever.
Yeah, and listen, we're giving some props to the Direwolves boys. There's some little inklings of greatness in there, and I want to get into the comms and see how they're communicating with an Astro listening.
One's on a flag or something?
Got an OP.
Yeah, one's already a flag.
It's on a flag.
Looking
They're on a flag. They're looking for kills. They're looking for kills.
Yeah. I'm actually going to throw a shock back.
There's spawn there, I know. Yeah, let's
Two on a flag, weak. Two on a flag, weak.
Shield.
Running out flag now.
Yeah, our front base, bro.
Your last one.
Front base, front base as well.
Oh my god, dude.
I'm gonna play bottom mid. Unlucky shot. Our slide going into our flag. Our slot. Watch out. He's up front base, absolute.
Top P now, one shot.
If we get my situation again, boys, let's play aggressive, not go back for them.
Yeah.
Front base, bro, and P2.
I hate front base.
One's on P3.
Jumped up.
He's absolute P3 going in the tunnel. Legs bottom mid, boys. One's on P3.
Go bottom weak as fuck. One's on bottom mid, absolute. Mezzy, hold it.
Reset. Give that up.
I can't get him.
Let's work together. We're gonna look up.
Top P,
top P. One popping again.
Yeah, P.
Running it in now, weak. One shot on the flag.
Top wing really weak. Nice, bro. Another one top car.
They're front base, Dean.
I just got a fucking ghost melee.
Wow, let's go lunge me. His one shot off the flag.
Oh my god.
Wow. In the space of that listening, Chiefs have already put 2 flags on the board. But something very interesting. Direwolves, they didn't sound very flustered, Bluey. They sounded pretty composed. They're not raging. They're not getting tilted.
Yeah.
They're still talking about the game like they're putting in the hard yards to get a win. But Chiefs, it's just putting on a clinic.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something that I think is like super surprising, also really good to look at as well. And props to the Direwolves, because in this situation, you know, you have to imagine yourself being a player right now. You're up against the Chiefs. You're getting kind of like body smacked here, there, and everywhere. But Direwolves are on the comms. They're still making really good calls. They're responding to them really well, saying, yes, you know, I heard that, good call, stuff like that. They don't sound too down in the dumps about it, which is like fantastic for them, because that's the kind of, you know, that's what you need to take going forward.
Yeah, it's going to pay dividends as well when we get into the real bracket of things. Being able to stay composed when you're on the back foot. You're already down 0-2. They've got 2 flags on the board, and yet they're still just thinking about the game. They're playing their game, they're focusing, and they're not letting it get to them, and that's going to really pay off throughout the tournament, throughout the weekend, Bluey, I think.
Yeah, right now it's just trying to play the best Halo that you can for the Direwolves, and you know, I say that. Right now, look at Dino. He's putting in the absolute hard yards right now. 8 kills up on the board. He's matching, you know, he's only 1 kill under what Barcode is at 9. Obviously, you know, the score differential of 2 flags exists there. But Dino himself as an individual player is doing really well. He picks up another kill on Madsy there. So if they can identify where Dino is succeeding and sort of support him, you know, the rest of the team can support him on that, they might have a good chance of possibly coming up back in this game.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing Dino put things to work. He's being very patient with these pushes. He's got some help. Double kill there, and they're about to get a flag on the move. Vamps with that heat wave, putting down that player. Barco with their crouch straight, but not good enough for Vamps.
What was that shot?
What is that angle? I haven't seen that one before. I'll be utilizing that one next time I'm on matchmaking. Now Slay's getting the cleanup out of the base there. Direwolves not able to get that flag moving, unfortunately. Now Slay's with that heat wave as well, sniffing out balls, but instantly 180s and goes after another player there. Dino getting the better of him though, Bluey.
Yeah, Dino with a really good push there. Unfortunately, he does go down, but does make a bit of space for his team to react. You know, it's those kinds of pushes that you need in those scenarios, but unfortunately both Balls and Dino are down for the Direwolves. Zirkle goes down as well. Momentarily, you had about 3 players down, and then Dino back on the reset. There's not a lot of space that can be made here for the Direwolves, because it seems like they always have a player down, and you can't make pushes, especially on a CTF Aquarius map. The Chiefs just have you on lockdown.
Especially not when Barcode has that camo as well. They're struggling a little bit. Balls gets the better of him. What an outplay. Barcode, strongest Slayer on the map with camo, and Balls, the bold unit, that takes him down, and he's feeling hot. Grabs himself pips as well, and he's pushing up onto the flag, maybe trying to get something moving for the Direwolves roster, and he grabs that flag, and he's like, boys, we're not out of this yet. Follow me.
Making a good run. He's taking it down. Bottom Cat might be able to pick up those electro nades, but they haven't spawned yet. Is taking a lot of fire, but has made a lot of progress with the flag. Hopefully his team can react on that and not let it fall by the wayside. But Direwolves do go down 3, and their flag is pulled as well. Justin, they're in such a tricky situation right now. Is there anything that you think that they could do to probably stem the bleeding?
Oh, a little bit. I mean, Balls made a great play.
Yeah.
But it seemed like he didn't have the support that he needed. A little bit of a fumble from Slays. You know what? The stairs looks a bit better, boys. You know, no worries. Like, hey, Slays, what's happening with that flag? Oh, don't worry about it. You know, don't mention it. And that's another one on the board. 3-0 in favor of Chiefs. And, you know, the kills and the kill feed, it's all Chiefs at this point. A lot of blue X's on the side of Direwolves.
Yeah, exactly. It's all Chiefs, and then on the side of Direwolves, it's kind of all Dino. It's the Dino show on the blue side. He's got 14 kills, going 11 as well. Not too bad for him. He's definitely putting in the work. He's doing the hard yards, but unfortunately, when you're up against such a titan as the Chiefs, like, we are seeing the Chiefs right now being absolutely dominant, and I can't imagine what the atmosphere is in the house right now. Pips making another flag run, just juggling that flag with absolute speed and intensity, going down bottom car side, just has the support from his teammates as well. All 4 members of the Chiefs up. As I say that, Vamped goes down, and this has just been the narrative for the whole match. You always have members of Direwolves dying at the worst times.
You do. There was a lot of X's there, and Pip, he just had a free run. It just straight up the guts on the side of the map there. Not a lot of pressure applied to him. And now it's 4-0, and Barcode with yet another camo and the heat wave. Here's the double kill, triple kill. Where is it? We need another clip for the highlight reel, but Barcode's not concerned with that. He's thinking about getting this game over and done with that flag on the move, and doing a little bit of a roundabout there, and the flag's on the move for his teammates. And it looks like Chiefs might be putting this one away, Bluey.
Yeah, I just want to say it's absolutely incredible watching Barcode and how snappy he is right there, watching his teammates back, and that lands them the 5th cap and the 3rd game. Pretty much a blowout in favor of the Chiefs, but I think that's what everyone probably predicted, right? Us here on the couch and for the viewers at home as well. We knew the Chiefs were going to take this way pretty convincingly, and it's very unfortunate for the Direwolves. I still have faith in them, but it's going to be hard for them to come back after that one.
Yeah, I think that was certainly a scenario where we saw 2 flag pulls in 1 minute and 20 seconds coming in from the Chiefs.
Disgusting.
You certainly look at that kind of map, and maybe it was a kind of a scenario there for the Dials where they're just conserving energy for the rest of the day, right? Like they talked about it in that interview that we had with Dino in the break, the fact that these guys are looking mainly just to try and get that little bit of extra experience, trying to get a few maps here off the Chiefs, just trying to find their own groove for the rest of this pool play, so then they can come into that championship stage with a little bit of red hot form. But the fact that we come into this with the Chiefs, again, haven't dropped another map, so let's add 3 more to the tally. 98 map wins to 5 losses is disgusting for a team of this caliber right now, and these guys just don't seem to miss a beat.
Yeah, listen, that 98 to 5. Like, even if you're in scrims, right, anyone that's been a competitor and you're doing a 13-game scrim, there's times when, hey, boys, dinner's just here. I'm just going to eat for a minute while these guys run the flags. You know, sometimes it just happens, right? You relax a little bit because it's just scrims. You're trying to learn. But they've been so consistent with taking maps away, and they're just so focused, right? They're taking it very seriously, and, you know, scrim time isn't playtime, right?
Yeah.
It's get in there, down and dirty, and we need to be the best team possible, and it's paying dividends.
Yeah, these guys are certainly going to be able to be on a tear for the entirety of the Super right now, and just looking at this team, it is still going to be the juggernauts of the Chiefs that everyone is trying to fight for, and I think a big thing for us to talk about here is Madzi is still being able to be a big slayer for this team as well. We talked about Barcode end, but now Madzi is the one that's really starting to turn up for me today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've given highlights to Madzi before, but right now, there just must be something about being in the house with the rest of the boys that is giving him the absolute energy to perform. You know, we've said he's a bit of a jack of all trades. He sort of falls like second to Barcode, providing him the support, but right now he seems to be taking main stage in a lot of the plays he's making. Yeah. His positioning is fantastic. His shots are so clean. He just appears to be so confident in the plays that he's making.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a lot of water around right now in Australia, and the Sharks seems like it is a feeding frenzy for him. So it's just crazy that we hype up their squad in the Chiefs, and then we come into this match where we're saying that this is going to be a good test for the Direwolves to see where they really stand out for today. And I think it kind of just gives us that little bit of an eye-opener. We're saying these Chiefs guys, they are probably 1 to 2 to 3 levels above everybody in ANZ right now.
And I love that you said good test, because we're trying to give Direwolves the props, because they're a great team. It's just Chiefs is so strong. And we saw in that last game, Dino putting up just as big numbers as the Chiefs guys did, and then the previous game, Zirkle did. So 2 Direwolves guys that were able to go toe-to-toe when they had their backs up against the wall. So what confidence does that give you when you go up against the team, say, like Demons or BBR? Are they going to go, boys, like, I dropped like 15 kills against Chiefs. These guys are going to do nothing to me. So, you know, what does that do to your confidence? Yes, they lost the series, but let's be honest, it went as expected. But Direwolves, they put up some pretty big numbers a couple of times there.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, looking towards the rest of the pool here for a lot of these teams, we were expecting the Chiefs to get a 3-0 scoreline for them coming out of pool play. But the real question is, for now, is like, what do these guys look like as we get a little bit deeper into their final series? Because I was having a little bit of talk to some of the admins at the end here. If Direwolves do lose their last match here against Reunited, we could potentially have a 3-way tiebreaker between all of these matches if the previous series between Reunited and Death Rock Defense goes one way or another. So we could have a very spicy Pool A for us, and the fact that the man that we've talked about forever and everybody even outside of our region knows this kid's name, he put down so much damage. Look at that, 643 damage. Absolutely nuts. The fact that this guy's able to put out so much damage and be able to just do so much for his team. And I think it's just crazy that we've seen these guys be able to do so much and work around somebody like Barcode and even have big slayers that come out with everybody else here. But we've got one of our winners on the line here, so let's jump into an interview here with Pip. Let's bring him in. Oh, it's the whole boy!
That's what we wanted to see.
Well done. Welcome here once again, Pip, to the winners interview. The lads are getting around everybody. I guess I kind of just want to have my first question. How's the land buff for the boys across the Super today?
Awesome. Great time. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. We lost you a little bit there, Pips, but maybe we'll comment on the old product placement there. You're very coy.
Yeah, good stuff, Pips, overall. Obviously, I'm not sure there's too much we can touch on with that particular series there for that game. So I just want to ask, how are you guys feeling about this weekend as a whole? You know, day one, you've already played plenty of games going into it now. How are things looking for the rest of the weekend? You boys charged up?
Yeah, it's been business as usual pretty much. There hasn't been really any upsets or anything, I don't think. Everyone's pretty average, so easy.
Yeah, seem cool, calm, and collected currently. I guess you guys you're thinking about Sunday, right? It's, you know, pool play, but you guys are already thinking about what's going to happen in the grand finals, you know. But are you still treating these games really seriously? And it's like, no, boys, we can't slack. We need to go in there hard and play like we're going to play on Sunday. You know, kind of what's your mentality?
Yeah, definitely. You can't take any team lightly. Like, the only team which will beat us will be ourselves. So we've got to make sure we're on top of our game. Just from there.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly a kind of comment, especially, you know, last time we had it under a few of you guys when you lost that series against Divine Mind in one of the previous pro series that we had. It was more about you guys really kind of falling to the wayside rather than them actually beating you. Looking across to Pool B, do you feel like after some of the results that we've seen so far that maybe these teams might be able to close the gap to you guys at least?
From the scrim results, I think a team's been able to take 3 games off us, so they're getting there. But I don't know how long it will take.
Yeah, that is some insane stats that we've seen from you guys as a whole, and I think the fact that we've been able to see you guys perform so well so far on the broadcast, I'm just excited to see what you guys can do for the entirety of the championship bracket as well. So Pips, I mean, just congratulations once again on the 98th map victory you guys have had, you know, almost in a row at this point. It's kind of crazy what you guys are doing. I'm super excited to see what you guys can do for the rest of the weekend as well.
Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Cheers, Pips.
Thanks, Pips.
That was beyond perfect. I think there was, you know, when we got wind of these boys playing together in the Cheese House, we were like, hell yeah, we get to see some exciting stuff from the Cheese.
The banter with the boys is what it's about.
They didn't say a single word. That was the crazy thing. They didn't say a single word. The boys are just standing around Pips, giving them the product placement, and it was absolutely perfect. And an absolutely perfect series once again from the Chiefs, being able to knock it out 3-0 against the Direwolves. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to another break. We're going to be jumping back into Pool B this time around, and we're going to be seeing Divine Minds for the first time, and they're going to be going up against Immunity. So make sure you don't miss it.
Let's get the
My name's Jacob Reiser, and I play for Complexity. What brought me back into Halo, I guess, was infinite releasing and being a type of Halo that I wanted to compete in. It wasn't as new school as Halo 5, had some classic elements, so I hadn't planned on playing, but once I actually experienced mainly the competitive settings, I enjoyed it more than I thought I would and decided to try to compete. It feels good to be back on Complexity. It's now 11 years since the first time I did a partnership with them, back with Complexity Triggers Down, so it's pretty cool how things worked out. Yeah, the biggest skill gap in Infinite, I'd say, is still the gun skill and maybe the ability to use all of the different weapons spread across the maps. It seems with Infinite that every gun that they put into the competitive settings is viable and can be used in a situation.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the best region on the planet. It is ANZ HCS Super, and we are starting to heat up here in the studio because we're starting to get towards the meat and potatoes of today's pool play, because this is where we start to separate these teams. We're getting into round 2, we're looking towards round 3. We are able to figure out who is going to come out on top of these pools. And I think it's exciting for us to talk about is the fact that we're jumping back into Pool B here, boys. Pool A has kind of gone the way we expected. Disruptor fans were actually able to get themselves a 3-2 against Reunited. So the way that we're looking at this right now, if Reunited are able to get themselves a dub across Dire Wolves, then that could mean a full 3-way tiebreaker, expecting the Chiefs to win.
Yeah, listen, it's nice to hear that there's another game 5, close games between Disruptor fans and Reunited. It makes me excited to see what both of those teams are able to do throughout the bracket. It was a bit of a question mark on the Stephen Bradbury team that is Reunited, whether or not they were going to rise to the challenge, and taking Disruptor fans all the way to game 5. That's a good thing to hear about.
That's a bit of a spicy meatball, and maybe they might be able to step up once again against the Dire Wolves, who did just cop a shellacking from the Chiefs. But we're talking about Pool B right now, ladies and gentlemen. tournament. We are starting to dive into this, and this is where it starts getting spicy, right? Because the Demons, they had an absolute nail-biter against Team Immunity. That could have gone one way or another, and I would not have been mad either way. The fact that we are sitting at 1-1 for both these teams we're starting to jump into very, very soon means that these series are also important, because it's something we really haven't talked about all too much, lads, is the fact that these pool seedings coming out of today are also important for these teams, because you want to be first, you want to get into that next round, and it's going to be all important for these teams, especially these two teams that we're looking at right now, Divine Minds and Team Immunity, both sitting at 1-1 here, Bluey. If one of these, well, whichever team comes out on top of this series is going to be sitting nice and pretty at the top of their group.
Oh, yeah, and like this right now is, I think, the game to watch today. Divine Mind and Immunity, I feel like they're so close-knit. You know, we were talking about it before. Divine Mind is what a lot of people look at in the ANZ region as being team number 2. They've got a huge roster on the back. You know, we mentioned Beaston before. He's never off the game. He's always playing. He lives, eats, breathes, sleeps Halo Infinite right now. It's absolutely disgusting. So to see what he might be able to pull out today, man, I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's pretty dirty, the fact that this man has been able to put so many hours into Halo Infinite and still being able to put up big numbers as well. And it's so crazy that we're looking at this team right now. This is the first time we get to see them here in the Super. And this is the first time in a long time, Justin, that we're actually being able to see Divine Mind. And I want to see what kind of level they've been able to rise up to.
Yeah, you know they're hungry for it. And coming up against Team Immunity, I think Divine Minds, they're not thinking about any other team other than Chiefs. Yeah. Right? The Divine Mind boys, they're hungry. Right? And it's dinner time. And Immunity better watch out, because it's buffet for Team Divine Minds. And they're just going to eat them all up. You know, they're going to have the appetizers, the main meal, and the dessert. Divine Mind, they're ready for them. They've been putting in the hard yards and scrims, and I believe.
Is this confirmed as like the first Divine Mind simp we have in ANZ?
Well,
Can we
I mean,
officially give that title to
Josh
Justin?
is the president of the Plasma fan club, and I think maybe right now Justin is the president of the Divine Mind fan club.
Yeah.
Also, special shout out to the Divine Mind guys for sending us their sick merch, being able to float around the studio. You guys may have great eagle eyes, beautiful stuff that we've seen.
It's better there than in my lap.
Either way, we're simping a little bit too hard because we've got two teams to talk about. Let's start talking about Team Immunity here. And these guys have been able to come into today with a bit of red hot form. The fact that they had a full nail biter as well is good for us to be able to get a good gauge about how they're going to be playing for the rest of the pools.
Yeah, you know, and this is a team that we saw perform before, and we loved every minute of it. They put on such a good game. But now they've really got something to prove. Going up against Divine Mind right now, they've had some inconsistencies in the past, and this is right now where they really need to turn up.
They do need to turn up, and they turned up against the Demons. The Demons really did push them right to the edge, and Team Immunity was able to clutch up. And as I mentioned before, Divine Minds are not thinking about these guys. They have their eyes set on the big prize. They want to take down the Chiefs. That's what they've been preparing for, and is Immunity going to be ready for that? And I think they might be, because they proved against the Demons, however hot they were playing, they were ready, and they clutched it up, and they got the game over the line.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're able to top 3 stats so far in the ANZ Super is just insane for me to look at. The fact that these guys have been able to come into their full 5-game series and play more maps than Divine Mind and everybody else have been able to so far, and still be able to make these averages look insane. So let's start to take a deep dive into these stats and have a look at these two players that we really want to try and highlight here. And Flex Reigns and Benno have been 2 members so far that have had the best performances for both their teams. Looking over across at Flex Reigns, he's been one of those players to me that has been Mr. Consistent. I think almost all the time whenever he's filling in for the Chiefs or any of these other teams, whatever he's doing, he's always been able to perform in the server.
Yeah, Flex is a superstar in this region. He's a supermodel as well. Like, literally. I mean that literally, boys. And it seems like he brings that star power into the game every single time. The boy has got confidence in his skills on the sticks, and yeah, that's exactly where that consistency comes from.
Yeah, it's just crazy the fact that he's been able to fill in so many times, so many of these different teams, and still be able to perform. But even on the other side of things, you know, Benno, even though that he's topping his stats for his team here so far, Justin, there still are some big members on this Immunity squad that have been putting in some big numbers too.
Listen, I think the interesting thing about Benno's stats here is that he's not one of those star show-off montage makers on the map. He's getting those kills by putting himself in good positions, applying pressure, and making plays happen. Yet his KD is still so strong on Flex Reigns. he's a superstar player. He's a highlight reel, right? But Benno is right there with him, and he's getting dirty work done.
Yeah, I think we've got 8 superstars to be able to highlight here for this entire series. So let's start jumping into these maps and see where the battlefield is going to be panned out for both these teams. It's going to be the same map pool that we had in our previous series. Still is round 2 here for the Pool B boys. They've got a little bit longer until they can figure out the results at the end of today. So we're going to starting out with the strongholds on Recharge. We have Slayer and Bazaar, and then we get the good ZTF, as a lot of people do call it here, with Aquarius as our third map. I know a lot of people are Bazaar haters, but you guys out there, it's fine. I'm a chicken lover, so I love Bazaar. You know,
there it is. He bought it back. It's been how long?
It's been a couple of weeks, probably about a month or so. So hopefully maybe our special observers out the back can give me a bit of a chicken cam when we get into Bazaar. But looking at this map pool right now, I don't know if I really lean one way or another here. Maybe I'm probably leaning a bit more towards Divine Mind for maybe some of these strongholds, but we've seen Team Immunity put up some big numbers today.
Yeah, I would say for Divine Mind on strongholds particularly, you can see how a dominant top-seeded team plays that particular map. And it's like anything, you know, we saw that Chiefs game before and just how dominant they were every single time because it's so easy to keep those spawns down on lock. And then if you have a star player who gets a hold of that shock rifle and he's just popping heads spawn after spawn, there's literally nothing you can do in that scenario.
Yeah, and speaking of just players going off, for both rosters, they're capable of doing that. And that's why it's so important. You cannot let the other team get those power weapons or power-ups. They're just such a key to victory. Sometimes you can get it done without them, but you really put yourself on the back foot if you're not contesting for those weapons.
Yeah, exactly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep you guys waiting just a little bit before we get into this series. We're going to get it hyped up a little bit for you guys here, so let's have a look at this Divine Mind team video.
Heading into Halo Infinite, there's going to be myself, Barcode, Madzy, and Slays. We pretty much cemented ourselves as like one of the most dominant rosters, but none of that went to plan. So they ended up going their own way, and then I went my own way, and then everything has been all over the place since then. So me and Slays were left in a bit of a mix. We had to end up getting raided and flex reigns. We only had like a day practice. Everything was all over the place. Myself and Raided arrived to Raleigh like literally 8 hours before the event. So everything was all over the place. We didn't perform well. I just haven't had the best start to the game yet.
At the start of Halo Infinite, I decided to just coach for the Chiefs, and that was a new experience to me because I've always been a competitive player. As I was watching the games and all that, I just wanted to compete. I eventually filled in for Divine Minds for Raleigh, and that was just a mind-blowing experience. It was an amazing time. Ever since then, when I came back from Raleigh, I decided to just compete and to take this full time and see where I can go at least.
I just wanted to build the best possible roster to be the #1 team because Chiefs are pretty strong. I've always wanted to stay with the same 4 till regionals and worlds.
At that time, I was like bouncing back and forth with filling in for the Chiefs as well as like making my own team as well. Berserk just went back to his roots and picked up myself and Raided, and we've been playing ever since. We've been doing much better than we ever played before.
I want to take the opportunity on Beeson because I think he's got a lot of potential and he knows how to win. He's got great energy, he's always going hard, 100%.
He's just a freak at sticks. Yeah, I never would have thought I would play with a Call of Duty player myself. He picked up the game so fast and picked up the mechanics so fast. It's really cool to see.
So he does want it, and I think by end of the year he could be definitely like the best player. I think we'll find a lot of success together if we just keep doing what we're doing.
Raided's basically like the wingman of Berserk. Work so well together in a sense where like their outer chemistry and their team chemistry is just, they can criticize each other so much, but at the end of the day, they're like best friends.
Flex Rain, same thing, always positive, always going hard no matter what's happening, keeping the vibes good.
What's it like playing with Berserk? It's a very good question. He's just so passionate about the game. He definitely wants to win. He sets high expectations for his team as well as himself. Not a love-hate relationship, it's just tough love, I guess. I think he's such a great person. Deep down in his core, he really wants to win. He wants to take down everyone in his path, and I completely respect that, and that's what I want to do as well. He can teach his teammates how he wants to play, and I think that way an aggressive, calculated aggression playstyle is always a good thing.
I'd say we're definitely one of the most aggressive teams. Like I'd say Chiefs are, but we are also up there with aggression. We just need to fine tune our play styles and just make it work a little bit better. I want everyone to be aggressive at all times because it creates plays. We can go from 50% to 100% pace, and I think that's what makes us better than all the other teams.
We are, without a doubt, a top 2 team. I don't see us losing to anyone outside of the top 2. We are the benchmark of being top 2, I guess, in a sense where, as Divine Mind, and every tournament I've played with Divine Mind, we've always placed second. And I think Divine Mind as a whole has always placed second.
So pretty much my goal is still to get top 8 at an international event. I think at the end of Halo 5, I was definitely good enough to be on a top 8 team. That's still my goal, and it always has been my goal.
Us as a whole, as a collective, have got so much experience. We have so much drive and so much passion for this, and our skill holds up to that as well. We've never played this good together for a long time, and it's just getting better day by day.
We're pretty much trying to get number 1 while everyone else is trying to get our spot number 2. Once we fine-tune our playstyles, I think we can be number 1.
It was a long time waiting here, ladies and gentlemen, but we got the spotlight from Divine Mind, and now we get to shine it back onto both teams as we get into Recharge here. Map number 1 for an all-important series in Pool B. Divine Mind and Team Immunity go head-to-head in a best-of-5.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in the mud in Pool B, and I couldn't think of a better way to kick it off than by seeing Divine Mind and Immunity. Immunity gave us an absolute showstopper of a game before against Demons. Let's hope they can pull it out once again against Big Boys, number 2, Divine Mind in the ANZ region.
Yeah, that they are the number 2 squad, and we are on board with Flex Reigns, the super good-looking guy himself. He's trying to put some pressure onto that camo, but it is scooped up by Voltage anyway. Immunity, so good at getting those power-ups. How are they able to do it, Bluey?
Yeah, Immunity off to a really strong start there. I'm not sure if you quite caught that, Justin, but there were 3 players down on Divine Mind's end just from the very get-go. But right now, we're seeing trades come back and forth between Divine Mind and Team Immunity. Just some absolutely disgusting damage being thrown back and forth between the two of them, and I think that speaks volumes to how close-knit both of these teams are.
Yeah, they are incredibly close, and with how Immunity played earlier, I hope Divine Mind is ready, but we say that Divine Mind with a temporary little triple cap there, putting some points on the board. Raided trying to stay alive with that shock rifle, but he is cleaned out by Voltage, but Flex Reigns not far behind to help get that cleaner, and look at Flex Range trying to pivot between the different targets and double kill for Benno. There's so much pressure being applied to him. Flex Range does go down, switching over to Benno. Here he is, the GOAT of ANZ, patiently waiting for things to pan out. I was like, bro, what am I going to do? I'm waiting for a player to pop out.
There's been some really good just overall 3-man wipes that Team Immunity has managed to get here, but they haven't been really translating that into quick captures. I'm not sure if they just haven't had the positioning granted to them in order to make a quick capture for B or C. They left it hanging for quite a while there. They do have a few points ticking up on the board right now, but I'm actually surprised that they don't have a lot more considering how the game started off so well in their favor.
Yeah, but the points do rack up so quickly, and you know, maybe these teams are so back and forth at the moment, they haven't been able to go on much of a run just yet. It's been, you know, very hectic, very scrappy. But here comes Raided, he picks up one, he's got that sword looking for that double kill, and he's instantly moving that C stronghold over onto his side. But it does look like Immunity has opted, no, we're going to let them have it, let's rotate somewhere else on the map, which is the discipline that veteran squad has. But he finds himself Hef, sends him into the respawn screen in 2 pieces, Bluey.
Yeah, absolutely sliced up. Killing spree for Raided, still with the sword in hand and the grapple as well. He can do big damage with this. Whiffs with one swing of the sword. He does help Berserk get the kill, and Hef is up on that sneaky right now, just laying shots down on him. There's so much pressure coming out from both teams. Hef picks himself up a double kill there and challenging that player. Flex Reigns on bat ledge with the shock rifle. He's going to take a little rotation here. Hopefully Team Immunity can get their footing well enough to start really creeping some points up on the board. Again, I said this before, I am repeating myself. Immunity are making really good kills, but they're just not prioritizing the objective, backed off from that.
Yeah, and we are going to jump in with the Divine Mind boys with a little bit of a listen in. We haven't heard from them yet, and I'm excited to see what they have to say.
You went to see. I hear you see.
Kill C, go.
In C1.
Dead.
One more, Hef was in C.
Yeah, he's A weak. Shoot on him. Guys, watch over me, guys. They're in turn one. Watch over me. Overpass.
Yep.
Tell one to you. Two. I'm moving. Quick. Listen. Done.
One shot.
Nice, guys. Mid-cat. To turn one. Tell one, right here.
Last guy.
One shot mid-bridge.
Quick.
Mid-bridge drop storage. I'm killing him. Dead.
They're gonna be A.
Go. I'm here, Jake. I'm here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Nice. Mango on my Ali.
Top eight, one shot. Shit on Con. Get that. They're gonna be glass.
Come on 5,
Top goal.
You gotta leave A. Just leave A.
Yeah, I'm good. Come on 5.
Out here, camera.
Two back B,
guys.
You'll see together. Look, see.
Help me see, guys.
I hear that.
I'm looking at camo.
Absolutely.
I died, but
Drop
I
your
died
pulse.
Absolutely.
Nice. They got camo somewhere.
We got
They got camo somewhere, guys.
Yeah, fuck. Alright, there's two pipes.
Two pipes.
Hey, last one on you.
Camo's gonna be on me in a second. Don't trap outside here though. Try to put. Is there a glass still?
Glass.
My plane towards C.
Hey, that.
Here. One's
Tower
pushing
as well.
come
And third line. And overpass as well. Overpass as well. And on my stairs, C stairs. A stairs.
Really waking out.
Come on.
Absolute top A.
I'm in T, guys. I'm in T.
They're all good.
Nice, Sally. Holy fuck.
Come on, CDC.
I got triple.
I hear you.
I'm swanning him A. Let's go one goal. They're gonna swan A.
Really strong comms coming out from the Divine Mind boys there, and we highlighted Flex before, and I feel like he was the main one on the mic, you know, shot calling, making sure the rest of his team knew all the information they possibly could to make those really good rotations that we've been seeing coming out here.
Yeah, certainly some colourful communication. Now on board with Flex Reigns with that sword. He picks up one. He is put down by Voltage, though, and a triple kill coming in for Divine Mind. They're double the scoreline of a Team Immunity right now and flooding in even more points, but it looks like Immunity's taking no time to stop that bleeding, grabbing themselves the C stronghold, and now Hef and his teammate are moving in to clear that out. They've got to do something soon, because although Divine Minds has a lead currently, it is not an unbeatable thing. They can come back from it.
No, yeah, this is kind of something that I'm looking at right now, and I'm seeing Team Immunity actually being able to come back from this, but all it takes is for them to sort of wrangle together as a four-man, like we saw in the Demon series before, and really take control of the game. You know, they are so close-knit. Seeding-wise with Divine Mind, I think they could absolutely take this and show how strong of a dominant force they are. And as I'm saying this, it looks like they're going to be able to get a triple cap on the board. Depending on how long they hold that for, they could lower, you know, how bloated out the scoreline is in Divine Mind's favor.
Yeah, it's kind of like Immunity. They get on the back foot and they just use that as leverage to bounce back straight away. And now they are putting some points on the board. They're trailing a little bit currently, but not going down without a fight. Looking at the scoreline, Voltage leading the Immunity roster with 14 kills. But we say that there's Flex with the double kill with that sword, looking for the triple, but Dante's there to clean it up. They have to shut down that player. Really good stuff from Team Immunity to challenge that player, put him down before he can go on too much of a tear.
Yeah, right now, Justin, I'm looking at the overall map control, and it feels like that B point is going to be the inevitable swan song for Team Immunity. They just haven't put a lot of priority onto capturing it, and it's so crucial because it's that kind of point on a map like Recharge where once you have it, it's very hard for the enemy team to take back control from it. And just looking at how these teams are being so scrappy around A and C, the B point might be the turning point for Team Immunity if they just look to have their focus there. Dante with a huge kill gets that double. That's massive for him, and unfortunately gets taken down by the grenade. Yeah, that's the curse of the caster there. But it's those kind of kills and those kinds of rotations that you start needing to make as Team Immunity. They're just not putting that on the board yet.
No, and, you know, Dante doing everything he can to try and get his boys back into the game, but Divine Mind maybe just a little bit too strong. We're on board with Beastin right now with that beautiful face. Well, I don't think it is a face skin, it's something else just as beautiful, but he does go down. The caster's curse is real. Now on board with Rated, who actually has the face skin. I was a little bit confused there for a second. Sorry, folks. And now he's putting some tasty shots across the map there, and it does seem like the Divine Mind guys are just making their presence felt throughout the entire map.
Yeah, Divine Mind is absolutely just collapsing on Team Immunity right now. I was preaching before about how I think Team Immunity can bring this back, but the score is so bloated and Divine Mind are playing so well right now within their four-man that I just think it's going to be so tough for Team Immunity to really do anything right now. But what I'm hoping for, looking at the board, is that they can crack 100 points.
Yeah, well, you know, the great thing about Strongholds is that you can stop those points from racking up. And as long as you play really nice Halo, you can, and Immunity does have it in them, but Divine Mind's coming out of the gates really hot. They've also got that camouflage and Rated, using it to great effect, hiding in the corner, putting in some cross-map shots and onto all players that he can possibly do. Gets a call out onto Hef, trying to shut him down. Goes out for the challenge, the Killjoy onto Hef. He was on a killing spree trying to get Immunity back in, but Rated said no. Now with Berserk and going in, finds himself. Dante gets the better of him with plenty of shields left. Moving through, does cop a grenade though, gets called out instantly, and I guess that's the strength of Immunity, is they're not going to let any player get away.
Yeah, Berserk with some absolutely disgusting shots here. We know how strong of a player he is, especially on this roster with the team backing him up as is. And Justin, I do want to point out, Team Immunity did manage to capture B, and this is what I was saying before. If they can get B, and if they can just make a good hold with it, this is what's going to sort of bring them back into the game.
Here comes that triple cap.
They're about 100 points away, which is fantastic for them. It's a better position than what they were in before, and as long as they can keep this B point, I think that's what's going to be, you know, their golden button. That's what's going to keep them in this game as long as possible. They just have to play strong around it.
They do need to play strong around it. And Dante, I swear he spawns with the sword, Blue. He always seems to have it. He's scooping it up. But now he gets shut down anyway.
And he loses it.
Beeston just comes in and gives him a little smack and is like, no, I'm going to take that one with me. What, just like an elite. But here comes Benno moving towards the C stronghold, starting to put some points onto the board. But it does look like Divine Mind might be able to put this one away. They're ticking it over. 250 points. Here it comes. 100 points over Immunity.
Man, I really thought Immunity could have brought that back a lot more than what they did. Look, there was only 100 points differential, which is so much better than where they were bleeding, especially at the beginning of the map. But again, I think they were making a lot of really big mistakes, not taking advantage of those kill leads that they had, especially very early on in the game. They were doing such good work to sort of clear out 3 members of Divine Mind time and time again, but they weren't prioritizing points, backed off from that.
Yeah, they had the opportunities, right? As you say, they were creating opportunities and they weren't capitalizing, which is very off-brand for the Immunity boys.
I think so.
Yeah. However, when those if they're creating opportunities, all they need to go is like, boys, you know, we can't be getting kills on the map and not taking stronghold. You know, they gave themselves a little slap in the back of the head and get themselves locked into this next game. And we'll have to see if Immunity can make a few tweaks and respond to Divine Mind, who are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, good point you make there, Justin, because I think we sort of saw that before with Team Immunity going up against Demons, right? They weren't performing to the level that we kind of expected them to be. But as that series went on, Team Immunity were just playing better and better, and they were managing to clutch up right when each map needed it. This is the kind of situation where they need to do that again. I just don't know if they have it in them to do that again after already using so much energy on Demons.
Listen, after the Demons and Immunity series, I don't know what to expect. After how Immunity was playing in the previous series that I saw them, I kind of have this anticipation that they're just going to pull something off crazy. But as I keep saying, Divine Mind, they're hungry. They've got their eyes on the grand final, and maybe they're just so hot out of the gates that Immunity is kind of struggling to keep up with it.
Yeah, and as you know, Flex said in that little Divine Mind package that we saw before, they are the top 2 team, and they know that. And Flex said that no team should be beating us outside of the top 2, which is them and Chiefs. So obviously Divine Mind go up against the Chiefs. They're banking on a massive game, and they know what they need to do in order to, you know, play that game out and play the Halo best to their fullest. But them going up against Team Immunity, I feel like they'd be so comfortable knowing, like, we're not really going to get pushed up against the ropes here. So it's now Team Immunity's job to simply make Divine Mind uncomfortable.
Yeah, and you know what? Divine Mind, coming up against Immunity, if their eyes are already set on the prize against the Chiefs, what better team to come up against Immunity that is so strong on the back foot? And that's kind of like the difference maker for that roster, is so many teams are not too great on the back foot. They struggle a little bit. They crumble under the pressure.
That's the make or break.
But like Team Immunity, they don't crumble. They are tough cookies. And Divine Mind, they're putting it to them.
Yeah, good point you make there, because Team Immunity having the age in Halo that they do, so to speak, they've been in these situations time and time again. And I'm sure, you know, when we probably get to listen into their comms, they will be very calm. They will be very collected. They'll still be making the appropriate team shots and responding to them very, very well. But it just comes down to they need to show up and they need to show out. And again, I'm looking at how much energy they expelled against Demons right there. Divine Mind, for me, looking at it, is a tougher opponent than what Demons is. So they have to use 200% more gas than what they did in that Demons matchup.
Yeah, I wonder if they've got it. That's a lot of gas they need in the tank if they're going to be able to take them down. But the next game type, Blue, we've got to talk about this one. Slayer on Bazaar. And there is a lot of slaying power on Divine Mind. And Immunity is more made up of a roster that just
fundamental Halo players, all four of them really. We have seen, you know, a player like Dante put up some big numbers, but fundamentally they just play old school Halo, the old Immunity boys, and Divine Mind's more of star power and slaying power, right? So Immunity going to be able to bounce back and challenge the aggression of the Divine Mind boys?
Yeah, because Divine Mind just going into a simple Slayer game, we've seen it time and time again. I'm pretty sure every player on the DM roster is like kind of a walking highlight reel.
Yeah.
So then going into Slayer, that's exactly what you want, right? But maybe the difference might be here with Team Immunity being so strong together as a 4, playing so much Halo together. They know how to coordinate their team shots better instead of just running off solo and trying to make for those more flashy plays. So Team Immunity could bounce back from this, but it's just going to take a lot of fundamental core Halo teamwork from Team Immunity that they're so used to using. But having to flip that against Divine Mind is also another task within itself.
Listen, if you know that Divine Mind is going to be hyper aggressive and then going to fly at you, just set the trap, put a little bit of cheese in the old rat trap, let them come to you, you know. But now we're jumping into it, and we've got Benno with that Mangler ready to jump onto that Spanker. But you see both teams converge on that power weapon. Benno pushed back for a second here. You know, he wants to be close to it. He does manage to grab it. Will he find himself one? No, the splash damage not enough to take that player down. Now Benno, a little bit of a back smack and a finish off from Beaston as he comes in and scoops up that Spanker.
Yeah, Beaston's still got one rocket in the tank as well as the grappling hook, so he's just going to be able to fly all over this map and probably pretty easily secure himself at least one kill with this thing. Let's hoping he has it in him. He's obviously collecting the intel from his team, looking around very much so. He can hear a player down on double doors, does connect with that rocket, so he does manage to make that one use of it. There's about 3 kills the difference right now for Divine Mind. They are picking up kills though quite aggressively and just absolutely collapsing on these spawn points.
I love seeing this when you see a team all collapse together. They're just so coordinated. There's Hef. He goes down. Beaston using that grapple to best. Sorry, I was going to say best to his ability, but he fumbled it a little bit. So a bit premature giving him the praise there. But now he's got that Mangler as well, and he is throwing up those spike grenades, pushing back those players. And a little bit of a predicament right now. The Team Uni boys know that he's there, but here comes Voltage to take him down, but they end up trading somehow. I think someone maybe plopped out a spike grenade that got to clean up.
Yeah, didn't quite see that grenade come down, but the spike flew through that door and just cleaned him up right quick. You can see Flex Range now. We are with taking a little bit of a 1v1 down near the Dynamo grenade spawn. He does have another teammate there to back him up, so I'm not entirely sure if that member from Team Immunity will try to challenge that kill right down there on market. He did. It was Benno making for the aggressive slide play. Not really something that we're used to seeing from Team Immunity, is that sort of strays away from that slower paced gameplay and that more team-focused gameplay that they like to use.
No, you can't let those little one-shot rats get away, can you, Blue? No, you got to hunt them down and take them out. And Beaston now with a double kill, utilizing that overshield to get hyper-aggressive up in the faces of those players. Hef grappling in is like, come at me, giving him a bear hug. But no, Beaston takes him down too. Grabs himself a couple of grenades while he's down bottom mid, puts some shots across. And Divine Mind right now, they're 4 kills in front. It's nice to have that little bit of a buffer, but Team Immunity not out of it just yet. That's really only 1 round of Slays, Blue.
No, Immunity just has to do exactly what you said before. They have to start setting traps out, right? Put the cheese down for Divine Mind to take, and I think that's something that you can play better to when you have such an aggressive team like Divine Mind. You need to start having them make little slip-ups, and you need to start just focusing on where your positioning is on the map and making sure that they have to come to you, make some mistakes, push some shots down. Benno there with a nice little positional play, looking down at those nades before anything else. Doesn't quite shoot them to get any kills, but he did read there were 2 players down in that bottom heat wave, that bottom tunnel section. Unfortunately, he did go up against 2, and so he was the one who didn't come out on top in that battle.
No, and he was lucky. He was lucky to even just get 1 kill there in a 2v1 situation. But Beaston, he seems to be the highlight reel for Divine Mind for this game. He's got 1 in the tube for that Spanker, launches it through, just goes over the shoulder of Dante, and you see he tuck-tailed and run. It's like, nope, not dealing with that one, and instantly pulls back. Now Beaston and Berserk, the buddy duo moving through, having a few beers with the boys in the bar area, and now they're moving through. Look how aggressive, and they're just in sync and collapsing on those spawns. Beaston's like, where they at? where they at and moving through back across the map. They're spawning on the other side, boys. Get over there.
Yeah, you can see how well they're moving as a 4. Voltage with a little rat play in that corner there does manage to take down one himself, but does get traded out with. And I was going to touch back on that point that I was trying to make before. Divine Mind, just as a 4, rotating around this map so well for an objective game. I was expecting that a lot of them were going to go for the more flashy solo plays, but that's not what they're doing at all. They're all rotating into the one side of the map together, making sure every corner is checked before they back out, make another rotation, and are just on Team Immunity's tail every single time.
Yeah, and it's good to see they're not relying on their individual star player power. They're working together and collapsing on everything that they can find onto the map. The scoreline is starting to bloat out just a little bit, about 10 kills. The difference currently for Divine Mind. So Immunity, they've got a little bit of time left, but they can't really falter anymore. They need to get it together. Otherwise, Divine Mind might start snowballing away from this one. And with a snowball, the longer it goes, the bigger it gets.
Yeah, unfortunately, Immunity is just not being able to clean up a lot of those little micro mistakes that they've been making here and there, especially throughout a Slayer game. That's not something that you want to do. Very easy for a team like Divine Mind to pick apart your team if that's the case. Benno is making good kills here and there, but unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of those death numbers come out across the board. 9, 9, 8, 8 for all members of Team Immunity. So they're all kind of just crumbling one after another, not making good sort of double kill trades like the boys from Divine Mind are making right now, and that's the difference maker.
Yeah, but Benno doing everything that he possibly can. Killing spree for the old Benno there, and the tasty little double kill. There was a couple of players down there waiting for him. I'm sure the Bulldog was right there. Beware of the dog on the front fence, but it didn't matter. He cleaned them both up anyway. Still on board with Benno, and he's brought it down to 5 kills, the difference. Immunity must have heard it, and they're responding. It's like, watch us win this game. And they're starting to apply some pressure, but no, Benno gets shut down instantly. Now on board with Berserk. He's putting those cross-map shots down, finding himself Hef, but Voltage responds for one of his own. Double kill for Berserk. Triple kills there if he wants it, but no, he does get taken down. Now on board with Beeson, popping out a couple of grenades, and that scoreline, it's every single time it looks like Immunity is bringing things back. Divine Mind has gone, nah boys, this is our game.
Yeah, they have this like a surge of confidence that seems to come through the ranks with the kills that they secure, and then immediately it's just shut down, especially now that Divine Mind have taken that rocket rotation, made use of it with Beaston, getting a double kill, and there's only 5 kills remaining, with him now securing Overshield as well. Look, Justin, I think it's pretty safe to say that Divine Mind have this in the bag unless Team Immunity can pull some kind of magic cat out of it.
Mate, well, I mean, look at that. They just took down that full Overshield player. He didn't even nab himself a kill for that one. He had full clean Overshield, and he just got ripped up big time. He got put into the blender, but now on board with Raided. You can see he's keen to finish off the game, but no, the composure from Benno. I was like, mate, what are you doing? Like, grapple, just shoot your gun. Puts him down 46-41. Here comes Team Immunity. Divine Mind maybe getting a little bit comfortable. Boys, we've got this one in the bag. But Immunity responded to me. Oh, bad peek by Benno. As you say, Bluey, Dante grabbing himself a kill. 5 kills the difference. Will he be able to get the better of Flex here? Dante in a lot of trouble, Bluey. The assist comes in, but he gets cleaned up anyway.
Yeah, it does get cleaned up. Raided is there. Does get taken down. Only 1 kill left to go. Beaston now on it. He's going to secure himself the kill with the nade from the grave. That is such an unfortunate way to go. But hey, look, Team Immunity did actually manage to bring back the game a lot in that last half there. The score only being 4 kills left to go. I think in a very, very close alternate reality there, Team Immunity would have had it, but they just needed to adapt a little bit quicker in that game and fix some of those mistakes that they were making very early on.
Well, we did hear from Voltage before saying they're a little bit slow starters and maybe way too slow on that one.
Yeah.
You can't leave the car out in the driveway warming up for that long. Sometimes you just need to get in and start driving. But Divine Mind, they took control of that map basically the entire way through, and Immunity didn't respond in time. But having a look through some of these stats, and every single player putting up a lot of damage there. Pretty even after all. Berserk going 13 and 13 with a decent chunk of assists there. Both teams going at it in that one.
I was going to say, yeah, look how consistent Divine Mind were for the damage charts across the board, and even with their kills at the end of the game, there wasn't really a massive outlier on their team sort of not performing and picking up the ball. And I think, again, that speaks volumes to how strong this team is as the #2 team in ANZ. We talk about how hard hard it is for a lot of these other teams under these sort of top 2 positions to have to take down the Chiefs. But first, you have to go through Divine Mind, and that's just not an easy task to undertake, especially when they play like this so consistently.
Yeah, Divine Mind really impressing me, Bluey. I'm happy to see it because you can tell how much passion these guys have for the game, and they really want to win. They want to be at the top. They've had a few things that they've stumbled through, but they're looking so strong. That inconsistency just doesn't seem to be there today that we've seen in the past. They're here to play.
Yeah, no, none whatsoever. You know, we're seeing a very strong Divine Mind, but at the same time, I feel like today we're seeing a very strong Team Immunity as well. They've had some ups and downs in the past, but right now they're putting on a really good show, and I think that Slayer, they came back to that very strong team coordinated fundamental Halo just at the end there, and they managed to bring back that game so well. They were just caught off by a few unfortunate things. Of course, that last kill, that from the grave grenade really sealed their fate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's one of those things like, oh man, like we were just starting to get things going, but maybe the finish of something unfortunate happening like that means that they don't lose any of that momentum, because they're probably like, oh, you know, you died from, you know, a grenade from the grave, and the immunity guys with their experience going, oh, that's pretty funny. And, you know, are they going to be able to go, okay, boys, we're starting to put things together. We've got to be thinking about this next game and start to give it to Divine Mind. You know, Voltage said they're slow starters. They've had 2 games to warm up. Now it's time to show up. Otherwise, the series is over.
There still is an opportunity for them to come back here, and it is going to be on CTF Aquarius. But again, Divine Mind, with how strong they are as a coordinated 4, I feel like CTF on Aquarius is one of those maps where you really need someone to come back, you know, or a team to come in full force. And that's what we're so used to seeing teams like Divine Mind and the Chiefs do, these top tier seeded teams within our region. And that's what they do time and time again. So it's going to be a really tough ask to say, hey, Team Immunity, can you just win this CTF game on Aquarius? That's not something that you can do super easily.
Yeah, and I'm just here to give everybody a bit of a quick update as we're looking towards the rest of this series here between Divine Mind and Team Immunity. The fact that BBR actually 3-0'd the Demons. So it was a fast 3-0 for those guys. A lot of those maps were not all too close either. So I think it was a pretty dominant performance coming in from the boys of BBR, and I think it really sets them up for the rest of this pool, and the fact that now, unfortunately, my predictions are kaput.
What did I say? I said that I wasn't comfortable making predictions because it's the pool of death. And you boys like, no, don't be silly. It's going to be this, and this. And no, it's just completely busted wide open.
You have too much faith in them, Luke, I reckon.
I mean, I think actually there is still a scenario where I potentially could have a 4-way tie between all 4 of them if they all go 1 and 2. But at this point, I'm certainly kind of sad that I didn't get that one correct. But I think the Demons lads, they certainly can try and get things going and really trying to pull back the rest of their pool play. They've only got 1 more match to go, and they've got a bit of time to recoup themselves and get back into it. But the fact that BBR came back nice and strong is always good. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our 3rd map here between Divine Mind and Immunity. Let's see if we wrap it up here, boys.
Yeah, we are moving into CTF Aquarius, a bit of a community favorite, this game type. I know I personally enjoy it, and both of these teams have plenty of experience on it. A little bit more of a traditional style Halo map too, so perhaps that will lean into Team Immunity's experience through across all the decades that they've been playing and take the young guns in Divine Mind off guard, but we are launching things in with Berserk.
Yeah, fantastic for you to say, Justin, that core Halo that it comes back to, especially on a map like this for Team Immunity, to be able to take advantage of and really show their skills as a force, show their communication, and how they can sort of make the game slow down in such a way that is in their control. As we say that, Voltage picking up that flag. Unfortunately, we do see the fumble. He's not going to double back for it, which is a smart move though, but man, Voltage, you can't be making those mistakes.
He left the scene of the crime. It's like when you're taking your dog for a walk, right? And you look around, they're doing their business. And it's like, did anyone see? And it's like, no, I'll just leave that one on the footpath.
You saw him too. He looked back. He was like,
okay. No, that was Dante that did that, boys. He left it there. But as we say that, Beast and Divine Mind, they're just about to throw one onto the board. How quick was that? Less than a minute, they got one on.
Exactly, yeah, and that's definitely not how that should have gone there in that scenario. I was looking at that being like, wow, okay, Voltage has made a really good push at that moment for the flag, but that fumble sealed that flag's fate in that particular instance. It was donezo. He had to rotate up top P side and just make for some kind of rotation. Did get picked in the process. We do see Hef with a nice little double kill. He's going to secure himself maybe a 3rd, but 2 team members go down. He picks off Flex Reigns, Can he turn around, secure this other kill right now? He does. He has the backup from his team. That's 3 members of Divine Mind going down. This should be a very convincing flag pull and followed up by a run from Benno. Hopefully they can make up for the fumble that happened before.
Yeah, that was just textbook immunity, right? They pushed into the flag as a unit. They got their picks. They got the flag moving, blocking the spawns. Look at that. Benno didn't even get touched, Bluey. He just ran that all the way across the map. And now we're all tied up. Less than a minute each, and they're both putting a flag onto the board. But FlexRain spots a little bit of a goodie down bottom mid, goes proper Predator mode. He is now invisible. Old John Cena finding a player up top mid. Hef, the camo's already gone, mate, in the hands of FlexRains. They take him down. He gets called out. And now team Divine Mind pushing into the base. And here comes FlexRains. That camo is starting to dissipate a little bit. Finds himself Dante. Dante with the crouch strafe. Not enough to put the supermodel into the respawn screen. He's getting things moving. There's another flag on the move.
Yeah, good little play from Flex there. After pushing into the base, he opted to still use the rest of his camo just to sit in the corner there and provide him some backup. And it did prove very beneficial for him because he sort of collapsed on that member of Team Immunity who came to hunt down Rated with the flag. Fortunately, it didn't provide too fateful there because, one, the team member from Team Immunity went down, and two, now Divine Mind are up 2-1 in their favor.
This is one of the we thought the game of Aquarius CTF was fast when Chiefs was putting 2 on the board before 2 minutes was done. But we've already got 3 flag caps, and both the teams are they waste no time. So we talked about before, Team Immunity maybe letting a few opportunities slip through their fingers a little bit. But as soon as those opportunities come, they're starting to move flags across the map, and both sides seem to be doing it at the moment. Now on board with FlexRains as he makes another push over to the opposite side of the map, checking all of his angles, being very disciplined because it is a little bit quiet over here, and we know it's quiet because the nades are coming in. They're waiting for him. It's like, hey, Flex, run the flag through here. We've got some grenades for you. And he does get shut down, Bluey. Berserk still trying to keep this flag moving. He likes a bit of a ninja, but he's unable to land that one.
Yeah, unfortunately doesn't connect to get that shiny gold medal that we all love. But at this time, Team Immunity did actually manage to make for a pretty good flag run, but I just don't think it was enough for them, unfortunately. Team Immunity I wouldn't say they're on the back foot right now, Justin. I would say that they're just meeting Divine Mind at the middle, and it's just going to take a little bit stronger of a push for them in order to ensure they have this game in the bag. They did make a very convincing flag cap, and even at the beginning of the game, take that fumble out of your head for a second there. They made such a good push in that first, minute of the game there, but they just can't seem to shut down, as we're saying right now, Divine Mind from getting those power play opportunities like the camo, like the heat wave on this map, and that's what you need in order to really flip this game on its head.
You do, and now on board with Beast and Custer's Curse, he does go down straight away. Voltage, he cops a heat wave to the face as well. FlexRains, we seem to be seeing a lot from him, but that's just because he's been putting up big numbers onto the board. He's got the heat wave in his pocket and the thrust as well. Vertical position for highest efficiency, and it's like, nah, I don't need that. We'll go horizontal for that one. Bang shot, securing himself a kill, but he does go down, unfortunately. Now with Berserk moving across the map, cops a few shots into the bum as he moves through, but Hef, he goes down and in position to get a flag running, but Berserk kind of waiting for his teammates to push up on the map, not wanting to fumble it just yet. They're getting ready for an opportunity. Another couple of slays, and they might think about pulling that flag.
Such patient play from Berserk there. He didn't really push up with his teammate either. He just had confidence in him that he was going to let him finish off the kill and sort of wait to set up a flag, but does get taken down, unfortunately, in that instance, but then 3 members of Team Immunity go down in the blink of an eye. That's not the kind of quick, snappy, just downage of your entire team that you want to say within that moment, because Team Immunity could have flipped that and then taken it for more of a counter cap play, but they just didn't have it in them.
No, they didn't, but Dante with a really nice angle there, but did getting that angle to help out his teammate, was it worth it? He was overextending to try and stop that flag cap, and he got it in no problem, but now they're getting a flag on the move for themselves. Lovely shots onto Berserk there. Dante doing some work for his team. 3-1 at the moment. Team Immunity really needs to get this one on the board. But saying that, I'm going to contradict myself a little bit. There's still 6 minutes on the clock, so there's still plenty of time to bring things back, but the game has been so fast-paced that they've just got to keep their foot onto the gas, and looks like Benno, again, with the clean flag runs. This is why he's the man. He moves through. He knows exactly when to pull a flag. Didn't even get touched again.
Yeah, even in that instance when Benno was running the flag, Team Immunity was essentially 1 player down. they still 4-wipe Divine Mind just at the end there. I don't know if you see that. Hef picked up a double, and I'm pretty sure it was Voltage picking up that third as well, which is a really good sweep for them in order to make that flag push super convincingly, and then hopefully double back for another one. They have sort of squandered it a little bit here, going 2 down. But again, these are trades that are coming out from both teams now. It's very, very close knit.
Yeah, it's back and forth, 3-2 for those keeping score at home, on board with Flex Reigns and giving some help to Raider to take down one. Benno caught with his pants down, bottom mid, but no, he managed to scamper away anyway. Can't be letting those players get away. Flex grabs himself another one, Voltage into the respawn screen, and there's Benno trying to help out his bro, but Raider shuts him down. Dante coming in for the collapse. He's weak and he's had to run away himself, and look at that. Divine Mind just working so good together as a duo and taking down 3 immunity players, and look at that. Wingman medal for Flex. He's putting in the numbers for his squad.
Oh, yeah, but Immunity are not down and out yet, and being in the position that they are, it'd be really interesting to see what the comms are like right now at their station. We're going to go into a team listen-in with Team Immunity.
On me, they're low you too.
Yeah, Rangers on mid, chasing you, 1 shot behind you.
Oh,
2 bottom mid, 2 bottom mid.
Good play.
Bottom mid, bottom mid.
Yeah, they're front base. 2 dead. 3 dead, last one takes. He's going in the pink goal. They're probably going to get it. They're probably going to get it. Just get map control. You're huge for this next flag.
He's weak on their flag, 2 shots.
Coming there, you two have.
Just living, bro.
Yeah, pink ramp, rated.
Their flag, berserk.
There's 2 pink side, 2 pink side. I'm on hit. I'm trying to
On
live.
the back, on you two. I'm just living, bro. There's one in
Yeah,
there.
kill this guy, you two. He's on kill.
Weak, I've got a strike on him. Weak as.
Yeah, I'm pushing him.
And they're going to be hitting you top mid. You guys have to live after that.
1 shot connector. 1 shot connector. He's got camo.
Trying to look. I'm getting hated. Is there a guy on our side?
I can't see.
Yeah, under me. How are you two?
Yeah, hear that. I'm aiming the upstairs.
Weak in there. I'm getting lining. I'm 1.
He's chasing. And 2 here.
Yeah,
Beasting's
okay,
1 shot out.
I need that front base.
You two jump up.
1 hits. There's 3 weak. Nice. You're in a really good spot.
And Team Immunity, another listening with them, and they're composed, but you can just hear just the inkling in the back of their throats that they're struggling just a little bit. But I say that I'm going to cut myself off. Divine Mind, they just put in the 5th flag and put that one away. And 3-0 on Team Immunity. Divine Mind, they are here to play. What a decisive series for Divine Mind.
Yeah, very, very decisive. I can't help but say I'm a little disappointed though, Luke, honestly. I thought Team Immunity were actually showing really strong there at really pivotal moments during that CTF game, but they were just adapting too slow. It's what we were touching on before. They just weren't able to get in the groove of things very quickly, and against a team like Divine Mind, you can't be making that mistake.
Yeah, it certainly feels like Divine Mind have decided to come into this pool play with something to prove. They really want to come in, and albeit we called it the pool of death at the start of today, but these guys really want to come in and make a stamp on this tournament so far and really prove to us that they are here to party, and they do make this one look relatively simple, right? A 3-0 for them coming into this series against Immunity, who off the back of a nail biter looked like they were coming in with a bit of red hot form, but we heard in that listen in there just towards the end that, you know, the Team Immunity guys are like, you know, they're just letting this last flag go in and try and get some map control, but there just wasn't really anything else in their voices after that, and Divine Mind were able to clinch it out 5-2 there at the end of this CTF on Aquarius. And I think looking forward for the rest of this pool, lads, Divine Mind are certainly sitting at the top right now.
They really are, and it's good to see that we have a squad that is really gunning for it. You know, every team, they want to win, but there's a difference between a team that, you know, they want it with every fiber of their being, and you can feel it in the way that Divine Mind is playing. And Team Immunity had such a hot series against the Demons, with their backs up against the wall and able to clutch it out. But Divine Mind, they're just too strong, and you could see, you could hear it in Team Immunity's comms. They were trying to play good Halo, but it just didn't matter because Divine Mind had a counter for everything they had.
Yeah, and it really does feel like right now that when we're looking towards a lot of these teams, you know, Team Immunity, I feel like they're certainly a team that's going to build up to something, especially across the Super right now. They put up a good series up against the Demons, but now they're looking towards their final round for their pool play to try and secure themselves one of these upper bracket slots. And I think, you know, right now with a 1-1 scoreline, they are certainly looking towards that. But the fact that Divine Mind now with a squeaky clean record going into the rest of the pool plays, they haven't dropped the map either, Bluey. So these guys are really starting to show us that this top 2 in ANZ are pretty far and above a lot of these other teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we said time and time again before, and it was mentioned in that little content package that they had for Divine Mind. They're very aware that they're number 2, and they absolutely know without a doubt that they should not be dropping anything against any of the other teams unless they're going up against the Chiefs. So if they have that to prove against all these other teams here, then they absolutely want to put their best foot forward and make sure that it's known. And they also want to make sure, because they know for a fact that the Chiefs are watching their games.
Yeah.
So they want to show them that, like, yeah, boys, we're here to play. This weekend isn't just yours.
Yeah, and especially when we've talked about it a little bit here, across other titles that I've covered, scrim results are nothing really that a lot of people really do talk about, but we've seen a lot of these scrim results coming in from these top 2 teams specifically, and it has been very Chiefs favoured, so I'm certainly excited to see what those guys can do once we get in toward that championship bracket. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to talk to one of our victors here. We've got Flex Reigns on the line, so let's bring him in, let's have a yarn to the man, and let's see if he can show everybody why he is a supermodel, not only in the server, but also on the cams. Hey, Justin said it, so I just wanted to let you know right now that everyone's vibing.
You can't beat around the bush. The man's beautiful.
Yeah,
thanks, man.
Hey, either way, Flex, it was a good day for you guys so far, not dropping a single map in your pools. I just want to kind of get the barometer from you guys heading in towards the Super. How are you guys feeling, and what's kind of the expectations for you guys going into the remainder of the weekend?
We're feeling super pumped, especially like coming after 2 back-to-back 3-0s. I mean, we expect this. Like, we expect to place top 2 minimum. That's what we go into every tournament. We always want to get to that, just to the grand finals as usual. And also, I just want to say, like, we 3-0'd BBR as well, and BBR blacklisted us from scrims, so they kicked us.
Yeah, spicy.
That's what you get. If you try to blacklist us, that's what you get. You actually motivate us to actually play better. So that's what happens. That's what happens.
That's so good, Flex. I love the smack talk. I feel like it's been a while since we've gotten a character like that, in one of these interviews to say that. I did want to ask, we had a team listen with you when you're on that Recharge Strongholds game, and to me, listening in, it felt like you were doing a lot of the shot calling on the map. Has that been your role that you've sort of slotted into within Divine Mind recently, or is that just something that you've always had?
No, I've always had that. I personally believe I have really good communication skills, and I think, I don't know, me and Ali, we always bounce back, we bounce off each other in terms of dictating where the team should go, how we should play the game, and then we have Beaston and Raider just dominating the rest of the scene. So yeah, no, it's good. That's like a communication between me and Ali. That's what we try to balance the 2 in what we want to do on the map. So no, it's really good.
Yeah,
it's really good balance.
Flex, I'm going to continue on a little bit on what you were saying, and of course you've been put in lots of scrim times and stuff like that, but what's some internal discussions you've had with each other about, things that you need to do as a unit, as a team, and a little bit of that bonding, because we know that the Chief boys, they're all together in a little bit of a LAN house, and that chemistry is so important. What have you guys been doing behind the scenes to make sure that you have that on lock?
Well, just recently we've been, if we're not scrimming, we're 2v2ing. We're always together, we're always in Discord together, and we're good friends, we're real life friends as well. And yeah, we went to Raleigh together, and hopefully we're going to go Kansas City together as well. So no, it's got good vibes, good energy, and we're also planning on doing a LAN for this tournament as well, but it didn't really push through just because of some certain situations. But yeah, I feel like chemistry is really, really important, Justin, just in terms of team chemistry and how I don't know, just to talk about things you want to do on the map and how do you want to win a game. It's just all about being in sync as one, and I think it's just so important for a team. And that's what Chiefs do really well. And now they're at a team house. It's huge for them. It's like a buff. So
yeah, I mean, we've talked about it so far. The LAN buff seems to be pretty strong with those boys. Would have been exciting to see you lads all together on a LAN as well to be able to perform here for the Super. But unfortunate for that. But you guys are certainly coming in so far, nice and red hot here in the pool of death. And I think congratulations to you guys so far, and good luck for your final round as well here in Pool B.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks, everyone. Cheers, boys.
Thanks, Flex.
Thanks.
I mean, we called it Supermodel inside the server, Supermodel outside the server. Flex Reigns is always one of my
He was blushing. Did you see that?
That's my favourite part when we get some of these players that come into the interview. Just give them that little bit of extra banter and see how they play with it. Flex Reigns did a beautiful job of being able to give us everything for the insides here of Divine Mind. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to start to talk about our AMD power play. And the only person who we could really talk about has been Berserk. This man has been a dominant force in this series, and that is why he is our AMD power performance here, Bluey.
Yeah, Yeah, for sure. You know, we always talk about, especially in this region, how strong of a player Berserk is. He's definitely one to always watch whenever he's on camera. He seems to be putting down the cleanest of shots. He's such an aggressive player too. He has an energy in his playstyle as well, which is so good to watch every single time. And I can only assume for his team too, carrying that energy into his plays makes them feel so confident as well. Can't put a price on that for a player.
Exactly, and especially when we had a look at that Divine Mind, you know, team spotlight he was talking about. He wants his team to be on the front foot always. He wants these guys to be aggressive so they can make these big plays happen. And, you know, if you're the one that's leading by example, everybody else is going to follow suit. And this is where we can see this Divine Mind squad really come into their own. And I think these guys are going to be a tear for the rest of the Super. I'm just excited to see what they do in the championship bracket.
This is just a preview. All right, these boys are ready to go, and you can just hear in Flex, he's, you know, talking a little bit of smack, but he's very composed. He's not trying to get too
You
caught
can feel
up.
the energy about him, right?
Like, he's stirring the pot a little bit, but he's stirring the pot with one hand and like concentrating on the game. They're just so focused, right? And I can't wait to see what they do the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, especially with another few days underneath their belts as well. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take another quick break here in the studio so we can get ourselves prepped and ready for Pool B. We're going to be jumping back into another series. Actually, it's Pool A, pardon me, where we get to see our final round of matches and see where everyone is going to end up. It's going to be the Direwolves and Reunited. So we'll see you guys after this for more of the ANZ Super.
My name is Xavier Lang. I run under the gamer tag Lunchy, and I've been competing for 10 plus years.
Okay, my name is Dylan Wilcox. Most people know me as Wrath. I've been competing since I was 14 years old.
My name is Jack McHugh. My alias is Square, and I've been competing for about 8 years.
Well, first of all, we got Aleo, who is probably one of the best matchmaking players of all time.
I think Aleo is one of the most underrated players in our region.
I'd say Aleo is definitely the slaying power, racks up damage and racks up kills, and just sort of that aggressive presence on the map that I think we needed.
Lunchy's more level-headed.
Lunchy's more of like a slow player, and he definitely, to quote him, he would definitely say he likes to rat, sort of that cheeky player on the map.
He speaks a lot, like after games he's the one being like, yo, we did this wrong, let's try and work on this further in the other maps. Square's a bit more silent. I'm sure lots of people have said that about him.
So I've known Square for a really long time, since 2013. He's a very individually skilled player.
He is a very good slayer, and he knows how to get the job done.
I was sort of, you know, tossing up if I wanted to play in the Super or not, and then I was just talking to Lunchy because we're good mates, and we just said, you know, screw it, why not, let's just play together.
Rat City, as he likes to be called. When he's playing well, he's playing really well, and you can see it.
You know, Dylan Wrath is definitely sort of like an all-round player who can really do anything, and you know, he can definitely pop off.
He really brings that cohesion to the team.
I definitely think that me and Lunchy are the more vocal members of the team. Aleo is English is his second language, obviously coming from Colombia. With all of us together, I think that we can push really well in this Super. So the team kind of came together knowing that there would be people unable to go to Raleigh.
We really only found out like a week before the event that we were going.
Yeah, the whole waiting period to know if we were going to go was super stressful, but yeah, it was very relieving when we found out that we were the team that was going to go.
Really happy that I was able to experience that and bring what I learned back to the Australian scene.
So I went on holidays. I took a little sabbatical and went to New York, and then I get back and like the team's disbanded. I'm completely out of the loop, and then I got messaged by Lunchy and he's like, hey, do you want to play again? And I'm like, okay, sure. And then now we're here.
There's a lot of dinosaurs in the community that are a little upset about this move. We had to make a decision, and just conveniently, Square, Wilcox, myself, we're all free agents. So it just seemed like a no-brainer.
Everyone thinks it's some like mastermind play by me to, you know, qualify for the Super.
And people kind of say we haven't earned it.
People are delusional if they think that we wouldn't have placed in the top 10 to qualify anyway.
Yeah, we would have qualified regardless, so I don't really understand sort of the hate.
Yeah, so me and Lunchy have been hot and cold throughout our history.
At first I was like, there was no way I was teaming with Dylan. When we were playing on the team R-rated and we were consistently getting that top 5 spot, I kind of, you know, put it aside and just focused on improving as a team.
But no, on the team, I think they sort of put it aside, and you know, it's for the greater good, really. So no, they don't really argue too much.
You know, we've had problems in the past, but me and Lunchy are cool. So we play Halo in a more, I guess, traditional way.
I think that we're able to hold setups really well. If we get a lead and we're able to really slow the pace of the game down and let the other teams make the mistakes, I think that's where we really, you know, differ from other teams.
We play sort of very setup based on maps, and once we get control, we don't like to give it up.
We're just trying to get as much practice in as possible.
Yeah, just sort of going over strats to make sure we're on the same page and, you know, what we want to accomplish on each map. Yeah, sort of just ironing out all the details, and hopefully will hold us in good stead for the Super.
We want to prove to people that, you know, that we can play and that we belong in the Super.
At the moment, I'm very motivated to place well.
Yeah, no, we're definitely trying to win every map and take some games off these top teams, obviously.
We've always kind of been that team that is doubted.
You can have the best shot in the game. You can have 4 players with amazing individual skill, but if you don't have a game plan and you don't know where you want to go off the start and what you're working towards, you're just going to lose.
I think, you know, if we play really well, you know, we can upset some teams, because I know that, you know, individually we're all capable of beating some of these teams.
Definitely push for that top 4. There's some solid teams in the top 6, but I definitely think that some of them are overrated in their own head. You know, we'll see how it goes on the day. Best of luck to them, because they'll need it.
Hello, welcome back everyone here to the greatest region on the planet, ANZ. HCS Super is coming to almost a close on day number 1 here, lads. We are into our final round here for Pool A. And for those of you who are playing along at home, yes, unfortunately, Raph will not be joining us here for the Super. They will be having the Super sub in Lith, joining the roster for Reunited. And I'm excited to see what these guys can do here on the broadcast, because right now we are looking at these pools and they are getting all so spicy. We talked about it at the top of the show that we weren't really sure where a lot of these were going to pan out, and I think even as we look towards Pool A, this is where it starts getting interesting for us, because Reunited, albeit 0-2 right now, Josh, as we welcome you back, these guys can cause a big upset if they get the victory here against Doubles.
Potentially. I'd love to see them at least just get one map here, but as we talked about, Reunited, they came in here with,
You know, maybe not the highest skill in the region, but they were holding on to that wooden spoon. But maybe they can knock them over the head here in this next game and show us that they can still contend here in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think that's a kind of big caveat for us looking at this series is about whether or not Reunited can start to shut up a few of the people in the community where, you know, saying that this was kind of a little bit of a cloudy team as we came into this. They were able to qualify directly thanks to their Raleigh placement from their previous squad in Mindfreak. Now they come into this. Unfortunately, they're not playing with their full 3-man that they were in Raleigh, but now they might be able to at least prove a few people wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. They've got a lot of people to prove wrong. I think that's part of the problem for them right now. And obviously, they don't have Wrath. They have Lith instead. I'm actually curious to see what that does for the roster, if that potentially even makes them stronger. Like, that's the thing we don't really know because we haven't seen a lot of this team for so long. So them coming into it now, they can just pretty much pull out the stops, right? They don't have anything to lose coming into this, so they might as well pull out every wacky play in the hat if they have any.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing for us to look at is the fact that these guys can cause an upset, and if they want to throw some more spanners in the work, they can certainly do this. We're actually able to catch up with a few of the players going into this series as well.
So we started off with Chiefs, and I mean, they're the best team in the region. We didn't really have any expectations. We kind of used it as a, you know, a warm-up and a good way to get some practice in against the best team. And I think we actually surprised ourselves. We did lose 3-0, obviously, but it was a lot closer than we thought. The Strongholds game, though, they absolutely bodied us, but I think in the Oddball and the Slayer, a lot tighter than we originally thought, so it was a nice little warm-up.
Series 1 was good, obviously. We got a 3-0, but then we came up against the Chiefs, which was always going to be a tough battle, but yeah, we didn't expect it to be that tough. They really ran through us, so it was a bit of a poor showing. But
Direwolves are a very good team. They've proven that. Look, I think that they're a really strong team. It's going to be really hard. It's going to be a hard-fought series. I think if we're playing well as we did against Disruptor fans, we have a chance. But they are a really strong team. They've played together for since the start of the Pro League. So their team chemistry is next level, where we're still trying to figure that out as we go. But individually, I think we do have the upper hand there. But like I said, they're a really good team.
We're feeling pretty confident. I mean, they're still a pretty good team, obviously. They made the Super. So we're not going to take anyone lightly. And we did notice that they went 3-2 against Death fans. So I think it should be like a good series, but I think we should still get the 3-0.
To Disruptor fans. We ended up dropping the Slayer, I think it was like 40 to 50. It was a heartbreaking loss. But I think it goes to show that we deserve to be here. A lot of people have kind of written us off as, you know, a free win or, you know, just, you know, like that pickup team. And I understand why, but I think we're proving that we belong here and we can compete with some of these best teams.
Well, it certainly seems like that everyone is looking towards this series to be a little bit more competitive than maybe we first thought. Obviously, the Dial was coming into this one with red-hot favourites, but Josh, looking at this Reunited squad, maybe there might be a little bit of a dark horse for us because obviously we talked about it, the fact that Lith is coming into this. He put up some good numbers when we saw him in the Open series, so I mean, maybe he might be the X-Factor here for Reunited to get a few maps on the board.
Potentially, yeah. You never know how, here on the broadcast at least, how they're going to play. We saw Lunch obviously talk about going the distance at least in a previous series. And also it should be called out that Alejo had a really massive reputation here in the ANZ scene, and now here on this roster, maybe they can just find a little secret spice to carry them to victory here.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing for us to look at. Is obviously, even if they do go down in their pool here, they still do have the championship bracket to play through, and I think, you know, joining teams like the 16-20 Kings and or Authority Pink, like, they can still put up some serious victories, and, you know, even at the end of the day, they made it here to the Super, they're here to play, and as long as they're not, you know, complete blowouts, then at the end of the day, we're still going to be happy with how they're going to perform, right?
Yeah, for sure. But again, like, it's just tough to see where they're going to be overall. Even looking at that little interview with Lunchy there, it kind of seemed like he was shaken a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, it's very tough to come into this kind of situation and sort of have everyone, like almost the entirety of the competitive ANZ scene, sort of looking at your team and being like, you guys shouldn't be here. Like, this isn't your space to be in, and we're going to make sure that you know that coming into this competition. So they've got a huge target on their back. Even if they can take a map here, though, I think that's really good for them. It might be a bit of a confidence boost them going into the future, because I would willing to put money, on the fact that a lot of these players are probably going to be looking to try and get into some other teams going forward.
Yeah, and I think it is just going to be a good display for these guys as well. But on the other side of the server, we've got the Direwolves here who are looking to try and secure themselves a second place finish in their pool play. For those of you who are playing along at home, this is the final match for these guys here in Pool A, and this is where you really are looking at the Direwolves to secure this second slot, albeit they are coming in as red-hot favourites. But, Josh, the fact that there still is a potential tiebreaker on the cards for these teams, it does put a small amount of pressure on the Direwolves, right?
Yeah, it really does. I think that there is still a potential. You know, we talked about it, and if I think that if they can just get caught off guard here by Reunited, there's a small chance. I'm doing my best here. I'm doing my best to give something. And Lunchy's a personal friend. I love the guy. I love the squad. But it's just, I just see it on paper, and it's just so hard. And knowing what happened up against Death, it's hard to see. It would take a major slip up from Direwolves at this stage. And conversely, Direwolves know how important it is to get the placing as well at a pool place. So look, it's a hard battle. Look, maybe one of Direwolves' internet connections will drop. I don't know.
Hey, we've seen stranger things here in ANZ, but let's start to highlight a few of these players, and I think it is kind of apt the fact that we started talking about Lith, because he has been one of these players that I want to highlight here. He's putting up some good numbers. Obviously, you know, going down in a lot of these series, hasn't really been able to put up big numbers for any of these members coming in from Reunited, but in comparison to somebody like Vamp, who, you know, we look across this Direwolves roster and you say, yeah, he's the main slayer for these guys. The fact that comparatively, they're not all too bad, still is a pretty good shout for Lith.
Yeah, no, Lith is, we've seen him compete like actually quite a bit. He's had a couple of roster swaps here. Seeing him on, you know, like Team Next from the Opens, and he was doing a fantastic job there. You can see the damage that he puts out per death is actually really, really good for him as well. He is quite an aggressive player too. So he is hoping that can light a bit of a fire underneath Reunited to play aggressive with him and sort of make it count where it matters.
Yeah, and Lith, you know, being this X factor for us, or at least for me personally, I think that if he can step up, and obviously being our player that we're focusing on here, there's maybe an opportunity here in the likes of Lunchy's, where if the whole team can bring it together, maybe there's something. And as you can see, Lunchy, I don't know, I think there's a bit of a chip on the shoulder there. I think there's something for him to prove when there's people that have watched him, and even someone like me, I consider him a personal friend, but I try to call what I see.
Yeah.
But maybe that, as Blue's kind of called out, maybe that's the fire that they need. So, hey, look, if you do win Lunchy, look, this is a win-win for me. If they lose,
here we go.
They lose. Well, I called it. If they win, you're welcome.
Hell yeah! I mean, at the end of the day, if they win, we get ourselves some sick tiebreakers.
Hell yeah!
You know, if that Chiefs series goes the way that we're thinking about it. But hey, either way, let's start getting ourselves closer to this match. Let's have a look at the maps that we're going to be playing here for our final round. We're going to be starting off on CTF Bazaar, lads, and that means that it is going to be a good test for these Reunited guys, because we talked about them being a little bit of a dark horse, and I think when you look at a quote-unquote pickup team, as Lunchy called them, right? These guys can do a lot of work when you take the pressure of these objectives off them, but in a CTF Bazaar where you have to be so coordinated to get some caps, might be a bit of a, you know, trench too far.
Yeah, a test is right, Luke. A test of patience, man. If no one manages
Where are my Bazaar fans
if no one manages to capture a flag for the longest time, we're going to be in for an absolute snooze, and that might be the thing here. These teams could be so close-knit that it's just stalemate for the majority of the map, and it's just going to take one really solid aggressive play to break it all up. But, you know, seeing how it is so far for these teams and how they've been playing, like, I'm not really sure that a member on Reunited has that in them. I can see someone like Zirkle doing it. He had fantastic positioning on his Bazaar games before, but for a team member of Reunited, I can't really point to one member there and be like, yeah, they're going to be the moneymaker for this team.
Yeah, and especially when, you know, we talk about CTS specifically, and obviously on Bazaar, the fact that you need to oversay so much to try and get those flag pulls and get those flag cats. When you have a team that has to have a super sub relatively at the last minute, it is pretty hard for them to have that coordination going, right? Because as you said, it's all about your positioning on the map, making sure that everybody is in their right position so you can get that flag from one side to the other. And when we're looking at a team that is, you know, players who haven't been able to get the best results in the last couple of months, and then a ragtag crew when they have a stand-in, it is kind of a bit of a rough map for us to start the series.
Yeah, it is a bit of a rough one, and having that stand-in, and again, I don't know how much they've been scrimming or not, and maybe they've got a lot of practice in. Hell, maybe it's Lith that's going to be an improvement for him. We don't really know.
He might just be a god.
He may be the only specialist in the world at CTF Bazaar.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? We could look at the rip and he just goes in, gets himself a grapple, rockets, and gets a overkill off the rip.
Well,
and then we get a flagpole.
We've seen a couple of overkills tonight. We've even seen a kill tack. So
yeah, do you want to put money on that, Luke?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to put money on it, you know? Like, I'm not that kind of guy. But hey, at the end of the day, if it happens, then I look like a genius. And if it doesn't, then hey, it didn't happen.
I've got the loaded call as well. So
See, it's all about getting the win-wins here on the desk, especially when we go into a series like this. And I think it is all important for these reunited guys. Even if we don't get a series victory out of them, it's all about confidence building, I think. Because as we said, we've got a lot to prove coming in as their squad. And obviously with one of their stand-ins in Lith, if they get this experience under their belts and they get a whole lot of this kind of just game time together, going into that championship bracket where it is all going to be on the line is invaluable to these guys.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Just the experience here, it doesn't really kind of matter what matters here, excuse me, tongue-tied. They're going to get into the bracket.
Yeah.
Even if it's in the lower side of the bracket, they've still got a good run. And there's an opportunity to still make the bucks in the end. So
yeah, absolutely. You know, at the end of the day, all these players are in it for some kind of money, right? So all it takes is just that kind of push to really realize, okay, how far do we want to go? Obviously, your number 1, your number 2 spots is what everyone is going to be vying for. But at this point, I just don't think that's realistic for some of these teams, you know, especially looking at the ladder that they have to go up against. So it just becomes like, how far can we take this? What can we take away from this? And also, you know, like, this is a message to all the teams, right? Like, the kind of experience that you're going to get from playing in a series like this against, you know, our top teams right here is absolutely invaluable. And don't take it for granted. You're going to have VODs to review and stuff to improve on from this point going forward. It can only get better.
Exactly, and obviously, you know, when we talked about it a little bit, is these seedings are kind of all important for a lot of these teams, right? Like, even if they do go 0-3 down in their pool, they're going to drop down in this elimination bracket. All it takes is them to win one series, and they increase their prize pool by 50%. So, like, they go from 1K to 1.5K if they win one series in an elimination bracket. And I mean, that's a good day at the office, if you ask me.
It is. I do want to say, though, that, you know, we've talked about the fact that, you know, they've got a really rough road ahead of them. But I think if there is a hope here for Reunited, it's just getting off the bat, just off the rip, try and get Direwolves off, you know, offside, and maybe there's a chance if they can get some momentum off the rip.
And I mean, this is where a good place for them to start. It is map number 1 here between Reunited and Direwolves, all to prove here. So let's see who's going to come out on top.
Reunited versus Direwolves. Ladies and gents, let's get it started. I tell you what, Lunchy and Co., I really hope you can prove me wrong, but let's get into it right now. And this is definitely not going to be Hef. It will be Dino from the Direwolves as he goes straight over the rocks. Uncontested, basically. Free kill. And there we go. It's going to be Lunchy first to spill blood here on this map.
Yeah, I think you've definitely cursed him from this point going forward. If we see Lunchy drop a goose egg, I know who I'm going to be looking at on the couch, and he's right next to me. But unfortunately, all members of Reunited do get taken down in very fast fashion, and a flagpole already comes out for Direwolves, but it doesn't get very far. Already dropping on Bar Bridge. Vamped, though, with a quick cleanup, and if he manages to get out of LOS from Lith right there, then he's going to have a clean run.
Yeah, and I like this. Just dropping the flag, circling back. Vamp should have a good vantage point here. Look at this. Shots out on Alejo. Should be able to clean that up despite 3 players in front of him. Able to get that. That's fantastic. And that flag still moving there by the looks of it. You can see these players, Lith and Co, pushing through. It's already 3 doubles. That was a vital kill, though, and they're about to get a second. So that's a double kill here for Lith. We talked about him being the X Factor. He's got that Mangler as well. There is a chance for a return here. He is one shot. If he gets cleaned up, no, can Direwolves do it? No, they're actually doing a fantastic job here. Lith, wow, actually gets the return. That was just the Lith show there, and he was still alive, getting another. He got 4 kills and the return there, Bluey.
There's no way that he should have been left alive for as long as he was. Look, I'm sure Direwolves were screaming their comms that he was one shot around the corner there, but in that particular situation, Reunited had him down on lock. They made sure that they were playing for his life and no one else's, not even their own, and they kept him alive for so long that he managed to secure, as you said, Inman, 4 kills within that time. That's huge for them. But that being said, I'm looking at the map right now, and it doesn't really seem like they made all that much space or all that much progression with keeping Lith alive as long as what he did there.
Still 0-0 after the first couple of minutes. I thought we'd have a cap on the board by now, to be honest. But then again, it is CTF Bizarre. We've got a triple heal, potentially overkill, but no, he's up against the overshield. He's not going to get it now. Almost overkill potential there for Vamp, but we got teased, Louis.
He does get the kill, though. Taken down that OS right quick, just right in front of our eyes. It was popped and then it was gone, and Vamp does secure the kill. So, you know, let's say he gets a little fire overkill right there. He did manage to clear all 4 players from Reunited's side, and right now it's looking really tough for the members of Reunited, we talked about the possibility of, you know, the position that they're in right now. It's going to be very hard for them to sort of come together as a team, coordinate really, really well, and manage to stay alive and get good map control. And I think that speaks volumes when you look at someone like Square's score right now. He's 1-5.
And that, you know, and would really need to step it up if that's what's going to be. To be fair, he does have 4 assists, so that's something. That's something. But yeah, I mean, the squad do need to pick it up. To be fair, they've done well to shut down those pushes so far. Lith particularly, we talked about him potentially being the X factor, and so far, I mean, he did that stoppage. He had the support of his team, but he got the double. He was able to hide in the corner, and he played Survivor. I tell you what, put him in the show Survivor. He'd definitely be the winner after what we saw there. We've got Lunchy here with the Rockets. Alejo, Lith got another double kill in the background. That's 3 players down from Direwolves. There's an opportunity for Reunited to actually get aggressive here.
Yeah, Lith is actually, you know, we were saying before, he might be the one to sort of bring it all home, and it looks like that's what he's doing right now. He is tied with the most on Direwolves' side for most kills. Both of them have 11. Actually, Lith has stepped it up one more, gotten 12. He has 3 assists as well to his name. He's making really good progress for his team, and I feel like right now it's the Lith show for Reunited. If there's anyone that you want to bet on for Reunited actually making good progress in this series, it's this man that you need to watch and support.
These next few seconds are going to be vitally important because we've got both flags on the move. We had Lith. We were just calling him out. He's gone hero mode. He's got those dynamo nades out for aerial denial in the cafe. He shut down Vamp, who was challenging him. He's got the flag all the way through the doubles. What can this man not do? He's got it all the way to the base. Now it's just up to his teammates. The rest of them need to step up, and they might be able to get a cap. Indeed, they do. Reunited versus Direwolves. It's Reunited with the first cap on the board.
Yeah, that's gross. That's definitely not what we were predicting to see here on the couch, and not what I'd expect from Direwolves. They're looking a little bit weak here, honestly, Josh. This isn't the gameplay, the kind of team coordination that we've seen come from them today, and them going up against a roster like Reunited. Look, I'm just going to put it bluntly, they should be confident in this matchup. They should be looking at this and being very, very confident in their own skills and their own plays, but it's like that's what they're doing right now.
And this is what I wanted to see, you know, Reunited just catching Direwolves off guard, and they might open up an opportunity, and they did early on. That said, Circle and the rest of Direwolves, they're pushed in, they've got OS. Well, that OS is now shattered, but they're able to get that flag all the way up to top tree. But you can see there, only 1 player down, actually 2, was Lunchy and Square. So this flag should be able to make it. Watch for the alley push, because you've already got Alejo over there, and I think we saw Vamp actually slayed out. So you've got Alejo and Lith. So this might not only be stopped, there's a counter potential there, and fantastic nades coming out. Who from but Lith. Now he's got the Bulldog as hell. He's got it, gonna get that kill. There's one around the corner. There was double potential, but again, Lith just going nuts. 15-5, ladies and gentlemen, with 3 assists, and he's still going, and he's gonna get the return once again.
Lith is on the re as well. Massive mistake for Direwolves just to kind of let him free push through double doors. He picked up a kill as well, pretty much uncontested, making it so easy for the rest of his team to give him the support he needed. I say support though, but man, oh man, is Lith's backpack on right now. 17-5. He's got 3 assists, so he is playing a bit of the scrap game, but then I want to look above him. Aleo, 10-11-9. He is being the absolute strong support player that a roster like Reunited needs right now.
He shoots everything, but look at all 3 of them there. Lunchy, Square, and Alejo, 9, 9, and 11 assists, respectively. Lith down there on 3, but he's doing all of the slaying work, and you've got Rockets in the hand of Lith as well. He's got the Bulldog as well. He's getting greedy. He's got the grapple, so he has all of the tools in the toolbox. And he will fumble there, but with his results, I mean, you've got to let him... Nobody's perfect. You've got to give him something, and he's going to be getting another kill as well. Going up into the cafe, make that 2 fumbles. Long range bull. Okay, that wasn't so clean, but still able to get a couple of nice kills, and he's putting the pressure on Direwolves. That's what we need to do.
I think that's the key word here, Inman, is pressure. Direwolves have pressure on them right now. We just saw momentarily 3 down for Direwolves, 2 down right now. Lunchy is just in their double doors. Alejo making a run for the flag right now. Being able to drop that flag just down at market side gives an opportunity for his team to be able to push out and just make a free grab, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Not entirely sure what, it's Lunchy. Lunchy with the flag, just running it through market. A killing spree for Alejo right before he goes down by the hands of Ball. This looks like another free cap in the hands of Reunited. They're going to go up 2-0.
I can't get over this. So what I've come to the conclusion of, Bluey, is that if you want a result, tell me, and then I'll predict the opposite. Because whatever I predict just does not happen. You would have thought going into this Reunited versus Direwolves, yeah, safe bet for Reunited to probably go down in this one. Hell no. It's currently 2-0 with Reunited in front. Upset of surely of the tournament so far.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to put my energy in the air for Direwolves, because if there's one thing that the world doesn't need, Inman, it's your ego to be bigger based on your predictions. So let's just try and make sure that the Direwolves can bring this back in some way, shape, or form. I feel like this roster is too strong, has too much potential to fold under the pressure that Reunited is putting on them right now. But that being said, Reunited are just playing so well, and I don't understand where it's coming from.
Yeah, I think it's coming from Lift. 24-7
yeah,
right now.
actually
Finally
true.
gets dropped as well. Aleo 17 kills. I mean, so you've got Lith on 24, Aleo on 17. Look at the opposing side. The highest kills there, you've got 16 and 18. Going negative from Vamp. They're all just dying. Look at the deaths over there. They're just getting outslayed. It's kind of bananas.
You don't even have a really strong support player on the side of Direwolves. Obviously, you know, they don't have a scoreline that is as big in terms of kills overall. But I mean, look, Lunchy, 13 assists. Alejo, 11 assists with 17 kills to back that up. Like, this man is just popping off as well. This squad right now is just playing like a Slayer game that's being handed to them one by one, taking down balls like that. Lith just with absolute confidence right now, just defending his base, buying time for his teammates to be able to respawn and give him some backup. How do you let that happen? Zirkle Lift with the easy clap, just the reversal. Absolutely disgusting from this man.
That was, I don't say this often, that was nasty. That truly was. Zirkle, he had the first shot. I thought there was going to be something tricky going on because Lith was able to get the evade around the pillar. He was able to move forward, and I don't think Zirkle saw it. Therefore, when he pushed out, he caught him off guard and was able to get the kill. That was fantastic play, and Lith is 26 kills, and he hasn't even reached double-digit death set. As I say that, he finally dies for the 10th time, but 26 and 10. What an incredible stat for this game up against Direwolves.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, 26 and 10, but as we're saying this, 3 members of Reunited do go down, and Direwolves is actually managing to make their first real convincing push. They're not being stopped as they take that flag down through top tree side, opting for a bit of a double doors push, but they are going to be meeting 3 members of Reunited. Inman, I'm not sure that they should have just gone through double doors unless Bald can just use a rocket like this. He does pick up 2. There is an opportunity for Direwolves to sort of make this flag their own, but Square looks like he's probably going to get the re here. There's no contest from Direwolves as they are 3 down during that moment.
I cannot believe that they've been able to just pull this out of the hat. In fact, let's see what they're talking about. What's going through their minds? Are they cheering on as much as we are or as shocked as we are? Let's go for a listening with Reunited.
The guy with the flag's weak.
One shot there. It's above truck right now. In their lockers.
Get
We
it,
didn't Dino, we didn't kill him.
Oh, you good.
Stay alive, I'm here.
That was him.
His name is one shot, Papa. Nice. I died from bar.
Someone get our cafe. We need to get our cafe.
Well, follow me then. Rockets. Our bar and top rockets above you. Launch above you. I'm looking at bar. And our bar. I saw it too.
He's got
One
mango
on
now.
our balcony.
I'm here, Lift.
One on our jump.
One on our flag. Careful.
One shot at Ovi.
One on our flag.
Yeah.
One shot our flag. Vamp.
He's one shot on our flag. Dead. Our flag still.
Our flag still.
He's dead.
Nice.
Live.
They might be in our palms here. Outside market, weak. Outside market, guys.
Market's weak. Market's weak on shots.
Palm. 2 guys are palm. 2 guys are flag. Trust their side.
I'm coming back to help you, Lunch.
I can't weak. I'm living. I died, bro. I died.
Jump up, weak. Leave.
And the comp have just been on fire there. They're actually communicating really, really well. There's no kind of, fear in their voices. They don't seem shaken at all. It just seems to be all business at the moment for the Reunited squad group.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised how good the comms were for a team in the position that they are. You'd think they'd be a lot more frantic, but they seem to be responding to the shot calling from Alejo, of all people, currently on the team. And he's making really good shot calls. Lunchy responding to them really well. You could hear in the team comms, as soon as Alejo was making a call there, Lunchy was like, yep, I heard that. I'm going to react to it now. And it was just clean all around. I'm very surprised and honestly really impressed.
Game's over, and Reunited beat Direwolves, CTF Bazaar, 2-0, and has Reunited with the first map in this series and their first map win in the tournament. Great stuff for Reunited. And tell you what, they've taken my words and shoved them back down my throat because, you know, obviously I was saying I thought they were coming in here with the wooden spoon, and if they were, they sure did smack Direwolves around a bit with it.
I think they've taken all of our words and simultaneously shoved them down all of our throats at the one time. Like, it's pretty ridiculous because we were saying time and time again that they have something to come in here and prove. And with this first game, that's exactly what they've done. Direwolves right now, though, they need to start stepping up to the plate. That being said, look at the damage numbers from Direwolves. Dino, 7.1k damage. Vamp, 6.7. They were putting damage down on the board, but it just wasn't translating to anything else apart from damage.
Yeah, I'd like to go back. We'll have to check out some of the assists from that, because what I want to know is how much of that damage was dealt but didn't translate to kills and assists. We know it didn't translate to kills. If the assists were there, maybe, but damage without kills and without the assists means that they weren't communicating or weren't in the position to pick up the kills.
They just weren't in the right positions at the right times, and I think that plays a lot to actually what we were seeing. When I was paying attention to the map a lot, when Reunited wasn't even making pushes, it felt like Direwolves was still just kind of stuck in the base. They weren't making a lot of really aggressive pushes and sort of holding top mid-market, or even watching the Rocket side sort of flanks or angles at any time. They were just sort of sitting around, and that's not something you want to be proactive, especially on a map like CTF Bazaar. You want to be making sure that you're doing something with your time constantly and reacting off of the kills that you have.
Yeah, and here's these assists that we were talking about. So we saw Square, Lunchy, Leo, and Lift. They all got decent assists except for Lift, but look at the opposing side. There was a lot of damage there from Dino, but I think it was Zirkle and Vamp that we were calling out for a lot of damage. I believe it was Vamp. Only 4 assists in there.
Yeah, so it's not translating to anything, really.
Correct. So I think that if you went back and had a look at that, you'll be seeing that a lot of shots were ringing out, but we weren't actually resulting in anything.
No,
so I don't know if that's down to comms or positioning or what it was. What I do know is that it's resulted in Reunited taking the first map, and just a bit of shock and awe over here, I think, on the couch, because I did not expect that, guys.
It was a 3-0 as well. It wasn't as if they only kept one flag and then Reunited opt to play like really lame for the rest of the match and just play in their side. They were super aggressive and proactive with all of their pushes on the map. They had really good control. They were getting those power weapons all the time. Lith was just a monster with the grapple and just making sure that he was everywhere, always on their bridge or their bar side or their tree. Like, Direwolves, you need to react to plays like that. You need to do something, anything.
I wonder if predictions were in Twitch chat for the last game and how many people would have lost points.
Because of you.
Pretty sure I would have lost. I'm pretty sure I would have lost all of them. I wonder how many people might have lost them. But look, regardless, I'm really, really curious to see what's up next. And don't forget, guys, to share your thoughts with us as well on Twitter using that hashtag HCS Super, and also in the Twitch chat as well. We can see it here while we're on the broadcast. And I'm just dumbstruck by what I saw. But look, credit where credit is due. Reunited have just come out of the gates firing, and again, lit the X factor, and there we go. He's put up the numbers.
He put it on straight away. He didn't even need a warm up. He just went in, and it was done.
Yeah, and it should be argued, I guess, or at least discussed, where Reunited stand if we didn't see as much of an individual performance from Lith. Like, if you put Lith on the bar of, say, Alejo, or maybe, you know, second or third, it's kind of the average of the squad, where does that leave them? Then again, like Direwolves, they didn't get a single cap. So it's kind of hard to read.
Yeah, it's too early to say right now, but I'm wondering if they come out of this with a really good result, or much better than probably what they initially expected. If they would actually look at keeping this roster as a core 4, I'd be really interested to see that. Obviously, it's too early days and they've only gone up one map, but after that performance, like, you'd have to say that they'd be feeling pretty confident overall within them. I would imagine the comms are good, and you know, like the kind of chemistry that they have is doing really well.
Yeah, it must be something, because they were able to. Well, when we went through the listening, we already know that the communications was.
It was really good, surprisingly good.
It was calm, composed, and again, all strictly business. And I think you can have some teams that have really frantic comms and they can still be very good. I think Divine Mind is an example of that. They can get fairly frantic. I mean, even the Chiefs can sometimes feel a little bit frantic, but I think there's a difference between, you know, fast-paced comms and, well, you and I both know what it's like when we just hit ranked or something, when it's just comms for the sake of comms.
Yeah,
just you're just screaming
for
stuff,
the sake of,
just shouting stuff, you know, or like me, where I'll shout a call out 4 times and all the rest of the team's dead already. But, you know, they had effective comms, and I think it really came through there. Now that we move on to map number 2, a Slayer, I think this is going to be interesting as well. Because, look, let's just take the last game. We know Direwolves were getting damage on the board, but they weren't collecting the kills. Reunited were completely outslaying them. As we head into this one, I really am going to stay eagle-eyed on Reunited, particularly on Lith and Alejo, if they can pick up the kills. And Lith gets the first blood in the game.
First on the board, and already, because we were on Alejo's camera there, he had a fantastic nade just bringing out from lights onto that B ramp, almost cleaning up balls there and making for an early 2-0. They do have 2 on the scoreboard. Lith with a very, maybe too early push for those rockets there. Did get pretty much evaporated straight away, which is unfortunate for him. Lunchy with the Bulldog.
What a surprise.
Yeah, I know, what a surprise. We've always pointed out that Lunchy seems to favor this weapon a lot, and for him, it worked out well. He got that reversal kill in hand. Balls there, tried to make a push for the Rockets, but unfortunately fell to Square, who grabbed them beforehand, and he still has 1 in the back pocket to use.
6-1 you score with Reunited in front. Blue. I can't believe this. And yeah, that rocket connected. Look at the aggression from Square. Pushing in. Insane stuff. You've got Lunchy picking up a kill as well. Square and Lunchy just putting them into the pen. 9-2. Reunited are just, I don't know, they're playing like a team possessed right now. Lift getting the kill on Balls in the background. Bald, Zirkle, and Vamped are all yet to get a kill.
Oh no, this is not the performance that you want to see come out of Direwolves, and we know right now that they'd probably be pretty calm in what they're doing, but maybe that might be the difference maker. Maybe they need to amp things up right now in their communication to make sure that they don't fumble this right now, because they can't, man. Like, you can't lose, especially in the position that you're in, and especially after the games you've been putting on today. We've been seeing you, and you've been playing so strong. But how is Reunited just putting their absolute best foot forward right now? But again, it looks easy for them as well.
It's 17-4. Direwolves are in dire straits. They need to turn this around. I have no idea what's going on. A couple of them may have fallen asleep at the 6 or something's going on. Or Reunited have just evolved. They've turned Super Saiyan and they're just going huge. Because look at this score. 19-5. And I just don't recall seeing these guys play like this before.
No.
Lunchy just got a double kill. Square got another. 21-5 is your score, and Lith has the fresh rockets.
Yeah, this could end up being a very, very quick game unless Direwolves can actually manage to do something right now to slow down the progression of this match. But that doesn't seem to be the case whatsoever. I'm looking at Twitch chat, and Biz, you know, your sentiment right now, what is happening is exactly what we're thinking here on the couch as well, because we didn't expect Reunited to be coming out of the gate so strong. Lunchy's on a killing frenzy.
And 6. Lunchy on a frenzy. It's absolutely insane. Lift. He only goes down by his own rocket, because that's the only way you're going to kill him, apparently. Lunchy's 10-0, and we're on board with him right now. He's got 3 assists. Let's see how he can keep going, because again, you know, I don't even care if it's a bit of a meme. I'm just going to... I'm glad. I hope. This is how I'll word it. I hope we fueled him. I hope we fueled him because he deserves it.
Yeah.
He deserves it because this is just a monster performance from Lunchy. 10-0. Tell you what, Lunchy, just give us the riot. Give us the riot, and I'll buy you a steak dinner. You can call me on it. He might just get it.
Oh, no, he's getting cut off. Oh, come on.
All right, I'll get you the entree, but still,
Why would you do that?
I just had to give him the caster curse.
He still gets like garlic prawns or something, right?
I'll
Like
have to get
just
him
the
something.
toppers or something like that. Jesus. But, you know, I do want to say, like, this speaks volumes to how Lunchy must be feeling right now after that first game, because in that sort of pre-game little package that we saw with Lunchy talking about how he was feeling going into this match, I said it before, he seemed a little bit shaky. Like, it seemed like he didn't really have confidence going into this right now. But with the way that he's playing 11-1, and his team is just working so well right now, seems to be synergy. We heard their comms as well. Like, this is exactly the way that they need to be playing.
16-33 is your score. It needs to be said. Direwolves are at least, they've stopped the bleeding, and now they're trying to form some kind of comeback. You've got Balls here. He's got the fresh rockets, and as long as he can connect and get some kind of momentum coming from this, there's still hope. You do see he gets tagged there by the Sentinel beam. I like the positioning. I just don't want him to waste these rockets.
Oh, and he
that's how
doesn't.
you don't waste it. You get 2 for the price of 1.
Connects the third.
He does connect. This should be a kill right here. We can see Alejo, nice movement there, but he's going to be cleaned up. And before you know it, 35-21, there's still a possibility for Direwolves to come back. But Reunited, Let's hope they can maintain this. Let's hope they can get this, because this is going to be fascinating if they go up 2-0 in this series.
Scoreline is, looking a lot better than what it was before. Balls and Dino are definitely doing their best to sort of bring the morale up. They're both on 7 kills themselves. The Zirkle, he's only got 3 right now. Unfortunately, 8 deaths, which is, not what you want to see in his position. Bald with that shotgun, getting up nice, close, and personal for a killing spree and a double kill. Does get shut down by Alejo, making his way into PD side. Square is there as well, and you do see 2 members of Direwolf pushing in from B. The shotgun, one-shot tap to the head, taken out right quick. All 4 members of Reunited up right now.
40-24 your score. You've got Square being shut down by Zirkle. Alejo trading out with him. 41 kills to 25. Reunited, they just want to keep this train steaming along. And Alejo's going to help with a double kill here. Lith trying to get those shots out. I mean, he, as long as he's doing damage and he's not dying, he's doing work. See there, of course, 11 and 6 with 4 assists. But look across the scoreboard. They've all picked up massive kills here. Alejo's stepping up. Square, who was lagging behind a little bit, he picked up some kills as well. He's going nuts, 12 and 7. And they're looking to wrap this up quick, guys. They could almost, they don't need to take dinner from me. They might get it themselves. 46-27, here it is. We've got 30 kills now to Direwolves. They get one more, it won't be a stake. But I tell you what, it's still going to be extremely impressive if Reunited get this with such a deficit. But Dino with those rockets
no
in hand,
stake.
Trying to do what he can. The long-range rocket does actually get in the double kill. He could even potentially fight for a triple here, and it's going to be cleaned up by Bald. So that was going to be stolen from him, but he does drop 48 kills, 33. Only 2 more required for Reunited to have the start, or hopefully the finish of one of the biggest upsets I think I've seen in a long time. Final kill coming out. It's going to be picked up right there. And your final score, 50-35, with Reunited taking the second of 2 maps played so far against Direwolves.
Yeah, this is ridiculous what we're watching right now. You know, some might argue like, oh, that's way too much of a stomp that we're experiencing right now, but you're watching a team that us as casters, honestly speaking, really had 0 faith in. And I would assume that a lot of the other players who are also competing at the same time and just without the region, or within the region, I should say, probably were looking at this squad and being like, yeah, there's no way they're going to take anything.
Well, can we not beat around the bush? Would they have been a team if they didn't auto-qualify? Because I don't think they would have been.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Like, that's why I say they're a throw-together squad. Because, like essentially the same, it's like out of convenience. And then not only that, you've got Lith in there, who, he seems to be a fantastic bloody player, but he wasn't part of the roster. He's a fill.
But this is what, you're saying, yes, of course, literally, this is a throw-together squad. This is what's happening right now. But they are not playing as a throw-together squad.
No.
This does not look like throw-together squad play. And even taking a tangent back to when we were on the listen-in on Bazaar, it didn't sound like throw-together squad comms either. It sounded really clean, really calm, really collected. Good response from the team overall. Like, this is why I'm saying this is ridiculous for us to be watching, because this isn't what anyone expected to be happening.
No, I mean, obviously, and we're talking about Direwolves. We're talking about the fact they're a household name. They're a staple. They're, you know, as you would say, they're meat and potatoes of the bloody ANZ Halo scene.
Yeah.
And they've got so much experience, so much competitive experience. They've qualified for international competitions on land.
Yep.
Like, they are not to be trifled with. They are getting slapped around, getting just outright bullied by Reunited in this series so far. I don't know where the buff has come from. Maybe the buff has a name and that name be Lith. I'm not sure, but look, I don't know how else to explain
how much though.
What was
I think it was explained by Dino before when we had that interview with him that they do have one member, I believe it's Bald, who is currently like quite sick. But he did come up to the competition before, and when we watched them play against Demons earlier on, wasn't it?
I believe so.
They were playing super, super well. So now maybe it's just as the day has gone on longer and longer that, you know, you start to lose a lot of the gas in the tank. That's one of the main things with esports, right? It is kind of like very endurance, like mentally draining. I understand that to the fullest. But that being said, you know, you can't, when you're at this level of play, that's something that you have to learn to sort of keep control. And obviously, yes, if they do have a member of their team sick, that does suck, but you still have to put your best foot forward in your 110% whenever possible.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And I appreciate that as well. And for those who are just tuning in, you might not have heard earlier, Bald on Direwolves is currently 2 days into COVID, so he's like peak sickness at the moment, as Dino let us know earlier. Now, granted that, Bluey, but in other series, Direwolves weren't, you know, they weren't struggling
as like
they are
messy
now.
as well. Yeah, obviously they did have to go up against Chiefs earlier in the day,
Yeah.
which for anyone is going to be a little bit defeating, and it's probably going to take a lot of gas out of the tank. But I think when we were talking about that, we were saying like they can sort of put that series behind them. They can take some lessons from it, but they don't have to chalk it up to, oh, this is a super hard loss like that we took, and we have to hold this to our utmost. Like when you're going up against the Chiefs, you sort of have to lower your expectations a little bit as to where you're going to go as a team. And I thought overall they played quite decently for going up against the Chiefs in the manner that they did.
How do you call what happens next on oddball recharge?
I can't. Honestly.
I can't either. What are you guys in the chat and on Twitter? Let us know. Use that hashtag HCS Super. We can't call it because, I mean, you have to just look at it on paper. Direwolves, one of the most experienced teams, LAN experience, backed by a big org. You know, they have everything going for them. Reunited, a team of convenience, a way to get into this tournament. Now, to be fair, I understand the frustration of the players on that squad to go, oh, you know, we should be here, we deserve to be here. Yeah, sure, all well and good. I'm not saying you don't deserve to be here. I'm just saying you're probably 10th. There's 10 teams. Like, that's not anything like against them. But here they are playing like they're here to win. And I guess every team does need to play like that. I guess what I'm saying is I'm delightfully surprised.
Yeah, Direwolves feels like they're on the back burner right now. They may be losing a lot of steam, but the only way we'll be able to really check is if we can pay attention to what they're going on and saying in the comms. So we're going to jump to that right now with a listen in.
Top tower left.
Angler weak.
Hey, man. Top tower left still. Top tower.
Hey.
You still top tower? Still top tower as well. You're in pipes.
I'm top tower. I was jumping up to you guys. Jumping up to you guys.
One's on 2 C plat, 2 C plat.
Here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot.
Tower now, really weak. 2 C plat.
No shots on them.
One was tower as well. C long, one shot.
Really weak top tower.
Still.
I'm gonna get this ball, okay? I'll get it. I'm gonna grapple it.
Alright, I'm at top A. Where are they?
Long at the moment. Yeah, one long.
Is anyone watching my mate? One's on me weak. One's on me weak. He's one shot on the pillar.
Long.
Nice. Oh, in ring weak, D. Okay.
Not my warriors, man. Nice, spawn A left. Yep, long again, jumping up.
All over gold.
Squares weak and glass, absolute, and there's another one
gold as well.
And gold. Yeah, I need help.
Bottom gold and C plat, I think. C plat as well, I think.
Yeah, another one on top gold.
Looking top gold. Still top gold weak. They pushing you, ring?
In my pipes, one in my ring. Weak. Ring and pipes.
Yeah, top gold as well, guys. I got shots on the
Pipes. Nice, 2 dead.
Alright, one's around gold still, guys.
Gold.
I can push into attic.
Yeah, I'm pushing pipes.
I'm coming now to the top gold.
Top gold now, he's in the
pipes,
corner.
Pipes.
He's really weak on the.
I got one shot onto him.
On the stairs going
Two
down
shots
low.
onto him.
He went low, gold.
Top tower, I think.
Absolutely down
bottom. Bottom tower.
Nice. 2 dead.
He's on the bridge.
3 dead.
I just spawned. Let's go, put him gold.
I'm going back.
Attic jump as well.
I need help, guys.
One shot attic jump.
Nice one in top
gold.
gold.
There's one on gold.
I don't know where he is. Yeah, he's still top gold. I got him.
Nice.
Good shit, bro.
I've got a mangler here.
I'm
stacked. Nice.
Wait, don't touch the ring, bro.
I'm killing jump.
I can get camera.
I have it on.
Ring and A left. Ring and A left. He's pushing batteries. He doesn't know you're there, Dane.
Hayden, I have the run at you.
I can kill mid bridge. Another one bottom gold. Bottom gold.
I spawned gold.
Bottom gold still. One shot.
Is he going?
One shot bottom gold. Another one mangler. Mangler to bottom tower. He's gone C plat.
Yeah,
one big. One shot bottom tower as well.
Really weak in there.
Got one shot.
Nice, 2 dead.
Got one as well, I got one.
One tower as well. Hayden, pushing you, Hayden.
I'm trying to look at you, Hayden, I'm coming to you.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. Top tower, top lunchy.
Pushing tower. Pushing tower.
Yep.
It's absolute lunchy. One's in ring and one's top A.
Make sure he does. I got
ring weak as.
Yeah.
Hey.
Swords on spawn as well.
Come here on.
Here, I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm here. Go. Nice. Needler now. Needler weak. Hey.
Head on top cat.
On my long.
Top cat.
There's one on my long.
Wait, if you have to.
Yeah, I'm not helping. Yeah. How many
Too long, guys. Too long.
Wanna play this?
I'm pushing it on. One shot on. One mod, guys. Two here. Two on the places. One's going to see pipe. One's going bottom tower. One's going to be gold.
Top tower now on. One shot. Square. Lift.
You got me.
Top gold.
He's top tower now.
Top gold.
Top tower has a sword, man. He's going to bottom tower. He's got a shot, so it's the sword guy, okay?
It is.
One's bottom gold now. Bottom gold weak.
Hey,
long haul weak.
Someone help me, okay? Someone stay on
Two
tower.
top gold. I got one. One's going to be pipes and one's long.
Stay tower.
Got a good lead, guys.
I have camera.
Can't see anyone.
On my C plate, okay? On my C plate.
Interesting little bit that we can take from that listen in there. I think overall, I'm not quite sure if it's just the cool, calm, and collected nature from Direwolves that we're so used to, or if they're sort of feeling a little bit flat. But that being said, if they are, they're certainly playing better in this match than what they have for the past two, which is exactly what we want to see. You know, these players shouldn't be falling short in the areas that they are. So to see them performing so well in an oddball game right now, that's giving me some hope.
Yeah, I mean, I totally have to agree. You know, they've got a very handy lead here. No points on the board for Reunited so far, and they seem to have been able to come back in a big way. You've got Zirkle picking up a nice little double kill there. So, yeah, there's still hope for Direwolves. It should also be pointed out, because I know we've got a lot of viewers from all over the world here, a lot of friends in North America and Europe. For our friends in Kiwi land right now, in New Zealand, it's 11:30 p.m. and you've got a sick teammate there with balls, and you know, he's one of the key members of the squad. So I dare say just physical fatigue is probably getting to them as well. And you know, Reunited, I mean, having known Lunchy pretty well, this is about the time he wakes up. So he's probably just wiping his eyes and getting into the action. So it doesn't surprise me how we got here to this series. But as you said, Bluey, just listening into Direwolves and seeing how they're performing now, you know, they seem to have been able to turn it around in this game.
Yeah, you know, Reunited have only managed to put one tick on the board finally after Direwolves have put 89. So that's a fantastic sign for Direwolves, because obviously for in this round in particular, Reunited are going to find it very hard to actually make a good amount of ball time. And as I'm saying this, you know, there's only 3 seconds left for Direwolves just to take round 1, but it looks like they will drop the ball just before they start to get cleaned up a little bit by the team members of Reunited.
Reunited, you know, I'm wondering why they've had such a rough game. And Lift, that's the problem. 4 kills, 10 deaths.
What do you mean? You were singing his praises before, and now you're going to sit here and roast the man?
I kid. I think he's just having a breather after carrying so hard, to be honest. But
I've been carrying too much. It's time for me to sit this one out.
Yeah, I think so. And now we're seeing him underperform. But all jokes aside, guys, 99-1. I mean, they only need to pick up the ball for literally a second, and Direwolves will wrap up this round. It looks like they're just getting some kills in. This reminds me of, you know, a game on the server where you're just trying to stat for a little bit. Maybe they're not rushing for that point.
Yeah, no, you can see Alejo taking it through blue tunnel right now. Does get stopped just before. Obviously, he would have been going for a play ball, but that it just didn't have enough in him to get there. So now it's going to be quite easy for Direwolves just to be able to take that ball. It is actually in a really good position for them if they can manage to take it before Lith goes for a play. Big jump up there for him. Does manage to do a little bit of a do-si-do. He's going to get back smacked though, and now Dino, all he has to do is hold the ball for 1 second, and there we go. Round 1 in the hands of Direwolves. That was a sneaky little play at the end.
Yeah, it was a sneaky little play at the end, and a very dominant performance by Direwolves. Now, if they can just get one more round on the board, they'll be able to get a map in this series. It's obviously going to be huge. Where he gets his little slide down into Camo. Unfortunately, he was going to be taken down. We're now on with Alejo. Gets those grenades out towards Zirkle. Zirkle walks on in. Didn't see where those nades were coming from. He's going to be punished. He goes down, and he's got to be the blue team of Direwolves to get that ball moving first. You see here, Bam is going to be running point and helps to clean up Alejo there. Lit, though, we've called out so much. Now charging in. He's got the support of his team as well. Fantastic awareness for that nade as well. Able to not clean up that kill. You can see there, Dino just able to get away, but very close at the start of this round.
Yeah, you know, good stuff overall for Reunited. A good strong point for them. They're getting kills across the board, but maybe they've turned a dial here in order. It's going to be interesting. We're going to go to a listen-in right now to see if they're remaining as cool, calm, collected as they were before.
What do you see?
Got a C set up. Got a C set up.
We need someone to come tower. Guys, someone needs to go my tower.
I'm coming tower.
I'm gonna sit blue pipes. I'm gonna sit bottom blue pipes.
One shot. Hiding behind. They are pushing hard.
Get ready to play. Get ready to play, dude. Nice play. Nice play.
Control the A spawn.
Unlucky.
Safe.
Nice kill, dude. Nice kill. Watch the new ball. Everyone just watch the new ball.
One shot in
turbine. He's on camo box.
One shot on camo. One shot on camo.
They still have
Camo,
blue.
2 guys, camo.
And double stack
mid-bridge.
Oh,
Mid-bridge, go on. Watch your turbine, guys.
They're gonna be top glass here. And on ball right now. Weak. 2 on ball. Nice, 2 dead.
One more triangle and bottom at A. Triangle, bottom A. Triangle's turbine now.
The triangle.
Turbine's weak. I got one.
Let's go. Watch your bottom tower. Watch your bottom tower.
I left.
Alright. It's gonna push me.
There's 2.
Yeah, it's nice. We got a gold spawn. We got a gold spawn.
One shot, turbine, guys. Turbine weak.
Circles one shot, turbine.
Absolute.
Yo, spread, guys.
Spread.
We are all on the same. Yeah.
Double stacks one shot.
Yo, camo.
Nice, good kill. They're gonna be on camo now.
Double
Nice,
stack
on camo, one shot. 3 dead. 3 dead, someone get goal. Last guy bat ledge. Last guy one shot. We are
good. I'm blocking A.
Control the good spawns. Control the good spawns. Guys,
Don't go tower. Just wait.
I'm
ratting.
Yo, watch tower.
Watch why someone needs to watch my cross.
Yo, they're pushing glass.
2 in tower. They're 2 dead right now. They're 2 dead. We've got numbers.
Well,
watch your goal. Watch your goal. I saw turbo. I'm on triangle.
One shot. Gold stairs, one shot. Still one shot.
I'm pushing in the gold.
Gold stairs weak as fuck.
Just live.
Bottom mid on camo.
One shot.
Yep. Where?
Nice. Turbine, guys. Turbine.
Dead. Double.
Let's go.
Weak on ball. Last guy.
You need to push.
Try and get this so I don't get spawns.
It's weak. Just push.
Push. Nice kill. Bottom tower right now. Bottom tower's one.
One shot bottom tower, absolute. One more bottom A.
I'm watching your connector.
We need to be near ball.
I'm scanning spawns.
We got gold here.
We don't have to rush. We have good time.
One shot ball. They're rotating.
I'm with you.
Shot ball here.
We're soaring, guys.
Oh, C. One shot C balls.
They are all C.
Top tower on me. Top tower.
Flying in.
He's one shot tower.
Absolute. 3 in tower.
They're 2 weak.
2 weak in tower.
Nice. Live right. Alex.
Sneaky.
Rushing them off the edge.
Trying to get you, Alex.
One shot ball, man.
Camo's coming up 14.
Bottom. Ball is one shot.
I made ball absolute, guys.
Yeah, keep pushing ball. One in top A. Live. Don't challenge.
They played it.
Top A. He's in an A.
Shot here with sword.
Get the gold spawn. Get the gold spawn.
Still one shot back there.
I need to top A.
Bait new ball, guys.
Get the gold spawn. Get the spawn.
Where did this reinvigorated, reunited come from? I just don't know, but whatever it is, I like what I'm seeing from this squad. Direwolves, though, I mean, they're hanging in there, Kitty. Your scoreline right now is 49-39. Reunited still with the lead. Direwolves doing their best to shut this down. It is, of course, Direwolves who took the first round very convincingly. But Reunited now in front, and there's a chance that they could win this. And if they win round 3, that's a 3-0 in the series.
Luke, what Reunited need to do right now is just remain as grounded as they are. Listening to those comms was fantastic. You know, I don't think much has differed from when we first listened to them. I think they're just very, very strong in the way that they're calling. I think they're relying on each other really well. They have confidence in each other's calls. They know when to respond when it's necessary, I should say. But that being said, you know, Direwolves feels a little bit reinvigorated in their gameplay. You know, we were paying attention to their comms before. Could argue that it might have been a little bit flat, but that's not what was translating. Especially now, you know, they're up around and they're putting good numbers on the board, making sure that that scoreline doesn't bloat out too much in Reunited's favor where it's just out of control.
Direwolves are working to wrap this one up. Circle's still holding on to this ball. It's been quite a streak, but right now, 3 players down. Dino, the last alive. He does pick up a kill there. You can see they're just trying to clean him up. He does drop through the gap in the stairs. And now you're going to have Reunited in front once again. They're up to 70 points. It's climbing. They need to get around on the board. Direwolves, of course, wanting to stop that and wrap things up right now. If they can wrap up this round, they obviously get the map victory. Alejo is going to be going down from the smack from Vamp. Vamp's going to be pushing in. Lunchy actually jumping down there into the whirlpool and cleaning him up. And you can see there, just going back and forth. There were some nice shots out of square. but the Mangler comes out on top. Zirkle, the only one left alive.
I would wager that Direwolves, in the event that Reunited start getting themselves in a position where they can make a hold, Direwolves only have about one good push left in them, and if that is not a very convincing 4-man wipe, then I think it's safe to say that Reunited are going to have this oddball round in the bag, going to a round 3 for this oddball game. And now, if you are Direwolves, that's not what you want to see, because this feels like a very different Reunited team than what we saw in the first round. Them playing as clean right now, their comms being as clean as what they were before. It's outstanding, right? And Lith in this round, 14-9. He's doing work once again. You called him out before, but I don't think you can put doubt on him now.
No, I don't think so. He had his little break, he had his kip, and now he's stepping back up once again. Vamp, though, with this camo, he's got the perfect shots. He might be able to make something happen.
Okay.
81 to 62, and climbing now for the Direwolves. There's a chance. Vamp going for that sword. Camo sword, not a bad combo if you ask me. Might be able to do some work with it. And they're just going to be baiting these players in. He's got the flank. There's one. Easiest double kill of his life, but he actually gets shut down. That would have been a Mangler that was coming in there from somewhere. He might have been able to do more with that, but I mean, he got the double kill. I don't know if he was able to set anything up though.
I would say overall that was a really good use of like a flank play, especially when his camo ran out when it did, right? Because that gave the audio cue to the rest of them. It looks like Reunited, if they get stopped right on the mark there, 30 seconds left to go in this round, it's going to be very, very hard for Direwolves to be able to do anything, because all Reunited need to do now is just play defensively, make sure that Direwolves don't get that ball. But Dino is just running away with it, juggling it back to Vamped in top gold. There's a really clean rotation coming out. Reunited needs to react to this.
The Lunchy cleaned up Zirkle, if you noticed, in Whirly, and now the blue team, Direwolves trying to do what they can to scramble all over that ball. It is still going to be Dino holding it, 84 points of climbing, and we might also come down to the buzzer as well. 20 seconds left. Who's going to take it? They're up to 90 points. You can see Lunchy challenging, trying to go hero mode. You can see a flank from Alejo as well. Alejo picks up one. That's going to be Zirkle. Drop double kill for Alejo. The ball's going to be back in the hands here of Reunited.
Are you
kidding?
They're
still in it, ladies and gentlemen. They are still in it. Taking a round, Reunited, forcing round number 3 here in this oddball. Reunited have not given up the dream of a 3-0 series score versus Direwolves. And Bluey, I'm here for this.
That collapse
I'm all about this.
Like, what was that? Alejo, just the perfect pincer right there, right when it called for it. They only needed to get 3 seconds up on the board, and they got that so cleanly. Where has this roster come from? Honestly, like, where has these players been hiding? Because we've seen the likes of, Lunchy, Square, and Lith play before. Lith has been a star player, we've pointed out in the last roster that he was. Lunchy and Square in particularly, they're playing so well right now. And as a 4, which again, as we mentioned, is a throw-together squad, are doing so well.
They're doing amazingly well. Now, that said, Bald and the rest of Direwolves trying to do what they can to shut this down. Great use of the grapple here. Was there as well. Does get the smackdown. Lith down to 1 shot, but he does get the kill. Square just doing his best to defend Lith, who somehow managed to stay alive for a moment until Zirkle cleans up both of them. Nice little double kill. Ball in the hands of Dino. Direwolves able to walk away with the first bunch of points of this round. But yeah, I mean, from what I've seen so far throughout this series, I'm definitely not ruling out Reunited, especially after that comeback in round 2. I'm still in awe. What a flank.
Look at Dino being such a good little ball boy right now, just doing it for his team, making sure, all right, guys, you go slay, I'll rack up these points. They've got themselves a very, very convincing lead right now. 47 points for them in this round 3, but they do go down 2. So unfortunately, Reunited have numbers up on them. Lith with a bit of a questionable push in, I would say, didn't really have the backup from Square. Came a little bit too late as he picked up that elevator, did get a kill right there. Again, Direwolves down 2. Reunited have a good opportunity for a setup here and to make some good points on the board for themselves.
You've got Bald here with bottom control. He was getting some shots up on the catwalk as well. Just trying to be a nuisance and get some kind of map control, but he needs to He needs to get some verticality here and try to put a bit more damage on. He does find a one-shot square. This is going to allow him to push forward here to Lift. Not the greatest nade I've ever seen in my life.
Good play.
Great play by Lift there. And I actually like this. I like abandoning that play and pushing down low, throwing some nades up there. He wants to get this ball moving. He's just waiting for the right time, pushing out. I think pushing out, trying to get some shots on really works in that scenario, but he needs the rest of the team there with him. And unfortunately, Direwolves, their positioning, they just can't get there. And Alejo, the rest of Reunited are able to fend this off really, really well so far. And I saw the ball was just in the hands of Reunited for just a moment, but after a couple of kills there, Direwolves have it once again at doubles. And it can still go either way at this moment, Blue.
It was Lunchy with the ball running through Blue Hall, Repulsor Hall, I'm pretty sure. But unfortunately, Vamp just ran up straight behind him with the sword, took him down immediately and managed to grab the ball and the setup of Blue here for himself and his team. So whatever they do here, they've got a massive hold right now. And even if it gets broken within the next, 25 to 20 seconds, they can just play that ball and then we're back to square one, right? Reunited have to try to make a play for that ball and make a setup for themselves.
Yeah, and it looks like Direwolves are collapsing on them just as Reunited try and push in. You can see here, Alejo, though, he gets the stop on the ball carry. He's able to pick it up as well. 2 players down for Direwolves. There's still hope. There's a chance here for Reunited. You're going to have Lift there. He's going to be running point. He gets taken down by Circle. He's going to be coming through down bottom tower. He gets cleaned up, though. He's got the support of his teammates. But look at this. The flank coming in from the rear.
Circle gets knocked.
He does get knocked, but you did see the killing spree before he goes down. Bald now jumping up with that Mangler as well. Score check, guys. 87-33 with Direwolves in front. They need to push Reunited out here. He's going to be challenged.
Another one
coming into play.
No,
he grapples back. Oh my God! He grapples back square. You animal! We wrote you off, and then he's got the repulsor himself. Oh my God! Ladies and gentlemen, clip it because that's going to be in a highlight reel. Square. He was repulsed off the map. He then grapples in and then takes a repulsor and then repulses an enemy.
Back-to-back equipment plays from Square. And honestly, if that's the kind of play that he needs to make to turn the trajectory of this game around, he's going to do it time and time again. They are making really good use of pushing through right now, getting these kills. Dino is one shot, a double kill for Lunchy with Camo. He is going to grapple that ball. They have the top gold positioning. All they need to do now is collapse, support Lunchy for this ball. They can catch up on the time in, but there's only 40 seconds that they need to hold the ball. I say only, but that is a monumentous task for them right now to hold the ball for that long. They need to be in tune with the rotations.
That was one of the sickest plays I think I've seen. I mean, it's funny because Square's actually pooping the bed right now with 5 and 11, but tell you what, there were some cool plays coming out. I can't wait to see that in the replays. But yeah, as you were saying, Bluey, there's a real chance here for Reunited. As I say this, I'm still in awe. Direwolves have managed to get away with the ball. They've got this lockdown up and top lift. It looks like it should be wrapped here, folks. They're actually going to be wrapping it up. Direwolves with the victory, 2-1. But what a game! Are you not entertained?
Yeah.
Are you not entertained?
God. The fact that, even though the scoreline just in that round 3 was a little bit bloated out, I feel pretty comfortable in saying that Direwolves really only got that by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah.
All it would have taken is, and it's a bit of a dice roll in saying this and a player actually performing it, but another play like that from Square to make all the difference. That's all that game hinged on. And I feel like Direwolves are a little bit lucky just in the position that ball took near the end, that they could actually just rotate it to top elevator and just keep it out of the hands of Reunited.
Yeah, I can't believe what I saw there when it just comes to the back and forth here between these two teams. We have to keep our eyes peeled for that play that comes a little bit later on, but impressive stuff from both teams, Blue, throughout the whole game. Reunited, they got spanked in the first round. I mean, it must be said.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it was looking to be I'm pretty sure there was 90 points to like single digits.
It was something like that, yeah.
And then they obviously, I think there was back and forth, a little bit of a shuffle towards the end, but then Direwolves wrapped it up very, very quickly. But Reunited come back winning that second round. There we see this flank comes in just a moment. That cross map shot. But I got to be honest. I'm just at the edge of my seat here. Wait, if there's the repulsor.
And
here's the grapple.
Back.
Smacks him. Picks up the repulsor himself. You didn't see the repulsor play.
Yeah, but you saw him switch out to it.
He gets the repulsor and then repulsed up. I've lost it.
Yeah, that was so cool. That was honestly so cool. That's the moments that we want to see here.
This was the play right at the end here. When Lunchy had control in goal, because what you said before was about how Direwolves, you said right at the beginning of the replays, they only won it by the skin of their teeth. You're 100% correct. Because when Lunchy had it in gold, that setup right there, if they were just able to maintain it, that was
it
game.
would have been. Yeah, it would
40
have been done
seconds is what it was, but because that was their last chance to hold out. Because they couldn't, they were slayed out. Direwolves came through. We saw Reunited spawn over at Long Haul, and then they just rotated.
They can't make that space fast enough.
They couldn't push through gold. There wasn't enough time to push through tower. It was all she wrote then. But what a series we've got, folks. Direwolves, they're still in it. No 3-0 to Reunited. We're going to map number 4. And you know what? At this stage, I'm rooting for it to go the distance because what a series we've had here, guys. I can't believe it, and I can't believe just how entertaining those players have been. It's almost like, I don't know, you've got like, maybe for that game, you got Lunchy at home, and he looked a little bit disheveled because he's just done a seance, and he's, you know, imbued barcode and embraced his spirit.
Oh my god. What even is this rhetoric?
Well, what is the gameplay that we're seeing?
That's true.
Explain it.
But again, you know, I am giving like full credit to Reunited. I think they're playing really well right now. But that being said, that this Direwolves, like what they're doing for me is just like, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, yeah, what are you guys doing? This doesn't feel like the team that the team synergy that we've come to know in Direwolves, especially with as long as these guys have been playing together at as many matches as they've taken. As you said, this is a team that's traveled internationally. So what's going on?
I swear they've just gone, oh, okay, just something's clicked.
Yeah.
They just flipped the switch and off they go. All I know is that I think what we're witnessing, and if I had a real guess, put all my nonsense aside, I think what we're seeing is that with this fill, with Liv, they've now played 2 series. They're into their 3rd now. They're starting to find their groove. Meanwhile, you've got Bald coughing his lungs up. You've got it approaching midnight Kiwi time. They're just fading. So you've got both things happening at the same time. You've got Direwolves fading. Meanwhile, you've got Reunited just starting to find their groove. So I find that really interesting, and I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it goes without saying. Man, like, I'm still so impressed going back to that first listen-in we had with the comms for Reunited of how clean-cut it was overall for a roster that was put together, you know, literally today. Like, they had one member have to step in today in Lith in order to make up for the spot that they were missing. And for them to go from, you know, what they were, that disheveled nature of, oh my god, we have to find someone, to being as, you know, grounded as they are right now in the game is just astonishing.
Yeah, I totally think so. It's like they've found their footing and they're able to get that team shot together. I think you called out the listening, and I think you're spot on. I didn't expect that from a team that's got a new feel, that have the pressure on them. I think something that we called out at the beginning of the series, and maybe even the beginning of the day when we're talking about predictions and stuff, is there is no pressure on them. Like, think about it. There's none. They all have something to prove because they want to prove that they can actually contest with these other teams. But there's no expectation. I guess pressure's not the right word. I think expectations. There's no expectations on them
that's fair.
to win. So maybe that helps. Maybe they're just like, well, whatever. If we get nothing, then whatever. Everyone's expecting that from us. But if we can show up and show out, then it really proves all these bloody casters wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, they may be looking to just prove us wrong right now going into Game 3. Live Fire Stronghold, I feel as though this is a bit of a toughie for a lot of teams that we have here. They seem to fall and crumble quite quickly. You know, if you're not a roster that is able to synergize really well and maintain yourselves as a 4 in a rotational based, you know, objective game type like Strongholds, and on a map like Live Fire, you just fall to pieces near immediately.
Yeah, and look, we're going to be contesting here for this camo. Dino's going to have it off the rip. He's going to be getting that out, and it's going to be first points on the board for the Direwolves, and they're looking to make this a game number 5. Points are racking up right now. We'll see what Dino can do with this camo. He's moved over to C. He's going to be challenging Lith. Not much of a challenge when he gets his back shown to him. Killing spree, and now he should be able to capture C as well, and this should help a lot. They've got a triple cap here, the Direwolves, thanks to Dino, that nice little flank, and with the camo in hand, spots Lunchy. Lunchy doesn't spot him, but oh
What was that?
I think he might have thought he had a repulsor. That makes sense, right? That's the only explanation for that, other than he just forgot how to play Halo in that specific instant.
Yeah, that sounds like brain scuff to me, if anything.
I think that was he thought he had a repulsor. I'm at B, I have a repulsor. But instead he just threw a shield down and let himself get smacked. Regardless, we'll be moving on from that embarrassing affair. Lunchy here, spots Dino. Great nade, does get it out, and Dino does fall. Lunchy this time. By the way, maybe not this time. I was about to say, Lunchy can use a snipe, man. Like, he actually can.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, okay.
Honestly.
Well, look, I'm just trying to gas the guy. I got to give him some love after just saying he's nothing but a wooden spoon.
I feel like overall we haven't really seen a lot of the players in today whenever we've gotten live fire games actually pop off with the sniper, so it'll be interesting to see if any of them can actually step up to the plate a little bit and fill in that spot that we've been missing. I don't think we've seen a 6 sniper play come out right now, but I think for now, you know, we should be focusing on what's going on. Direwolves did just go 3 down, which is not what you want. They are getting more and more points, and they're managing to fend off Reunited a little bit here and there, but they're going down quite rapidly. And overall, for a Strongholds game, you want to make sure that you're coordinated enough to start making the rotations where it matters, and they just don't seem to have the time to do that.
The score is 44 to about to be 40, and Square is still yet to get a kill on the board, so it's been a rough game for him so far. He does have 3 assists, but he's 0 and 5 right now, and I think that Reunited really needs Square to step up here, because Direwolves, they've been able to come back in this series, and they're doing a great job here on this Stronghold so far. But you can see C being captured, A and C now in the hands of Direwolves. Now, because of that ace spawn, Lunch is going to be able to contest it. Look how good those shots were on Dino, forcing him back. Unfortunately for Lunchy, though, it was going to be Zirkle who comes in for the flank and cleaning up that kill. Direwolves doing what they can to get the lead here. Well, they were just about to. There's a few shaky shots there. I think we're just getting some, you know, these guys are starting to put it on the clown makeup as the night goes on.
It's too late for these players, man. They need to start logging off and going to bed. It's just too much for them. I believe we did see, just with that kill on Dino's POV there was a sniper drop, but I don't think he's going to rotate back for it, so that's probably going to despawn. I was going to call out the sniper coming up before, and it didn't really seem like any of the players really prioritized it at all, which is surprising because I feel as though that's one of the things that you see a lot on live fire. People notice that the sniper's coming up in about 15 seconds, and they start prepping for it as a team, but that doesn't seem what's going on at all. Direwolves just seem to be going full gun for the objective plays.
Yeah, super aggressive. I think they've noticed that that's what's working for them. So they're now into triple digits. They're double the score here of Reunited, and there's a real chance they can take this out. It needs to be said, though, just to temper myself, we're not in halfway of the required points, so who knows what will happen. What I do know is that Vamped has that camo once again, and he's been able to put it to use, and now with the camo Heatwave combo, hopefully he'll be able to hit these shots. We've seen a few miss with the Heatwave, but
yeah, please don't do it again. Here we go. Doesn't even shoot it.
He doesn't even need to shoot. Gets an easy double kill. Going to be able to push into C here. His teammates should have that, so he should extend with this camo, and indeed he does. Revealing himself, though, he's going to be a little more patient as he moves towards B. He's going to find that he's contested. That's going to be a player on the opposing side there. He might find them. In fact, his teammate does first. Gets those long-range shots up. He needs to stay alive for that Heatwave, and he does, and he should be able to capture B with the support. Why'd you peek? I don't know why he peeked there. He didn't have to peek. He should have stayed down low. Now he's lost the Heatwave, and B wasn't captured because Square was going to be there to clean it up.
That was, you know, not the play. He had really good grounding there overall, so I don't understand why he was sort of making for that play. Maybe just a miscommunication on the comm side. Unfortunately, though, I should say, it doesn't really amount to much because Direwolves didn't push that B site after, you know, Square made that cheeky little peek. And they are losing more and more time. I don't think Direwolves is going to make a very convincing hold with the AC side because they're going to really have to focus all their firepower on keeping them pinned on B. And for any players at home who even played matchmaking for any more than 10 hours, you know that that's really not an easy task to do.
Direwolves here approaching 130 points. Lith goes down. Alejo gets the revenge for him, though. Both teams here very close within each other. We did see a bit of a blowout there for Direwolves for a bit, but Reunited after capping C, they've now got the majority of points, but Zirkle is over there trying to capture B. 1v1 right here. Zirkle's going to challenge just as a teammate. That's going to be Dino pushing in from sandbags. So now it's Direwolves once again in control. They've passed the halfway mark here for points required. New camo's going to be up. Balls goes for it. Lit. He's forced back. He does get the cleanup kill down the bottom, and the camo player, I believe, does die. Actually, no, I think Bald has the camo.
Yeah.
Bald does have the camo, so able to stay up. A and B still in control of Direwolves. Now he's going to have the camo snipe combo.
Oh, no.
Not like this.
Very unfortunate there. You know, even with the camo in hand, couldn't really make those sniper shots connect. You know, I'm a little bit, you know, a little bit judgmental on those shots there. I don't think that was the right play to make. But hey, in the moment, we all make mistakes. Someone who I do want to point out, and I'm not trying to pick on you, mate, but we did mention before, Square seemed to be on struggle street a little bit, and just from watching the other perspective of the players and the 1v1s that Square seems to be taking, they're not the plays, man. They're not the plays, they're not the rotations that you should be making. You should be working together with your team as much as possible. He seems to be just going for these flanks that Direwolves are reading time and time again. That's why currently Square is 4 and 12.
I mean, I get it if you're trying to set a play up, but I totally agree, you know. It doesn't matter what the game type is, strongholds, or, you know, it doesn't need to be your slaying really counts. And try and get that map positioning and setup, it's vital. So hopefully he can set something up here. He does have quite a few assists, but he needs to do more. Snipe now in the hands of Lunchy. Let's see if I can predict something right. I was saying when he wants to, Lunchy can hit some snipes. I don't think he connected that time. We'll see what he can do with it, if anything. He is going to be able to help catch a B, though. But you can see there, 2 players. It's going to be red nameplates, reunited, going over to C as well. So B and C in control, and Lunchy looking towards sandbags. Potentially a push through big door. Now, I just want to see things all slowed down just a little bit. Of Direwolves trying to decide which way they're going to push. It looks like it's straight through mid. 2 players come sliding out. Lunchy's not going to connect. He's forced to back up. He doesn't want to lose B. They're putting pressure on him straight into Nest. And look at the nades flying in. I love that push. See, everything seems so quiet, but Direwolves were just setting up the play. Beautifully coordinated. 2 players went flying into C. Vamp got camo. He died with camo, but he got camo. They had that perfectly timed and they got back in control.
Yeah, it was actually really cool what we got to see there with 2 players just immediately flying through mid, covering each other, and then knowing that Lunchy was sitting rat's nest with that snipe, immediately focusing fire on him, making sure that he can't connect with anything. Lunchy had to back down, did get picked, and then from that point forward, Direwolves had so much space to play around with. Speaking of players who have so much space to play around with, look at Dino right now. 25 with 8 assists, 13 deaths. This man, like, we have highlighted him before, especially as being one of those very core grounded players within the Direwolves. And he is putting that on show right now. It seems like he is everywhere on the map, constantly flying to members of his team to give them the backup and the support they need in order to take objectives and rack up more points. You can see him flicking from player to player, cleaning up A as quickly as possible so they get into it. The C rotation from Reunited does not matter.
Dino, as you said, going double positive right now. He has the ability to make some superstar plays. It looks like he's decided to rip it out here. 1v1 though, Lith comes out on top. 3 players down for Direwolves. It was looking like Direwolves were going to wrap things up. We'll see how it goes. 241 to 124. B and C were in the hands of Direwolves, but you can see here Reunited doing what they can, holding A and B, and it's going to be Reunited racking up points once again, Bluey.
Yeah, Reunited ticking up on the board, but man, do they have a titan of a task ahead of them. Only 9 points left for Direwolves to be able to secure, and if they can focus fire and play like they have been to secure those last 9 points, this game is going to be over in a matter of seconds. You can see Vamped rotation from mid going into A. He has support on rotation from Lith there, as Lith is B corner. Lith does get taken down by the monster that is Dino on the map right now. We do see B nearly ticking up in the hands of Direwolves. Might get stopped at the last second, but that's not it. Direwolves take it at the very end, and I want to just highlight Dino. Man, oh man, look at what this man was doing with the map.
He was approaching his 30 bomb. He went huge previously in the oddball. He's gone big now with the objective plays. He's slaying out of his mind, and we called it out, I think it was at the top of the show. We were talking about Dino has this insane ability to just pop off at times, and we saw it just there where it counts. Mans and his squad are down 2-1 in the series. They needed to win this, and they've clutched up. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 5. It is 2-2 right now. And what's most important is potentially we've got a reverse sweep on the cards.
Yeah, and also this is something that I've just thought about in my head. So
Direwolves, being the team with the experience that they have, how many, there it is, that shield play, air quotes, they have been in this position many times before where they've been in a series, they've been near down and out, and they know that they need to come back when it needs to be. They need to play clutch as possible, and it seems like that's what they're doing now. They've focused up in so many aspects. They're playing the objective, they're doing the rotations, they're supporting a talent on their team like Dino in order to just take main slaying to the next level and just making sure that everyone else can support him in order to rack up those objective points as much as possible. It's crazy to see what they are doing right now after that 2-game deficit.
I wonder if you're scared if you're reunited right now.
Oh, I would say so. Absolutely.
Incredibly difficult to maintain your composure now. Now you got to be happy. You got those first 2 maps, but now you've dropped 2. Where do you go from this? And you're going into a Slayer at the end as well. Now, hopefully, all they need to do is, again, they just need to come out of the gates galloping. They need to be able to get those fast kills. I think the key here, and we kind of saw it in that game, the Strongholds, but in reverse, where it was Direwolves being super aggressive.
Yeah.
Aggressive. You saw that mid-push about 3/4 of the way through the map.
And they waited on it too.
And they waited on it. We need that aggression to come out of, and the super fast gameplay to come out of Reunited if they want a chance of winning this game. We need the Reunited that we saw, the 50-35 Slayer.
Yeah.
You know, we need that same team. They need to come out firing. Lith, he's like, if I could focus on the player to focus on in this game, it is Lith, and he and the rest of the squad really need to pick it up. Now, saying that, Lunchy was the one who obviously was popping off as well.
Yeah, exactly. So. Lunchy, you know, being the person that we kind of have made fun at in the past, he's goose-egged once. He's only managed to get the 1 kill, the breadstick, but now playing the way that he is, like, this is the dude that we want to be focusing on right now. And honestly, I didn't expect whatsoever to be the power player for this team.
Yeah, I mean, we're in shock. Luke, did you see it coming?
I mean, no. Honestly, like, the way that, like, you know, me and Justin sit out there in the green room, we're sitting there, we're just like, all right, this is good. All right, Reunited boys come out here to party. They get the map 1 victory. We're like, okay, all right, maybe this is where we're going to go. It's full best of 5 for us to get through, everyone, all right? We've got to temper our expectations here. Game number 2 comes out once again, and we go, is this it? We're just looking at each other. We're like, is this how it's going? Poor Justin's out the back betting his channel points wrong every single map so far. So poor man, he's going to be at 0 points at the end of tonight.
Should be happy it's not real money, Justin.
I mean, like, at this point, like, I'm just excited. I think that's the biggest thing for me is the fact that we've actually made Pool A tight, because at the end of the day, we talked about this Pool A being a kind of, you know, free ride for the Chiefs, albeit it might be a free ride at the end of the night, but the fact that there is actually a fight for these remaining 3 slots is exciting for us to talk about, because we're seeing these guys going into a full championship bracket as well in these next 2 days, and this is how they're going to play, Josh. And hell yeah, I'm excited. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to wear some egg on my face if it means that we've got not only a series but a tournament on our hands.
Yeah.
And to be honest, like I said, I know these guys personally, particularly Lunchy. We go way back, like 10 years. I consider him a friend, and to have him here being able to just be gunning like he is, I'm actually stoked for it.
Yeah, I know. And like, again, we were sort of going into this seeing how Lunchy was in that pre-game package, and he felt he looked a little bit shaky, but then I don't know if that's his usual demeanor. Even I'm sure you could commentate on that, but it just sounded like he didn't have a lot of confidence. But I feel like even at this point, them going up 2 maps is fantastic for them, and it's more of something than we expected.
Exactly. Well, lads, it's time for me to take my leave, because we're in the game number 5 here between Reunited and Direwolves. Let's see who comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, you might have to come back and pick me back up off the floor if we see Reunited win this one, Luke, because I'm going to be that shocked for this one. But look, let's get into it, guys. Map number 5, Reunited. Look, I tell you what, we try to be impartial and just call things as we see it, but I'm rooting for Reunited. I just want to see him take a series, even if it proves me 100% wrong. Dino, though, off the rip, he's going to be taking down Lit, the X factor for the squad. Square going to be firing back, though, on Zirkle. 2-3 to start things off, and Bluey, I mean, we try and call it. Lunchy's got the camo. Maybe you can do something with it.
You love an underdog story, I should say, sorry. But unfortunately for Lunchy, there is no bulldog story on this map. He does have the camo, but he is going to have to prioritize that heat wave if he wants to go for that CQC style that he loves ever so much. He's doing good work right now, though, even just providing good damage, good intel for his team. Unfortunately, Square does go down. There are 3 members of Direwolves located back blue right now. I don't think this is a battle that Lunchy wants to take, and no, of course not. He was already in 2 shots and still decided to challenge. Bit of a questionable play here, and now the score is already tying up after Reunited did have a nice little lead to their name.
Dino pushing here into blue util after Vamp and Balls both picked up a couple of kills. Lunchy's going to be in the opposing util, just taking advantage of the situation to get top mid control is going to be Dino. You can see here Alejo, getting some strong shots out, but he was forced back. I like this little flank that was coming out, but Dino was able to spot it, get some balls out, but look at that. Nades out from List. He's going to be able to pick up the kills. I think there might have been some friendly fire there coming out, but at the worst case, they got a trade. It's going to allow Alejo to push up here into the blue util. Dynamo nade again, just that area of control.
Oh my.
And able to, well, I thought it was going to be stopping the push, but just Dino just decided to YOLO out there. Dino, speaking of, is going to be pushing out. 9-9 your score, and I tell you what, in a game number 5, I wouldn't have it any other way, Bluey.
No, yeah, and I feel like this is probably going to be the case for the majority of the game. I don't think any of these teams right now are going to play too risky or do anything that's too, you know, out of left field in order to try to secure themselves some kills. I think for this game, we're just going to be seeing them sort of play a very team-focused, classic Halo style, you know, maybe a little bit different from what we've been used to seeing a lot of, especially these new coming teams coming to Halo Infinite do. But, you know, Direwolves are a team with such experience on their hands. They know that they can fall back to that, to their fundamental style. I think it's going to be a little bit harder for Reunited to manage to do that because they are a team that's only managed to form today. So in order to fall back on that, that gameplay, they can't really do that.
I'm happy to see Square here stepping up 6-3 with 2 assists as well. Lunchy currently on the breadstick, hoping to pick it up. You got Dino here for Direwolves though, with the Heatwave in hand, and Zirkle just picked up a kill. Lith gets one in return though. Dino does find Lith trading out, and this just shows, you can tell from the kill feed that both teams are comming fantastic, and of course from the scoreboard. 1 kill separating these teams, and as it has been since basically the beginning of the game. We'll see what Dino can do here. He's going 5-1 off the break. He does find Square. Bad time to challenge for Square. Lith and Alejo, meanwhile, in the background, have picked up 2 kills, and that's going to be tying things up just for a moment. Reunited, in fact, are actually going to get the lead here by 2. Lunchy's going to be challenging here. And oh my gosh, even despite the Dynamo and despite the Heatwave, the cojones on the kid, he's going to be aggressive as well. He does back up, though, waiting for Alejo to push forward. Bald's going to be getting the call-outs here. Bald, he does pick up Lith. Dino, though, gets one before being shut down. And again, it's just going back and forth here. Observer's doing a fantastic job at trying to keep an eye on the action here because it's all over. It feels stale, yet a lot going on at the same time. And I know that's a contradiction, but what I mean by that is it's nothing like flashy. It's nothing flashy. It's just, there's just a lot of stuff going on, and these kills trading back and forth, and we still only have a 2-kill game on
you have to realize that internally for these teams right now, the amount of communication, the amount of information that they would be giving to each other would be ridiculous. And then at the same time, these players have to pass through all of that in order to try and make the best move for them possible. It's also really, really just incredible to see that every time these players find themselves in a risky position, it's like they're just being calmed immediately to back down from that scenario. And they back down near immediately too. You know, again, no one is making risks. No one is trying to be flashy. They're just trying to play as safe as possible. And yes, you might argue it is a bit lame, but there are so many mind games happening within this game, within all of these 8 players right now, that there's so much to pass through information-wise.
Now that we're at the pointy end of the series and everything's on the line, let's go to a listening with Reunited and see what the underdogs are saying about this game.
Yellow flag right now. Dino.
I'm watching you two. I'm watching you. One in there, you two. Wait, 2 shots in. There, you two.
On P. In their fridge,
I'm here with you.
on their fridge. In their fridge, he was their fridge.
Yeah, their fridge.
They are all in blue, guys. They are all. Don't push. Lit, you're alone.
Nice,
you're alone.
nice,
I'm with you, Liv. I'm with you. I'm in YouTube with you.
I'm living. There's one chasing me car. 3 car, I think.
I hear you.
You two.
Yellow you two. Hey, Dino, you're on the con
Hey,
now.
courtyard weak, Dino.
Yellow you two. Go back to their bridge.
To their flag. They are waiting. Their flag. Flag in util, guys. 2 guys. Last 2. Last 2 yellow util.
Spawn blue base. I spawn blue base.
One shot car one.
Camo, guys, camo.
He went there, Util. He went there, Util. Might be car 2, maybe.
There, connector. There, connector. One shot there, connector. One shot there, connector.
One shot, car 3.
Car 3 and one shot there, connector.
On you, car 3, car 3. One shot.
Absolutely, their courtyard. Absolutely, their courtyard. Still car 3. I hear you, car 3.
Got shots, got shots.
Car 3 has shots, another one, car 2 as well.
They have
car 1, car 2, car 1, one shot! I need help, car 2. Another one, car 2, one shot.
They have camo on me.
Nice. I have heat wave.
Blue flag and camo. They have camo somewhere.
Yeah, you too. Someone come with you too.
I'm with you. Can't see blue
They have
flag.
camo. They have camo. Careful.
We're collapsing. Yellow fridge.
Nice, Lunchy.
I'm
weak.
P2 and yellow fridge. That one there, nice. I can't see Alex. Camo's P2. He's weak.
I got him.
Nice trade.
Again, I can't stress this enough. How good are those communications? How good is Alejo's shot calling? Even the simple thing of calling out a position that you're in and that you're looking at, and then another one of your teammates backing you up and saying, yep, I'm with you. I can help you. I can assist you with this kill. That is the confidence that you need to give your teammates in these positions like this, and we are in the last game at a best of 5 right now. Providing that communication is absolutely necessary. It's crucial.
And Lith needed to step up, and he has. Going 14-8, 6 assists. We're on his point of view right now. It was going kill for kill the entire way, but we saw a nice little lead start to develop for Reunited. But Direwolves answer back. They collapse in. They make it a 1-kill game once again. Square here. He's being challenged. The heat wave coming in. He should expect that player to drop down low. He decides to hide in the corner. He might be spotted. He's just hoping that Alejo and Lith there can help support him. He's going to be naded out. Zirkle still has that heat wave bottom mid. I'm surprised that they didn't push and collapse on Square. Regardless, Square now has his backup. I don't think the Direwolves going to be able to push in here. I say that. Dino and Vamp are able to get kills in the background. Vamp gets a double. Direwolves now in front, and I feel like it's just going to go back and forth until the end of this game.
Yeah, back and forth maybe, but with such a convincing push like that, it's not hard to argue that maybe Direwolves have just found their footing in these last aspects of the game right here. 44, 6 kills left to go for Direwolves. Can Reunited actually manage to catch up? Vamped is on a killing spree right now when it matters. Zirkle picking up a kill of Lunchy behind him. He's got his eyes on Lith. They know that they're P-side. Will they be able to call out the spawns? They probably will, seeing Square push out of blue. Fridge there, 3 more kills left for Direwolves. Dino does burn camo, so that keeps it out of the hands of Reunited.
Reunited, they've woken the sleeping giant in Direwolves. They were coming back big, but you can see here in this David and Goliath battle, it's going to be David getting another kill on the board here. They tie things up, 47 kills apiece. Lith, Lunchy, they're all going huge here. Square and Alejo trying to pick up the kills. Both teams only need 3 kills to wrap up this game and this series. Guys, it is game number 5. We've gone the distance. It's been a marathon, and both teams are going to wrap this up. So much damage being done. Bolts gets cleaned up. Dino's in front of him. Alejo's going to tag him up, but things just slow down a little bit as both teams trade out. Vamp was able to find Square. 48 kills apiece. Who's going to push out? Balls and Co. Don't want to be caught into the base. The call-out's going to ring. Alejo's going to be tagged up. He gets the new hit lead, but he's dropped. Vamp picks up the kill, and the final kill comes in from Dino. Of all people, it's Dino who comes in to clean up the kill, and Direwolves complete the reverse sweep against Reunited. Whoa! I'm literally on the edge of my seat here, guys. What a game that was. Unbelievable stuff. Luke, I don't know.
What can you even say with the day that we've had here on the couch, guys? A reverse sweep coming in from the Direwolves, a 50-48. Dino, the man of the hour for the Direwolves, to be able to pull it back and get the dub on the board for them. We talked about this series being just kind of a whitewash for a lot of us here on the desk, but Reunited came in here with something to prove, and they certainly proved something to us. The fact that they had to push the Direwolves to their limit here at the end of pool play. The fact that they forced the Direwolves to fight for their spot here.
Yeah, they were so close, and I think all around, I can speak for all of us right now, yeah, in saying that we are really impressed with how Reunited actually managed to come, you know, just come in swinging. And even if that last game, that yes, they got reverse swept, but look how close it was. Literally down to the wire for them. And look, you know, on Direwolf's perspective, I think it's very fitting that Dino was the one to pick up that last kill in the game 5 in a best of 5. You know, this man has been on fire all day, just providing nothing but consistency all throughout. And, you know, what a show for the Direwolves. A reverse sweep. Man, you know, Bald's being sick aside, hopefully that reinvigorates his spirits a little bit, because him coming in tomorrow, they've got to be feeling something great.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, obviously, getting the result coming out here for the Direwolves, they've got to be happy with that, but I'm sure this probably leaves a pretty sour taste in their mouth, right, coming into this series. They're expecting this to be a pretty clean one. Dino even said it in a pre-interview that we had going into this series. They're expecting this to be pretty dominant from them. They got kind of spanked in the first 2 maps. Yes, they were able to turn it around, but this is probably not the way that they wanted to end their day.
No, definitely not. And look, as you go to the series score, like I say, is I told you guys Reunited couldn't do it. I told you. I'm joking. Of course I'm joking. Of course I'm joking. A lot of credit to Reunited. 2-0 on that CTF Bazaar. 50-35, and it should be pointed out, it was 48 or 49 to 29 or 30. There was just a few kills that were racked up really fast by Direwolves at the end. It was much more dominant than even that score shows. Then it's kind of weird how it kind of worked, right? The oddball recharge, Direwolves were able to clutch up, come back. They won the first round of that oddball. I suggest you go back and take a look at that, because Dino, with 95 points, as well as a whole lot of slaying, he was just a showstopper in that one. Followed by the live fire and the Aquarius. In fact, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure it was the Dino show for the last 3 maps that to really turn that around.
Yeah, because I remember me and Justin were talking in the green room about Dino kind of angry gaming coming into this, because this is certainly going to be a series that these guys are, especially for the first 2 maps, they've got a lot to work on and a lot to look towards as well. And I think, you know, looking at this series, yes, they were able to kind of dig deep and clutch up, and that's good going into a championship bracket, but there's certainly got to be something they've got to look at for those first 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is something as well that they can take away from, right? And I think for the rest of us too, we're no longer looking at Reunited as like a slouch.
Yeah, we're not kind of pushing them off,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. Like, these guys just came in full force. They did so well. And, you know, I'm saying it for now, guys, like, look at this seriously. Take the gameplay that you had very, very seriously, and look, what can we do moving forward as a roster, because the way you guys were playing and comming was fantastic. That's fundamental Halo right there.
And especially when we look at that first map when Lith dropped, what was it, 31 kills or something like that? Absolutely gnarly, the fact that those guys were able to do so much. And I think probably moving into this, you know, the championship bracket, these guys are looking to try and improve from here. And I think maybe now as we start towards this elimination bracket, these guys might actually be favorites as we start looking towards this. But we talked a lot here on the desk. Let's start talking to one of our winners here. We've got Dino on the line, so let's bring him in. Let's have a yarn to him after this full 5 mapper. Dino, we've got a few questions to ask you. The first question is, obviously those first 2 maps didn't go the way that you guys expected. What was the pep talk going into map number 3 for you guys?
It wasn't really a pep talk. It was more like, pull your head in, boys. Why are we losing to these guys? And yeah, that was basically it.
Did you, Dina, did anything other than that little, you know, you said it's not a pep talk, it's just saying, you know, hey, pull your head in. Was there anything that actually changed? Was it a style of comms, or like from someone actually playing this series, was there anything that you actually changed up, or do you feel like we just started taking it more seriously and started gunning?
When we went 0-2 down, I reminded the boys that if we lose this one, we'd have to play a tiebreaker, and it's already midnight in New Zealand, so I think that helped pull the finger out and get us the W.
Motivated by sleep.
That's a pretty good motivator. Yeah, I think that's perfectly fair, Dino. But, you know, going into this series, and us as the casters, you know, here on the couch or at the desk, however you want to put it, were looking at Reunited coming to this and being like, yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to pull off like literally anything, pretty much. I think that's fair to say. But them taking 2 off of you guys, like, how did that make you feel going into it? Has that sort of readjusted your opinions around them, even as just like a pickup team for this?
Yeah, definitely. I think we went into it underestimating them, and then they came out hot, and also we came out really flat. And then it kind of just put us on the back foot for the first game, and then the second game, we were trying to find our feet, and, you know, they were still hot. So I mean, they're definitely a good team. They performed a lot better than we expected. So, I mean, props to them, and I'm so glad we got that 3-2. Holy moly.
I can imagine it was a massive sigh of relief towards the end of that slur, especially because it was a bit of a butt clencher for us here sitting on the desk as well. So, Dino, before I let you go get a few moments sleep before the next couple of days of competition, how are the guys feeling after today's pool play? Did it go, obviously it didn't go according to plan in this previous series, but are you guys, feeling good about how you're going to be able to make the run to the championship bracket?
Tomorrow's a new day, so I mean anything can happen, but we're pretty confident going forward now. Owen was starting to get really on his last two feet then, because obviously it's late and he's sick with COVID, so I mean it was really hard for him. So I mean I think going forward we'll still put up a good fight in the championship bracket.
I'm super excited to see what you guys can do, especially after some much needed rest here. So thank you, Dino, for putting on a show for us here in the server, and good luck for you guys tomorrow as well.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. See ya.
Cheers, mate. It is always rough for our New Zealand brothers, especially when we're competing here with a lot of these Australian time zones. Those poor guys, unfortunately, have 2 hours tacked on top. And sometimes when we get towards these later, it's even late for us here in Sydney, right? It is getting a bit late for us. And then those guys over there still having to compete at all hours of the morning. But I hope those guys get a good night's rest and come in tomorrow firing, because they are super exciting for us to watch.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I'm really pumped for them. Direwolves, as I said earlier, I always love watching these guys play, and we already talked about, it has to be said, a bit of a handicap when one of your players 2 days into COVID and feeling sick and it's midnight, obviously.
Absolutely.
So I think we're going to see a very different Direwolves going into the bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, speaking of the bracket, let's have a look at our pools to see where Pool A has finished up. We've still got one round to go here for Pool B, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are still looking towards your drops, you've still got a whole series to get yourselves into that. But this is how Pool A has ended up. Unfortunately for Reunited, 0-3 for them, so they're going to be dropping directly into that elimination bracket. Death Up Defense, they are wiping some sweat off their brow, because that was a butt clencher for them. They really needed the Direwolves to come out on top, and they did. So this is how it's going to pan out. It is good for the Direwolves to get themselves a second seed coming out of this Pool A. It means that they're going to be going up against Seed 3 coming in from Pool B. So albeit Pool B is a bit of pool of death, but it still technically should give them an easier run.
I can't help but notice Pool B results there, Luke, and with Demons at the bottom.
Hey, we don't want to talk about it, Josh, okay? There's still a whole nother round for us to talk about here, and who knows, we might have a whole lot of shenanigans, especially with some tiebreakers going into it. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time tonight, it's time for us to go to a break. We've got the final round of Pool B here, so make sure you join us for another round of Beautiful Halo.
Ads is going to finally push in. He's called to his team. He's going in. He's going to find a kill.
My name is Adam Hall. My gamer tag is Ads, and I've been playing competitive Halo for 17 years
Staying on
now.
board with Ads. Ads the man with the colourful pistol. Now the flag's still alive for XR5. I love this play. Whoa! It looks like that member of Rain took the railgun shot. What a superstar!
So Ads is basically the veteran. You know, I don't know how he does it. I look at the scoreboard every now and then. He's got 30 more kills than everyone else.
He has been a part of the Halo community for the longest time, like since Halo 2, so he brings a lot of experience and he's kind of like that leader in the game for us.
We've obviously got a few young guys on the team that are just popping off slaying, which an old guy like me definitely needs. We've got Ninjastics, the young gun. He's been playing Halo 5 right up to the very end, and he's getting godlike at that, and he's transitioned straight into Halo Infinite, and he's godlike at this as well.
Ninjastics is a bit like me, but younger, bit of a young gun, like just plays off his gun skill a lot. He adds a lot of passion to our team.
You know, we've got Benji, the Call of Duty player, and he plays exactly how you'd imagine a Call of Duty player to play.
Coming over from Call of Duty to Halo has been a breath of fresh air. I've been wanting to get on the play every day. I don't really think I had that pod in a very long time.
And then finally we've Jim Bob.
That guy is just like a natural freak at any game he plays.
Yeah, Jim brings a massive level of Halo experience with him too. You know, he was previously coaching Chiefs, so he's got a lot of strategy behind him as well, and super high individual skill. You see him with the shock rifle, you'll know what I mean. So you could probably describe me as a bit of a slow and steady player. You know, I think slow and steady wins the race. It's not, you know, always about rushing in there and getting things done as quick as possible. It's about getting things done as efficiently as possible.
We know what our game plan is. We know how we want to play the game to win, and it's just comes back to execution.
I think our team is a very methodical team. You know, we're not one of the fastest teams out there playing, but the way that we do things, everything has a rhyme, it has a reason. And, you know, after months and months of practicing that's what's going to be the difference between us and the other teams.
I feel like we kind of have this ability to know like when we can kind of ramp it up and make it a bit more chaotic.
We're definitely up there with our gun skill at the moment. We are all pretty hard gunfights.
A lot of other teams out there that are just run and gunners, they're flying, they're pushing as hard as they can. We disagree with that type of play style, and I think the way that we play is really going to expose those teams when it comes to the Super.
Generally, for the most part, when we're down, we like to stay calm.
We always just try and fall back on our fundamentals. It's not about getting hyped or anything like that. We just remember the strategies that we've spoken about, and it's one of the benefits of being a more methodical team. Yeah, I'd say the funniest person in our team for sure is Benji. You know, it's not by him trying to be funny, he's just funny by nature.
I mean, I like to pick on Ads. I get a bit personal every now and then, just be funny. Yeah, me and Ads generally like to go at each other with the trash talk.
Especially the trash talk. You should hear what this guy says. When we have a LAN, everyone's going to be shocked when you hear what Benji talks about.
That guy always cracks me up, man. He always has something to say. He'd have to be the funniest guy for sure.
Yeah, Halo means, you know, so much to me. Like I've been playing it since I was 11 years old. I'm 32 years old now.
Basically, Halo is just all my competitive spirit at the moment. I don't get my competitiveness from anywhere else. I just want to be the best.
It's changed my life forever, and it will continue to change my life forever. So yeah, Halo is amazing. So what I want to achieve in Halo Infinite is to sort of cement my name as one of the top ANZ players of all time, if I haven't already.
My goals, and basically our team goals, is to make as many internationals as we can.
Having another international trip under the belt for me, you know, like, you know, first one for Benji, that experience is invaluable.
This year for sure, want to make Kansas, want to make World Finals. I want everyone to know that I'm one of the best players that ANZ's ever had.
He's going to drop down and get himself a free kill. Two of his teammates go down, though. He's got another one behind him. He's the last man alive.
Honestly, I think this is probably like a situation that ANZ hasn't seen for a long time. I think the competition has been as close as it has been in a long time for that second spot. You know, you have to want it. You can't say that you do. You have to put in the work to do it, because it's not easy.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello Halo fans, welcome back to the greatest region on the planet here. It is time for us to wrap up pool play here for the ANZ HCS Super. We are getting towards the pointy end of Pool B, and this series is going to be all important for both these teams because this is going to be a fight for the second spot. And this second spot is all important for BBR and Team Immunity because this means potentially a fight up against the Death Ruptor fans for this elimination bracket. And I'm so excited for us to jump into this one because BBR has been a team we have not seen just yet. And I'm super excited to see what they can do here on the desk, and especially here on the stage against a team like Team Immunity.
Ninjastics, Ads, Streckman, and Benji. I've been waiting all night to see these guys. I can't wait to see what they've got. And as you already called out, Luke, both teams 1-1. This is going to be an incredible series. I feel like I'm back in 2009, casting Oz Halo Brisbane, BBR versus Team Immunity, known as Frenetic Array at the time. I'm an old head, so are all these guys, and I'm gonna be coming into the series firing about as much as we saw Lith in the previous Skywall series, I think, because I am genuinely pumped for this.
You're gonna be dropping 30 frags in this one?
Maybe. 30 F-bombs that I'm gonna have to send to myself.
It's a little bit unfortunate for your little co-caster sitting there on the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we were actually able to catch up with these guys ahead of this series, so let's get a little bit of tidbit from the players. Actually, no, there is no video. I lied.
Why do you do this to me?
I don't know. Sometimes I like to do some random stuff. You know, I just like to throw a little bit of a curveball out to everybody.
You did the shield drop that we saw in the
Yeah, that was basically it. I thought I had the repulsor to be able to go to a bit of content, but unfortunately it is just a shield wall, and now it's just a shield wall in front of my face. But either way, let's start talking about Immunity because, Justin, these guys today have been able to frag out and really kind of prove to us that they are here to party and make a play for top 2.
I mean, I've been gushing over Immunity all day, haven't I? I've said so many lovely things about them, and I'm excited about this match. I mean, Josh touched on it. It's kind of like a meeting of those, those older guys, the old school goats of the scene, and it's amazing to see them still involved and still playing at a top level and really dedicating lots of time to it. They haven't phoned it in at all. They still have that hunger to win. And I'm excited to see some old school Halo played here between Immunity and BBR.
I think that's an interesting word to start to float around here for the Immunity guys is hunger, right? Like these guys, every single time that we talk to Voltage, it's all about getting these guys to improve and really wanting to try and compete on the big stages once again. And this is the perfect opportunity for Team Immunity to make that play back in towards the major. Obviously, Kansas is just around the corner for a lot of us. And if they win out on the Super here, they get a free ticket to go over there, and that's where they can really start to stamp their authority once again on Halo.
From talking to these guys, though, and we've heard from them a lot, both Immunity and BBR, I get the impression, I mean, how do you compare it? But I get the impression that Ads wants it more. The Ads and BBR, when we've heard from him, from you saw the clip played before coming back to the couch here with us, but Ads has said that if he's going to be doing it, he's going in for real. Yeah. He's going to do it. He's going to be dedicated, and he's going for #1. And he said there in that clip that he wants to be known as one of the best Halo players that ANZ has ever seen. Can I just say, looking at the camera straight at you, Ads, you're in my heart. You're already one of the best players that ANZ has ever had, and that's just facts from when you represented WCG 2008, got 4th in Germany or whatever it was, some kind of craziness. You're already one of the GOATs, man, but I get it.
Why they call him Dad, right?
I get the passion.
Yeah,
I get the passion, and the thing is, he's so committed right now. And the difference I find is that Immunity, they couldn't even play at the end of last year because they had IRL commitments. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying drop your life for a game, but Ads did.
Yeah,
he's there, and I know that entire squad, and he's got some fresh blood in the squad. They're fired up for it.
Yeah, exactly. And this fresh blood certainly knows their way around a Halo Infinite map, and these are the maps that we're going to be seeing here. We're going to be starting out with CTF Bazaar as we did for the previous round for Pool A, and this is where it's all important. I think if these teams can start off red hot here on Bazaar, we can have a series on our hands. But speaking of, let's jump into my favorite map of all time, and let's get into this best of 5, boys.
And I'm stoked to start off with this CTF. 2 old school teams and an old school game type. CTF capture the flag. BBR versus Immunity, and Ads got that hunger back and maybe that young injection of the blood of someone like Benji is firing him up. But we are starting it off with Voltage, who's moving through, and he grabs that grapple off the rip. Wonder if he's going to use that to get aggressive up on the players, and switching over to Dante. And they all seem to be scrambling over that overshield. Not sure who managed to grab it. Perhaps that one was burnt, Josh.
Maybe it was. We'll have to see. We're going to be still following Dante off the rip here for Team Immunity, trying to see what they can do here. CTF Bazaar, both of these teams just trying to get the jump, and I think that momentum is going to be coming into play a lot. When you've got two teams who I think are going to be very, very hotly contested, I think it's going to be a very even matchup to start. Getting this first cap and indeed this first map win is going to be vital. The flag is away though, and BBR off to a fantastic start.
I love it when they get super aggressive and get flags moving right away on CTF. None of this, hey boys, let's get comfortable on the map, get a couple of picks. No, they're in there, they're grabbing the flag and getting it moving. Yes, it gets returned, but it shows that these boys are here to play and they're tuned in. And now with Voltage applying some pressure, 2 players there, he finds one, another one a little bit sneaky. He tries to back off, he does get around that corner, shields flashing, and he's so comfortable. Looks like Benno was over there helping him able to get out of there, and here comes the Immunity collapse, but Ads is up there on the railing. Voltage manages to put him down, and a lot of players just went down. They're not really in a position to push up, but still map control for Immunity.
Yeah, you saw in the kill feed, they were just jockeying back and forth, trading kill for kill and just trying to get some kind of semblance of map control. As I say that, it is going to be Ninjastics and BBR who slay out 2 players of Team Immunity, getting mid-map control once again. All things kind of equalized, and I think your next big play is going to be revolving around that overshield, which is going to be coming up in just over 20 seconds. So keep an eye out for that. Ninjastics, he did drop that Bulldog and he's given up mid-map control, and they need to watch it. And what you'll often find is that what is separating these teams is the timing of their pushes to ensure they can play around those power-ups and those weapons. I think we see the overshield here in play. Indeed, we do. It's going to be a member of BBR who has that double kill here for Shrekman. BBR in with the overshield. Watch for the extension through alley in mid-map. That should be happening right now. BBR have a couple of players mid-map. They've still got half an overshield on the flag carrier. They are well set up here, Justin.
Yeah, that's certainly some perfect Halo play there. They've got a couple of picks, and then they've got the flag moving right away. No hesitation. Ads didn't really get touched much, and that overshield is gone. Will it be enough to get around Dante with the back whack? But he gets one for his own, and it does look like BBR is going to be the first one to put a flag onto the board.
And it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy that Ads was going to be able to be the player to get that first flag on the board. He's away, he's sliding, he's got that Mangler, and he's going to be going in for another push yet again. We're going to be looking for those rockets to come up in just a second. I think they might have. So someone's away with the rocks. We've got 2 players from Team Immunity picking up kills. Dante looking for a third here on Ninjastics. Ninjastics desperate to get away, and he needs to stay alive because that flag has been pulled, and 2 players from his team were down. Now coming off spawn, they might have shut down that push. I see Ninjastics and Benno both picking up kills, trading, and there are those rockets. So Hef did get away with them before. I think there's only one, so we should still have one in the chamber. We'll see who picked that up. Anyway, moving on, we've got that flag. It was stalled. Ads did a fantastic job to stay alive. Now over with Hef. He's got that Mangler. The rocket's still yet to be seen, and just trying to keep this flag moving. I think it is out to middle map now.
Yeah, and I love how Immunity plays this. You can tell they're playing as a unit, and the flag's there, but they're not desperating it across. They're trying to get their picks first. Hef with a little bit of a fumble on that grapple. He does go down. Benji staying alive with the fruit there, doing a bit of shopping, and here he is with that Mangler, and that flag might get returned by the looks of things, getting a really aggressive up into the bar, and there's a couple of Immunity players off the spawn here. 3 players that we can see through the walls just there. Benji, the one-man army, pushing into the base, and they have no idea that he's here, Josh. He's just coming in for the mega flank, taking them all down, and now he's got the flag on the move.
That was a very aggressive push here by BBR. They've done great. 2 fumbles there from Benji, though, to get away, and that's going to be... That's big, though. That 1 second is all it took for Immunity to be able to push up there from the alley. It's going to force him to turn and burn. He does get some shots on Hef. 3 players still up. I'm looking to see where they're coming from. They should be coming for a flank here. Ninjastics picks up 2, though. That's Hef and Voltage both go down. Dante, though, to stop the flag. He gets a double. He's only alive by the skin of his teeth. He does get dropped. Flag still there. It should be moving. You got to see Ninjastics here. Pick it up. He's got the support here. It's actually going to be Shrekman who gets that in. 2-0, BBR in front.
BBR coming at you hot. 2 already on the board. But Immunity, they're not letting them get it. They're fighting as hard as they can, but BBR just too strong. Now Voltage with a tasty little double kill there, in a position to pull the flag, but he is already get some pressure applied to him, and he's going to try and get this flag on the move. He's got Hef there clearing the way for him. Mr. Plow gone through to clear the snow out of the way. Voltage cops a couple of grenades and his body goes flying across the map. now aboard with Ninjistics. He finds himself two. I was going to say one, but it's a double kill for him.
We need to be very careful here. We're coming up to the 6-minute mark, the magic mark of the game, where both the Rockets and the Overshield are going to come up at the same time. If either Team Immunity or BBR are too focused on this flag, they might miss this vital timing. Even the best teams do. 10 seconds left until both of those things come up. You've got the biggest power weapon in the Rockets. You've obviously got the power up the Overshield. Who's going to grab him? We'll find out in just a moment, as I believe that flag has been stalled. You've got Ninjestics down low, getting the back smack. Voltage and Heft both picking up kills, though. OS is going to be in the hands of Immunity. Who got the Rockets, though? I'm not too sure. Who got it? Might have been another member of Team Immunity as well. They got him last time. I do see one up top. There's the Rockets. They weren't picked up. He's going to be cleaned up. That's going to be Benno who goes down. So Ninjestics able to get away. Nice little double kill. Killing spree as well. Gets the triple. Overkill potential with the Rockets.
And he gets it!
Ninjestics with the overkill. Another one here on stream, and BBR mean business.
Unbelievable and perfect timing too. I think it's time we go in with a listen in with BBR.
Two dead. Okay,
I got flag.
In that palm, better weak.
Two dead, sorry.
You'll die.
I'm
blocking
He
Rockets.
got me. We're missing one. We're missing one.
Cafe. One shot. You can chase that.
We might have to replay here, Benji.
They jump up weak. Race. He's one shot market on you.
There's two dead pillars as well. Just leave.
Another one on grapple.
One more dead pillars.
I'm flanking.
And Rockets.
And top rocks.
Oh, he's one shot. Fuck.
He's one shot there, top Rockets.
He's Apples. I'm shocking the fuck out of him. He's one shot in the left corner. Nice.
On that pillars as well. That pillars have.
Can we get a touch?
Can you get a touch?
I got it. Alright, just just get high.
There's three on the Ray right now.
Literally, fuck it. Just get high, alright?
Good night. You might get a touch.
I'm gonna get it. I forgot about it, cunt. I got it.
So watch over him.
I'm playing my life now.
He's in cap, guys.
One's up palm.
Dante elbow. Play your shields, guys. Play your shields.
One's up palm. He's on reef.
Nice.
Let's get a touch.
In palm, going thrust full shields, Benno.
One shot our flag jump up, like, he's cafe
and flag jump up. Yeah.
Double's weak.
He's weak as fuck.
And double's weak.
Yeah, who die.
Nice, double on our flash.
Another out flash still.
Still weak.
Back right, nice.
Dead.
Benno and Dante up.
Watch front base, watch
He's on
doubles.
us, he's on us. And they're pillars.
Where's Os going?
I don't see him.
We got a turtle here, boys. He's in our doubles. There's one in our cap.
Yeah, leave.
I'm turning guys.
Adult was weak.
I
killed one at palm.
Still on our calf. He's in our elbow, Dante, one shot. Another one in our flag.
Fuck me.
Last one's in our flag.
Okay.
You guys kill him?
I'll reach L in a second.
Nice, Benji, you're a beast.
I'm going cap.
Hey, they're palm. He went lockers. He killed me.
We need to get cafe. No deaths. Reese, I'm watching you.
They might try some
One's their doubles.
Yeah, mark it now.
Mark it.
On shocks.
I swear they're gonna do some elite shit.
I'll wait for Rockets.
He's on their Rockets.
Oh, yeah.
He's
doubles.
Shocks now, guys, and jumping up top Rockets now. Weak.
Top rocks weak.
That's two
Top Rockets should die.
I'm trying to get mark control.
Rockets dead.
He's on shocks, one shot.
Yeah.
Their market now, full shields.
Yeah,
and top rocks, Jim.
Yeah. I'm trying to nade market.
Nice. Benno's still down there.
Yeah, Benno's still in the corner, I think.
Yeah, last guy's
They're running our flag. I'm flanking
Are we going
back
for him?
Trap him in palm.
I'll go forward.
He's in doubles, one shot. Coming out.
What? They spawn lockers?
Where?
Oh, no.
Our doubles, boys.
I dropped a rocket down the jump up.
Last to their palm.
Rocket down on my X.
Get a sieve up.
Oh, fuck. He's
on
my
that jump up. There's a rocket that shit.
Where?
On the jump up.
I spawned palm.
Yeah, their rocket side on me now.
Throughout this time, we've seen BBR get yet another cap, and as he's tearing him a new one. And as I say that, he does get dropped, but wow, what an exchange we've had over the last couple of minutes. BBR ahead 3-0. We saw Team Immunity get some mid-map control. They had overshield during that last cap there from BBR. BBR trying to focus on the flag, gave up the overshield, but it didn't matter. Immunity weren't able to capitalize on it. Voltage looks like he's about to get another one because Immunity, all 4 players are mid-map. They're going to be just gifted this OS. They have to make a play from this, Justin, but Ninjestics and Ads both picking up kills.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like, I mean, Team Immunity, we talked about that a little bit before. What happened there?
The PP.
Ads just shut him down. Wowee. the overshield, it just doesn't matter. Double kill for Benji. He does go down. One thing we were talking about, Josh, before was the stat lines. Have a look at the corner of your screen there. 26 kills for Ninjistic. And then Shrekman on 22 with 15 assists. BBR is just firing on all cylinders. Turbo full dose at the moment. Ninjistics with that bullfrog putting some shots into Hef. He gets backed off, cops a grenade into the respawn screen. Now Benji able to pick up one of his own, and there is a flag on the move. Shrekman juggling that across the map.
Yeah, and I mean, I love this. Benji's not overextending. He's just going to maintain top control. He knows they're going to be trying to get this flag back, so he's just trying to stay alive, support his team. He does do his best. He kills one. Behind him, there's going to be a flag moving, so he's just biding his time. It was a good play, except Dante was going to be able to spot him. You've got one player down for each team. Both flags still moving. I believe they are both now returned. All things equalized with just over 40 seconds left. This is going to be a BBR victory.
It really is, unless they can run 3 flags in about 35 seconds. They're good, but not that good. But here comes Hef. He's trying to just pad the stat line a little bit more as his Mads goes down. And then, 26 seconds to go. BBR's up by 3. What do you say, Josh, other than BBR here to play?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I called out at the beginning of this series. BBR have been impressing me so much. Benno just doing a dance, trying to do what he can for at least a consolation gap. They may make it. Who knows? It's not going to matter in the end. I can't believe, in fact, I can believe this scoreline. BBR have just been outstanding. And look at the performance. Ninjestics 26-16, 26-15 with more assists. It's actually Shrekman coming out being crazy on top there. But wow, what a performance. And this is what I expected from this series. Now, I probably didn't expect it to be so one-sided. I did expect that BBR would be coming out as at least my personal favorites in this one. But yeah, Immunity, I don't know. Maybe they were caught off guard. Maybe BBR is just a better team today, or at least in this game.
Caught off guard, absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't you be? And not only was BBR putting up huge amounts of kills, the assist was off the chain. They were just working so well together, just like one homogenous kind of entity moving around the map and just taking out Immunity. And there was nothing they could do. They was like, boys, we're going to set up for the overshield. And like, hey, we got the overshield, let's make a pick. And they just get shut down instantly every time.
We were focusing on the Injustice so much there for good reason, but it was actually sly little Jim Bob, also known as Shrekman, who was able to, he got more assists, more damage. He just did everything, 26 and 15, so that was huge. And I must say it was Ninjestics, so I'm sure we'll catch you in the highlights that got that overkill a little later, which is very cool to see. But BBR, if you want to start a series against Immunity, this is how you do it. And that's just as a reminder, guys, if you didn't see, in full play, both of these teams are 1-1. They're playing for second here in the pool of death. So BBR obviously want this, and this was that fantastic overkill from Ninjestics, our third on the broadcast tonight.
Oh, there has been multi-kills coming out the wazoo, Josh, and I'm absolutely loving it. And BBR, they've come out really hot and put out lots of kills, obviously riding quite a bit of momentum. But what happens when the beast in Immunity wakes up?
Yeah.
And they get it together, they pull up the old bootstraps and go, nah, boys, we ain't going down that easy. Are they going to be able to maintain the level of slaying power they just had in that first game?
Well, this is the thing. Immunity, you can never rule them out. I mean, after, a 3-0 on CTF, I mean, the critics out there can argue, oh, okay, it's a CTF bazaar. What are you going to take away from that map? It's probably, let's call it what it is, probably the least favorite game type in the competitive rotation at the moment. Immunity will probably just be, I can imagine them right now, boys, that map doesn't mean too much. Best of 5. Let's just win the ones ahead of us.
Maybe even a bit of banter too. It's like, Voltage, what were you doing there, mate? You're dropping the ball a little bit, and it's like, I'm trying, and they're all just at each other because they're all best buds, right? So, not only will they brush it off and probably just a little, get it together, man, kind of thing, and they'll be back.
Yeah, for sure. We are going to be seeing Slayer on Streets next, followed by Oddball Recharge at the very least. Now, I have been back in BBR. I think that there's a real chance they could take this as we go to Slayer Streets. Team Immunity, they've been a bit hot and cold on this one. I know that at the beginning of the night, we're talking about that they're able to play Streets very well, but I know BBR can do the exact same as well. So I'm kind of still favoring BBR to also carry that momentum from the last game, but we'll see. Guys, in the Twitch chat, let us know what you think. Who are you predicting to win map number 2. And also, don't forget, we have put the call out for you guys to submit clips and let us know your thoughts about the HCS ANZ Super using that hashtag HCS Super. With that said, let's jump into the game. We're starting off with Hef, the in-game leader of Team Immunity. He's going to be getting that first kill with that Hail Mary nade that was out towards mid. But first away with rockets is going to be Ninjestics, and he does pick up the kill with Dante. He doesn't get away with his life, though, because we saw Hef there picking up the assist, and Dreckman picks up voltage in return. So just the usual jostle back and forth to start off this map.
The opening rip is one of my favorite parts of the game. You get to see, you know, how players like to play. Are they hyper-aggressive with those power weapons? Are they more patient? All that kind of stuff. I find it really interesting as a student of the game, but we are on board with Benji from BBR. Off that hot win, he's got that bullfrog in hand, a bulldog, sorry, in hand, looking for players in the arcade. Being a little bit sneaky, maybe baiting his teammates a little bit. Here comes Woof, Woof. Takes him down. Hef into the respawn screen, a couple of bursts into another player there that scampers away, tail between his legs, and Benji. This is his home. He's really taken up shop here.
Indeed he is. He's still got that bulldog, and he's going to be putting it to use, I'm sure. He's going to be walking into PD. There's going to be one player at the back of A. Nice shots out there to take down Dante. No shield. He just wants to hold on to his life. 11 kills to 8 here with BBR. Having a small but noticeable lead here to start things off. Dreckman coming on in with that Stalker rifle. Picking up one. Forced to back off here. The defensive nade coming out, and it's actually going to be Ads cleaning up Hef, who was pushing in there. So great communication from the squad. The perfect 3-shot coming out. He finds that bulldog that was dropped. He can still put it to use. In fact, he gets the assist. So this is BBR walking away with a few kills. 15-10 your scoreline, as both teams trying to still get some kind of positioning on the map once again. Now you've got the blue team and Team Immunity spawning over at C, and you've got Dreckman, no fear, charging with that Stalker rifle, the 3-shot weapon. He's ringing out the shots. He's got Ads below him as well. Look at the aggression. They cleared him out of A. They cleared him out of PD. Spawning at C. Let's go chase them down. They're just going to be wolves here, sniffing out their prey. And that seems to be what's happening here. BBR doing fantastic work, and at the moment, just picking Immunity apart.
They're shoulder to shoulder making those pushes, right? They're going in as the boys that take him out. But now on board with Dante. He's 3 for 6 right now, so struggling a little bit, but BBR really hot with 22 to 13. Immunity, they've got to start getting it together soon if they're going to want to be able to bring it back. Dante finding 1 seconds behind him. Look at that speed and the thrust slide from Ninjestics there to take him out, and he's already throwing grenades across map, looking for that second kill. Wisely backing down a little bit to get his shields, and he's straight back into the action. His teammates there, the bait and the switch comes in. Dreckman does go down, and he's trying to find that player, but it looks like Immunity is doing much better at linking together their plays, and that scoreline, the little difference is starting to whittle down a little bit, Josh.
24-17 is that score. BBR still with a healthy lead, though. Ninjestics trying to do what he can to keep that lead, if not extend it. He's 5 and 6 right now after that death. He's got 4 assists. Meanwhile, Benji, it seems like they're all taking turns to kind of be the highlighter players. Benji stepped up, and so has Ads. So they've literally just swapped from the last game, because it was Ninjestics and Dreckman who obviously stood out before. Benno, though, for Team Immunity, doing what he can to make sure the blue team are still in the mix. 20-25 your score. He does get dropped in Ads. Handy little double kill, and I believe that was going to be Benji, who picked up another 3 players down for Team Immunity. And you can see here, we're over the halfway point for BBR. They're looking strong here to get 2 from 2 maps in this series.
They are, and look at this buddy system that Dreckman and Ads have just there. They're just using their cover and not extending themselves too far out, and just working together to take the players out. One more there. Ads with that bulldog taking out that player. 30-23 the scoreline currently, with that spanker up. Ads Overwatch here, making sure no one grabs it except for his father Benji there, that's getting a lot of pressure applied to him. It's really a fight over that spanker, and that's a key for victory to get Immunity back into this game.
Now, he might have been a little too patient here, actually, because he doesn't want to die with that bulldog, and no doubt Immunity will inevitably get those rockets, because that was because of voltage who was able to push him off. Now, I say that, it is actually Ninjestics that gets away, so I suppose being an overseer does pay off in the end. Ninjestics is going to pick up 1. He might pick up a second here. Look at that. See, any other player would have shot that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. But it would have been a patient play if he was able to stay alive. Immunity, luckily for them, shut that down. But the deficit here is quite great. It's still over 10 kills with BBR in front, 37-26.
It really is heating up for BBR. I mean, they were hot last game, but they're turning up the heat even more. Both burners on the stove at full blast. Adz doing his best to stay alive, just milking as much time for his teammates as possible to clean up those kills. Now on board with Ninjistics, challenging Hef, and Hef is noped out of there, not challenging that. And instantly Ninjistics links up a play, grabs a kill for himself, helping out with an assist. They're just working so well together, the buddy system. It's just like the BBR guys are never alone, Josh.
Benji's 14-6, Adz is 13-7, going absolutely huge, 43-31. BBR, they are not mucking about. Team Immunity, they're caught off guard. They really need to come back in this one. Dante's doing what he can. He himself's going 10-11 with 5 assists. He needs the rest of the team to pick up. Voltage, the Dino's going double negative right now. He does have 8 assists, but they all need to pick up the kills. Adz is shutting it down. 47-31 as Ninjistics picks up Dante. Adz does fall with a Stalker rifle in the hands of Benji. He's been able to do work with it so far. Hopefully he can do more. Schreckman, he does have the Bulldog in hand. 48-33. 2 more kills required for BBR to go up 2-0 in this best-of-5 series. Schreckman looking to wrap this up right now.
Listen, this is blowing all the predictions out of the water, I think. I don't think anyone expected BBR to be this strong against Immunity. Sure, you might have backed BBR, but landslide victory like this, 48-30, and then there is double kill and the game's over, 50-34. BBR, they're setting things up for a 3-0 victory.
Adz and Benji clean it up there at the end. 50-34 was the score. What an insane game. BBR, I was predicting them to take this win, but you're right, not in that kind of fashion, not so dominant. And Immunity, I'm not sure if it's just BBR outstanding or Immunity starting to fall asleep. It's one or the other, or maybe a little bit of both, but all I know is that BBR are performing very, very well. Benji, 15-6, another 15 kills there for Adz as well. They are all popping off. The accuracy, 63%, I just noticed for Adz. Damage dealt. Look how evenly spread it is, though. You got 3,900 at the top for Schreckman, 3,300 at the bottom there for Ninjistics. Well spread, but look at the opposing side. I think you saw 3,500, and I think there was low 2,000s there for another player. We already called out Benji here, 15-6. So what a performance by BBR. That was some great stuff.
I'm a little bit lost for words. I was not expecting BBR to be this strong, but I think, harkening back to when we were doing the interviews with BBR for the content, you could see in Adz's interviews that he was taking things very seriously, and proof is in the pudding. They're taking it to Team Immunity, who themselves have also been putting hard work into this game because they want to win. They're not just here to participate. If they're going to play, they want to play to win.
Indeed, they do. Looking through some of the replays here, and again, it's just really, it is a BBR highlight reel. They're, you talked about it being the tag teams, just the way they were able to coordinate their pushes and play this out together was really, really impressive. And you love to see it from BBR getting the W there. And now only one map away from the clean sweep over Team Immunity, which is insane to even say and put into words.
It really is. And just taking things back a few years, Team Immunity was so dominant for so long, and Adz was always kind of in that number 2 team, that kind of thing, and now he's back with a vengeance, and there's got to be a little bit of grudge, and it's like, haha, boys, I'm back, and you're about to lose this game to me and my boys. It's fantastic to see, but we are moving into this 3rd game. BBR poised, if they can carry this momentum, to take it out 3-0.
Yeah, just for the historians out there, or for the ones who may not be, Immunity, they had, I'm sure it was over 5 years of dominance here throughout Halo 3 and Halo Reach and probably even beyond. And now here they are, they're getting bullied a little bit by BBR, who also, one of those old heads in their ads, but he's got some new blood in there. He's got Ninjistics, who was a Halo 5 beast. Benji, we already know, was the COD superstar. So, and Schreckman, of course, an animal in his own right. So it seems like the injection of that new blood is really helping. Now, that said, Benno and Team Immunity, they do have the camo and have a good start here, going here into the oddball recharge.
Yeah, and with Benno grabbing that immunity, yet another power up for immunity. Why are we surprised? But I would like to hear what their comms are like. They're 2 down in the series. Let's jump in and listen into Team Immunity.
One shot top gold, Cheekman.
Get shot in the back.
I'm looking at needles. I got shot. One shot. Absolute needles. Cheekman with caution.
Yeah,
2 shots caution, and in needles now going for ball.
I can maybe shoot the ball.
Ball's 1 shot.
Yeah,
2 1 shot on the
we can
ball.
push up this. We can push up this.
Someone look, shoot glass.
Yeah, I'm pushing.
Top weak. Yep, 2 here.
Yeah.
Injustice weak. I'm cutting across the mid. At mangle.
Ball's weak.
Benji's 2 hits a mangle. There's 2 bottom mangle. Nice. Benji
Ninjastics weak.
Yeah, they're both one. One's 1 shot. Sorry, Ninjastics is 1.
I'm coming, Luke. Benji's weak.
They're gonna spawn C as well, boys. They're gonna be C to tower.
Ninjastics 1 shot elevator.
Yeah, back elevator, back elevator.
I can't push this,
We
bro.
have to push. Wait. Alright, keep the comms up, boys. That's nice. One dead.
Low tower. Low tower.
Yeah, as
I'm looking now.
It's full shields. I'm going for ball.
I can. Yeah.
I spawn gold. This is good.
2 going
One
tower.
in
Holding
tower,
you as well.
Luke.
Hold on, I need to
Yeah.
There's 1 C stairs going needle box. Camera box.
One low tower still, Luke, and there's one.
Yeah, needles.
Yeah, kill me.
And
2
C
dead.
stairs.
2 dead. Devs.
Needles.
Bottom tower.
Milk.
Bottom tower, yep.
Yeah, nice.
Camo.
There's 1 C plat. I can't get this camera. And bottom tower lighted me up.
Bottom tower weak. Bottom tower 1 hit.
I'm looking. I'm pushing bottom
They're gonna
tower.
have camo.
3 stairs.
There'll be 1 glass in a second.
Nice. See, 1 top gold
Hey,
already.
1
gold.
glass. 1 shot.
Absolute glass.
Dead.
Careful, there's gonna be a camo, guys. Just
Watch out for camera. Yeah.
he's on me.
I'm
And
coming.
overpass as well. I'm gonna die. There's a shocky down bat ledge. There's 1 pushing bottom mid as well. Gonna go
1
mangle
shot on
pit.
elevator with camo.
I killed camera.
Gonna be mangle pit to you.
1 shot elevator, guys. He's help.
On ball, 1 shot.
Benno's through already. One's gonna be in
I
pipes.
think
Benno,
watch
just
movie.
get-
Yeah, I'm watching bat ledge.
Yeah, Benji's
Might be
weak.
weak.
I'm getting
And just 1 shot on ball as well.
and bat ledge 1. Absolutely what? On Shocky. He's crouching up on Shocky.
Okay, good call.
Nice.
1 dead.
Pushing through pipes. 1 second.
Yeah, 1 needler
Anyone-
and 1.
1 shot turbo. If anyone can look.
I'm trying
He's
to
on the
look up.
shotgun.
He's 1 shot still.
I'm nading the
Got him.
shot, so I can't see him. Nice. I'm here with you, Have.
Ball's played it.
Yeah, he's top
Watch out,
8
catwalk.
2 shots.
Yeah, top tower. Last one, top tower.
Weak.
Come on,
Pushing you,
ball.
Tash, pushing you.
He's weak. Mangle pit.
I hear.
I can help him 1 second.
He's 1 shot. 1 shot there.
And there's
Just
1
wait, just
gold.
wait.
Triple stack.
2 top gold, both half shields.
I hear that.
One's a glass, Benji weak.
Live up. I got a pinch coming in.
Ninjastics gold ramp. Oh, he's a tower, low tower behind us. I got 2 on him.
1 shot. He's going bottom repulsor. Another one here too.
One gold stairs, 1 shot.
2 around C plat. Just care that. Like repulsor and C plat.
Yeah, 2 C plat.
I'm pinching.
Backing up.
I'm here. They're gonna be in tower. I got 1.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. I'll spawn long.
Be 1 more tower. Yeah, top tower.
He's 8 cat. He's in cat now.
I'm on, bro.
Overpass as well.
Benji's 1 hit top tower.
He's got me with a.
Pushing top tower right now.
There's 1 in A as well.
Stay alive, I don't think I know you there.
One grappler.
Yeah,
1 shot catwalk.
Live.
He's batteries weak with a shocky Ninjastics.
One is elevator weak.
Weak on short ads.
Ninjastics got me. He's in turbine.
I'm
2
watching
sporting turbine.
I'm trying to watch over you for camera.
Sniping there.
Give me last 5.
I didn't burn it. Camo's down on tower box.
Live Taj, last live.
He just got camo triple stack.
Yeah, he.
Going repulsor. Camo's in repulsor. There's 2 in there.
One long touch.
Live.
One of me batteries as well.
I hear you, Lucky.
Batteries 1 shot, Ninjastics.
I'm looking 1 sec.
Nice, good shit.
Back silo,
There's
2.
silo.
3 there, 3. The camera's there as well.
I got shots on Benji. I'm coming, Benno.
Going low.
Camera's to the left. Camera's lit up on. I got killed
Nice.
camera.
Ads is 1 shot. Get ready for this play ball too.
I can kill ads. 3 dead.
Good job.
Yeah,
I'm pushing long, guys. I'm pushing long.
Bring it long. Looking for 1. He's bat ledge.
Yeah, there's 1 in turbine as well.
There's a guy in. We're holding this C.
Yeah, I'm 1.
Yeah, there's 1 A cat. I killed 1.
I love that small talk from Immunity, Josh. And it's just so calm, and it's not like, hey, he's 1 shot here, he's 1 shot here, oh, 2 shots there. It's all, I'm with you, I'll follow you. Hey, I got a flank with you, and it's like, hey, I'm doing this. The nicknames and everything are coming out, Josh. They're just so composed.
Yeah, they are. That's the thing that, I think it's kind of like the unique trait of Team Immunity that, look, they're 2-0 down in the series against one of their biggest competitors and their biggest rivals, and they're still just so chill. There's no other way really to say it. you know, they do have the lead here, but it is very, very minor, and it's still only round 1 here of this oddball. They know how important it is to win this one, but again, nothing's changed about their attitude, for better or for worse.
Yeah, well, listen, you can't change your gameplay too much. Like, you got to stick to your practice, right? If you throw your game plan out the window every time you lose a couple of maps, then you're not going to take many series, I don't think. But on board with Shrekman, he's got that sword around the corner, but Immunity read him like a book and shut him down straight away before he's even able to swing it a little bit. And Team Immunity seem to be firing up a little bit. Look, Voltage and Benno about to pounce onto this ball carrier here, and if they can get rid of him, then they're set up in the gold area. This is poised for Immunity to go on a little bit of a run here.
Benno and Taj made a nice little bait and switch there at the jump up. He's got the sword in hand as well. Spots one player down low. He's going to be swinging and finally hits him. He's going to be getting some shots from C-Plat though, which is unfortunate. It's a pity that he had to chase him so far. Streckman with the camo. He should be able to make a nice little sneaky play here. He's going to go up to bat ledge and move on into goal. Shots out early though. I don't know how I feel about that. Regardless, he's going to be able to put some pressure on. He does force Voltage out to get cleaned up by Ninjestics. Now you've got Shrekman just holding onto the ball and getting time while he can, and I like that. With things so close, it's important. He's going to be challenged here.
What
he's
is
going to get
happening?
the Ghost Philly, but he does eventually clean up Benno. Nice nade, but he's going to be shut down, and now that's going to be Voltage up to him to hold down gold here. The desperation nade's coming out. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, and now the ball in hands of Benji. They tie things up once again, and we're getting to the pointy end of this round. They only need 20 more seconds, and there's only 40 seconds on the clock as well. So even if they lose the ball here, if they drop it, if they can play defensive, they'll wrap up this round anyway. And Injestics finally cleaned up there by Dante, but Benji's still holding on to this ball. Last few seconds, he only needs to hold on for 6 more seconds. He's going to be throwing out. He knows there was a player coming through gold. He got the call out, so it looks like the time is going to be ticking down. And look at this, only 6 more seconds required, Justin.
Only 6 more seconds. Immunity cannot afford to falter at all. And that countdown time is going down very quickly. But, I mean, we just saw with BBR's run, they were completely tied up. And Immunity, if they hold things down, they can get it working. But no, it falls down where the B stronghold is. That's going to be very hard to scoop up. BBR, they can get in there and just milk the last few seconds of time. And it does look like they are going to be doing that. And BBR, they take out round number 1. Team Immunity is really all 4 backs up against the wall. They're 2-0 down in the series and already down 1-0 in the round of oddball. They're in big trouble, Josh.
We heard how calm Immunity were before, despite what they were facing. BBR, though, on the verge of victory. Let's see what the comms are like going into a listen-in with BBR.
Yeah, he was on shot.
I don't see Steve.
as well.
You must be Camo's still up.
I'm going
One in
back left.
turbine. On turbine on needles.
Turbine a little weak. Turbine a little weak.
There's 2. There's 2 in turbine.
You might have got out, mate.
I'm gonna get
Mid-bridge, guys.
He's
Nice.
at ledge, at
ledge.
You dropped down.
on Mangler.
He's one shot. He's absolute. It went pipes. Into pipes now. Nice, guys. Just keep getting kills, guys.
The nades. Well, fair play. He's out.
We have camo.
Yeah, I'm gonna get into gold. I'm gonna get into gold with this camo.
At ledge, weak, hef, and ball.
Ball's weak.
Oh, mid-bridge. Mid-bridge. Dude, ball's one shot. Battlers shooting me.
I'm with you. Ads.
We went grapple. Turbine, guys, weak. Batteries hef, weak. Yeah, turbine. Yeah, he's going into pipes. Mid-bridge.
2 turbine. One shot turbine.
One triangle. 2 triangle. And then there was a guy Needler.
Fucking feel like died. He's out. Turbine.
Guys. I spawned
straight at last cup in it. Last cup in it.
I might
Should be spawning A.
I swear I was
the place. You need a
Attic.
He's one shot. I just fucking missed my
I can kill him.
spawn B. You need a.
One in turbine. In turbine.
Guys, what are we doing?
They spawn long hole in A.
I missed my shots. I should have just killed him.
All good.
He's on bottom tower on me.
Alright, so yeah, in turbine.
Yeah, he's in turbine on triangle.
Can I do a turbine push? Can we do a turbine push?
I have sword.
Dante's in turbine, 1 hit.
I'm fucked.
Okay.
I'm fucked. He's top goal.
I'll get the shots on top gold. We can cross.
I killed Dante in turbine.
Bottom angle.
He's weak on bottom angles. He got me weak. He's
Benno's top goal with a mangler.
You're alive, Bruce.
Nice, bro.
Might push into your pipes. There was single and one was A. I died. Camo on 3. I'm playing for camo.
Yeah, I'll watch over you.
They're gonna have sword in pipes.
Watch A spawns, man. Watch out for A.
Yeah.
What is coming?
Watch out.
Single coming yards.
What was weak, guys? Tower 1 weak. Tower 1 weak, Benno. Looking for this guy.
I'm nading it. Watch out.
He's dead.
Nice.
Okay.
They're going to spawn A. They're going to spawn A. Two are going to spawn A.
Upstairs.
Dude, yeah, there's two.
Balls on me. He dropped down. He's got probably got stairs.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, he did. I missed my melee, dude. He's full shields on gold stairs.
He's weak.
Nice, Jim. I spawned C. He's on battery. He's there. Grapple to needle spawn. Needle spawn.
No one gold.
Dead.
I'll get more
In tower now. In tower.
Pipes going top goal. He's bad ledge. No, not weak. Jumping across.
He's on shocks.
Nice.
Oh my god.
One's on double stack, man.
He's coming along. Nice. Now single.
Yeah, single should die. Single dead. There was a guy tower 1.
Single pipe. He killed, nice, bro.
Don't fucking challenge me.
Loving the comms from BBR despite being on the back foot here in this round. They're down from 40 to 26. They're even going to be doing the worm there on the ramp. They're feeling so energized. Despite being on the back foot, Benno here with the Mangler trying to do what he can for the immunity squad to keep this lead, to keep some kind of semblance of hope here for the immunity squad. They're down 2-0 in the series. They're down by 1 here in the oddball. This round is everything here. We may only be in pool play, but the placings are going to count. It's going to dictate where you are in the championship bracket. It is so vital that Immunity get this win.
It really is, and BBR is not making it easy on them at all. Shrekman with a tasty little double there, and he's got that shock rifle poised to take some more heads. Dante lurking down below. Will he be able to connect on this shot? I think that ball just got played, so it's going to spawn over at the B stronghold very shortly. There's Dante making the push. Killing spree for Shrekman, but he gets pushed, sat down by Hef, but now Benno with that shock rifle. If there's any man that can get Immunity back into this series, it's got to be him. Watching those angles, just baiting out that ball a little bit. Benno being very patient, trying to line up those headshots, but unable to connect with the Noe.
The perfect duck there from Ads stopped him from losing his head to that shock rifle. Benji, no fear, challenging here. Gets the assist as Dante's gonna be cleaned up by Trekman. Benji still getting cross-map shots. He gets the perfect force shot over on Benno, who is on the Mangler. 54 points and climbing as you're going to have ball in the hands of Trekman. Getting the points here for BBR. They want to wrap things up now, folks, with the perfect and flawless win over Immunity. We'll see if that can happen. Ads gets the assist as Ninjestics gets another kill here. They're trying to wrap it up here for what is going to be our final series, perhaps our final game of the night, day 1 of the HCS ANZ Super. Benji, he may not be getting all of the kills, but he's got the wingman medal. You know he's doing what he can for the squad, getting the damage out, trying to stay alive here on C-Plat, trying to finish strong. Ads gets another kill. Dante finally drops Benji. You've got Hef here from Team Immunity, the in-game leader, the spirit of the squad, hopefully trying to rally the troops as they're behind and that gap widens as BBR are still racking up the points.
They really are, and Hef doing everything that he can. 44 to 66. Immunity, they're still in this, but hanging on by a thread currently. Hopefully they don't unravel anymore. Hef doing a really good job just staying alive as much as possible, maintaining that pressure. He finds himself as not able to secure that kill, decidingly backs down, and no one getting on any ball time at the moment. Both teams giving each other a lot of respect. There's not a lot of scrap time going on. They're waiting to get a setup, a couple of picks so they can rotate the ball. Wingman for Ninjestics, they are just the assist kings.
Yeah, the team shots have been insane from BBR. Trekman's going to be able to get this ball away. Ads is picking up kills with the shock rifle. Hef goes down. Final points being collected here. Now only 20 left for BBR required to wrap things up, and also less than a minute on the clock. Keep that in mind in case they do just play defensive. Benji's got the commando and the VR. He's got the choices here. It may not matter. BBR looking to wrap things up. 16 kills and 7 deaths. Trekman's been going huge, and it's big thanks to him and the rest of the squad that they might wrap things up here. The final points, guys, it's going to be BBR with their 3-0 victory over Team Immunity. And what a way to finish up there for BBR. What a fantastic series. A clean sweep of Team Immunity.
What a way for these guys to finish off their pool play, getting the 3-0 up against Team Immunity, making it look easy. And the fact that we have BBR showing up today and really starting to put a stamp here on ANZ. Really goes to show that this championship bracket is starting to heat up as we get into our final 2 days of the Super.
I was literally on my feet there for Team Immunity versus BBR. What a series it was. 3-0, and it ended up being, you know, completely one-sided, Justin.
It was a blowout. Listen, before this series, I made sure that I sat down for my nutritious dinner. I had a drink, and I was getting prepared for a dogfight Game 5 series. But no, BBR's like, nah, we're taking this one out. It's bedtime, and they just put them down.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've called Ads the dad here of Halo in ANZ, and the fact that he was able to put the kids to bed tonight, albeit might not be able to call that to Team Immunity considering the history they've had, really goes to show that these guys are here to party. And I think BBR came into this with this air of what kind of BBR are we going to get? What has the practice been for these guys considering they were auto-invited to this Super? Are they going to be a dominant squad? And they've shown it here today, only losing a series to Divine Mind, who albeit only lost one map for the entirety of today as well. These guys are here to stay, and I think this fight for the top 4 is going to be also important for these final couple of days of the championship bracket.
I totally think so. I'm just really keen to see how both these teams, Immunity coming off this loss and BBR with the massive win, how both of them go into the championship bracket.
That's going to be exciting for us to see how these teams do bounce back, but let's have a look back at this. Domination is what we called it here. Street Slayer was a little bit closer, but it always felt like the BBR were in control of the entirety of that map, and zeros across the board here for Team Immunity. We were hoping to see Game 5, Justin, but unfortunately it's just not how it panned out here for us to end the night. And the fact that Pool B kind of gave us some intense and some real good kind of insight on how these teams do play really goes to show that I think we've got a very, very stacked Super ahead of us.
Listen, I think you're being polite. BBR dads, he put Immunity in the naughty corner. He put them into timeout. They just demolished them. The scorelines wasn't even close. It's just BBR all the way through. And Immunity, what's going on? Are they, you know, maybe the end of the night, maybe a bit tired or something like that? Maybe we'll see a completely different Immunity the rest of the weekend. It's like, hey boys, it was pool play. It's okay. But that can't happen Saturday, Sunday, so maybe we'll see a completely different team the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, and I think it's also good for us to note the fact that the first series that we saw from Team Immunity, it was a very close series up against the Demons, who unfortunately are, you know, finishing at the bottom of their pool. So maybe that's something for us to take stock of, is the fact that they had to use a whole lot of their energy to side out today, right? They went into that next series up against Divine Mind. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get a map either. And then going into this last one, maybe that's where all the gas came out of the tank there for the Immunity boys, was in that first series.
Yeah, I think that might have been the case, but I think Justin was onto something there, because I'm sure we've seen this before where it's a Friday night, they're not too good, but then when it comes to the weekend, they're just firing. And, you know, what we know of Immunity is that, one, and I mean this in all seriousness, all of those players have very good work-life balance.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, they're trying to give it what they can while not gassing themselves. Maybe it's the copium speaking, but then again, I'm rooting for BBR, so I was. So I do genuinely think that there's a little bit of that to play. So I'm actually with Justin. I think we're going to see a different Immunity once we get into the bracket.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the story for the next 2 days, right? This is where it really comes down to everything. This is where all your hard work is going to culminate in that championship bracket, and Immunity can certainly make a stamp here. But the guys who made a stamp for tonight was BBR, and we've got Ads here on the line to have a chat to us here in the desk. Ads, mate. I mean, that was pure domination for that final series there. I'm sure the boys are feeling super excited. I just want to, you know, cast our minds back to the start of today. What's kind of the expectations for you guys going into this Super here?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, going back to the start of the day, we lost to Divine Minds 3-0. First 2 games are super close, and a bit of a blowout on the 3rd game, and we sort of regrouped after that. Like, we had to blow the cobwebs out. We just weren't playing our game. Like, honestly, we were just playing too fast, too sporadic, and we had a little chat afterwards. And the way we played against Demons and the way we played against Immunity that's how we're going to be playing moving forward for the rest of this tournament. So genuinely, I would love to take down Chiefs in this tournament. And I think it's possible if we play our absolute best Halo on Saturday and Sunday.
Ads, I might have been gassing you a little too much, but I actually had you predicted to be topping the pool play, and I think that if you face Divine Minds a little later on, it might have happened. At least that's my comment. My question to you, though, is up against Immunity. I still was backing you to win that one, because I said to the guys here prior to the series, I think that you and your team are just hungrier for it. Did you think that, obviously you were going in for the win, did you think it was going to be so cut and dry?
No, I definitely didn't think it was going to be that cut and dry. Like, Immunity are a super solid squad, so yeah, especially, you know, Bazaar CTF, you know, it's not a good map of ours, and when we won that 3-0, I was pretty surprised, and I thought maybe Immunity's playing a bit off, or we're playing really, really on. But yeah, definitely didn't expect it to go 3-0. I thought it would be a bit tougher than what it was, so yeah.
Now, as noticed in the content for your team, that you boys seem to be bonding quite a lot. There's a lot of chemistry there, and obviously that plays a big part in how you guys play. And you know, you said that you faltered a little bit against Divine Mind and able to bounce things back. How important has that been for you as a long-time player to really find another squad that you can really gel with?
Yeah, it's been great playing with these guys. Like, I've said it in a past interview, but like, I've never had so much fun playing with a group of guys for a very long time anyway. We all get along really well on a personal level. Like, you know, they're all guys that have a beer with in real life. And yeah, it's just great to have a group of guys that really, really want it, like I do as well. And yeah, you know, we are all mates, and you know, when we lose games, we don't have a go at each other. We don't look to blame anyone. We just regroup as a team and talk about what we need to do better. And yeah, everyone steps up. So yeah, I'm just really loving this team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously you guys came into this Super with a whole lot of high hopes from us here on the desk, and I think everyone here is super excited to see what you guys can do for the next 2 days. So, Ads, congrats on the big dub here up against Team Immunity, and good luck for the next 2 days as well.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck, Dad.
Oh, he's trying to say goodbye to him as he's going out the door. It's all right.
Dad.
See you, Dad. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully you come
See
back
you after work.
But either way, the fact that BBR were able to end their day on such a hot streak, and I think Ads put it perfectly, you know, starting out today, we're starting to get this kind of air about some of these teams. Some of our teams that we've got here in the Super are very slow starters. Some of them need to try and get some of these series out of the way, and maybe that might be, you know, a kind of shining light for BBR tomorrow, is because we've got to start fresh tomorrow. But they've got I don't want to say an easier series than some of these other teams, but they're going to be going up against Deathruptor fans in their first round in this bracket. And I mean, if you're BBR, you're probably pretty happy with that warm-up, especially as you're probably going to be heading in towards the Chiefs next.
Well, speaking of shining lights, that's Streckman there popping up with 2.59 KD, and as he said in the chat there, you know, Ads gets the FaceTime while he's carrying, and I suppose Streckman, I can't really argue through that series, but you know, you talked about Deathruptor fans, Luke and Justin. We saw all of these teams play tonight. I don't really have a fear for BBR after what I've seen from that performance. If they can carry something similar into tomorrow, I think they're firing. They're really gunning.
Yeah, it's going to be a real big test. So let's have a quick recap of our final pool results here, ladies and gentlemen. With that final series done and dusted, this is how we do end up. I feel like Pool A went the way that we probably expected, but I think Reunited certainly kicked a few of us down the throat, especially with the way that they performed up against the Direwolves. Being the way that it did end up here, though, Justin, this is probably the way that we expected, but I think maybe some of our expectations from these teams have certainly changed going into the next 2 days.
Expectations, Reunited. What a heartbreaker that was for them. And, you know, Josh and I, knowing Lunchy very well, we know how he would have been so hyped, and he's just like, nah, you know, chip on his shoulder, as I said, and just gone in with so much aggression. Nah, we're winning this series, and then to get reverse swept. I mean, that's just a perfect, you know, poetry of the game, a perfect series, and it's a shame they weren't able to get anything. That 0-3, not really representative of their performance in that final game against Direwolves.
Yeah, I think heading into that elimination bracket for the championship bracket in tomorrow, these guys are going to be looking to reignite something that they were able to show here on stage. Let's have a look at Pool B, though, Josh, and this is where it ended up the way that the seeding came into this, and I think probably, you know, if you're a little bit of a safer man, you probably would have said that this is the way it did pan out, but I think, you know, BBR coming in second, they've deserved it, and I think the big caveat for me is the fact that Demons unfortunately just didn't win a series today.
Yeah, I mean, I know, because you had
I'm a Demons fan
first.
Yep.
I want to point out that I only had Divine Mind and BBR switched around, but yeah, that's because, you know,
I think Bluey got this right, actually.
BBR. I think
Bluey
no, because I think he put Immunity last.
Did he?
I think he did, but we'll have to get the replay from Bluey to let us know. But anyway, no, Pool B, arguably, if you were just to go as statistician on paper, you probably would have put Team Immunity above BBR, I think, if you wanted to play it that way. But this is basically how, you know, it's 90% of where most people would think it would be. So no real surprises. But after pool play, going into the elimination bracket, very, very keen to see how this all unfolds.
Yeah, I think it's going to be scary for these teams to be going up against a team like the Demons, right, Justin? Because we talked about these guys coming into the Super being a bit of a dark horse, so they can really start to show what they've got across a lot of these teams. I think maybe not being able to have the showing against, teams like BBR, but being the only team today taking a map off Divine Mind, that's certainly got to be a nice little, a nice little shining star for the Demons heading into tomorrow.
A confidence boost for sure. And
Yeah.
you know what? This is just the first day. They still have another couple of days to get things together. That's why I have, no concerns about Immunity with their performance against BBR. They'll be back for sure, but also you have the Demons. They're 0 for 3 currently, but they're going to have plenty of things to talk about and bounce back. And then even BBR adds saying that they had a really good series with the Divine Mind, and then they just tripped up a bit, and they needed to play their game, not Divine Mind's game. So curious to see if they can make a few tweaks themselves and maybe bring it to Divine Mind tomorrow.
Exactly. It's going to be interesting for us to have a look at tomorrow. So let's bring up the bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who is going to be going head-to-head to start out our championship bracket. And as I said, BBR and Deathruptor fans, and then Dire Wolves and Immunity. We get that long-awaited rematch from the Super Qualifier here, Josh, in our first round. And the way that this is going to pan out, I don't think you'd be able to call that second series. Maybe the first one, especially from what we've seen from BBR, probably pretty red-hot favourites, but that second one is a spicy one.
Yeah, you laid it out perfectly, Luke. I think the first one, Deathruptor fans are going to be the ones causing the upset to me if they win that one. I'm expecting BBR, especially after the hype of tonight, if they get, if they get their warm milk and cookies and go to bed and they have a good night rest, I think they're the ones who are going to be coming out firing. Direwolves Immunity, 100% right. I cannot and I will not pick that one. Direwolves, obviously, we saw that they, to rewind back to the qualifier, they knocked Immunity out of the winners bracket, but then Immunity got their revenge coming through and taking them down in the end. So I don't know how it's going to go. And then either of those teams up against Divine Mind is also going to be a cracker.
Yeah, it's going to be wild for us to see it, especially if BBR are in some red-hot form going up against the Chiefs. I'm excited to see what they can do there. But let's have a look at this elimination bracket, and let's see where these teams are going to have to make the all-important untouched run. 0 deaths for these guys, so they can get all the way towards that championship. Demons and 16-20 Kings, Justin, and then Reunited and Authority Pink. I think, probably looking at that, Reunited versus Authority Pink, I thought maybe coming into this that maybe Authority Pink, from what we've seen, they might have been the favourites, but Reunited today, they've certainly shut me up.
Yeah, they've really just risen to the challenge. They had the whole community against them a little bit, let's be honest, but they've come and they've showed that they deserve to be here. They had some amazing games today, but that lower elimination bracket, I mean, any of those teams, they can take that opportunity and go for a little bit of a run there. The upper bracket looks pretty dangerous, but down below, it's a different story. Any team could take it from there, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for us to dive into that championship bracket. But lads, that's it. This is our first day. This is pool play all done and dusted. We've got our final results. We know everyone's going to be sitting in the championship bracket. So Josh, I mean, what kind of words can you use to summarize a day like this?
Hectic, insane, awesome. There's been a whole lot of fantastic gameplay. Killtacular.
Killtacular. I think that's a beautiful way for us to end the show here, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a wonderful day for us here in the studio, and I'm super excited about what we can bring you across the entirety of the weekend. Our championship bracket is going to start tomorrow, so make sure you guys get yourselves your warm milk and cookies and join us for tomorrow. Same time, same place for even more insane Halo action here in the best region on the planet. I've been Fluke, and as always, stay safe, and we'll see you guys for the next one.
Eagle We had no expectations. We didn't think we were going to do as well as we did. 2 Game 5s, one against Direwolves and another against Deathruptor fans. There was a lot to prove for us. We got a lot of hate at the start, kind of getting that free spot into the Super. But I feel like hopefully after this, we've shown that we belong and that we can compete with these top teams. Yeah, 2 heartbreaking losses, Game 5, but at the same time, when you don't have any expectations, doing as well as we did, I think, I'm really happy with that. And yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We used today as just scrims, essentially. That's the mentality we're using it. Every game that we get is just, more experience as a team, right? So we're just going to continue to keep getting better. I think the boys are still playing matchmaking, so the grind never stops. Hopefully we can, make a run through the losers bracket, because I feel like we can still place top 5, maybe even top 4, top 5. We just need to be playing well on the day. So lots of sleep tonight. Looking forward to tomorrow.
We're all pretty good mates. We've all known each other now for about 5 to 6 years, so we have really good chemistry in terms of personalities. We all get along, chill in Discord till 4 or 5 a.m. most nights. Definitely a good environment to be in.
The most skillful individuals on the team here. Really happy to be playing with the boys. To be considered the leader of this squad is an honour, and I think it's really good pressure. Like, I always want to perform for my boys. I want to lead them in the right direction, and if they have that faith and respect towards me, then I'm happy to do so.
We realised ANZ wasn't going to be enough. We do have some plans in place. Brady's couldn't really commit to those said plans. So he pretty much took a step down and we gunned for Slays. We all thought that he was 100% the best next option. Slays is pure aggression, He's always got pressure on the map. He puts out a lot of damage, He's very selfless as well. You really want someone like that on your team, You want to be putting as much pressure as you can on the map.